The meal is on the table, warm it up yourself. Don't stay up late. The awakening assessment is tomorrow. A middle-aged man, dressed in a somewhat worn yet tidy suit, adjusted his hairstyle with utmost seriousness while holding a rose between his teeth, gazing intently into the mirror. Though he had reached middle age, he exuded a unique mature charm, especially with that audacious smile curving his lips, which easily beguiled older women. Yu Sheng sat at the dining table, seemingly lost in thought, only responding vaguely to his father's remarks. Once he finished preparing, the middle-aged man carefully retrieved a small bottle of perfume, spritzing it into the air to envelop himself in its fragrance. If there's nothing else, I have a date to attend. Wishing you success in tomorrow's assessment. With that, he hummed a cheerful tune as he departed the home. After his father left, Yu Sheng took out his phone and dialed a number. Is this the police? I want to report a crime. Tonight, around 8, at SoFi Hotel, room 302, an obscene incident may take place. Yes, I can confirm I saw his room card. And our relationship? Yu Sheng paused for 2 seconds before replying. He is my father. It's no trouble. Serving the people is our duty. All right, farewell, officer. After hanging up, Yu Sheng's mind wandered once more. His name was Yu Sheng, and the man who had just left was his father, Yu Sanshui. However, the term father felt somewhat nebulous in his memory. He had grown up in the Sin City, and even the fact that he had a father was news he had only recently discovered. Sin City was steeped in darkness. There were no rules, no laws, and certainly no concept of fairness. To survive, one must stoop to any means, until he finally secured that precious opportunity, enabling him to escape from Sin City. Tomorrow marked the awakening ceremony on his 18th birthday. But how many marks would he be able to hatch? And would the grim depiction that had lingered in his mind since childhood, like a lifeless painting, undergo any transformation post-awakening? Yu Sheng's thoughts spiraled further. Night gradually descended. Seated at the dining table, he diligently consumed his meal. Savoring each bite, though it was merely plain food, it seemed remarkably precious in his eyes. Vayu Sanshui. Yu Sheng glanced at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. Hadn't the guards been able to manage? Speak. Yu Sheng answered the call lazily. On the other end, Yu Sanshui's voice brimmed with frustration. I don't know which bastard reported me. They've booked me. I'm at the guard's office, and they insist I'm soliciting. Can what happens between consenting adults really be called solicitation? Quickly, bring some money to bail me out, or I'll likely be stuck here for days. Yu Sheng replied flatly. I don't have money. I know you don't. Go to my bedroom. There's a box under the bed. There's a key inside the box. Turn left when you exit. This key unlocks the back door of Widow Wang's place. At the back door, there's a vegetable tank. The money's beneath it. But be careful when you open the door. She has a fierce dog. What a remarkable turn of events. It was rare for Yu Sanshui to lay it all out in one breath. All right. Yu Sheng hung up the phone and followed his father's instructions, indeed discovering a stack of bills hidden beneath the vegetable tank around 2000. Without a flicker of emotion, he neatly stowed away the money, returning home to wash the dishes, sweep the floor, and tidy up his bed. After a while, the phone rang once more. The guard office. Yu Sheng answered. Yes, I'm a relative of Yu Sanshui. I want to bail him out. I believe we must curtail such immoral practices to better purify the social environment. Therefore, I kindly ask that you provide him with the most profound reformation possible. Time is not the issue. As long as he can become a useful member of society, it will all be worthwhile. As he spoke, Yu Sheng's expression gradually turned serious. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, kindness, these are the core values that the Ink Pavilion has always advocated for. Even as ordinary beings, we stand ready at all times. With that, Yu Sheng hung up, collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to slumber under the cloak of night. In the realm of dreams, an ancient scroll unfurled slowly in his mind, faint images brushing the surface, though they remained dim and indistinct. A beam of starlight filtered through the window and enveloped Yu Sheng. Morning arrived. Yu Sheng opened his eyes, washed up, and prepared breakfast. Once everything was ready, he casually slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out to attend school. For someone who had grown up in Sin City, attending school felt like a novel experience. Initially, he had entered the school gates with anticipation. Yet after becoming acquainted with his peers, he found that school was merely mundane, somewhat naive. A group of children who had never witnessed blood, each day fantasizing about how they would become legendary heroes, conquering their foes and maintaining world peace. At the school gate, countless parents excitedly delivered their children to the entrance. The annual awakening assessment largely determined the fate of most individuals. With insufficient talent, absent any fortuitous encounters, one was likely to be relegated to the ranks of the working class for life. Luck favored those with connections, who could enter the guard's ranks and perhaps enjoy a somewhat comfortable existence. Along the way, he spotted a few classmates, but did not greet them. Those classmates instinctively ignored Yu Sheng. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher stood at the podium with a frosty expression. Lu Qingfeng, a former soldier who had returned from duty, was rumored to have fought at the Demon Sealing Pass, but had lost his pinky to a beast, rendering him unable to grip his sword. He had come to this remote little city to teach. Typically, he wore a stern face and trained them with military discipline, prompting complaints from the students, who privately dubbed him Lu the Madman. An hour from now, the awakening assessment will commence. You may be envisioning how you will awaken with remarkable talents, swiftly cultivate, slay beasts, protect the city, and earn the admiration of thousands. But how many of you can truly accomplish such feats? Fighting valiantly, ensuring the prosperity of humanity, is indeed commendable. But serving the people from the Rieras, that not noble in its own right? Thus, maintain a balanced mindset. Use this last hour to prepare yourself. As Lu Qingfeng's icy yet pragmatic voice resonated, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. No one refuted him, for they understood that Lu Qingfeng spoke the truth. To serve the people, or to be served by the people. At that moment, Yu Sheng's voice broke the stillness, distinctly reverberating in the quiet classroom. Instantly, his classmates were frozen, caught in shock. A second blow, leaving them speechless. It turned out, they were even unworthy of serving the people. Though everyone understood in their hearts, voicing it made the atmosphere feel oppressively heavy. Chapter 2. A Will of Steel. Lu Qingfeng paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards the speaker. Upon recognizing Yu Sheng, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. This child, in Lu's eyes, was exceptionally talented, never voicing complaints about the arduous training they endured. Moreover, his resilience was remarkable. Yet, his temperament was somewhat peculiar. He seemed amiable on the surface, but his heart resembled that of a hedgehog, making it difficult to penetrate his inner world. Naturally, there was an inherent wariness towards everyone. However, what truly troubled Lu was why Yu Sheng's sharp tongue. It wasn't that he spoke maliciously, but his occasional remarks always seemed to hit precisely at one's vulnerabilities. All right, let us take a quick break. Relax your mind and avoid dwelling on the chaotic thoughts. Lu Qingfeng swiftly and adeptly shifted the topic. Yet, after waiting for 18 long years, how could anyone genuinely calm their nerves as the assessment approached? Even Yu Sheng's gaze was fixed outside the window, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. At last, an announcement echoed through the air. All senior students, please gather in the awakening room. 3 sophisticated devices were meticulously arranged in 3 separate awakening chambers, with several teachers standing beside them. Students formed 3 long lines outside the doors, awaiting their turn for the awakening test. The principal, standing on a platform not far away, gazed at the scene before him with a sense of nostalgia. Every time I witness these children awaken, it stirs profound emotions within me. In the blink of an eye, we have reached the 5th generation. How I remember the days of bloodshed at the Demon Suppression Pass. Principal, you two belong to the 5th generation. A middle-aged woman, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, interjected with an air of sternness. Her sudden reminder caused the principal, who had been lost in thought, to stiffen momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure, his interest in continuing the conversation dissipating. Class 6. Lu Yuxuan. 4 Patterned egg. A seemingly frail young man stood beside the device, a shadowy figure materializing behind him. A black egg adorned with 4 gleaming golden patterns, softly radiating light. The boy was evidently excited. In such a small city, with its sparse population, the emergence of talent was rare. To possess a 4 patterned egg was no small feat. At the very least, if everything went smoothly, he could join the Guard Corps as a security officer. Leading a comfortable life with minimal responsibility. In the aftermath of the spiritual energy revival, beasts received tremendous enhancements, and humanity too awakened extraordinary abilities. Initially, upon awakening, a mystical egg would appear behind each individual, with the patterns on the egg determining their potential, ranging from 1 to 9 patterns. This stage was referred to as the intern phase. Individuals possessed no significant abilities, yet their physical fitness would be enhanced to some extent. By absorbing the energy from beast crystals, the egg would hatch after several months, determining the path of their future development. For instance, a tiger would align with the strength system, a longsword with the assault system, and a sunflower with the healing system. In essence, the possibilities were as diverse as they were boundless. Within that egg, there existed nothing that one could not conceive of, nor anything that could not be hatched. Students took turns methodically testing themselves beside the devices, some weeping, others rejoicing. Clearly, most were dissatisfied with their results. I believe I can awaken a 9-patterned egg. When it hatches, I'll ride a phoenix, one of the 4 divine beasts. Soaring through the skies, it would be absolutely magnificent. Yu Sheng's companion, a pockmarked student, exclaimed with hopeful exuberance. Indeed, I feel I too can hatch one of the 4 divine beasts. Let us establish a divine beast hunting team. The two were evidently lost in their daydreams. Yet, with a kind-hearted intent, Yu Sheng interjected, among the 4 divine beasts, there is one known as Xuanwu, colloquially referred to as the divine turtle. The 2 daydreamers froze in place. And if I were to hatch a phoenix, would riding it cause the bird to be scorched? Yu Sheng pondered seriously. Divine turtle without birds team. The second blow struck, and the 2 immediately lost their enthusiasm for conversation. Soon, it was their turn for the qualification test. With heads held high, they strode forward, casting a condescending glance back at Yu Sheng, as if, in that moment, they had already awakened 9 patterns, becoming the apex of existence. Zhang San, 2-patterned EGG.lic, 2-patterned egg. The teacher's cold voice beside the device brought them crashing back to reality. Dejected, they turned away, their aspirations shattered. Finally, why Yu Sheng? Hearing his name, Yu Sheng exhaled softly, striving to control his emotional fluctuations as he approached the awakening room. Until a sharp sound pierced the air, beep, beep. The security gate flashed a red light, its alarm echoing harshly across the vast square. Why Yu Sheng? Did you bring any metallic items? Lu Qingfeng frowned and approached from a distance. Eyeing Yu Sheng curiously, yes, Yu Sheng nodded naturally. I always carry some weapons for self-defense. Weapons. For self-defense. His classmates behind him exchanged bewildered glances. In the cities where humanity resided, life was relatively secure. Ordinary individuals rarely needed to carry weapons. If anything were to occur, having a weapon wouldn't guarantee survival. Take them out. The awakening device is valuable, and metallic items will interfere with the test results, Lu Qingfeng explained, casting a deep glance at his student. Yu Sheng nodded, then began to reveal his concealed arsenal. Daggers strapped to his arms and calves, steel nails tucked in his coat pocket, and fine needles hidden within the lining of his jacket. Capable of being launched with a flick of the wrist point one by one, these items were laid upon the nearby table, and a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Is this truly a human? After completing the series of actions, Yu Sheng stepped back into the chamber. Beep, beep. The alarm sounded once more, drawing the dazed eyes of the onlookers back to him. Although they were all students, even in this era, how many 16 or 17-year-olds would venture out armed with such an array of weapons? Is there anything else? Lu Qingfeng inquired, brow furrowed. Why Yu Sheng pondered for a moment. Perhaps why Iron Will? The crowd? Lu Qingfeng fell silent, glancing at Yu Sheng with a mix of disbelief and frustration. Continue to remove them. Oh, Yu Sheng nodded, hesitating briefly before finally shedding his coat. After a moment of fidgeting behind his shirt, he produced a compact crossbow, which had been strapped to his back, connected by a fine string that ran along his arm to his fingertips. This meant that if Yu Sheng were to suddenly bow his head and pull the string, even Lu Qingfeng, a seasoned veteran who had fought valiantly at the Shanhai Pass for years, instinctively cast a few more glances at Yu Sheng. One would need at least several years of experience to amass such an arsenal. Fortunately, this time, the device did not sound again. Why Yu Sheng, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, stepped inside with a grimace. It was simply his trump card had been partially revealed. Chapter 3. Teacher, the device is malfunctioning. Standing before the device, Yu Sheng took a deep breath. On the surface of the device, there was a groove shaped like a palm. As he placed his hand upon it, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his palm, followed by a drop of blood being absorbed by the apparatus. Immediately, a unique energy flowed through the groove into Yu Sheng's body, causing his blood to circulate rapidly, igniting a warmth within him as a powerful energy coursed through his veins. The device began to tremble violently. On the display, a massive, golden 9 materialized. As the numeral grew larger, even the teacher beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. A genius with a 9-patterned egg, in this county, never has there been a 9-patterned egg. Who would have thought? Today, we are fortunate to witness this, however, at that moment. Teacher, the device is malfunctioning. Why? Yusheng glanced at the tightly shut door, then turned to the teacher in charge of the testing, speaking earnestly. Huh? It's not malfunctioning, the teacher replied, momentarily taken aback. Why? Yusheng clenched his fist and struck the display. The screen shattered. Of course, the price was that Yusheng's palm was also lacerated by the shards of glass. Blood trickling down. Why? Yusheng struggled to suppress the tumultuous rush of blood within him, turning to the teacher and stating, now it's malfunctioning. The teacher finally grasped the situation, nodding instinctively. What you say makes a lot of sense. This device in this window requires repairs. You should go to the other 2 lines. He swiftly opened the door, instructing the waiting crowd outside, then turned to Yusheng with a somber expression. UVE damaged public property. Come with me. With that, a shadowy azure bird materialized behind him, adorned with 3 emerald gemstones upon its forehead. He then seized Yusheng and soared away, in an instant. The area erupted in cries, and the students behind them harbored deep resentment towards Yusheng and Yusheng's eyes. Streaks of faint black smoke began to rise from above their heads, coalescing around him, ultimately being absorbed into the canvas of his mind. Strangely, the once dim edges of the canvas suddenly brightened. A steel rod .9 golden patterns twisted around it like golden dragons. For over a decade, the canvas had remained silent, but at this moment it finally exhibited signs of life. Principal's office. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. After the teacher responsible for the testing provided a detailed report of the situation, he turned to leave. The principal, however, scrutinized Yusheng with a serious expression, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, Yusheng, you joined the school half a year ago. At the tender age of 18, hailing from the notorious Sin City, he has just secured a coveted position, one that is granted to only a single individual each year, allowing him to depart from that wretched place. The information is accurate, is it not? The principal's gaze remains fixated on Yusheng's eyes, attempting to discern something profound within him. Regrettably, Yusheng continues to appear lost in reverie. Even the principal's words take a moment to register in his mind. After responding somewhat dully, Yusheng once more drifts into a state of stupor. The principal's brow furrows deeply. Sin City. Historically, among the human race, it has never been associated with anything but malevolence, darkness, and a complete lack of humanity. It seems that every conceivable negative term in existence could be applied to the denizens of Sin City. The 9-patterned egg, a prodigy, one who may even ascend to greatness in the future. If this talent were to emerge from a well-bred, virtuous young genius, it would undoubtedly be a boon for humanity. Yet, if Sin City were to squander its resources nurturing a villain, it would become a calamity. Thus, the principal is eager to uncover some glimmer of hope in Yusheng, only to be met with disappointment. Little does he know that at this very moment, Yusheng is engulfed in his own confusion. Upon awakening, the long-dormant tapestry in his mind finally unfurls, and as the students complain, a peculiar energy seems to surge forth in the far corner of the tapestry. A staff coiled with a golden dragon begins to emit a faint glow. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, does the tapestry unfold upon awakening. But what is this strange energy? What do the patterns within the tapestry signify? Yusheng is lost in contemplation, observing Yusheng's utter disinterest in engaging with him. The principal cannot help but question the meaning of his own existence. The 9-patterned egg, is he not excited? Does he not wish to engage in a conversation with the principal himself? Yusheng? May I inquire, if there comes a day when you experience 6 awakenings, or even 9, what would you wish to do? As silence looms and the conversation threatens to wither away, the principal finally cannot resist the urge to ask. Albeit indirectly, to serve the people. Why? Yusheng continues to observe the scenes within the tapestry, responding casually. The principal is taken aback. What level of awareness is this? Is this truly something a denizen of Sin City would articulate? Listen, to serve the people, how wonderful. But what have you done previously to pursue this ideal? The principal probes once more. After several attempts at questioning, Yusheng finally emerges from his daze, pondering for a couple of seconds before responding. My father was involved in solicitation yesterday, and I reported him myself. Does that count? The principal lapses into confusion once again. You may return home to rest. Do not disclose the results of this awakening to anyone. I will find a way to arrange your subsequent studies. In fact, given your current talent, you could gain admission to any institution you desire. If you have any thoughts on this matter, you may discuss it with your family. The principal's words are abruptly interrupted as he seems to recall something, pausing momentarily before waving his hand in resignation. I suspect your father won't be free anytime soon. You're on your own for now. Yusheng rises, respectfully bows to the principal, and bids him farewell. With impeccable manners, he departs. Watching Yusheng's retreating figure, the principal lets out a weary sigh, pressing his forehead in frustration. Normally, in this remote area, the emergence of a nine-patterned individual would allow him to boast for a lifetime. Yet why must it be someone from Sin City? Chapter 4. Would it be too much to ask you to end your own life? Yusheng returns home, fatigued, and sinks into the sofa, lost in thought that a vague hypothesis begins to form in his mind. Yet it is so profoundly disruptive to his understanding that he hesitates to confirm it. If that dragon-patterned staff symbolizes the awakening artifact that he would hatch from, and if there are many similar objects within the tapestry in his mind, could it not imply that he has the potential for multiple awakenings? Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, only 2 individuals have been documented to have experienced multiple awakenings in the past century. Moreover, both share a common trait. Their awakening artifacts are rather mundane. The first individual hatched a scythe and a keyboard, while the second produced a squirrel and scissors. Despite the rarity of dual awakenings and the resources poured into their cultivation by the Ink Pavilion, they ultimately yielded no results. The resource consumption was too great, and their awakening artifacts proved ineffective. However, Yusheng's situation is different. That dragon-patterned staff appears quite impressive. If his conjecture holds true, his path ahead may be significantly smoother. As night descends, he gazes out at the starlit sky, momentarily lost in thought. Typically resolute, he now seems momentarily vulnerable, his once straight posture slightly bending as if burdened by an unseen weight. Yet, this stance lasts but a few fleeting seconds before Yusheng's expression shifts. He suddenly holds his breath, leaning back slightly, perfectly enveloping himself in the shadows. Even with the moonlight filtering in, the room does not appear overly dim, yet his presence remains obscured. Silence envelopes the room. Seconds tick by. A faint sound emerges at the door, the handle twisting gently, creating a narrow opening. Bathed in moonlight, a young figure stealthily slips inside, closing the door behind him and pressing against the wall. Motionless. Half a minute passes, and a group of guards rushes by the window, vigilant as they scan the surroundings, seemingly searching for something, before ultimately vanishing into the distance. The intruder finally exhales a breath of relief, his body relaxing as he sinks to the floor, coughing softly. Yet, he appears oblivious to Yusheng's presence. After resting for a brief moment, he struggles to rise, casting his gaze around the room in the moonlight. And upon confirming that he is alone, he makes his way to the sofa, preparing to tend to a gruesome wound on his chest. The wound is deep, likely a knife injury, with flesh slightly rolled back. The boy furrows his brow, lifting his head to survey his surroundings as if appraising something. The medicinal liquor is in the second compartment ahead. Suddenly, Yusheng's calm voice pierces the silence. The boy's body tenses, and as he readies to rise, a dagger presses firmly against his throat, not as a mere threat, but with enough force to pierce the skin. The blade sinks in half a centimeter. You'd best not move. The dagger is perilously close to your carotid artery. Exerting even a slight pressure could prove fatal. Cleaning the floor is quite troublesome, while Yusheng frowns as he speaks, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. The boy remains frozen, uttering softly, "I only seek the medicine. I mean no harm. The medicinal liquor is in the second compartment ahead." Yusheng reiterates earnestly. The boy falls silent once more, maintaining his original stance. The two find themselves ensnared in a standoff, blood from the boy's neck dripping onto the floor, the darkened room echoing with the rhythmic drip, drip of his blood. "Why not fetch the medicine? Your injury is severe," Yusheng kindly reminds him. Due to excessive blood loss, the boy's complexion has grown increasingly pale, and his body trembles slightly, yet the dagger at his throat prevents any movement. He has seen the medicine, including the bandages, and wishes to retrieve them, but the crux of the matter lies in. "You could remove the dagger. I feel my condition has improved significantly. I no longer require the medicine," the boy slowly speaks. "Are you intent on killing me?" Yusheng shakes his head seriously, Murder outside Sin City is a crime. Upon hearing Yusheng's words, the boy exhales lightly, his taut muscles relaxing somewhat. The mountains are high, and the road is long. I owe you a life debt, I shall repay it. Yet, Yusheng remains resolute in keeping the dagger in place, and after pondering for a few seconds, he proposes, since you owe me a life, would you consider ending your own? The boy, who has consistently exhibited remarkable composure, is taken aback, seemingly grappling with Yusheng's peculiar reasoning. This is the first time he has encountered such a notion. I am an assassin. I could help you kill someone for free. Would that be acceptable? The boy struggles once more. Why Yusheng nods. Fine. Please assist me in ending your life. It is a matter of course. Flowing seamlessly, the boy teeters on the brink of despair, appearing tormented, not only physically but also mentally. Without grievance or animosity, why must you insist on my demise? He finally voices the question that has weighed heavily on his heart. This query has lingered within him for far too long, and he can no longer contain it. Why Yusheng responds with curiosity, because you snuck into my room at night and sullied my floor. If this were Sin City, you would have been dead the moment you crossed the threshold. Sin City, you hail from Sin City? The boy realizes, his emotions surging, yet he quickly retorts, impossible. Sin City only grants one expungement quota each year. Someone as young as you cannot possibly have seized it. Forget it. There's no need to dwell on this, I concede. You may act with that. The boy closes his eyes in resignation, recalling the life he has lived. As is customary for those awaiting death, however, as the fifth recollection unfolded, the dagger at the nape of his neck still remained poised, refusing to descend. Why do you not take action? The youth could not help but inquire once more. Yusheng regarded him with an expression akin to that of an imbecile, replying, it is a crime to kill outside the confines of the Sin City. Then let me go. The youth began to grow agitated and anxious. Yusheng shook his head. No, what you are doing constitutes illegal detention, which is also a crime. According to the law of the Mogu, the penalty is 3 years of imprisonment, and for serious offenses, it could extend to 5 to 8 years. A sudden clarity illuminated the youth's mind, and he spoke rapidly, imparting legal knowledge. Why Yusheng pondered. How old are you? 17. By the law of Mogu, I am still considered a minor. If you detain me illegally, the consequences will be even more severe. The youth appeared to have discovered the key to survival, his argument becoming increasingly coherent, as if conducting a legal lecture. Point 17, you say? That means you have yet to awaken. Why Yusheng gradually lowered the dagger, offering the youth a friendly smile. You may leave now. Farewell. He waved his hand amiably as he spoke. Chapter 5. The life of the world's deadliest assassin. The youth breathed a sigh of relief, disregarding the wounds on his body, and strode toward the door. For reasons unknown, at that moment, he felt that this seemingly ordinary residence was far more terrifying than the prison of the Guard Corps. Even in such circumstances, he maintained his caution, cautiously opening the door and surveying his surroundings until he confirmed there were no guards nearby before stepping outside. He had escaped. This was the most genuine reflection in the youth's mind. Yet, just as his foot crossed the threshold, he felt as though a hand had seized his collar, yanking him back with force. The grip belonged to someone with tremendous strength. Had he not been injured, he might have resisted, but now. The youth returned to the room, bewildered, raising his gaze to meet Yusheng's calm demeanor, his eyes filled with confusion. Why Yusheng nonchalantly closed the door, maintaining his tranquil expression. I have not restricted your freedom, therefore, this cannot be considered illegal detention. At the very least, you have left this room. Yes, that is the case. Finally, Yusheng nodded, affirming the logic of his statement. The youth could scarcely recall how many times he had spiraled into despair within the brief span of half an hour. Yusheng's youthful visage appeared to him as terrifying as that of a demon. Make yourself comfortable. Your injuries are grave. It is best not to move about too much, and remember to clean up the blood on the floor. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. After offering a couple of instructions, Yusheng casually collected the medicine from the cabinet and sat down on a nearby chair, once more falling into a state of daze. Meanwhile, the youth stood frozen, momentarily unsure whether to rest or clean the room. It seemed he was not mistaken. Why Yusheng, lost in thought while seated, observed that each time the youth's emotions crumbled, wisps of pale gray energy would rise and dissolve into the canvas of his mind. The dragon-patterned staff within that canvas appeared to solidify more than before. Although the progress was slow, it was indeed effective. This meant that the energy was derived from the emotions of others, and that those emotions had to be instigated by oneself. Correct? Yu Shang, in a vague realization, regarded the youth with eyes that shone with newfound understanding. Yet, the youth, burdened by his grievous injuries as he tidied the space, felt a chill creeping down his spine, as if pricked by thorns. What he found most unbearable was that his chest wound continued to bleed profusely. With every swipe to wipe away the blood, more would trickle down to the floor. An unending cycle as the youth's breathing grew increasingly labored. He appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Yu Shang stepped forward, expressing concern. Your injuries are severe. Any further reckless movements could lead to your demise. In disbelief, the youth stared at Yu Shang as he fetched a bar of soap from the bathroom and handed it to him. The sulfur soap makes cleaning blood easier, allowing you to rest sooner. The youth apathetically accepted the sulfur soap, his heart devoid of joy or sorrow, numbly kneeling to scrub the floor. Yu Shang observed the diminishing gray gas emanating from the youth's head until it vanished entirely. Momentarily taken aback, before promptly rising to stand before him once more, I've reconsidered. The sulfur soap may injure your hands. He seized the soap back, watching as gray mist re-emerged from the youth's head. And only then was he satisfied to return to his seat. I have come to a decision. The youth appeared to have made a significant resolution, inhaling deeply before rising to face Yu Shang earnestly. Give me paper and a pen. Before I die, I wish to leave behind a farewell note. Yu Shang gazed at the youth in confusion, perplexed. Regardless, I shall not take my own life. I will simply bleed to death. It is better to die with dignity. Did you not say I owe you my life? Now I return it. The youth raised his chin with a hint of pride. In that moment, he seemed to embody the spirit of a young man, brimming with vigor on a sunlit afternoon, resolved to become the world's deadliest assassin. An assassin should not fear death, but rather confront it with courage. It turned out he had unknowingly forgotten his original intention. But fortunately, at the last moment, he reclaimed the dignity of an assassin. You cannot die. Yu Shang resolutely shook his head, without a trace of hesitation. Such a stable source of energy would be too great a loss if extinguished. No, I must die. Only through death can I uphold the dignity of an assassin. Yet the youth obstinately shook his head. Very well, if I am to die, then there is no need to leave behind a farewell note. An assassin has no emotions. With that, a small blade materialized between his fingers, slowly gliding toward his throat. He gently closed his eyes. Adhering to the convention of those on the brink of death, he began to reminisce about his life. 6 months prior, he had resolved to become the world's deadliest assassin. 3 days ago, he had received his first assignment. In the morning, he had scouted the target. In the afternoon, he had made his move. Overpowered, he had fled, inadvertently wandered into a den of wolves, and met his end. Though not entirely fulfilling, it could be said to be the life of an assassin. Unbeknownst to him, a smile of liberation graced the corners of his mouth. Yu Shang stood up, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the youth's features under the moonlight for the first time, speaking with a hint of surprise. Are you truly an assassin? You have never taken a life. And there is not a trace of bloodlust about you. The youth suddenly opened his eyes wide, glaring at Yu Shang. I merely made a mistake. Given time, I shall surely become the world's deadliest assassin. Enough? You wouldn't understand. With disdain for Yu Shang, the youth closed his eyes once more, continuing to reflect on his life. Your aim is misplaced. The area you intend to cut is the trachea, and it will not result in immediate death. Moreover, it will be excruciating. Yu Shang kindly pointed out. The youth's hand, gripping the blade, froze mid-air as he hesitated, slightly adjusting his position. Damn it, I have to recall my life all over again, he cursed inwardly. This won't do. It will spurt blood. The room will become filthy and difficult to clean. Yu Shang frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. I am about to die. Do you understand what that means? Could you refrain from interrupting me? Huh? The youth's veins bulged with rage as he shouted at Yu Shang in his exertion. His wound reopened, exacerbating his injuries. The pain caused him to collapse to the floor, clutching his chest, attempting to let out cries of anguish yet enduring it in silence. Maintaining the dignity of an assassin. The meaning of death? I do not comprehend. Yu Shang pondered for several seconds, shaking his head. Next time I kill someone, I will inquire about their interpretation. Chapter 6. Protecting the best. Li Yihan, I still do not know your name. If you take your own life, how shall I communicate with the guard corps and contact your family? Why Yusheng posed a remarkably sensible question once more. The youth fell silent, struggling to suppress the fury within, and calmly replied, My name is Li Yian. Do you have any further inquiries? None. Yusheng contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Li Yihan scrutinized Yusheng for an extended period before tentatively lifting his hand, the blade tracing his neck for a while. Seeing no objection from Yusheng, he slowly closed his eyes, once again reminiscing about his life. He is going to take his own life. Suddenly, Li Yihan felt a blinding light. Numbly opening his eyes to find Yusheng had, at some point, retrieved his phone, switched on the night mode, recording while facing him. He even thoughtfully offered an explanation. Noticing Li Yihan's gaze, Yusheng hesitated as he clarified. Well, I must leave behind some evidence. Are you a devil? Is this never-ending? Huh? Did you not urge me to die? Were you not the one who told me to die? What are you doing? I cannot believe this. Each time Li Yihan shouted, he would tear at his wound, the pain igniting his emotions, leading to yet more curses, tearing, and shouting. A vicious cycle. It is unimaginable how much resolve one must possess to confront death. The fact that Li Yihan could repeatedly overcome his inner fears could only be described as a testament to his mental fortitude. However, after having endured numerous trials, when Li Yihan once again raised the blade in his hand, he discovered that the resolve to strike had already abandoned him. Dejected, he cast the blade onto the ground, disregarding the bloodstains beneath him, and sank onto the sofa, inadvertently tearing at his wound. Instinctively, Li Yihan inhaled sharply, casting a lingering gaze towards Yusheng. I cannot fathom what thoughts occupy your mind, you madman. But if you wish for my demise, I shall likely succumb to blood loss in approximately half an hour. Conversely, if your intent is to spare my life, then I implore you to provide me with the hemostatic agent and bandages. He fixed his gaze on Yusheng, awaiting the ultimate response. Yusheng regarded him with curiosity. What intrigues me more is why you do not choose to kill me. As the future world's foremost assassin, I adhere to a personal code of ethics I am paid to eliminate, not driven by mere amusement. Without receiving a bounty from my employer, I cannot proceed with your assassination. In that moment, Li Yihan's expression bore an unusual gravity, devoid of jest, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Yusheng pondered. I now believe you are indeed an assassin. However, how could an assassin yet to awaken draw any contracts? Is it due to poverty? Yusheng probed, his interest piqued. I believe prior to inquiring, you might consider providing me with the hemostatic agent, lest I become incapable of answering your questions, Li Yihan replied, glancing at the injury on his chest with resignation. Do not fret. If your emotions remain stable, you should be able to endure for approximately 32 more minutes. Yusheng merely cast a casual glance. What manner of creature is this? Li Yihan could not shake the feeling that Yusheng bore a closer resemblance to an assassin than himself. I will soon be of age, merely half a month away. The awakening ceremony is imminent. Hence, I misrepresented my age to undertake this task, yet I did not anticipate the vast chasm between the awakened and the unawakened. Even if he has only awakened a spoon, as he spoke, Li Yihan appeared somewhat feeble. Although that individual's awakening artifact held no power, his reflexes and strength surpassed Li Yihan's by a considerable margin. To escape was already a testament to his agility. Can you now provide me with the medicine? Li Yihan inquired once more. Just then, through the window, a patrol of guards from the security division passed by. Li Yihan instinctively leaned back, once more aggravating his wound, yet he clenched his mouth shut, suppressing any sound. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Do not be afraid. I have associates in the security division, Yusheng said with an unexpectedly optimistic tone. Li Yihan paused momentarily. Do you have someone in your family working in the security division? Not at all. My father was caught soliciting and has just been reported by me. Likely currently detained by the security division. Yusheng shook his head, his words simple and unembellished. Coupled with his innocuous appearance, Li Yihan found himself at a loss for words. The person before him, though seemingly of similar age and bearing a touch of youthfulness, exuded an unsettling aura. It felt as if the being seated opposite him was a formidable demon, lurking in the shadows, poised to unsheathe its blade and drag one into an abyss of despair. Let us attend to the medication, Yusheng suddenly interjected, his thoughts elusive. After a brief pause, he grabbed the medicine and tossed it beside Li Yihan. Exhaling softly, it appeared that this individual harbored no intentions of ending his life. Li Yihan produced a vial of specialized medicine, cautiously applying it to his wound. An intense wave of pain surged through his nerves, causing his entire body to twitch slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering a sound. Actually, what I provided you is pepper water, Yuxing remarked suddenly. What the hell? Li Yihan shot a fierce glance at Yuxing, seemingly on the verge of a retort, yet upon opening his mouth, he could no longer contain himself, howling in agony. Yuxing shrugged. It was merely a jest. If it hurts, you should vocalize it. Holding it in is most uncomfortable. Once you have bandaged yourself, do remember to tidy the room for me. There's some trash at the door when you leave. Please take it with you. However, the debt of your life still stands. I will seek you out if necessary and hope that you remain alive by then. With that, Yuxing yawned. Rising to retreat to his bedroom, Li Yihan gazed at Yuxing's retreating figure, his expression complex, lost in thought. In truth, the awakened are not as formidable as you might imagine. Standing at the threshold of the bedroom, without looking back, Yuxing uttered a cryptic remark before closing the door. Perhaps he winced. Ouch, that hurts, damn it. Just as Li Yihan prepared to reflect further, he found himself unable to suppress another cry of pain. Chapter 7. You do not count as part of the human race. The following morning, observing the tidy living room and the neatly arranged medications, Yuxing's gaze lingered not, maintaining his daily rhythm. Cooking, dining. Each morsel was chewed slowly, solemnly, as if this act were of utmost sanctity. The upcoming days required no attendance at school, by convention. Those newly awakened must absorb demon crystals to enhance their overall physical capabilities, including the eggs in incubation. Such tasks could be accomplished within the confines of home. Naturally, those with the means might attend specialized training sessions to assist new awakeners in absorbing the crystals, though most of these were little more than attacks on intelligence. After cleaning the dishes, Yuxing donned his outerwear and stepped outside. In this remote city, the population was predominantly elderly, while the youth, brimming with aspirations and grand ambitions, ventured forth alone, laden with their burdens, ultimately perishing far from home. The city was not particularly large. Yuxing traversed approximately 2 streets before turning into a secluded corner, where a rundown grocery store awaited. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, sat idly on a chair, perhaps due to lack of business. Yawning intermittently, upon noticing Yuxing's entrance, the middle-aged man merely cast a cursory glance. The items are on the table. Yuxing offered no reply, striding directly to a weathered table and picking up a cloth bag resting atop it. Hey, I've repaid your favor. The middle-aged man switched off the television, and when he turned his gaze back to Yuxing, his expression had shifted to one of seriousness, revealing a deep scar running from his forehead to his chin, resembling a centipede resting upon his face, a sight both chilling and grotesque. Yuxing replied softly, observing the man. Until we meet again. With that, he departed, clutching the oil-stained bag. Watching Yuxing's retreating figure, the middle-aged man cracked a smile. His expression seemingly jovial, yet his eyes betrayed no emotional fluctuation. For the foreseeable future, we shall not cross paths. Rising, he adjusted his clothing and exited the grocery store, gradually fading from view. Meanwhile, within the back room of the grocery store, a stout, balding man lay unconscious, clearly in a state of stupor. In Shanghai City, a sudden emergence of demon beasts in the urban area has led to significant casualties. At the entrance of a shop along the street, the owner, bored and basking in the sun while scrolling through his phone, was startled by a breaking news alert, prompting him to leap to his feet in exclamation. A crowd quickly gathered, engaging in spirited discussion. Though Shanghai City is remote, surely it has a demon extermination division, right? How could such an event transpire? One person inquired. The owner, scrolling through the news, shook his head. The report states that unrest erupted outside the city that day, suspected to involve demon clans, and most of the demon extermination division was not present in town. Alas, the situation grows increasingly unstable. I hope we do not face any turmoil here. Let us hope, came the reply. With the recent influx of demon clans, could it be that the demon town barrier is faltering? The crowd exchanged comments, all echoing a singular sentiment: foreboding. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy a century ago, demon clans have risen alongside, rendering human existence ever more precarious. Fortunately, the first wave of awakeners stood forth, sacrificing their flesh and blood to establish 4 fortifications: the Demon Town Barrier, the Dawn Barrier, the Dome Barrier, and the Ghost Gate Barrier. These fortifications serve as formidable barriers against the demon clans, with human experts stationed at intervals to ensure no demon incursions go unchecked. The MO Division represents the highest authority among humans. Upon returning home, Yuxing opened the cloth bag to reveal 3 translucent crystals, within which faint crimson threads could be seen swirling. This energy encapsulated within the crystals was the essence accumulated after the demon clans devoured human vitality. After securely locking the door and drawing the curtains tight, Yuxing carefully pulled a thin line across the entrance, connected to a small hand crossbow. Should anyone attempt to enter, the crossbow would discharge at once. Similarly, he set traps at the window. Once all was in place, Yuxing settled into a corner of the room, ensuring that if anyone were to enter, they would not immediately detect his presence. With this assurance, he grasped the crystals and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, the crimson threads within the crystals seemed to come alive, swirling and weaving into Yuxing's palm. Once more, the ethereal silhouette of an egg manifested above the head of Yushang. Its enigmatic allure accentuated by 9 golden lines that seemed to weave a tapestry of mystery. Gradually, these lines began to diffuse at an almost imperceptible pace, as if intent on enveloping the egg entirely. In a deep mountain not far from the Demon Suppression Pass, an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe sat cross-legged atop the peak. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. "This path is impassable," he uttered softly, his gaze descending to the foot of the mountain. Several figures in crimson robes abruptly halted, the leader among them a strikingly handsome young man. He raised his head to regard the elder. A sunny smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of harmlessness. "Senior, we merely seek passage. As fellow humans, we ought to support one another," he continued. The elder slowly shook his head, reiterating, "This path is impassable, and if I insist on traversing this way today?" The young man's smile faded, replaced by a glimmer of amusement as he regarded the elder. "Death," came the elder's flat reply, as if stating an undeniable fact. With that, a phantom staff materialized behind him. Adorned with 7 uniquely shaped gemstones that shone with resplendence in the surrounding woods, the flowers and grasses swayed gently without wind, as if animated by some unseen force. Junior was merely jesting. "Our sect has consistently toiled for the betterment of humanity. Harboring no ulterior motives, as fellow humans, how could we possibly quarrel with the senior?" He bowed respectfully to the elder before retreating slowly with his companions. "Did I permit your departure?" The elder spoke once more. As the staff solidified, embedding itself in the earth beside him, the brilliance of the 7 gems intensifying. "Senior, though you have further guidance?" The young man lowered his head, a fleeting flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Yet his tone remained as respectful as before. "I merely wish to inform you to relay a message to your divine seat. A name change would suffice. Evil cult would suit you well. You people are hardly considered human. Were it not for my duty to guard this place, your lives would have already been forfeit." The elder's gaze remained calm as he scrutinized the young man. Speaking in a measured tone, at that moment, the young man's complexion paled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he held firm, gradually lifting his head, a semblance of a smile returning. "Thank you for your guidance. Senior, I shall convey your words." With that, he turned with his companions, departing. The elder's expression remained as frigid as before, his eyes closing once more as the staff dimmed, merging into his being. Unbeknownst to him, a week passed. Observing the now energy-depleted gemstones, Yushang rose, tidying the dust-laden room, sealing the traps at the door and window, and opening a window to purify the somewhat stagnant air within. Just then, the phone rang. "Hello, is this Yushang?" The voice of Lu Qingfeng resonated from the phone, while Yushang, seated on the sofa, responded with a non-committal hum. Seemingly accustomed to Yushang's manner of speaking, Lu Qingfeng continued, "Return to school tomorrow. Due to the situation in Xinhai City, Mogu is taking this very seriously. It appears to involve some overarching plan, details of which I am not privy to. However, tomorrow, personnel from the Exorcism Pavilion will arrive to conduct a preliminary assessment of all apprentice-level students, distributing resources to the most promising among them. This assessment is crucial, as each school will likely have only a few slots available. Regardless of the outcome, give it your all." Lu Qingfeng elaborated in detail. outlining the assessment process, timeline, and potential issues, covering every minute detail. Why Yusheng listened in silence, responding with an occasional all right, prepare well. May I ask why you cannot reach your father by phone? Lu Qingfeng inquired. A hint of confusion in his tone. Why Yusheng pondered seriously, perhaps it's because mobile phones are prohibited in prison. The line fell silent. After a few seconds, the call ended. It is undeniable that even the most rational individuals, after conversing with Yusheng for an extended period, may feel a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. Lu Qingfeng, being one of those who communicated with Yusheng the most, understood this sentiment deeply. Setting the phone down, Yusheng stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant sky, pondering something unknown. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, glancing at the calendar on the wall. Murmuring, still 12 days. The significance of this date remained a mystery. The following day, upon returning to school, Yusheng took his seat. Most of his classmates were still buzzing with excitement, though the realization that they were far from the prodigies they had imagined dampened their spirits slightly. Yet, after the initial disappointment, they were quickly reinvigorated by the novelty of their circumstances. After all, talent is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Among the 10 elders of Imogu, the only one publicly known had awakened with only 5 lines initially. With such a precedent, they could envision their futures without undue pressure, aspiring to become the pillars of humanity, capable of felling myriad demons with a single stroke. Why Yusheng appeared to exist in an entirely different realm. Sitting in a corner, feeling out of place. Soon, Lu Qingfeng entered with a serious expression, addressing the group. There has been a change in circumstances. I just received word that in addition to personnel from the exorcism pavilion, there will also be representatives from the security division and the reserve forces. Moreover, the assessment format has been altered. Each school is to nominate 5 students for an elimination-style evaluation. As Lu Qingfeng's words echoed, the room erupted in a cacophony of excitement. It seemed everyone was envisioning themselves as one of the 5 representatives from their school. Given that the entire city of Mabe had only 3 primary schools, this meant merely 15 participants in total. Even if one were to be eliminated in the first round, they would still attract the attention of high-ranking officials, paving the way to success. Though young, they were not naive, fully aware of the immense benefits this opportunity presented. In an instant, all eyes were on Lu Qingfeng. Our class has been personally selected by the principal. Why Yusheng is among those chosen. Lu Qingfeng paused momentarily before continuing, his gaze resting on Yusheng with a hint of perplexity. Although Yusheng was known for his reclusive nature, his overall performance was commendable. As the homeroom teacher, Lu Qingfeng was well aware of this. Yet, he found it perplexing that Yusheng's achievements, while notable, should have been merely considered good within the school, making it improbable for him to be selected for one of the coveted 5 spots. Especially to the extent of garnering the principal's attention. Could it be that his family had connections? For a moment, Lu Qingfeng's thoughts ran wild. During their phone conversation yesterday, Yusheng mentioned that his father was in prison. Could it be that Lu Qingfeng had misunderstood, and his father actually worked in the prison? Moreover, was he a leader within the prison? However, in a small place like Mabe, everyone knew one another, and there was no one named Yu among the prison leadership. Why could that be? Exactly. Who among us is not superior to him? This is a conspiracy. A group of students grew agitated, shouting in outrage. During their apprenticeship, physical prowess was the defining criterion for determining one's strength. And Yusheng's frail form marked him as an inconsequential figure. Why should he be selected? The atmosphere was charged with indignation. Lu Qingfeng maintained a calm demeanor, patiently observing until the students began to quiet down before speaking softly. Dissatisfied, are we? Truthfully, even I am baffled by Yusheng's selection. However, that does not justify your outcry. If Yusheng possesses genuine strength, it only attests to his humility and restraint, a trait you all lack. Even if you believe there is foul play at hand, what of it? Remember, in this world, all power is earned through the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors. Are you suggesting that if one day, the demon beasts besiege the city, you should simply shout unfairness at them? Lu Qingfeng continued, his expression grave. If you feel injustice, endure it. Strengthen yourselves until the day you can shatter the very rules you perceive. Do not waste your breath in impotent cries here. As Lu Qingfeng spoke, his tone was serious, and the students gradually fell silent. Why Yusheng, go to the principal's office, he wishes to see you. Lu Qingfeng's voice regained its calmness as he addressed Yusheng. All right, Yusheng nodded, rising under the gaze of his classmates, pushing open the door and leaving. Remember, you have no time to waste dreaming of the future. Rather than indulging in unrealistic fantasies, devote yourselves to cultivation. Even a slight increase in strength could save your life when the time of crisis arrives. Do you envy those high-ranking officials of humanity you see on television? Are you aware that beneath their glamorous exterior lies a tapestry of scars? Each scar represents a vow of protection. If you only see their power and appearance, you will never comprehend what it truly means to be human. Chapter 9. How is your father faring? The somewhat cold voice of Lu Qingfeng echoed repeatedly within the classroom. Below, some students appeared contemplative, while others remained non-committal. Observing this scene, a hint of helplessness flickered in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. With a sigh, he ceased speaking, weary of the exchange, turning to leave. The classroom erupted into noise once more. A group of individuals curiously analyzed the specific purpose of this assessment, as well as the profession of Yusheng's father. Outside the door, Lu Qingfeng observed this scene, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In youth, one remains blissfully unaware of the taste of sorrow. He could only hope for a day when he would don fine garments and ride spirited horses, basking in the adoration of the world. Or perhaps they refer to such as heroes. Yet, they would never comprehend that upon the demon suppression wall, each green brick was stained with the blood of countless souls. Those bricks had even been tainted brown. It was only when they witnessed lives fading away beside them that they might awaken to maturity. He had witnessed this scene far too often. Until one experiences it firsthand, one can never truly grasp the brutality of war, nor the burdens borne by those whom they deem heroes. Even among the 10 elders of the Mo Pavilion, the strongest 10 individuals, 9 concealed themselves within the masses, secretly balancing the power of the demon race. Perhaps only on the day of their demise would the world come to know of their existence. It turned out he was so formidable. Is this heroism? Indeed. But they had never perceived themselves as heroes. They merely fulfilled their obligations in silence. The gloss and reverence they received paled in significance compared to that of a mere minor demon. Why, Yusheng, your father? The principal gazed at Yusheng, hesitating for a moment before opting for a more tactful approach. Is he doing well? Yusheng pondered for a moment. He should be doing fairly well. Steamed buns are quite valuable in Crime City. The principal fell silent. After hearing the first half of the statement, he had initially thought Yusheng's father had already been released, only to be met with an unexpected twist. Over the past few days, he had been contemplating Yusheng's situation and had gathered extensive information. After all, Crime City typically housed the most heinous of criminals. Yet, Yusheng's father was merely an ordinary individual without any criminal record. And Yusheng had entered Crime City at a very young age. This discrepancy seemed illogical. However, according to the records, Yusheng had been mistakenly swept into Crime City due to a disaster at a tender age, and the city had its own regulations. Those who entered the city, regardless of the reason, could not leave. To depart, one could only obtain a quota of 1 individual per year. Even though awakened individuals could not mobilize their abilities within Crime City, their physical prowess would undoubtedly surpass Yusheng's by a significant margin. What perplexed the principal the most was that Yusheng's father had never sought to rescue his son over the years. As if he had forgotten him, this intricate relationship left the principal utterly bewildered. Yet, one thing remained certain. Even if the person standing before him was a harmless child, it would be easy to bully some students during the assessment. It would be a complete mismatch of power. Although the principal had never truly witnessed the environment within Crime City, he could certainly imagine some aspects of it in previous years. Many who had emerged from Crime City had soared to great heights. This assessment was not merely a test of the students, but also a measure for the school. Given that Mo Bay City was relatively small, the significance of 3 schools was minimal. Therefore, there were plans to consolidate them. The leadership of the newly merged school would likely be determined by the results of this assessment. Thus, it was a win-win situation. Do not let up, the principal urged earnestly. Yusheng's thought process was remarkably unconventional. He felt uneasy unless reminded repeatedly. Why Yusheng silently raised his head and glanced at the principal. The price. Huh? The principal was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Yusheng patiently explained. In Crime City, it is customary to pay for favors. Free work is not performed. The principal's face darkened instantly, but you have already secured the quota for the assessment. Wei Yusheng contemplated for a moment and shook his head earnestly. In my understanding, you require my assistance, and the quota for the assessment is merely the entrance fee. This is something the benefactor should provide. The remuneration must be calculated separately in Crime City. Those who disregard the rules meet the swiftest demise. Hearing Yusheng's serious and solemn words, the principal felt a pang of headache. For a moment, he struggled to envision what Crime City was truly like. After all, their understanding of Crime City was merely based on external rumors. All right, point 3, first-grade crystal stones. I will personally cover it. The principal gritted his teeth and stated, First-grade crystal stones are what Yusheng had used previously. They contain a modest amount of energy, typically sourced from the lowest-level demon beasts. Yusheng nodded. Deal.as. If suddenly recalling something, Yusheng asked, No need to kill anyone, right? The principal was taken aback. He looked at Yusheng as though he were a monster, suddenly regretting whether allowing Yusheng to participate was the right decision. No, remember, absolutely no killing. The principal hastily insisted. Wei Yusheng gently exhaled. That's good. Killing outside of Crime City is against the law. Point 3, crystal stones is a bit of a loss. The principal stared at Yusheng as if struck by lightning, momentarily at a loss for words. According to Yusheng's explanation, did this imply that within Crime City, 3 crystal stones would make killing not a loss? Moreover, during this assessment, there would be a total of 10 students from the other 2 schools. 3 crystal stones, 10 lives. What kind of place is Crime City? At this moment, even the principal, who had once been through the demon suppression wall, felt a chill run down his spine. After all, standing here was not a bandit or a criminal, but merely an 18-year-old child. The school bus is outside. You can go rest. Also, about the other 4 students. Never mind, you don't need to look after them. The principal felt somewhat weary. Initially, he had intended for Yusheng to keep an eye on them during the assessment, but considering Yusheng's style of action, he feared that while looking after them, the other 4 students might get eliminated or become enraged. If a brawl broke out among their own, it would truly become a laughingstock. Remember, absolutely do not kill anyone. As Yusheng stepped out the door, the principal, still feeling apprehensive, reiterated his warning. In response, Yusheng offered a sunny, even slightly bashful smile. In that moment, the principal suddenly came to a realization. Perhaps Wei Yusheng was not mentally unstable, but was merely stating facts continuously. In other words, he was honest. However, the facts he stated were something that most people found unacceptable or were unwilling to accept. After all, there exists a concept known as a benevolent lie. This is part of human interaction. Chapter 10. Stay with me. There's a future on the school bus. Only Yusheng remained. Even the driver had stepped out for lunch. However, Yusheng did not move. Having spent many years in Crime City, he had long since developed the habit of skipping lunch, for in the environment of Crime City, such indulgence was simply not permitted. Even in the last 2 years, as Yusheng's conditions gradually improved, he still adhered to his old traditions. After about half an hour, 3 boys and a girl slowly emerged from the school gate. Chatting and laughing among themselves, however, the positioning among the 3 indicated that the most handsome one likely held the dominant position, as the other 2 instinctively fell a half step behind. Upon entering the bus, the handsome youth almost immediately noticed Yusheng, a friendly smile on his face as he took a couple of steps forward and addressed him. Hello, my name is Zhao Zicheng, from Class 3 of 9th grade. These 2 are Li Kai and Yang Ruoxin, my classmates. May I ask how I should address you? Zhao Zicheng seemed to exude a gentle aura, appearing quite gentlemanly, likely from a well-off family. The other 2, however, displayed little interest, especially after casting a glance at Yusheng's frail form, their enthusiasm waning as they merely nodded before sitting at a distance. Wei Yusheng? He nodded at Zhao Zicheng and fell silent once again. Zhao Zicheng remained undeterred, taking the opportunity to sit beside Yusheng. I have some insider information. This assessment is actually being orchestrated by the MO Pavilion behind the scenes. Our city is too remote, with a sparse population, leaving the MO Pavilion little energy to invest here. However, given the tragic events in Xinhai City, Elder Sun's intention is to identify some quality local talents and establish a branch of the MO Pavilion here. Initially staffed by experts who would provide resources, and once the newcomers are trained, the experts would withdraw. Furthermore, in the future, we would cultivate the next generation of guardians from this batch. This also counts as joining the MO Pavilion, which holds a high status. Therefore, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Standing out depends entirely on this assessment. I am aware of the experts from the other 2 schools. I have a good idea of who will be selected. It is impossible for everyone to stand out. What I mean is, Zhao Ziqing paused for a moment before finally stating his true intention, gazing sincerely into Yu Sheng's eyes. It is unrealistic to expect everyone to stand out. Therefore, I propose selecting one person with the remaining 3 assisting. This would significantly increase the chances of selection. If I successfully secure a spot and join the MO Pavilion, I only need to say one word to bring the 3 of you along. After all, the future of MO Bay City should be entrusted to our youth. Moreover, my father holds the esteemed position of the director of the guard department in MO Bay City. Zhao Ziqing has once again dropped a bombshell. With the backing of the guard department, coupled with everything he has previously articulated with reason and evidence, it is only natural for people to be convinced. After all, as Zhao Ziqing stated, if the intelligence is indeed accurate, this plan stands the greatest chance of being mutually beneficial. Observing Yu Sheng still in silence, Zhao pressed on, "Yu Sheng, what are you hesitating for? We, the youth of our generation, must forge ahead bravely in the pursuit of cultivation. We must strive to be the first. If one is timid, it would be better to abandon the awakening and settle for being an ordinary person. In the future, we may even extend our aspirations beyond MO Bay City and aspire to join the headquarters of the MO Pavilion. For the sake of humanity." Zhao Ziqing's impassioned words ignited fervor, even causing the 2 individuals seated beside him to breathe more heavily, as if the vivid imagery Zhao conjured danced in their minds. "Follow my lead, and there lies a promising future." Upon concluding his remarks, Zhao fixed his gaze intently on Yu Sheng. Suddenly, Yu Sheng lifted his head, looking at him with an enigmatic expression. "It seems you have a blueprint in mind." In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension, rendering it rather awkward. With his heart brimming with fervent rhetoric, Zhao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was Yu Sheng who suddenly recalled something. "Your father is the director of the guard department?" Zhao Ziqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, absolutely true." Yu Sheng nodded slowly. "My father is currently in prison." Zhao Ziqing seemed to grasp something, a flash of understanding crossing his mind. "I see. If it isn't for a grave crime, I'll speak to my father tonight to see if we can arrange for an early release." However, Yu Sheng shook his head. "What I meant was, could he serve a few more days?" "Huh?" Zhao Ziqing froze in place, ultimately managing to muster a smile that was not entirely unappealing. Feeling somewhat dejected, he returned to his seat, pondering why things had not turned out as expected. Whenever he listened to his father deliver speeches, they were always charged with similar fervor, inspiring passion and applause from the members of the guard department, their faces flushed with excitement. In that moment, he could not help but feel somewhat disheartened as for bearing any resentment towards Yu Sheng. That was far from the case. They were all students, still within the confines of the school. If such trivial matters could turn them into mortal enemies, humanity would have surely perished decades ago. Meanwhile, Li Kai discreetly nudged Zhao Ziqing with his elbow, glancing towards Yu Sheng with a smirk. Yet, Zhao Ziqing remained somewhat downcast, ignoring the gesture. Perhaps at this age, the grand ideals he envisioned were truly innocent and untainted, yet far too simplistic and overly optimistic. Yang Ruoxin cast a curious glance at Yu Sheng before quickly averting her gaze, not out of any budding feelings, but simply perplexed by the sudden emergence of such a figure within their school. The driver had finally finished his lunch and returned to the vehicle, starting the engine. Zhao Ziqing quickly adjusted his mindset, and the 3 of them felt a mix of anticipation and tension, whispering amongst themselves in the car. Why Yu Sheng leaned against the window, eyes closed, resting. It is worth noting that, just moments ago, Zhao Ziqing had not emitted that gray energy from his body. Suddenly, Zhao Ziqing stood up in the school bus, peering out of the window with a furrowed brow. "Are we not leaving the city? Is the assessment location not within the city?" He mused aloud, but given the recent upheaval in Xinhai City, it shouldn't be safe outside the city limits. The driver chuckled as he replied, "Not far outside the city, there's an old factory with ample space. It's inconvenient within the city. Rest assured, with MO Pavilion personnel present, you are safe." Chapter 11. "Kid, are you not afraid of me?" Zhao Ziqing nodded thoughtfully, feeling reassured as he returned to his original seat. Why Yu Sheng, however, kept his gaze fixed on the driver, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet, the hand resting against the wall was concealed within his sleeve. Just as the driver had indicated, the journey lasted only about 5 minutes before they caught sight of an abandoned factory in the distance. The school bus slowly drove in and came to a halt. In the factory's open area, there were already about 20 individuals scattered about, including students in uniform and several middle-aged individuals. From a distance, Yusheng also spotted his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingfeng. As the school bus came to a stop, it was clear that Du Su had also arrived. 6 Pattern Genius. Zhao Ziqing did not rush to exit, but instead fixated on a particular figure. His expression graved, Alai Kai inquired with curiosity, "Which one is Du Su? Do you see that man with the bushy beard?" Zhao Ziqing pointed towards a figure through the bus window. It was a rather unique individual. The bushy beard enveloped his face like a mask, leaving only a pair of calm eyes visible. It was less that he had a beard on his face, and more that a face had grown on his beard. Yusheng gazed through the window, somewhat astonished. For a moment, the other 3 uniquely found common ground, exchanging glances of mutual agreement. "Let us go. The teachers from the other 2 schools have already arrived. Yusheng, although we have not finalized our agreement, I hope you will remain cautious of someone named Du Su. This individual is quite formidable. I trust you won't let down the honor of our second high." Zhao Ziqing's face bore a serious expression as he gazed at Yusheng, embodying a youthful earnestness. "Understood," Yusheng replied softly, as he descended from the school bus alongside Zhao Ziqing and the others. The bus driver also stepped out, leaning against the vehicle while lighting a cigarette, taking a deep drag before unsteadily walking into the factory, opening a rusty iron door. Inside the damp room sat 2 middle-aged men, watching screens that displayed footage from the open area outside. "How is it going?" The driver casually pulled up a stool and inquired. The other 2 shook their heads in response. Their vigilance is low. They easily trust strangers. Their thoughts are rather simplistic. Those in charge are underestimating the situation. The notion of autonomous governance in remote cities is nothing but a fantasy. The man speaking sounded somewhat disappointed. The smoking driver, however, appeared contemplative, nodding as his gaze fell upon Yusheng on the surveillance feed. "This little fellow has some potential. Perhaps he might uncover a pleasant surprise," recalling Yusheng's actions on the school bus. The driver casually remarked, but he quickly chuckled, though there's no need to harbor overly grand expectations. This mission isn't merely a waste of time. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Let those fools from the exorcism pavilion busy themselves. I'll catch a quick NP. As he spoke, he stretched lazily and comfortably lay down on the only single bed in the corner, despite the moldy sheets, finding solace in the simple act of sleeping. What a relief it is not to be on a mission, he mused, closing his eyes, and before long, he was softly snoring. The other 2 exchanged glances filled with resignation, refocusing on the surveillance feed. In the factory's open area, this time, I will lead the team. The specific details of the assessment remain unclear until the exorcism pavilion personnel arrive. However, during the apprentice phase, this is the only opportunity where everyone stands on equal footing. It is unrelated to talent. At most, one might possess slightly greater physical strength. Thus, this is an invaluable opportunity for all of you. Remember that regardless of the assessment's nature, always maintain caution and composure. Only then will you possess a greater chance of success than others. Lu Qingfeng addressed the group with a serious demeanor. Zhao Ziqing nodded vigorously, his gaze now filled with determination as he looked back at Du Su. Yes, they were all still apprentices, yet to fully awaken and unable to wield special abilities. What mattered was their willpower. In terms of will, Zhao Ziqing would not yield to anyone. As time passed, the afternoon sun blazed down, yet the personnel from the exorcism pavilion had yet to arrive. The students, still in their youthful state, began to feel increasingly anxious as the sun gradually dipped lower. A somewhat dilapidated off-road vehicle finally appeared in the distance, stirring up clouds of dust as it approached the factory. The vehicle rolled into the factory grounds, showering the 15 students present in a flurry of dust. Many instinctively frowned and took a couple of steps back. The vehicle door swung open, and a burly middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and puffing on a cigarette stepped out, casually surveying the surroundings before his gaze landed on the teachers, particularly freezing upon seeing Lu Qingfeng. "Old Lu? Damn, I've been searching for you for years. Where have you been?" he exclaimed, completely disregarding the surrounding students as he strode up to Lu Qingfeng, slapping him heartily on the shoulder. Lu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly upon seeing the burly man, and after a few seconds of silence, he regained his composure. "I've been teaching." "What? You're teaching?" The burly man's incredulity was palpable as he scrutinized Lu Qingfeng, his words trailing off upon noticing Lu Qingfeng's missing pinky finger. All right, teaching isn't too shabby, at least it's more comfortable than our knife-edge lifestyle. With a firm slap on Lu Qingfeng's shoulder, the burly man's breath was somewhat labored, yet his face bore an expression of envy towards Lu Qingfeng, perhaps due to his lack of acting prowess. His demeanor appeared somewhat exaggerated. Seemingly aware of this, the burly man swiftly shifted the topic. Which ones are students from your school? Lu Qingfeng pointed towards Yushang's direction, and amidst his somewhat frigid expression, a rare smile flickered across his face. The burly man removed his sunglasses and took a deep drag from his cigarette, revealing a hint of a grin, however, to the eyes of the still students. This smile appeared rather sinister, especially with the gaze that emerged after he had taken off his shades. A single glance was enough to evoke a chilling sense of foreboding, as if one were staring into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Observing the students' fearful expressions, the burly man seemed particularly pleased, his grin broadening, but it soon faltered as his gaze settled on Yushang, or more accurately, on the tranquility of Yushang's eyes. Kid, aren't you afraid of me? The burly man's smile gradually faded, his voice turning icy wide-eyed in that moment. A faint aura of menace seemed to seep into the atmosphere. Though it was merely a question, it bore an immense weight of pressure. Chapter 12. A display of clumsiness. Why should I be afraid? Yushang inquired curiously, looking at the burly man in the previous moment. The stern-faced burly man burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha. Old Lu, your student is quite interesting. Not bad. Saying this, the burly man once again gave Lu Qingfeng's shoulder a heavy pat. Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly and silently stepped back a couple of paces. These graduates from Lingwu Academy were all as robust as oxen, a bunch of brutes. Watching the camaraderie between Lu Qingfeng and the burly man, the leading teachers from the other two schools exchanged concerned glances. If such a connection existed, wouldn't this mean that the second school would easily overshadow the first and third schools? However, they chose to remain silent. Such were the rules of the new world. Even if the burly man were to grant the second school an advantage, it would still be a result of Lu Qingfeng's countless struggles on the battlefield. Moreover, they had never even set foot on the battlefield. Having remained in the rear of humanity, enjoying a comfort bought with the lives of others, what right did they have to discuss fairness when it came to vying for benefits? Let's enjoy some drinks tonight. The burly man, seemingly invigorated, prepared to slap Lu Qingfeng's shoulder once more. Anticipating this, Lu Qingfeng deftly sidestepped, allowing his sore shoulder a moment's reprieve. Diske, still the same old habits, the burly man rolled his eyes. Indifferent as he turned away, his expression returning to seriousness. Kids, let me introduce myself. I am Luo Tian, the captain of the third team from the Demon Extermination Bureau of Jiangbei Province, a fifth-generation awakener. As for my other achievements, there's no need to boast. It wouldn't impress you little brats. Now, for today's assessment. Let me think. As he spoke, Luo Yun genuinely fell into contemplation, displaying a moment of silence as if he had not prepared what the assessment would entail prior to his arrival. The two individuals in the monitoring room felt struck by lightning, exchanging glances in stunned silence. I knew it. The Demon Extermination Bureau is just a bunch of fools. One of them finally could no longer contain his inner turmoil. Clutching his head as he spoke, the other sighed deeply, quickly adjusting his mindset. We should be accustomed to this, shouldn't we? That makes sense. We have grown used to it. The two comforted each other, striving to keep their emotions at a stable peak. The next moment, the coarse voice of Luo Yun echoed once more through the monitor. Ha ha ha, as men, we should forge ahead without fear. In the arena, those who win stay, and those who lose leave. That's settled. His tone carried a hint of pride and self-satisfaction, as if he were elated to have devised such a splendid plan. This assessment was meant to gauge their response to unexpected events. Caution and temperament. This fool. I can't take it anymore. The one who had just consoled another now erupted in anger, shouting towards the monitor, a strategist, typically assigned to every team in the Demon Extermination Bureau. They are the true core planners of a squad, usually the ones who strategize, he lamented. Of course, some team leaders may take on that role themselves, but clearly, Luo Yun does not. The other, covering his face in despair, remarked, hasn't something gone awry in Xinhai City recently? Their team strategist went to assist. I thought he was intentionally delaying his appearance to observe these individuals' character. In an instant, the monitoring room was filled with a sense of existential dread. Lu Qingfeng remained notably silent, even knowing that his old comrade was the chief examiner for this assessment. Instead of engaging in conversation, he withdrew further into the shadows. However, Zhao Ziqing and the other two wore expressions of anticipation, their gazes towards Lu Qingfeng shimmering with excitement. Although he was a teacher from their own school, Lu Qingfeng had always maintained a low profile, and not many knew him well. They never expected him to be so formidable. Now that the assessment rules are clear, I shall commence. A spectral image of a blue wolf materialized behind Luo Yun, its forehead adorned with 4 embedded gemstones. In the next instant, the blue wolf vanished, dust swirling and obscuring the vision of the onlookers. When the dust settled, a massive circle had been drawn on the ground. This would serve as the arena. Those who admitted defeat or stepped out of the circle would be deemed the losers. With that, Luo Yun leaped onto the hood of his off-road vehicle, raising doubts about whether the hood would withstand his weight. Lighting another cigarette, shrouded in swirling smoke, Luo Yun casually pointed, "You too, go ahead." Fortunately, Luo Yun at least possessed some semblance of intelligence, recognizing the different school uniforms and preventing students from the same school from turning on each other. The expressions of the two contenders were solemn as they slowly stepped into the circle. Inhaling deeply to alleviate their respective pressures, first high school, Xiao Zifeng, please enlighten me. Just as the other was about to strike, the one named Xiao Zifeng's eyes darted around before he suddenly shouted, catching the other off guard, and then he charged forward. The other quickly regained his composure, cursing inwardly, and prepared to shout back, but it was too late. Xiao Zifeng's fist flew toward his face. The other gritted his teeth, stepping back just in time to narrowly evade the blow, but as he intended to counterattack, Xiao Zifeng abruptly lifted his foot and kicked out. In that moment, the battlefield lacked any sense of bloodlust or tension. It was merely two unawakened children squabbling. What sort of spectacular maneuvers could arise from such a clash? Moreover, they were not from a big city, lacking any martial arts education from birth, so it was simply a source of amusement. Nevertheless, Luo Yun watched with great interest, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, until Xiao Zifeng's face bore bruises, yet he stood proudly in the arena. First high school, Xiao Zifeng, a display of clumsiness. He shouted once more, casting a glance that barely grazed Luo Yun. Luo Yun chuckled softly, saying nothing more, and casually pointed to 2 more individuals to enter the fray. The atmosphere shifted after Xiao Zifeng's exclamation, as each contestant seemed eager to announce their name with all their might, their voices ringing out in a cacophony. Luo Yun gradually lost interest, yawning repeatedly, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Zhao Ziqing and his companions also took to the arena, with only Zhao Ziqing emerging victorious, barely, his face slightly swollen as he stood at the back, mumbling to himself. Chapter 13. Why is there no poison on you? The number of participants on the field dwindled. A drowsy Luo Yun reluctantly lifted his head. You too, step up. Why Yusheng remained still, casting a curious glance at Luo Yun. May I ask if weapons are allowed? Upon realizing it was Yusheng, he pointed out, Luo Yun mustered a bit more attention. Observing the slender, empty-handed figure of Yusheng, sure, feel free. Thank you. Why Yusheng nodded earnestly before stepping onto the makeshift arena. Meanwhile, the eliminated students lamented their fate, pounding their chests in frustration. Damn it, we could have used weapons. If only we had thought of that sooner, we wouldn't have suffered from lack of strength. The crux of the matter was that they were all students. The rear, protected, was manageable, as they needn't engage in combat before awakening, leading to a mindset that seldom considered weaponry. After all, using weapons would signify that the battle could become perilous on the other side. Preparing to enter the arena was the individual Zhao Ziqing had continuously mentioned, Du Su. Just as he was about to step onto the stage, he hesitated upon hearing Yusheng's question, his foot pausing mid-air before withdrawing. He scanned the surroundings and eventually found a wooden stick amidst the debris before entering the arena. Surprisingly, it was Yusheng, the one who initially posed the question, who did not seek a weapon. The onlookers regarded him as though he were a fool. Wasn't he merely handing an advantage to his opponent? Yet Zhao Ziqing, disregarding the swelling on his face, took a deep breath and shouted, Yusheng, go for it. Don't disgrace our second school. The battle commenced. After all, as a student of Lu Qingfeng, and having previously shown no reaction to his own pressure, Luo Yun held a flicker of interest in Yusheng. With a cigarette in hand, He watched with a hint of anticipation. However, his eyes soon widened in astonishment. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice the ash from his cigarette falling onto him. I can't believe it, he exclaimed instinctively. Du Su, who had long been feared by Zhao Ziqing and whose reputation had spread across 3 schools in Mabe City, had merely raised the wooden stick in his hand when, in the blink of an eye, Yu Shang collided with him, sending him crashing into an embrace. Yet, Du Su's robust physique stood in stark contrast to Yu Shang's frail frame, resulting in only a slight wobble for Du Su. Before Du Su could regain his balance, a blade materialized between Yu Shang's fingers. The blade was severely worn on both sides, reflecting no light, yet it possessed a startling sharpness. With a gentle swipe, pain shot through Du Su's wrist, causing him to instinctively release the wooden stick and retreat 2 steps, clutching his hand. Like a magic trick, the blade vanished, the dagger slipped down his sleeve, firmly grasped by Yu Shang, who pressed his finger against the spine, revealing merely a centimeter of the blade's edge, which he proceeded to stab into Du Su's body. This slight distance was sufficient to inflict pain without causing severe injury. Yet the visual impact was nothing short of shocking. Blood gushed from Du Su's wounds, quickly staining his clothes crimson. Du Su, bewildered, clearly could not comprehend why a mere assessment warranted such violence. However, his notoriety in Mabe City was not without reason. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, disregarding the dagger in Yu Shang's hand, and charged at him like a bear, intent on overpowering him with brute force. At that moment, Luo Yun witnessed a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded, while Yu Shang remained unfazed, decisively discarding the dagger onto the ground, taking a single step back to expertly evade Du Su's tackle, while extending his right foot just enough for Du Su to tumble to the ground. Yu Shang then knelt on Du Su's back, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a crossbow strapped to his arm, already drawn and ready to fire. The crossbow instinctively aimed at Du Su's back. But after a brief pause, Yu Shang chose to stow it away and delivered a punch to the back of Du Su's head. Du Su had no chance of rising again, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ha, kid, you? Luo Yun was momentarily taken aback, questioning if such feats were truly achievable by an 18-year-old. Even seasoned fighters might struggle to replicate such prowess. For a moment, he was left in awe. Yet, Yu Shang paid no heed to Luo Yun's direction, quietly flipping Du Su over, prying open his mouth, and producing a piece of wire that he wound around his hand, forcing it into Du Su's mouth and applying pressure to his left jaw. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. When he withdrew his hand, he found it held a bloody tooth. For the first time, Yu Shang's usually calm demeanor was replaced by surprise as he examined the tooth closely, muttering, "Why is there no poison? Could it be hidden elsewhere?" He began to search through Du Su's collar and sleeves. At that moment, Luo Yun tentatively ventured a guess. "You aren't looking for poison, are you?" Yu Shang halted his search, his brow furrowing deeper. "Indeed, it's strange. I can't find where he concealed the poison." Taking a deep breath, Luo Yun regarded Yu Shang with an expression that suggested he was viewing a peculiar individual. "Have you considered the possibility that he might not have any poison on him?" "Impossible." Yu Shang shook his head decisively. If captured by enemies and unable to take his own life, he would endure tortures worse than death. Reflecting on the past in the Sin City, Yu Shang spoke with utmost seriousness. Du Su, just regaining consciousness, heard Yu Shang's words, and wisps of gray mist emanated from him, ceaselessly merging into Yu Shang's form. His gaze turned vacuous as he looked skyward. "Yes. Why didn't I hide poison? That way, I could have taken my own life at any moment. No, wait. Why would I hide it? I'm living just fine. Why would I want to die? This person is deranged." Luo Yun's expression grew increasingly grave as he discarded his cigarette, but, scrutinizing Yu Shang intently. "You came from Sin City, didn't you? Your actions are decisive and efficient. You have a habit of concealing poison in your teeth and collar, and always carry weapons instinctively. All these details suggest that Yu Shang hails from Sin City. The only discordant element is perhaps your age." Yu Shang nodded gently, once more voicing his lingering question. "Do those outside Sin City truly not conceal poison?" Chapter 14. What constitutes a genius? Luo Yun's face wore a serious expression as he slowly shook his head, then shifted his gaze to Lu Qingfeng. "Old Lu, are you aware that he comes from Sin City?" Lu Qingfeng maintained a neutral expression. "What does it matter where he comes from or whether he is my student? According to the rules of Sin City, No matter how heinous one was before, once they emerge, it is no longer a concern. Unless they commit murder again, as long as he does not err. He remains my student. As he spoke, Lu Qingfeng stepped in front of Yusheng, shielding him. The usually silent Yusheng looked up at Lu Qingfeng's back, a hint of confusion in his eyes, before lowering his head in silence again. Meanwhile, Du Su, still sprawled on the ground, regarded Yusheng with a gaze that held an inexplicable nuance. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's attitude, Luo Yun felt a surge of irritation and ran his fingers through his hair. Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. My enemies are monsters, not humans. With a heavy tone, Luo Yun glanced at the encroaching darkness of the night. Today's assessment ends here. We will continue tomorrow. The factory has plenty of space. Feel free to find somewhere to sleep. Having not seen each other for several years, he added, care for a drink? He casually draped an arm over Lu Qingfeng's shoulder. His expression filled with anticipation. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. My student is still here. Luo Yun chuckled, conspiratorially leaning closer to Lu Qingfeng's ear and whispering a few words, raising an eyebrow toward a corner where a camera was positioned. Yet Lu Qingfeng showed no desire to engage further and turned to leave. Lu, you remain as dull as ever, Luo Yun teased, retreating to the off-road vehicle amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Driving off and leaving the students in a state of stupor. He really leaving just like that? This is outside the city, without the protection of the guard corps, the reserves, or the MO pavilion. Who knows what could happen? Moreover, there was no mention that the assessment would last until the next day. As they gazed at the now darkened sky and the desolate surroundings, a wave of unease washed over them. Fortunately, the teachers in charge remained, ushering their students into the factory. However, it appeared that the factory had been abandoned for some time. The air was thick with dampness, and the walls bore cracks, while the iron doors were rusted and worn. What on earth is he up to? I swear, if I ever team up with him again, I'll be a fool. In the monitoring room, the two individuals were still moaning in agony. The assessment was only halfway through, and they had been left behind. If they were assigned to other remote cities, they would likely be finished by now. To make matters worse, a teammate lay behind them, sound asleep. The only consolation they found was that this assessment had managed to uncover a few promising candidates. The first to shout was Xiao Zifeng, followed by the unpredictable Du Su. Most importantly, there was Yusheng from Sin City. For most, Sin City was a name shrouded in mystery, and Yusheng's decisive and ruthless actions had left them astonished. If the rules of this assessment allowed for killing, Du Su would have likely turned into a corpse the moment he made his move. This was no joke. In an instant, Yusheng had become the focal point of their scrutiny. In the corner, Zhao Ziqing stared at the dirty ground, ultimately lacking the resolve to sit down, as did Li Kai and Yang Ruoxin, both standing. Yet Lu Qingfeng, calm and composed, took a seat. Teacher, there's something I don't understand, Zhao Ziqing said, looking at Lu Qingfeng with a hint of respect, cautiously posing his question. Lu Qingfeng nodded, always displaying a gentler demeanor with his students. Go ahead. Isn't a higher talent supposed to signify greater future achievements? Why hasn't that figure from the exorcism pavilion been assessing our talents? Zhao Ziqing queried, puzzled. He believed that his 5-pattern potential, while not particularly high in the grand scheme, was still superior compared to those present. The childish brawl seemed laughable in the eyes of the awakened, including Yusheng. Although his current strength vastly overshadowed those present, Zhao Ziqing found it exceedingly unreasonable that once everyone awakened and the egg hatched. If the awakened beings spawned by Yusheng proved to be rather mediocre, while their destructive power was exceptionally formidable, Yusheng would inevitably regress into obscurity within a mere 6 months, while they would soar to greatness. Lu Qingfeng raised his head, gazing earnestly at Zhao Ziqing, and slowly spoke. Do you believe that talent is of paramount importance? Indeed, talent is a crucial factor in determining whether one can ascend to the pinnacle of success. However, this world is not lacking in geniuses. With such a vast population of humanity, it is entirely normal for a few prodigies to emerge each year. If exceptional talent were the sole criterion for standing atop this world, humanity would have long since subdued the demonic races. Lu Qingfeng's words evidently captivated the attention of students from other schools, who instinctively turned to listen. Just among the geniuses I have encountered, I cannot even count them, but what of the outcome? How many truly rise to prominence? I have witnessed those who deemed themselves extraordinarily gifted, only to find themselves stumbling in the mire. I have seen those from prestigious schools Hailed as the chosen ones, tremble upon facing the demon suppression gate, never having defeated a single foe, only to meet a tragic end. I have also seen those with inflated egos, lost in a haze of indulgence, missed their prime opportunity for cultivation, ultimately fading into obscurity. Lu Qingfeng's voice grew somber, tinged with nostalgia. Once, he too was a young man, his talents unremarkable. He had witnessed many so-called prodigies of his time, some rising like the sun, radiating invincibility, while others became the subject of ridicule, akin to canaries, failing to reveal any brilliance of their own. This world is replete with talent. The Ink Pavilion could easily produce a multitude of individuals whose abilities surpass yours. But does that hold any value? You have not ventured to the four great passes of humanity, where lives are as expendable as weeds, worth less than a sip of water or a loaf of bread. Survival hinges not on your talent, but on your character and fortune. A lack of talent does not preclude one from reaching the zenith of this world. Yet, a poor character is far more fearsome. Without an unwavering determination, a calm mind in the face of adversity, and sufficient vigilance, one ultimately becomes nothing but a joke. Listening to Lu Qingfeng's words, everyone fell silent. Even now, they did not comprehend what the four passes of humanity truly represented. Much like their ignorance of the enigmatic Sin City, some might dismiss Lu Qingfeng's words, while others might ponder seriously and seek to change. Yet, as a teacher, all one can do is eliminate the errors of their own life, imparting all remaining valuable experiences to their students. To those who believe, they will reap immense benefits. To those who do not, it is merely their fate. Perhaps one day, in some moment of reflection, they will remember Lu Qingfeng's earnest, solemn words within this dilapidated factory and experience a sudden awakening. But by then, it will be too late. Rest now. Tomorrow, we continue the assessments, Lu Qingfeng said, leaning against the moss-covered wall, eyes closed. However, most of the students remained standing, weary yet hesitant, still displaying their disdain. Teacher, I am not tired, Zhao Ziqing awkwardly asserted. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes from the shadows, regarding Zhao Ziqing and the others with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Is it so filthy? Have you ever slept among the severed limbs of the fallen? Do you understand the feeling of knowing that each time you close your eyes, you may never awaken? To still be alive, to be able to lie down without fear for your life, is the greatest blessing in this world. Of course, if you aspire only to be ordinary, to be the served rather than the server, then so be it. But since you have come this far, wishing to acquire resources and enjoy privileges denied to others, yet unwilling to endure hardship, you might as well return home. I do not expect you to become heroes of humanity. However, I also do not wish for you to become a disgrace to it. The teachers from the other two schools observed Lu Qingfeng from the corner, their gazes holding an inexplicable depth as they fell into reminiscence. In this world, those with combat prowess have all faced brushes with death. Sit down, all of you. Look at Yushing. He sat down as soon as he entered. Is he not superior to any of you? Do you sense a hint of arrogance in him? The students exchanged glances, their eyes gravitating towards Yushing, ultimately gritting their teeth and taking their seats, embodying a stubbornness unique to youth. Then, before the watchful eyes of all, Yushing stood up. The atmosphere grew peculiar. Do you find us so displeasing? Damn it. I need to use the restroom. Yushing calmly explained, hands thrust into his pockets as he walked towards the factory's exit. The factory dimmed, and in just a few steps, his figure vanished from sight. Only Lu Qingfeng in the corner briefly flashed a hint of green in his eyes, contemplating Yushing's departure. In truth, Yushing was merely a bit reserved in demeanor. But he was quite a decent person. I can't help but feel a bit sentimental, Zhao Ziqing remarked with a sigh, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Yang Ruoxin lifted her head and remarked, in what specific ways is he a good person? Zhao Ziqing hesitated, momentarily engulfed by a sense of sorrow. It seemed he still fell short compared to his father. He recalled how his father enjoyed observing others' backs as he praised them. His phrasing often similar. When he had impulsively tried it once, he hadn't expected it to yield such poor results. He vaguely remembered when his father spoke those words, the surrounding guards sincerely echoing their agreement. Upon stepping out of the factory's doors, Yushing halted, shifting slightly to the right, leaning against a corner. Above him, a small, intricately designed surveillance camera was perched, camouflaged to resemble a dilapidated swallow's nest. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint red dot flickering within. Unfastening the hand crossbow from his arm and grasping it in hand, Yusheng waited for about 3 seconds before quietly turning and re-entering. His movements swift and fleeting, vanishing once more into the darkness. His route was peculiar, adept at concealing himself within the shadows, and each sudden turn precisely aligned with the blind spots of the hidden cameras. As if he were intimately aware of the number of surveillance devices scattered throughout the decrepit factory, at last, Yusheng stopped before the rusty iron door, leaning against the wall, his breath quieting, ears twitching slightly. "Do you have any information on Lu Qingfeng?" Surveillance Operator A inquired, studying the footage and pondering. Surveillance Operator B shook his head. "No, but based on his earlier conversation with that fool, he must have come from the Demon Suppression Gate. He is a competent teacher. It would be a disservice for him to remain here. I think we should suggest to the higher-ups if he could be transferred to the provincial capital. His educational methods are quite significant." Surveillance Operator A's expression grew serious, his demeanor earnest. Surveillance Operator B nodded in agreement, clearly having comprehended Lu Qingfeng's words to the students. Soon, the room fell silent once more. Yusheng slightly tilted his head, as if lost in thought, sheathing the crossbow and turning to leave. He did not push open the door, as if nothing had transpired. Retracing his steps, he stood at the factory's entrance, exposing himself to the surveillance cameras, returning nonchalantly to his seat, leaning against the wall, and closing his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Yusheng's return but said nothing. For a moment, the quietest individuals in the room were the two of them. The others were engaged in hushed discussions about the assessments expected to unfold tomorrow, the unreliability of Luo Yun, and Yusheng's ferocity. Throughout the brief encounter, Yusheng had only engaged for a few seconds, yet had utterly extinguished any thoughts of resistance among them. They could only hope that tomorrow's assessment would require mental acuity, as this afforded them a glimmer of hope. After all, today, Yusheng did not appear particularly astute. In the surveillance room, the school bus driver, who had previously been sprawled on the bed, unknowingly opened his eyes. He remained still, maintaining his previous posture, merely turning his head slightly to observe the surveillance footage. Only when Yusheng reappeared outside the factory did he once again close his eyes. Soon, the sound of snoring resumed. Inside the room, only Surveillance Operator A and Surveillance Operator B continued to lament about returning to file a complaint against Luo Yun, recounting various instances of his unreliability over the past 2 years. Each of these transgressions became the best topic for passing the time that night. Night deepened unnoticed. Hunger, fatigue, and cold enveloped the crowd, and one by one, they succumbed to slumber. Du Su leaned against the wall, mumbling in his sleep, his body restlessly shifting. Zhao Zicheng, animated and spirited, bore a smile that, while exuberant, strained against the swelling in his cheeks, causing him discomfort. In a moment of clarity, a low growl echoed from outside the factory. However, due to the considerable distance, the sound was not discernible. Even if one were awake, one might mistakenly believe it to be an illusion. In the darkness, Yusheng opened his eyes, exhibiting an unusual calmness. Almost simultaneously, Lu Qingfeng also opened his eyes. The two exchanged a glance, and Lu Qingfeng shrugged nonchalantly, appearing indifferent to the situation. Yusheng rose silently from the shadows, navigating through the crowd with precision, vanishing into the abyss of night. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, and after a prolonged pause, he sighed. The fate of a lone wolf is often tragic. Muttering to himself, Lu Qingfeng cast another glance at the serene students around him, including the two teachers, sighed once more, and closed his eyes. In communion with the divine, in communion with the divine. In the outskirts, a group of middle-aged men gazed intently at the distant abandoned factory, exchanging furtive glances and whispering softly amongst themselves. Their attire varied. Some donned tailored suits, while others appeared as portly chefs, and one, in tattered clothing, resembled a beggar. These individuals, whose lives should have been entirely separate, now shared a fervent gaze, as if united by a singular belief. Today, the stars shone brightly upon us. The divine is watching over us. The suited man inhaled deeply, clenching his fists with fervor. The others stirred with excitement. If this plan unfolds successfully, perhaps we shall ascend to become servants of the divine. This would be an immense blessing. The suited man continued to speak fervently, and the group's emotions reached a fever pitch. until a sudden low growl echoed from afar. Their voices abruptly ceased. Is there a demon? The chef's expression shifted to one of evident anxiety as he glanced around, cautiously inquiring, as a servant of the divine. I sense fear emanating from you. This is the greatest humiliation to the divine. The suited man's expression darkened instantly as he glared at the chef and replied, What of demons? Tonight, the most gifted students of Mabe City must perish. Even if it costs our lives, the divine shall redeem us. With the conclusion of the suited man's proclamation, the chef's tension gradually dissipated, replaced by fervent devotion as he muttered incessantly, The divine will redeem us? The divine will redeem us. Clearly, the suited man's words also resonated with the others. In an instant, their emotions stabilized once more. According to the plan, we shall wait another half-hour before proceeding. The suited man glanced at his watch and declared. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. By Chun City, as the capital of Jiangbei province on the northern edge of the human realm, remained brightly illuminated even in the depths of night. This moment. The phone of the vice president of the Emo Pavilion, located in Chun City, suddenly rang. The busy vice president answered the call, and a hoarse voice came through the line. President Lin, how about a transaction? President Lin paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as if contemplating something, before responding coolly after a few seconds. Speak that it is not a major matter. Just a passage point 10 minutes from now, a convoy will enter from the north of the city and exit from the south. I hope the guards will not cause them any trouble. The hoarse voice continued calmly. President Lin's expression remained unchanged. Cultists? President Lin chuckled lightly. It's the Church of all gods. The hoarse voice corrected him. President Lin activated the speakerphone and placed the device on his desk, continuing to sort through documents while retorting. Since it's a transaction, what price are you offering? If I recall correctly, President Lin recently organized an examination for students from remote cities. The assessment for Mabe City has yet to conclude at a total of 12 students' lives. Do you think this is acceptable? As if narrating a mundane event, devoid of any murderous intent, President Lin fell silent for a few seconds. Transactions always require a guarantor. After all, you could easily go back on your word. I cannot take that risk. A light chuckle emanated from the other end of the line. President Lin, for this transaction, I am the party of interest. You have no right to negotiate terms. However, if the Emo Pavilion were to cast aside its fade of benevolence after all these years and allow these pitiful children to perish, I have nothing further to say. Very well, President Lin inhaled deeply, his gaze turning icy. But should even one person die in Mabe City? For the next 6 months, Jiangbei province will launch another purge against your cult. His tone was tinged with anger, yet he ultimately had no choice but to compromise. It is the Church of all gods. The voice on the other end corrected him once more before hanging up. President Lin placed the phone down, picked up the office phone, and relayed some instructions. Minutes later, the northern gate of Chun City swung open. Several trucks roared past, speeding along the road, leaving trails of dust in their wake. Little rascals, enjoy the revelry. Even in the dead of night, Luo Yun still wore his sunglasses, leaning against an off-road vehicle, accompanied by a large dog with blood-red eyes. The dog exhibited no trace of intelligence. Embodying the raw madness of a primal beast, its brow adorned with a dark red pattern. Yet, it wore a collar around its neck. Luo Yun casually removed the collar, causing the dog to whirl around. Fixating on him with a low growl, "Away with you, scram!" Luo Yun kicked the dog away in annoyance. The beast tumbled on the ground, but upon rising, it was gripped by instinctive fear, gradually retreating, distancing itself from Luo Yun. However, it soon caught a scent, becoming agitated and sprinting towards the factory, drool cascading from its sharp teeth, emitting a foul stench. Meanwhile, Luo Yun leisurely lit a cigarette, squatting on a hillside, admiring his handiwork. Hee, little pups. It's time for you to realize what awakened ones truly face. Sleeping in the wild, how audacious, he smirked, inhaling deeply and exhaling wisps of smoke, his lips curling into a smile, yet his eyes remained cold. Chapter 17. The canine demon strikes. The dog moved with remarkable speed, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye, swiftly arriving at the factory's entrance. It suddenly halted, seemingly sensing something, its back arching and its fur bristling. Inside the monitoring room, the slumbering driver stirred, mumbling incoherently. The other two individuals in the monitoring room exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they beheld the image of the dog. A canine demon? Although it had only recently undergone demonization, why was it appearing in such a remote location? Could it be that foolish Luo Yun summoned it? This isn't a joke. Does he intend for a few apprentices? Still within the school gates, to slay demons? The two appeared visibly displeased. What chaos could a mere small demon cause? Moreover, isn't Luo Yun supposed to take the blame? The driver, seemingly just awakened, stretched lazily, his bleary eyes glancing at the monitor as he boredly remarked, "Have you considered the consequences if something truly goes awry? This is playing with lives. Furthermore, what if this canine demon wasn't released by Luo Yun?" The first monitor rebuked the driver. The second monitor nodded in agreement. "Can't you see the marks of a demon-binding collar around its neck? Moreover, which human's rise to merit has not been accompanied by bloodshed? Do you truly believe that studying in a classroom will lead to a world of peace?" A hint of sarcasm tugged at the driver's lips as he languidly sat up, lighting a cigarette and shedding his outer coat, revealing a dark red shirt beneath, on the right sleeve of his shirt. A medal of merit was affixed, depicting a single stripe. Upon seeing the medal, the anger that had simmered within the two monitors swiftly dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of respect in their eyes. "Finally, it seems we shall witness some entertainment. A little movement wouldn't hurt." The driver casually leaned back in his chair, dragging it closer to the two monitors, nudging them aside as he settled in. Watching the monitor, flicking away the ash, the driver, with a hint of excitement, muttered, "Let us get started. I want to see just what that little fellow can accomplish." Almost as soon as his words fell, the previously hesitant canine demon seemed to sense the absence of danger, emitting a low growl before charging into the factory, sniffing incessantly. After confirming its target, it accurately bolted toward the group of students, occasionally colliding with objects and creating a ruckus. In this unusual scenario, the students finally began to awaken groggily. Almost instantaneously, they spotted the dog demon's blood-red eyes in the darkness. Its gaze was chilling, ferocious, greedy, and predatory. Most alarmingly, these students, who had always sheltered within the safety of the city, had never encountered such a scene, although they had been taught how to respond to a demon beast's ambush in the wild. In their panic, they were as helpless as fledglings. The two teachers were the first to react. They sprang to their feet instinctively, positioning themselves protectively in front of the students, as ethereal shadows began to manifest behind them. "Do you think this is truly for the students, Ake?" Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, gazing at the figures of two teachers, and spoke softly. The two were momentarily taken aback. They glanced at the dog demon before them, then looked back at the students behind them. Finally, with gritted teeth, they took 2 steps back. However, before retreating, they chose to intimidate the dog demon with their presence, buying the students a few crucial seconds. In the face of life and death, those few seconds proved to be pivotal. The students, forcing themselves to muster their courage, repeatedly recalled what their teachers had taught them in class. Du Su was the first to act. He quietly picked up a wooden stick nearby, gripping it firmly, and stood in front of everyone. His robust physique provided an inexplicable sense of security to the group. Even the scruffy beard of the dog demon appeared somewhat less intimidating in that moment. Zhao Zicheng, on the other hand, immediately searched for Yusheng but found no trace of him, leaving him puzzled. However, he quickly gritted his teeth and dashed forward, standing beside Du Su, mumbling softly to himself as a means of encouragement. "I am not afraid, not afraid. My dad is the director of the security department. Not afraid." Despite his words, his complexion was notably pale. Yet, no matter how terrified he felt inside, his feet would not retreat an inch. Gradually, 3 or 4 others stepped forward, forming a line at the front. Nevertheless, the majority instinctively shrank back. The two teachers, witnessing the scene before them, sighed with a hint of helplessness and retracted their own presence. The dog demon, once again agitated, fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon the humans before it, who appeared to it as mere fodder. Its entirely instinctual thought process could not discern the fate that awaited them that day. Yet, a primal desire surged within, whispering to to consume them. With a low growl, the dog demon charged forward. Du Su, the most composed among them, advanced rather than retreated, brandishing the wooden stick resolutely. He braced himself against the demon's sharp claws. Swinging the stick with a whooshing sound, the damp wood snapped under the strain, and the dog demon merely shook its head slightly, while a bloody gash appeared on Du Su's arms. If sensing the scent of blood. The dog demon became even more frenzied, agitated, a hint of spirit, albeit foolish, for it seemed unaware that the hardest part of the dog demon was its head. Such ignorance resembled that of the foolish. Possessing a stubborn tenacity, in the surveillance room, the driver smacked his lips, his tone laced with sarcasm, yet his gaze toward Du Su held genuine admiration. As a soldier, he particularly favored such spirited young ones. During his time in the reserves, these little fellows were particularly exhilarating to spar with. Resilient and defiant, they could withstand repeated bouts. However, he quickly diverted his gaze, recognizing that this newly transformed little creature posed no significant threat. With enough numbers and courage, they would surely prevail. Moreover, all present were the cream of the crop from the school. He even subconsciously mused that if one of them were to inadvertently perish, it might serve as a catalyst to inspire a few promising individuals. Alas, they were merely students, not soldiers. Chapter 18. Legal education, however, that little fellow truly was irksome, the driver suddenly remarked without context. The other two exchanged confused glances, instinctively scanning the surveillance for the individual to whom the driver referred, but ultimately found nothing. Wait, what about Yu Sheng? The monitor operator reacted swiftly, realizing something was amiss, and frantically searched through the footage, yet he found nothing. Why, Yu Sheng seemed to have vanished into thin air. Stop looking. If you could find him, you wouldn't be working as clerks, the driver quipped, rising to casually open the iron door, accompanied by a jarring noise, dismissing the outside world. That moment, Yu Sheng stood at the doorway, meeting the driver's calm gaze. Neither spoke a word. How did you discover this place? The monitor operator inquired, frowning as he looked at Yu Sheng. Footprints, Yu Sheng replied, pointing to the ground on the dusty floor. If one examined closely under the light, faint footprints were indeed visible, albeit not very distinct. They had arrived half a day earlier, and the factory's dust was considerable. Half a day's time was sufficient to obscure their footprints significantly, making them easy to overlook. Furthermore, with the teachers and students entering, the noise had thoroughly obliterated most of the traces. Could it be that everyone emerging from Zue City truly possesses such perverse tendencies? In that moment, the two fell into a deep self-doubt. Soon, the monitor operator seemed to ponder. Glancing at the driver, this fellow appeared to be the last to enter. He should have left. Don't look at me. I leave no footprints, the driver stated, as if anticipating his thoughts, then turned to Yu Sheng with a smirk. Care to come in for a seat? Sure, Yu Sheng nodded lightly, confidently stepping inside, surveying the rather sparse surroundings before finally sitting at the edge of the bed. Why don't you assist your classmates? The driver asked, gesturing at the surveillance footage, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. That moment, Du Su bore several wounds on his body. Zhao Ziqing and a few others who had chosen to stand up were in similar predicaments. Because they won't die, Yu Sheng replied, his expression somewhat bewildered, as if he couldn't comprehend why the driver would pose such a seemingly pointless question. The driver was momentarily taken aback, struggling to retort, but soon he spoke again. What if I don't intervene, and you don't save them? They will all perish. What will you do? Yu Sheng appeared even more bewildered, looking at the driver with an odd expression. That dog demon is quite weak. Even if you don't intervene, they won't die. The driver stood there, momentarily stunned, irritably ruffling his hair. What if that dog demon suddenly becomes stronger? Yu Sheng shook his head. It won't get stronger. What if I help it get stronger, huh? The driver almost shouted in frustration. Why Yu Sheng's expression turned grave as he seriously shook his head. That would be considered indirect murder. Even premeditated murder. According to Article 75 of the Mogu criminal law, one could face a sentence of over 7 years, or even the death penalty. His words struck with resounding authority, carrying an air of admonition. The driver? Why the hell am I being sentenced to death while discussing this? I clearly wanted to teach him about unity and friendship, yet somehow, I've become the villain. The most absurd part is why does he know the Mogu criminal law so well? Damn. I don't even know it in such detail. All right, if I wanted to kill them right now, would you save them? The driver took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain calmness as he posed the question again. Why Yu Sheng shook his head once more. The driver's expression grew increasingly frigid. His initial admiration for Yu Sheng was slowly dissipating. A selfish individual, no matter how exceptional, would bear no benefit for humanity. They are your classmates. Are you truly willing to watch them perish? The driver's voice remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he spoke. Yusheng looked at the driver with a gaze filled with pity. I can't defeat you. How can I accompany them in death? It would be better to report it and claim some compensation. According to the latest campus policy enacted by MOGU this year, students who die while executing tasks during their apprenticeship can receive compensation ranging from 30,000 to 50,000. Furthermore, as a witness, anyone who actively reports the perpetrator and provides information will also receive a reward. Killing 11 apprentices qualifies as a wanted criminal. I could potentially claim around 100,000. Given all this, would you actually kill them? As Yusheng spoke, he pondered, suddenly raising his head, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The driver was at a loss for words, unsure of what emotions were stirring within him. It was as if he wanted to end this dreadful conversation, yet felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He couldn't concede defeat. What if I were to kill you as well? The driver's aura began to emanate a murderous intent, his energy locking onto Yusheng. His gaze toward Yusheng now carried a sense of disdain. Yusheng shook his head. I can't defeat you, but you can't kill me. With a release of tension, the driver slumped back into his chair, the formidable aura he had just exuded dissipating in an instant. The two monitor operators exchanged glances, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Just moments ago, even they had nearly believed the driver would resort to violence. The pressure was palpable. I'll ask you one last time. If your classmates are in danger, and you happen to possess the ability to save them, would you intervene? At this point, the driver had abandoned all pretense and was asking straightforwardly. Why? Yusheng hesitated not at all, nodding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, I would save them. According to Article 95 of the MOGU Reward Policy, the Good Samaritan Award, and Article 53 of the Awakened Regulations, for every person saved with evidence, I can exchange for rewards at any MOGU. IVE analyzed this thoroughly. These two awards can actually be obtained simultaneously. Roughly 0.3000? The driver fell into contemplation once more. However, this time it is not anger, but regret. It seems that I have acted heroically on numerous occasions. Having rescued more than a dozen individuals in the wilderness, it's 30,000 each. Does that mean I have missed out on over 300,000? If I had that sum, could I not exchange it for a higher quality crystal stone? Perhaps leading to a breakthrough? Most importantly, why does this fellow understand the laws and policies of the MOGU so thoroughly? Chapter 19. I also want to be a termite for a moment. Even the driver could not help but doubt whether something was amiss, yet the truth lies within myself. Although the reasons vary, Yusheng ultimately provided the driver with the answer he wished to hear. So, what brings you here? With your capabilities, you should not require my protection, the driver asked, somewhat helplessly. Why? Yusheng shook his head. If I can rest peacefully on a bed, why should I be wary and hide outside? With that, Yusheng lay down. However, he soon sprang to his feet, looking at the surveillance. Can you make a copy of that footage for me later? The surveillance officer was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded. As an apprentice, during the assessment period, unaware of the answers, it was mistakenly believed that true crises warranted saving teammates, which should also earn a reward. The 16th clause of the new campus policy states, yes, 30,000 per person. In that dimly lit room, Yusheng's eyes sparkled with intensity. 12 individuals, 360,000. If I were injured, there would be additional assistance funds, 20,000. With that thought, Yusheng abruptly stood, pushed open the door, and left. The driver evidently had not fully grasped Yusheng's mysterious actions, staring blankly for 2 seconds before calling out to his retreating figure, "You're cheating, openly extorting public funds from MOGU. How audacious! Is this fair to the other students? Selfish and self-serving. I will certainly report this to MOGU and resolutely combat such corruption, rooting out termites like you." The driver's expression was serious and exceedingly earnest, as if a breath of righteousness lingered in the room. The surveillance officers exchanged glances, revealing a hint of respect. No wonder, he is a person of merit, a pillar of the human race, undoubtedly deserving. I'll split half with you. Why? Yusheng's silhouette had already vanished into the darkness, leaving only his words echoing in the room. The previously serious driver suddenly donned a smile. All right then, a pleasant collaboration. I'll handle this. Saying this, he casually closed the door. In the astonished expressions of the surveillance officers, The driver cast a not-so-friendly, even somewhat dangerous glance at them, saying coolly, "As excellent clerks, once you return to Imogu, you should know how to report this matter upwards." He cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp sound, resembling a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. "Did you not say you would severely combat this kind of unhealthy atmosphere and root out termites?" One of the surveillance officers gulped nervously, speaking cautiously. I also want to be a termite. Is that all right?" The driver retorted with a sneer. The surveillance officers nodded frantically, their expressions growing increasingly uneasy. The driver, satisfied, patted their shoulders before reclining back onto the bed, having lost interest in continuing to monitor the footage. Since Yu Shang had left, there was no longer a need to watch. "May I ask a question?" One of the surveillance officers ventured, still harboring a hint of conflict. Though merely a small logistical clerk within Imogu, he possessed a sense of integrity and, despite the potential for a beating, stubbornly posed his inquiry. "You have received merit before. Even if it was just the lowest tier of cloud patterns, it signifies your contributions to the human race. However, today's event infringes upon the property of Imogu, harming the interests of the human race. The surveillance officer was utterly perplexed. This exceeded his long-held perceptions. Shouldn't a hero be filled with righteousness? The driver scoffed. "In your eyes, what should merit represent? Bravely slaying enemies, relentlessly advancing, disregarding personal benefit. How can I cultivate without money? Without cultivation, how can I level up? Without leveling up, how can I slay monsters? What if my weapon breaks? What if my vehicle is destroyed? I can't just drag you two along to fight monsters, can I? A human-shaped axe? I wield you while you bite the monsters." Adjusting to a more comfortable position, the driver lit another cigarette, his gaze growing somewhat hazy amidst the curling smoke. "Sometimes I truly do not look down upon you clerks in the rear. Some matters are far too taken for granted, there's a saying. Let me think. Right? Idealism." Flicking off the ash, the driver continued. "You all believe the world should be as you perceive it. Heroes should fight to the death without retreat. I tell you, those are fools. Big fools. If your death can delay plans in the rear, then die with purpose. But if not, then you better run, and the faster, the better, to avoid becoming a pile of dung in a monster's belly." Unaware of which pile was yours, the driver spoke with a hint of mockery, seemingly recalling something, a flash of sadness crossing his eyes, even lowering his voice. "The resources for the human race are too scarce, far from sufficient. The resources to enhance strength lie within the monsters, but are monsters so easily slain? Everyone desires to grow stronger, to become heroes. What then if resources run short? Struggle, fight with one's life. Do you know how many have perished in the wilderness for a single monster crystal? Just as you said, this is corruption. But if I grow stronger and go to the demon suppression pass, I can slay more monsters and save more people. Since I want to live to the end, why not enjoy a splendid life? If I can't seize resources from you, then those who go to the demon suppression pass can play a greater role than you. Some rules are tacitly permitted by emoji." As he finished his cigarette, the driver's enthusiasm waned, and he casually discarded the butt onto the ground, leaving behind one final remark. "Heroes are not as pure as you think, but neither are they as wretched as you imagine." Closing his eyes, humming a little tune, the driver appeared quite content. He had even mentally calculated what resources to purchase to enhance his strength once this sum of over 100,000 arrived. He had heard that a recent shipment from the provincial city contained tiger demon blood, capable of strengthening one's physique. Level 4 monster crystals are also treasures. Perhaps they could further refine his strength. However, could he afford them? Should he keep in touch with this young man? It seems that with this fellow's intellect, he might strike it rich. If he collaborates while the young man is still weak and lacks a strong backing, he might just get a taste of the spoils. Otherwise, once the young man's strength grows, he would surely no longer bother with him, clearly someone who prefers to accumulate wealth quietly in an instant. The driver's mind began to whirl, even considering how to subtly obtain Yu Shang's contact information. Chapter 20. The faith of Imogu endures. Du Su, can you hold on? Zhao Ziqing panted. His body also marked with several scratches, yet compared to the initial fear, his gaze now bore a touch of stubbornness. With less dread and more persistence, after exchanging blows several times, the so-called monster seemed not as fearsome as it appeared. It too knew pain and understood fear. The dog demon, though outwardly unscathed, did not seem to be in good condition either. Its restless emotions were increasingly evident, yet it hesitated to strike again in retrospect. Yu Shang truly had foresight. Wherever he went, he knew to carry a blade. Damn it. Who knows where that fellow has run off to? If he came back now, I would even call him father. Zhao Ziqing spat a mouthful of blood and clutched his chest. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, positioning itself opposite the dog demon, forming a pincer attack. Zhao Ziqing froze. The words he had just uttered echoed ominously in the factory. I call him father. Call him father. Father. As the echoes resonated, the atmosphere in the room shifted to an increasingly bizarre one. What had once belonged to Du Su and Zhao Ziqing's passionate battle had suddenly transformed into a reunion event. Even Yu Shang paused, casting a hesitant glance at Zhao Ziqing. This doesn't quite seem appropriate. Get lost. This is not the time for that. Where the hell have you been? Zhao Ziqing, a bit embarrassed, snapped. Usually so refined. He could not help but utter a curse, as if doing so would make him appear more gallant, masking his previous behavior. I went to the restroom. Why? Yu Shang scratched his head. With all this commotion, you couldn't hear? I don't believe you. You're lying. Zhao Ziqing's mind raced, attempting to expose Yu Shang's deception. Why? Yu Shang simply nodded calmly. I'm not very good at lying. Forgive me. Why? Yu Shang's honesty caught Zhao Ziqing off guard. Knowing who Yu Shang was, he decisively changed the subject. Hey, toss me a dagger. The remainder of one's life is marked by a certain turmoil. Thus, passing by the dog demon and approaching a few individuals. With a hint of bashfulness, one cautiously ventured, could I trouble you to inflict some injuries? The group responded with bewilderment. Du Su instinctively shifted his position, distancing himself slightly from Yu Shang, even if it meant being closer to the dog demon. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of security in the presence of the creature. Zhao Ziqing's body stiffened abruptly. While fixating on the agitated dog demon, which seemed poised to strike again, he managed to squeeze out a faint sound through gritted teeth. What are you trying to do? Well, could you possibly engage it in combat again? A bit more ferociously, perhaps? An all-out offensive, if you will. Yu Shang pondered, meticulously dissecting his thoughts before reiterating them. Zhao Ziqing swore his mind was in disarray. He felt utterly confounded. Who could fathom Yu Shang's bizarre whims, if it weren't for the dog demon opposite them? And his firm belief that he could not overpower Yu Shang. He would have seized Yu Shang by the collar and roared, "Are you out of your mind?" Observing the primal instincts of the dog demon eclipsing its scant rationality once more. An epiphany struck Zhao Ziqing. I'm in excruciating pain, he exclaimed, collapsing to the ground and wailing in agony, appearing as if he were in the throes of a cramp, a sight most distressing. The others, while unaware of the specifics, recognized Yu Shang's overwhelming prowess. Since Yu Shang insisted they were injured, they accepted it as truth. Within mere seconds, only Du Su remained standing amidst the chaos. Du Su and Yu Shang exchanged glances, both bewildered. Ultimately, Du Su, with a hint of resignation in his eyes, let out a perfunctory ouch a few times before leaning against the wall, striking a somewhat dashing pose. Why? Yu Shang paused, glancing at a surveillance camera in the corner. His eyes filled with inquiry. Soon, the camera subtly moved, as if in affirmation. Why? Yu Shang exhaled in relief, his demeanor swiftly shifting to one of solemnity. Such a ferocious beast. It dares to harm my comrades. Had I not arrived in time, a dozen lives could have been lost to your hands. The emphasis on the number 12 was palpable. As young warriors, under the banner of the Ink Pavilion. We must forge ahead, resolutely defending our homeland, with the protection of the human race as our solemn duty. Protect. Before Yu Shang could finish his declaration, the dog demon finally succumbed to madness, charging at him with a low growl. This K. Listen to how eloquently he speaks. This footage, captured at the Ink Pavilion's finance department, would surely evoke tears and moments, and wealth would follow. Alas, his acting was rather clumsy, akin to reciting lines. What a pity for this speech. The driver, seated in the monitoring room, expressed admiration, even adopting a posture of humble learning, engrossed in the scene. It was only when the dog demon interrupted Yu Shang that he displayed signs of dissatisfaction, exasperatedly covering his forehead. My mistake, I should have subdued that demon first. The first collaboration had gone awry. Would this young fellow think less of him and refuse future partnerships? Now to regain control would seem disingenuous. What to do? The driver mumbled incessantly, contemplating a way to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, the monitoring staff had long since grown numb, turning a blind eye to the chaos. Heaven knows how many times their fragile psyches had been shattered within a single day. They were merely record keepers, creating spreadsheets. Why must they endure such darkness of humanity? It was despicable. It was shameless. They even felt a twinge of jealousy, a yearning. Protecting comrades is a duty I cannot forsake. I do not view this as an act of heroism, but rather as a responsibility instilled by the teachings of the Ink Pavilion. The faith in the Ink Pavilion endures. The flame of humanity shall not extinguish. Yu Shang's rigid lines echoed once more from the surveillance. The driver's mouth hung agape in astonishment, eyes wide in disbelief. In the footage, the dog demon appeared utterly battered, its body marred by numerous wounds. Blood dripping incessantly, losing strength, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Yu Shang sat astride it, a hand crossbow pressed to the demon's forehead, reciting loudly, Chapter 21. Teaching without discrimination, it can be done this way. The driver, in a daze, remarked absent-mindedly, resembling a fool. However, this is rather troublesome. It's too contrived. I fear my older brother might not be able to handle it either. The driver felt a headache coming on, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. His expression troubled, and after a considerable time, he resolved, damn it, I might as well give the boss half. If this matter fails, there may never be another opportunity for collaboration. He dreaded the possibility of the boss poaching the individual and leaving him behind. No, surely not. The boss wouldn't do that. The driver continually reassured himself, a cigarette reduced to a mere filter, irritably tossed to the ground. Yet his agitation was evident. The monitoring staff, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent, resembling two statues who only exhaled. Finally, Yu Shang's grandiose speech came to an end, and he turned to face the cameras. The driver remained somewhat dazed, momentarily unable to comprehend, while Yu Shang frowned slightly. He leaped down from the dog demon, once again standing before Zhao Zicheng and the others. Such a fierce beast, daring to harm my comrades. Had I not arrived promptly? This scene left not only the driver bewildered, but even the dog demon itself. Seemingly caught off guard as rationality triumphed over instinct, staring blankly at the very person who was poised to end its life. Damn. Is this ancestor filming a movie? The driver finally snapped back to reality. Hastily maneuvering the controls of the surveillance equipment, shaking it as if in a frenzy, Yu Shang's voice abruptly ceased. The dog demon, eyes reddened, let out a vicious roar and lunged at Yu Shang once more, ultimately meeting a swift end. According to the customary reflections before death, if it were capable of recalling its life, it might reflect. Awakening to demonhood, what fortune! With boundless bravado, venturing out to hunt, encountering a formidable foe. Captured, released, rekindling ambitions, seeking sustenance. Encountering another formidable foe, demise. Perhaps that encapsulates its brief yet remarkable existence. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng sat quietly in the corner, observing the entire unfolding with keen interest, his gaze fleeting across the monitor. Lost in thought, the other students had largely resigned themselves to the absurdity of Yu Shang's antics, deeming it perfectly normal. Should Yu Shang ever suddenly adopt a serious demeanor, engaging with them in jovial conversation, they might instead wonder if he had been possessed or if a demon had taken over his body. Indeed, without a doubt, they wouldn't even need to interrogate him. A swift execution would suffice. Without the risk of misjudgment in the monitoring room, the first staff member's expression shifted multiple times before he finally gritted his teeth, launching another rebellion against fate. I still do not comprehend. Perhaps everything you previously stated is correct. Yet, at the very least, those words genuinely concern the human race, willing to sacrifice and contribute for its sake. But Yu Shang is evidently a self-serving individual. He likely harbors no regard for humanity. By accommodating him so, are we not cultivating a genuine demon? If you cannot provide me with an explanation I can accept regarding this matter, I shall report the truth, even at the risk of losing my position. The first staff member spoke seriously, daring to meet the driver's gaze, albeit with a hint of timidity, yet unwavering. The driver smiled. However, this time, the derision in his gaze had been replaced with a growing seriousness. Regardless of whether he is selfish, as long as the rules of the Ink Pavilion remain unchanged, he shall continue to save humanity. What if he is selfish? I understand that you believe, since the Ink Pavilion safeguards all humanity, and countless pioneers have sacrificed and contributed for the sake of humanity, the future generations should do the same. Such words may befit the pioneers, and the countless soldiers at the Demon Suppression Pass may rightfully utter them. Yet to those who have always been protected, including those who sit comfortably with their salaries, like you, have no right to demand such of others. It is not right to stand on a moral high ground, insisting others fight tooth and nail. That is incorrect and even against humanity. The driver slowly shook his head. If he loves money, then let him have it. Slaying demons for a price, he will comply. Rescuing people for a price, he will also do, as long as he has desires and a sense of value. The Ink Pavilion will naturally craft unique rules for him, even if one day he becomes devoid of desires. Even seeking to slay humanity, there will still be those from the Ink Pavilion to deal with him. But as long as he does not turn away, he remains one of humanity. Even if he saves but a single soul and slays demons, he is a hero, even if he is a selfish hero. Yet, even if in his lifetime he has saved only one person, that alone surpasses the majority of humanity who stand on moral high ground to criticize others while achieving nothing. Humanity. Of course, you do not count. You possess the spirit of humanity. I believe in that. I merely wish to convey that this is the allure of the Ink Pavilion, an inclusive approach to teaching. Even the selfish can be guided towards righteousness, yet the wastrel is truly nothing more than a wastrel. This was the gravity and solemnity of the driver's tone today. That voice continued to reverberate in the ears of Monitor A. After a considerable time, Monitor A finally exhaled deeply and earnestly inclined his head to the driver, saying, I have learned. Perhaps upon returning, I should resign from my clerical position and venture to the Demon Suppression Pass. The driver nodded in satisfaction, quickly reverting to his previous irreverent demeanor, grinning. However, as a novice, you are likely to be swiftly defeated at the Demon Suppression Pass. Better to train with us in the reserves for 2 years first. At least the chances of being swiftly defeated will be somewhat reduced. Monitor regarded the driver with a hint of skepticism, pondering whether this man's earlier serious discourse was merely a ploy to undermine him. Yet soon enough, he broke into a smile, realizing that his own capabilities were not yet at such a level. Meanwhile, Monitor B, who had remained silent throughout, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering with excitement and fervor. Yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Has the convoy passed? In the provincial capital, Master Lin dialed a number, inquiring with a nonchalant tone. Yes, individuals from the Dark Pavilion are currently tailing them. They can act at any moment, replied a middle-aged man on the other end. Master Lin glanced at his watch. Only 12 minutes remained until the agreed time. Wait for another 10 minutes, regardless of whether we can catch a big fish. We shall haul in the net. Understood, came the reply before the call was terminated. Master Lin casually placed the phone down, opened his computer, and furrowed his brow, alternating between tension and solemnity. Even he, who had previously regarded the Pantheon with such indifference, now seemed to be undergoing a momentous decision. On the screen was a serene courtyard, filled with vegetables, which were incessantly attacking the incoming monstrosities. Occasionally, a small sun would rise gradually. Chapter 22. I am too kind. The convoy moved swiftly, racing along the dirt road outside the city. As time trickled by, a series of ice spikes suddenly emerged on the road, completely obstructing their path. The truck had no time to halt, crashing straight through and eventually toppling over onto the ground. Like a line of dominoes, the subsequent trucks came to a halt. The Dark Pavilion. Zhao Qingyi? Several individuals disembarked from the truck, anxiously gathering together as they gazed towards the ice spikes shimmering faintly in the moonlight, instinctively voicing their concerns. Not far away, a young girl clad in a somewhat vintage white gown looked down upon them with an expressionless face, while behind her loomed a somewhat ethereal ice sculpture in a feminine form, emanating a chilling aura, adorned with 4 pale blue gemstones. Suddenly, the second gemstone flickered with light, and the ice spikes on the ground shot forth, shattering mid-air into a multitude of tiny ice blades that rained down. Ice rain, damn it. Didn't the divine servant say that the Ink Pavilion wouldn't dare to act against us? The group cried out in despair. Even though a few awakening items had tenuously appeared behind them, merely some pens, paper, and even a mouse, none bore a single gemstone. In comparison, it was a pitiful sight. Within moments, they lay on the ground, breathing their last with expressions of unwillingness. The tiny ice blades, stained with blood, melted and flowed into the soil. Throughout it all, Zhao Qingyi's expression remained unchanged, even in the face of such carnage. She turned away, gracefully departing from the tree. Moments later, however, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ugh, quickly rising. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before her demeanor once again turned icy, fading into the night. The ice sculpture behind her slowly dissipated, vanishing from sight. Did I just imagine that? In the distance, a young man dressed in ink pavilion attire hid in the shadows, observing. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Surely that wasn't just an illusion?" Another companion nodded uncertainly. "It shouldn't be an illusion, right?" The ice mountain goddess in my heart. In an instant, the few young men from the ink pavilion, concealed in the shadows, felt as though their youth had come to an abrupt end with Zhao Qingyi's stumble. The ice mountain goddess, who wouldn't adore her? Yet, why did she suddenly seem to have melted? Never mind. Let us first take care of the supplies. If we delay, the team leader will surely be furious. The group hurriedly emerged once Zhao Qingyi had completely vanished, hastily transferring the cargo from the overturned truck onto the vehicle behind before climbing in, turning around, and heading back to Baichun City. On the road, Zhao Qingyi walked serenely beneath the moonlight, her pace unhurried in the moon's glow. Her stunning visage was captivating, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. So ethereal, so otherworldly, especially in that vintage white gown, which rendered her even more distinctive. Soon, trucks sped past her with a roar. The drivers from the ink pavilion averted their gazes, as if they had entirely overlooked the goddess among them. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Qingyi's figure stiffened, her lips twitching slightly, yet she maintained her elegance. "Master Lin, is the ink pavilion truly so lacking in sincerity?" The phone rang. A hoarse voice laced with anger echoed through. Reluctantly, Master Lin set down his mouse and replied, "You speak as if you are a paragon of virtue. What? If I don't take action, you think you can just let them go? You lot are just asking for a beating. Do you truly believe that a mere conversation makes me a cultured individual? Spare me the pretense." Master Lin had completely shed the genteel demeanor he had possessed half an hour earlier. Now mocking and cursing into the phone. Silence reigned on the other end for a lengthy interval. It seemed they had not anticipated that the deputy leader of a provincial branch of the ink pavilion would possess such a character, a disgrace to civility. "You will pay the price for this." The hoarse voice turned cold before the call ended. "You don't know how to engage in a civil conversation? You presume yourself to be the foremost voice suppressor? You dare come to Jiangbei province and act the fool? I'll have you dragged out and dealt with eventually." With a scoff, Master Lin muttered a few words before once again concentrating fully on the computer screen. In the dimly lit office, the only illumination emanated from the computer screen, casting a glow on Master Lin's slightly balding, tense, and serious face. After a long pause, "Damn it, I lost again. This is worse than that idiot's call. How could I possibly lose?" "You've interrupted my train of thought," Master Lin cursed, plunging back into a tense atmosphere. "Let us move." Casting a glance at his phone, the suited man cleared his throat and rose, passionately declaring, "Brothers, the divine servant just sent word that they have been keeping a close watch on us. Even the divine itself is observing. This time, we shall all become servants of the divine, ever in its presence." The suited man's fervent words ignited the spirits of the others, who began shouting in excitement. In the presence of the divine. Their gazes fell upon the abandoned factory in the distance. Filled with fervor and zeal, "Charge!" the suited man bellowed, leading the charge. The others followed suit, awakening their abilities, with the suited man's manifestation even adorned with 2 gemstones. What manner of being is this new divine servant from the cult? They can't even manage proper intelligence work. What use are these misfits? Is this not a waste of time? Luo Yun observed them from afar, smirking and muttering in dissatisfaction as the shadow of a wolf materialized behind him. The first gemstone shimmered to life. The wolf lunged at Luo Yun, merging with him. In the next moment, Luo Yun vanished, reappearing before the group. "Heh. Taste my wrath." With a grin of excitement, a flicker of azure appeared in Luo Yun's pupils. In an instant, he seized the cook with one hand, casually tossing him against a tree. Accompanied by wails, the cook lay on the ground, unable to rise. The suited man grew frantic, turning to flee, while the remaining beggar mindlessly murmured in the presence of the divine. Recklessly charging toward the factory, "Never mind, I'll leave one for them to play with. Let them experience the difference between slaying monsters and killing people. How benevolent of me." Luo Yun trailed behind the suited man like a cat toying with a mouse, not forgetting to boast about his own kindness. Chapter 23. A bonus of 100,000. Is it confirmed that Luo Yun and Wang Wenxuan are in Mobiqing? Zhao Qingyi has also appeared in Baichun City? Yes, I am aware. A young man toyed with his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. With the chaos in Xinhai City and the absence of several fierce warriors from Baichun City, do they truly think me a fool? We can set off now. Take the old route, but be cautious. There should be no unexpected occurrences. He took a delicate sip of red wine, speaking into the phone while gazing at the moon outside. Reclining lazily on the sofa, inside the factory, a group of students sluggishly rose from the ground. Though the intricacies of the situation eluded their understanding, one certainty prevailed. They were safe. The terrifying canine demon seemed to have faltered in the hands of Yu Shang after just a few exchanges. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somber. Although the assessment had yet to conclude, its outcome appeared predestined. All were apprentices. Why then such a stark disparity in their abilities? Could it be that they were simply inept? In a fleeting moment, a fervent cry echoed from outside. "Walk with the divine." A figure clad in tattered rags burst through the door, immediately locking eyes with them. Behind the beggar, an awakening artifact materialized, a battered bowl, embedded with a somewhat dim gemstone. Judged solely on quality, it fell woefully short compared to Luo Yun's. Yet, despite this, he was still an awakener. Moreover, he was a first-level awakener. His physical strength and reaction speed far surpassed those of the students. Though he remained at a distance, the gemstone on the bowl emitted a faint glow, swelling with energy as it caught the wind, resembling a large iron pot. Gripped firmly in the beggar's hand, it exuded an air of menace. "Cultists? What is happening?" The two leading instructors expressed their dissatisfaction. "This is sheer madness. If we are not permitted to intervene, there may be fatalities. The assessment must be halted." Ultimately, the two teachers resolved to act, but were silently restrained by Lu Qingfeng. "It's not yet time to act. Let us observe. Perhaps this will be the most vivid lesson of their lives," he stated softly. The instructors exchanged glances, finally retracting the restless energy coursing through them. "Cultists? What should we do? I've heard those cultists kill without a second thought. Surely this isn't part of the assessment." The students were once again thrown into disarray. From childhood, they had been indoctrinated by teachers, parents, and even the Mogu, with the notion that cultists were nothing but deranged maniacs, willing to do anything for profit. Furthermore, a first-level awakener was significantly more formidable than the canine demon they had just collaboratively vanquished. The crucial difference being humans possess intelligence. Their gazes instinctively fell upon Yu Shang. This time, they acted in unison. Under Zhao Zicheng's leadership, one by one they clutched their chests and feigned collapse on the ground. Yu Shang was momentarily stunned. Zhao Zicheng subtly raised an eyebrow at him, as if to say, "Watch us, be sensible. Killing is against the LAW." Why? Yu Shang murmured in distress, his eyes fixed on the approaching beggar. Momentarily lost in thought, as the beggar raised the enormous bowl to strike, Yu Shang evaded like a phantom, retreating swiftly. The bowl crashed onto the ground, producing a thunderous roar and creating a deep crater. Merging with the shadows, Yu Shang moved without a sound, perfectly positioned within the beggar's blind spot, a crossbow appearing in his hand, aimed at the beggar's temple. Yet, resigned, he ultimately retracted it. Killing, why is it illegal? Such an unreasonable rule that that moment, the beggar's eyes were bloodshot. Having lost sight of Yu Shang, he charged recklessly toward the students still lying on the ground, their expressions eerily calm, embodying the notion that they could simply lie there while Yu Shang handled the situation. It was as if they had grasped the true essence of lying down to win. Lu Qingfeng remained unmoving, his gaze fixed on a point in the darkness, unwavering that a blend of anticipation and disappointment flickered in his eyes. As the beggar closed in on the students, a glimmer of azure light reappeared in Lu Qingfeng's eyes, then, in a silent flash, a figure from the shadows sprang into action. It appeared behind the beggar. Fingers deftly twisting, and the blade instinctively slashed toward the beggar's throat. The beggar quickly adjusted, the blade grazing his right arm instead. A deep gash emerging, blood seeping forth in pain. The beggar's gaze turned more frenzied. "Walk with the divine. The divine light endures," he roared, turning to charge at Yusheng without any semblance of strategy. Clumsy though he seemed, his speed was astonishing, reaching Yusheng in an instant, shoulder aimed at Yusheng's chest. Yet, in the darkness, the slight figure of Yusheng evaded him like a leaf caught in the wind, perpetually orbiting the beggar. Even as the beggar understood that a single blow would suffice to eliminate Yusheng, he perpetually fell just short. Each punch brushed against Yusheng's body, leaving him increasingly marred with wounds, in a frenzied state. The beggar's speed only escalated, his strikes becoming more wild. Yet Yusheng grew increasingly awkward, often pulling back at the moment of engagement. A look of frustration etched on his face. Lu Qingfeng observed this scene, as if a realization dawned upon him. "Why, Yusheng? Cultists may be slain." The words reached Yusheng. Yet he remained silent, entangled alongside the beggar. Lu Qingfeng sighed in resignation, continuing, "Killing cultists is not a crime. First-level awakener. A reward of 100,000. And, it should be noted," he added thoughtfully, almost instantaneously after his words. Yusheng's previously awkward movements transformed into swift, decisive maneuvers, ghosting past the beggar's swinging fist. He then turned, calmly gazing at him. The beggar, now somewhat bewildered, felt the madness recede from his eyes, replaced by a flicker of fear and pain as he clutched at his neck. Streams of blood trickled through his fingers, soaking his garments, yet cleverly avoiding the ground. Desperate for breath, he found no opportunity left, ultimately collapsing heavily to the earth, stirring up dust. Even in death, he lay flat, maximizing the avoidance of blood pooling on the ground. Chapter 24. I cannot fight. Clean and efficient. In no extraneous movements, even the direction of blood splatter postmortem was considered. The blade among his fingers left not a drop of blood. Silently, Yusheng glanced towards Lu Qingfeng, a look of confusion crossing his features. "The policies you mentioned, why did I not see them? Did I overlook something?" Lu Qingfeng's gaze toward Yusheng was complex, harboring unspoken thoughts. These are regulations only truly comprehended upon becoming a genuine awakener. For ordinary individuals, knowledge bears little significance and may even lead to fatal consequences due to greed. Listening to Lu Qingfeng's explanation, Yusheng nodded thoughtfully, realizing there were laws of which he was unaware. It seemed imperative to strive towards becoming an awakener sooner, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in similar situations. After all, he truly was not adept at fighting. Observing Yusheng's current demeanor, it was hard to fathom that he had just taken a life. Did he bear no psychological burden? The beggar, even in death, had wide-open eyes, reflecting the terror, madness, and regret of his final moments, emotions that rendered the students present unable to bear witness. Some, trembling with fear, had fully shut their eyes and turned away, lacking even the courage to glance back. Lu Qingfeng perceived the students' reactions, disappointment etched deeper in his gaze. "Is this your first encounter with death? Do you wonder why it was necessary to take a life? Was Yusheng too cruel? After all, it was a life." Lu Qingfeng's voice turned cold, the two instructors appearing as if they wished to interject, yet ultimately chose silence. Most students wore expressions of bewilderment, instinctively looking towards Lu Qingfeng, though silent. Their meaning was palpable indeed. To them, the beggar had merely burst in and been killed. They had simply lain there throughout. Hence, to harbor animosity towards the beggar, they truly felt little. Lu Qingfeng scoffed, his gaze devoid of emotion as he surveyed the students. "Had Yusheng not intervened, it would be you who lay dead now. Or do you believe that with us teachers present, no danger would arise? What if a foe emerged whom even we could not defeat? What then would you do? I have observed you throughout the day, and I am disappointed. You all seem to think that being an awakener equates to fame, wealth, and respect. Yet, in the end, you fear blood. Fear life. Even the lives of your enemies. If you lack the courage to slay cultists, how will you ascend to the demon suppression pass and confront even more fearsome, grotesque beasts? Now, all of you sit beside that corpse. I command you to look, examine his wounds, gaze into his eyes. Confront the fears within your hearts until you conquer them. If you cannot face a single corpse, what right do you possess to protect humanity? Of course, should you find this unbearable, you may go over there. Tomorrow morning, we shall send you back to school, and perhaps being an ordinary person would be the wisest choice. Lu Qingfeng gestured toward a corner, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any intent for negotiation. For reasons unknown, in this moment, Lu Qingfeng exuded a faint aura of solemnity that seemed to echo that of a soldier more than a teacher. The students exchanged glances, their expressions filled with trepidation. Du Su cast a glance at Yushang's tranquil visage, gritted his teeth, and boldly positioned himself beside the beggar's lifeless body, his eyes, partially obscured by his scraggly beard. Fixated intently on the corpse, he appeared utterly unperturbed, yet the tightly clenched and slightly trembling hands ultimately betrayed his inner turmoil. Zhao Ziqing, pale and trembling, inched cautiously toward the body, muttering to himself, "I am not afraid. My father is the chief of the guards. If he is not afraid, neither am I." Encouraging himself repeatedly, he finally plopped down beside Du Su, albeit with an exaggerated motion. The initially composed Du Su, startled by the sudden commotion beside him, nearly sprang to his feet, only to relax upon realizing it was Zhao Ziqing. A couple more students hesitantly joined them, yet the majority remained rooted in place, including the previously astute Xiao Zifeng. Observing the students frozen in fear, their eyes brimming with trepidation and reluctance, Lu Qingfeng sighed and turned to the other two teachers, stating wearily, "Tomorrow morning, arrange for a school bus to take them home. For them, being an ordinary person may be the best possible outcome." The two teachers nodded in solemn agreement, while Yushang, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the students, a hint of confusion in his expression, as if pondering why a mere corpse could evoke such fear. Shouldn't the truly terrifying entities be the living? Little did he know, at that moment, he himself had etched an indelible shadow into the hearts of these students. Why Yushang has killed. Within a matter of days, this incident would reverberate throughout the campuses of Ma Bei City, igniting countless controversies. Times. I feel the Mogu has sheltered them too well. I cannot fathom how they will react when they someday witness the scene at the Demon Suppression Pass. After speaking, Lu Qingfeng's gaze fell upon Yushang. "Step outside with me." With that brief instruction, Lu Qingfeng was the first to stride toward the factory's entrance, while Yushang followed quietly behind him, remaining silent. "Have you ever taken a life?" Lu Qingfeng asked abruptly, standing at the factory's doorway and gazing up at the luminous moon in the night sky. "Yes," Yushang replied with a slight nod. Lu Qingfeng was not surprised. Yushang's seasoned technique had made it evident. Each strike aimed for the vital points. "When did you first kill someone?" Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng found himself deeply intrigued by Yushang's past. It was difficult for him to comprehend how a mere 18-year-old could remain so composed, vigilant, and even frigid. Perhaps frigid was too mild a term. His eyes reflected a complete indifference to life, not only towards his enemies but also towards himself. Yushang pondered briefly. "I suppose I was 6, or maybe 5. I can't recall clearly. I killed in the city of It wasn't illegal," Yushang suddenly declared earnestly, casting a suspicious glance at Lu Qingfeng, as if fearing he might immediately contact the guards to report him. Chapter 25. A nightly conversation. Lu Qingfeng's previously cultivated emotions and the intricate thoughts he had been shaping were shattered by Yushang's declaration. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to gather his thoughts again. Killing at the age of 5, and moreover, taking the life of someone from the City of Sin. If the City of Sin truly resembled the grim descriptions Yushang had inadvertently revealed, it would undoubtedly be filled with formidable characters. It was hard to imagine the methods employed by the 5-year-old Yushang. Lu Qingfeng observed Yushang's earnest and solemn demeanor, his gaze complex, tinged with sympathy, pity, and a hint of wariness. "Were you afraid the first time you killed someone?" Lu Qingfeng instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to suddenly recall that since becoming a teacher, he had quit smoking. Yushang scratched his head. "Not really. There was no time to be afraid." Lu Qingfeng fell silent again. Reflecting on the past few months since Yushang's enrollment, despite his occasional speech difficulties, he had proven to be remarkably honest. Even the seemingly absurd statements he made were delivered with sincerity. Today, even his performance before the camera had appeared rather clumsy. Perhaps he truly was very honest? "To be frank, you are the most outstanding individual I have encountered in these years. Provided your awakening ability is sound, I foresee you rising to prominence swiftly, even becoming a paragon of survival." Lu Qingfeng's tone grew increasingly serious as he turned to gaze earnestly into Yushang's eyes. "As an impartial evaluator, I believe you are correct. Prioritize self-preservation. Avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Only by doing so can one endure. As an elder, I would even tell you that regardless of the circumstances, I only wish for your survival. Even if it means you act as a coward in times of crisis. Wei Yushang's gaze was as clear as a youth's, yet beneath that clarity lay a profound weariness. He remained silent, listening as Lu Qingfeng continued. However, that I am a teacher of humanity. A bittersweet smile graced Lu Qingfeng's lips as he continued. The duty of a teacher is to inform you that humanity remains ensnared in peril. Countless individuals continue to press toward the four great passes of humanity, sacrificing their blood and lives to forge the walls that belong to our kind. Thus, humanity, every stroke bears character. Every line serves as a backbone. We must use our fervent blood and the spirit of humanity to eradicate the demon race, restoring a clear world for humanity and leaving a peaceful era for future generations. This may seem unfair to you. It is my duty. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingfeng continued, just as today, perhaps you killed the dog demon, aside from the cult, but in the eyes of a teacher, you are not as commendable as Du Su or Zhao Ziqing. They, fully aware of their disadvantage, still resolutely stepped forward. You, however, remained hidden in the shadows. Perhaps you have seen through this game, but regardless, in the face of crisis, you must stand beside your comrades. Only then can they trust you with their backs. Luo Datu, give me a cigarette. Lu Qingfeng suddenly mumbled a curse, tugging at his collar and shouting into the distance. I in the darkness. A cigarette box gracefully arced through the air, landing securely in Lu Qingfeng's grasp. Could you please pass me a light? Lu Qingfeng's profanity was abruptly stifled, and before Luo Yun could toss another, Yusheng quietly produced a lighter and handed it to Lu Qingfeng. You smoke? Lu Qingfeng frowned deeply. Yusheng shook his head. I don't smoke. I just have the habit of carrying one. Lu Qingfeng ignited the lighter, took a robust drag, and immediately broke into a violent cough. It's a choking point. One cannot urge others toward virtue without having experienced their suffering. I understand this principle. I do not know your past, nor do I possess the right to comment on it or demand anything from you. However, as a passerby, I wish for you to shine before others. As an elder, I wish for your safety. As a teacher, I wish for you to be kind. I know you are a person of strong opinions, so I only hope you will never turn your weapons against humanity. All right. Even if it does not endanger yourself, try to save some people, if only for the souls of those who perished for humanity at the demon suppression pass. As Lu Qingfeng spoke, his pace was slow, yet he drew on his cigarette hastily, his gaze sincere. Wei Yusheng calmly regarded his teacher, whom he had known for only a few months, remaining silent as he contemplated. It was not until half a minute later that he spoke. I will Wei Yusheng looked at Lu Qingfeng and said. Though he did not offer a definite answer or thump his chest in assurance, for some reason, those few words from Yusheng brought a sense of peace. However, I still consider myself a good Samaritan today. The reward from Imogu must be given. Yusheng added earnestly. Lu Qingfeng laughed. All right, in the future, if you save someone and Imogu doesn't reward you, I will sell my house and car just to give you. Of course, today doesn't count. Under the moonlight in front of the dilapidated factory, Lu Qingfeng and the still youthful Yusheng established their mutual commitment. For reasons unknown, Lu Qingfeng felt a sudden lightness in his heart, almost compelled to curse a few times to vent his feelings, until, teacher, you've pocketed my lighter, Wei Yusheng said softly, his gaze toward Lu Qingfeng filled with curiosity, as if questioning whether someone who could so easily pocket a lighter could truly keep his promises. Cough, cough, it's a habit. Even Lu Qingfeng, with his usual aloofness, could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment as he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Yusheng, who finally appeared satisfied. A lighter, such an object, can ignite flames, serve as a means of self-rescue, and even obliterate evidence. To simply discard it and then purchase a new one would be quite a pity. Under Lu Qingfeng's watchful gaze, Yusheng silently drew out a dagger and turned to walk towards the factory. Wait, what are you doing? Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, startled. Yusheng paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Aren't demon beasts worth something? I was going to disassemble one and sell it when I return. This freshly demonized one is not valuable. The meat is quite bitter. Don't waste your time. Lu Qingfeng replied wearily. Oh, Yusheng said, somewhat dejected. Sheathing his dagger, his demeanor clearly disheartened. Lu Qingfeng felt a sense of helplessness. In the realm of killing and arson, Yuxing had already reached a masterful level. Yet, when it came to other forms of knowledge, he appeared quite naive. It seemed that in the coming 2 months, he would have to put in extra effort. Chapter 26. Conducting affairs with proper protocol. Haha, now you understand why I didn't give you the lighter. Upon seeing Yuxing depart, Luo Yun emerged from the shadows, chuckling, his hands and clothes still stained with blood. Unfazed, he patted Lu Qingfeng on the shoulder with his bloodied hand. Lu Qingfeng, expressionless, stepped back, his retreat faster than Luo Yun's descending hand. Having anticipated the action, your habit of patting people on the shoulder hasn't changed over the years, Lu Qingfeng remarked blandly. Luo Yun, however, seemed indifferent, casually wiping his bloodied hands on his clothing. I remember back in the day. You were a man of few words but acted decisively and with great resolve. You weren't as refined as you are now. Have you softened up since becoming a teacher? As he spoke, he picked up a nearby pack of cigarettes, lit one, and offered it to Lu Qingfeng. In the exchange, the cigarette became stained with blood. Lu Qingfeng, undeterred, accepted it and took a puff. People changed. It wasn't until I became a teacher that I realized. Teachers and warriors are indeed different. A warrior merely needs to slay the enemy, whereas a teacher must ensure that their students survive as long as possible on the battlefield. Forget about that. For an assessment in a remote area, you don't need a fierce warrior from the Demon Extermination Pavilion to step in, do you? Any plans? Exhaling a plume of smoke and flicking off the ash, Lu Qingfeng inquired of Luo Yun. Luo Yun shook his head. You know the rules. HMMs. The assessment still ongoing? Lu Qingfeng nodded knowingly. Typically, plans from above were meant to remain confidential. The assessment is nearly complete. Call Du Su, and also, that Zhao Zicheng kid seems promising. As for Yuxing, he's ruthless, but he requires further observation. However, the reserve troops will undoubtedly take a liking to him. Luo Yun pondered seriously, clearly wary of the reserve personnel. Muttering, not a single one of those guys is normal. Their perspectives are utterly ridiculous. I can't deal with them. Yet, the place that would suit him best should be the Dark Pavilion, where money is exchanged for services, all in the business of killing. Luo Yun was genuinely contemplating Yuxing's future prospects. It suddenly felt increasingly sensible. Indeed, he could join the Dark Pavilion, and perhaps a remarkable ruthless individual would emerge. Compared to the madmen of the reserve troops, the people from the Dark Pavilion struck Luo Yun as unsettling. Perhaps that's the right term. If the reserve troops are a bunch of lunatics, then the Dark Pavilion is a gathering of perverts. In contrast, the people of the Demon Extermination Pavilion seem particularly benevolent. He is still young. Let us leave the future for another day. Remember the assessment rewards. Don't delay, or Yuxing will be displeased. If he suspects you embezzled his property, Lu Qingfeng cryptically warned before turning to leave. Luo Yun fell into deep thought, as if envisioning something, and soon shuddered. This situation truly required vigilance. Otherwise, this ruthless individual might very well outmatch him in a few years. Muttering to himself, Luo Yun did not return to the dilapidated factory but instead drove away in his off-road vehicle, the roar of the engine echoing. The assessment had reached this point. He was well aware of how the students fared. Continuing the assessment would merely be a waste of time. Though often labeled a fool, Luo Yun, in reality, had keen insight, easily discerning the strengths and weaknesses of these young individuals. Hey, Yuxing, don't worry. I'll handle this matter with utmost clarity. In the coming days, make a trip to the provincial city. Call me when you get there. My connections are strong. I'll definitely handle it. The driver patted his chest assuredly, his words brimming with conviction. He then glanced furtively around, adding, Actually, you've saved 2 lives. I'll edit the footage and we can split the profits. A blood-soaked windfall. Imagining the splendid life that awaited him post-payment, the driver couldn't help but smile. Yuxing, however, shook his head seriously. That cannot be counted as 2. The employer's duty is to protect them. Charging separately for that would be against the rules. Those who disregard the rules meet their demise swiftly. Yuxing's expression was grave, devoid of any jest. The driver's smile faded, his gaze scrutinizing Yuxing's eyes, and upon realizing he was serious, he nodded slowly. All right, I understand. Adhering to the rules. If he is a partner who follows the rules, that makes it even more promising. How about we add each other as friends for convenience in chatting? When there's another opportunity, think of me as your brother. I'll always have your back. Anyone who stands in our way shall be eliminated. The driver finally revealed his true intentions, constantly reassuring Yuxing. Yet, Yuxing frowned slightly. The driver felt a chill run down his spine, worried that his overconfidence might lead Yuxing to view him as extravagant and untrustworthy. He needed to be more composed, damn. As he reflected and considered ways to remedy the situation, Yuxing stated sternly, I've made it clear. Killing is against the law. If you still harbor thoughts of murder, I will report you to the Ink Pavilion. The driver was taken aback. He merely intended to boast a little, to display his determination, not to be taken so seriously. All right, rest assured, violence is the least interesting thing. My name is Wang Wenxuan. Let us exchange contacts, he chuckled, gradually realizing Yuxing's demeanor. Yes, that's my ID, Wang. The ruthless bandit. Wait a moment while I change my name. Wang Wenxuan paused, realizing something was amiss. He furiously tapped the screen, displaying his unparalleled speed, and changed it to gentle and adorable little bunny. With a sigh of relief, Wang Wenxuan beamed as he watched Yuxing accept his friend request, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Secured. I've definitely secured my position. By sticking with this golden leg, how could I not prosper? Hee. Perhaps soon I'll achieve 6 awakenings and become a true master. If things go well, I might even rise to the rank of 7 awakening grandmaster. Perhaps I could surpass my own leader. In an instant, Wang Wenxuan was filled with excitement. Chapter 27. Rest assured, observing the blissfully grinning Wang Wenxuan before him, Yuxing's expression was peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this individual. Perhaps it might be wise to consider an alternative partner for future collaborations. The third rule of survival in Sin City: never walk too close to fools, whether they be enemies or allies. Outside Hai City, a secluded path saw a truck slowly making its way, moving at a leisurely pace, the sound barely audible. The driver continuously checked the rearview mirror, vigilant of his surroundings. Stop! Robbery! A melodious voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, a rope appeared on the ground ahead, snapping taut and revealing sharp steel spikes protruding from the earth. The truck came to an abrupt halt. The driver inhaled deeply, his expression darkening, and without hesitation, he shifted into reverse, accelerating away. Unfortunately, a girl with twin ponytails, dressed in a pink dress, emerged from the shadows, her face adorned with a sweet smile that radiated innocence and charm. I told you. Don't move, this is a robbery. As the truck continued to charge toward her, the girl's expression soured. With her command, a thick book appeared behind her, its cover embedded with 4 pale purple crystals. The pages flipped, and the truck suddenly froze, regardless of how fervently the driver pressed the accelerator. Demon Extermination Pavilion, Team 3, Shinji, on Sheen. Damn. Isn't this lunatic in Shinhai City? The driver cursed, despair flickering in his eyes. Yet, he was no coward. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped from the truck and fled into the distant wilderness. But alas, in the wilderness ahead, several silhouettes emerged, obstructing his path. Each figure was accompanied by its own awakened entity, illuminating the night with a brilliant glow. The entire third squad. Shouldn't this be the work of the Dark Pavilion? Has your exorcism pavilion lost its senses? The driver bellowed, and suddenly, a sparrow appeared behind him. Though it was considerably larger than an ordinary sparrow, its claws fiercely gripped the driver, lifting him skyward. Of course, this was due to poverty. The primary occupation was exorcism, while the secondary was robbery. On Sheen's eyes narrowed slightly, resembling 2 crescent moons, making her appear even more endearing. Yet, an unseen wall materialized in the sky, and with a cry of despair, the driver fell from midair, as several individuals hastily bound him with exceptionally thick hemp ropes, which were typically used for livestock rather than humans. Damn it, don't hit me. I'm not a demon. You'll kill me, he exclaimed. I will lodge a protest with the MO Pavilion. Your exorcism pavilion is enforcing the law with violence. Damn, still hitting me? Do you really think I want to fight back? Ugh. The members of the third squad were exceptionally ruthless, putting all their strength into each punch. Typically, they dealt with the demon-kin roaming the outskirts of the city, whose tough hides made it arduous to subdue them without significant force. However, they were quite unaccustomed to restraining a human, leading them to revert to their usual methods: 2 punches, then another 2. The driver cried out in agony, his voice tinged with sobs. All right, ease up. If we go back to the Dark Pavilion like this, They all mock us for our rough handling. This desolate place had very few demon kin, and without extra earnings, they would soon face destitution. If they were not allocated business in the future, they could only anticipate hardship. The girl continued to speak cheerfully, lacking any semblance of intimidation, as if joking. Yet, the three men decisively ceased their actions without a moment's hesitation. As if compelled by an unspoken authority, the girl, satisfied, opened the cargo door of the truck, only to fall silent. Anjia, what on earth have these cultists transported? Indeed, we have yet to witness it. The dark pavilion had always been shrouded in mystery. The three squad members, dragging the driver, who appeared to be severely injured, approached with curiosity. The previously cheerful smile on Anshin's face gradually faded, becoming somewhat somber. "Do not come any closer." Her voice turned icy. Although they were unaware of why the vice-captain's tone had shifted, they instinctively halted, fully aware that when Anshin bore such an expression, it was akin to unleashing a demon from within, utterly terrifying. Inside the truck's cargo area, several naked young girls were bound hand and foot, their eyes filled with terror and despair, their faces streaked with tears. Most alarmingly, their bodies bore numerous bloody wounds. Taking a deep breath, Anshin forced a charming and friendly smile, feigning ease as she addressed the girls within the truck. "You are free now. The MO Pavilion has not forgotten you." Upon hearing the name of the MO Pavilion, the girls inside the truck broke into silent tears, their mouths gagged, unable to vocalize their anguish. "I must inconvenience you for a moment. There are no extra clothes here. However, I assure you, those who harmed you will face dire consequences." Anshin's smile radiated an angelic kindness, and the girls nodded silently in response. She leaped into the truck, untying each rope and handing her teammates jackets and shirts to them. Throughout the process, she maintained her smile, inexplicably instilling a sense of calm, just as her name suggested, Anshin. After exiting the truck and shutting the cargo door, she turned to regard the bound driver. Although Anshin continued to smile, it was a smile that held a chilling malevolence, instilling dread in those who beheld it. Angel, demon. Two contrasting natures seemed to switch within her in an instant. "I am quite displeased." The dark pavilion only requested that living individuals be returned, therefore, as long as one could still breathe. They qualified as a living person, with a smile displaying her pearly white teeth, even revealing two small canine teeth. Her voice was chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Though unseen, the general scene within the truck could be surmised. "Damn. This is the first time I feel that sometimes humans are more detestable than demons. Screw you. The souls guarding the demon suppression gate protect beings like you? Bah, offspring of a cult." Accompanied by curses, fists the size of sandbags rained down, along with size 42 shoes. Gradually, the driver's wails weakened, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. "All right, time's up." Turning away, she jumped onto the roof of the truck and sat down, while the others started the vehicle, heading towards Baichun City. Along the way, the gentle breeze tousled Anshin's twin tails, her fair face illuminated by the moonlight. Chapter 28. I want to mix with you ultimately. I underestimated the MO Pavilion. What a pity for this batch of high-quality human slaves. They would fetch a handsome price among the demon kin. The young man glanced at the text message on his phone, his expression cold. The wastrels of Shanghai City couldn't even manage intelligence. It was time to pursue the glory of the divine. In the quiet room, an aura of murderous intent permeated the air. He picked up the phone again, dialing a number, though this time his tone was considerably more respectful. "My lord, I believe we can initiate the plan ahead of schedule. The MO Pavilion has been exceedingly decisive in their actions. They must have been prepared and likely have already set their sights on our cult. Yes, I am aware the experiment is not yet fully perfected, but if we delay further, I fear the MO Pavilion will." All right. After hanging up, the young man's smile faded, his face darkening. Fools, lacking even a shred of intellect, and still wish to delay for another month. If it weren't for having a good sister, you would never have ascended. I have perceived the changes. You ought to consider your conclusion, he scoffed, shattering a wine glass on the table, the sound ringing out sharply. Not far away, a map of Jiangbei province hung on the wall, with the city of Mabei circled in red and marked with an X, abandoned factory. At this moment, dawn was approaching. Although everyone was exhausted, after several mental shocks, none felt inclined to continue sleeping. Moreover, fear had already taken root in their hearts. They all awaited the arrival of dawn. For the first time in their lives, they found themselves eagerly anticipating the rise of the sun, as if its blinding light could wash away their tension, fear, and cowardice. Only Du Su, Zhao Ziqing, and two other students remained seated around the corpse, staring intently. Despite the acrid scent of blood, they continued to gaze at the body, even observing the bulging eyes. Perhaps the only consolation was that Yuxing acted decisively and without hesitation. If someone with violent tendencies had disfigured the corpse beyond recognition, that would have been a true nightmare. Fortunately, though a few of them still appeared pale, the fear in their eyes gradually receded. In a moment of clarity, it seemed that the dead were not so terrifying after all. At least they wouldn't move or harm you. If asked whether they would dare to kill someone now, what would they say? Since Wang Wenxuan added Yuxing as a friend, he had abandoned the idea of hiding in the monitoring room, instead sticking close to Yuxing, nudging him gently with his arm. Yuxing shook his head. I don't know. Alas, Yu Xiao, you're rather dull. Why not smile more and be more cheerful? Like me. As he spoke, Wang Wenxuan forced a smile. Yuxing remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, he finally replied. In Sin City, those who speak too much are the ones who die first. With that single statement, Wang Wenxuan was rendered speechless. Yet, as they awaited the break of dawn, he could not suppress his boredom and, at the risk of being choked, asked again, just out of curiosity, how many people have you killed? Yuxing pondered seriously for a moment. I haven't counted. It shouldn't be too many. Wang Wenxuan fell into a daze. If it weren't many, couldn't he easily provide a rough estimate? If he had lost track, that meant it was quite a few. Who taught you math? Is there anything fun in Sin City? Wang Wenxuan swore he was genuinely curious about Sin City. Does chopping off the tongues of talkative people count? Yuxing contemplated, then spoke. Wang Wenxuan felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine and quickly fell silent. He had the nagging feeling Yuxing was alluding to him. Yet he had no proof. After all, he had a fearsome reputation as a brute in Baichun City, a formidable four-sense expert. Yet he could not assert his authority before Yuxing. It was well known that each awakening brought about monumental changes in strength. So much so that transformation would be an understatement. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't help but smile. Finally, when the first rays of dawn broke, everyone silently exhaled. Wang Wenxuan finally put on his driver's jacket and shouted to the crowd, "Little ones, we can go home." A group of individuals stood somewhat bewildered, unsure whether to laugh or cry. They were relieved to be returning to the safe city, to their warm and comforting homes. Yet they wept for the realization that they were far from as resilient as they had imagined, nor as decisive in their actions. Like a mere shell of a person, even a lifeless body hinders one's progress. After years of nurturing heroic dreams, they shattered like fragile bubbles in a single night. What is there to mourn? If everyone possessed unwavering determination and fearless valor, the term hero would not seem so grand, nor would martyr carry such weight. You are fortunate to have encountered a good teacher. He has allowed you to recognize yourselves in time. Rather than discovering your ineptitude only when faced with life and death crises, get on the bus. Upon arrival, we were divided into several vehicles, but now, everyone is crammed together, like frostbitten eggplants. Monitors A and B remained behind to handle the bodies, compile assessments, and afterward, they would return directly to Bai Chuncheng in the presence of the corpses. The two maintained calm expressions and displayed an extraordinary level of proficiency, clearly not their first experience in this harsh world. Clerks are not merely tasked with handling documents. Thus, these students, thoroughly frightened and lost, lack even the qualifications to become clerks. As Lu Qingfeng said, perhaps for them, being an ordinary person is the greatest blessing. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility that one day, they might suddenly change their mindset, becoming resolute and fearless, but at least not now. Yu Shang. I will help you with that matter when I return. At this moment, Zhao Ziqing had completely regained his composure and nudged Yu Shang, whispering. Yu Shang was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. However, his eyes soon lit up, and he solemnly patted Zhao Ziqing's shoulder. Good brother. Hearing this, Zhao Ziqing was so moved he nearly cried. Has he finally been acknowledged? And the recognition came so swiftly, so unexpectedly, it felt almost too simple. For a moment, he found himself imagining just how despicable Yu Shang's father must be, and what he had done to Yu Shang. Du also approached silently. I want to be in your circle. Teach me to kill. This brief assessment had a profound impact on Du as well. However, compared to the confusion of others, he felt a stronger urge to be resilient and strive harder. Otherwise, he would merely become a backdrop for others, like a useless fool. Chapter 29. Good leadership. You people have such strong murderous intent. Why is everyone fixated on killing? Killing is against the law. Yusheng scratched his head in frustration. In just a few days, several individuals had been incessantly discussing murder with him, leading him to the odd impression that perhaps the people in this city of sin were somewhat friendlier. Du, feeling somber, organized his thoughts for a long while before explaining again. I'm not very articulate. What I mean is, I want to become stronger. You've become bald, and that makes you strong. Yusheng recalled a comic he had seen online some time ago and said earnestly. Du pondered over this and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yusheng leaned against the window, finally able to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Through the past few days of absorbing gray energy, the dragon-patterned staff in the scroll had solidified at the base, yet the egg remained completely unresponsive, as if the two were unrelated. Could it be that my previous assumptions were incorrect? For a moment, Yusheng fell into deep contemplation. Upon returning to school, nearly all students chose to go home. However, Wang Wenxuan had no intention of leaving. Instead, he stubbornly followed Yusheng, claiming he was afraid Yusheng might encounter danger and needed to provide close protection. He then accompanied Yusheng to Chunqing to exchange money. Before leaving, Zhao Ziqing shot Yusheng a peculiar glance, while Du hurried off, as if he had grasped the essence of life. Hee, brother Yu, don't you think we've rested enough? It's time. Wang Wenxuan rubbed his hands together, asking in a cheeky manner, lacking any semblance of a skilled individual. Why? Yusheng looked at him, slightly annoyed. I just got off the bus. Not in a rush. You should rest first. Wang Wenxuan awkwardly chuckled, trailing closely behind Yusheng, unable to find a place for his hands and feet. It was hard to imagine that this person, known as Wang the Madman in Chunqing, could exhibit such earnestness. After all, even when reprimanded by his boss, he dared to retort. Money. Truly is omnipotent. A hero cannot bow for mere 5 measures of rice, unless it's 5 measures of gold rice. I am here to submit my task. Why? Yusheng pushed open the door to the principal's office and looked at the principal's somewhat balding head, saying. The principal wore a warm smile. I've heard about it. But since the assessment results are not yet out, the specific rankings remain uncertain. Since it's a transaction, let us wait for everything to settle. Why? Yusheng nodded in agreement, turning to Wang Wenxuan. What do you think? What rank do I hold? First, definitely first. Wang Wenxuan replied without hesitation. Why? Yusheng glanced back at the principal. Not I'm first. Principal, are you kidding me? What makes you think you're first? Just because you asked a passerby for their name. And whatever they said is taken as truth. Where did this rotten garlic come from? Fraud? Absolutely fraudulent. You must know that even the lowest grade demon crystal is quite valuable. 3 pieces. May I inquire, who is this? The principal maintained his authoritative demeanor in front of Yusheng, not growing angry but still wearing a smile as refreshing as spring. He looked at Wang Wenxuan and asked, It seems like. From the province. Why? Yusheng thought for a moment, saying somewhat uncertainly, and added. Well, he should have the final say on this assessment. The moment Yusheng's voice fell, it was as if a gust of wind swept by. When he looked again, the principal had swiftly moved past him with a vigor that belied his age, shaking Wang Wenxuan's hand vigorously. Oh, so it's a leader from the province. My apologies. Like a breath of fresh air. Upgraded, beaming with joy. There was even a hint of anticipation, delight, and respect. In an instant, various emotions flickered in the principal's small eyes, contrasting sharply with Yusheng's clumsy performance, making the principal appear worthy of an awards ceremony. His prematurely aged forehead shone faintly under the sunlight. Truly a promising leader from the province, young and handsome. Unlike our small locality, alas. Speaking of which, the principal wore a perfectly timed expression of sadness. Gently sighing. No money, no resources, and all one can do is watch as each talented individual languishes due to a lack of resources. The principal. I am filled with sorrow. Now that I think about it, I would willingly drag my aged, frail body back to the demon gate to fight for these unfortunate children, to seize opportunities for their advancement. The principal's words struck a resonant chord. His eyes filled with the fervor of one who is willing to die for humanity and his students. The entire office was suffused with a sense of tragic grandeur. Wang Wenxuan looked at the principal, who was just over 40, with a somewhat peculiar expression, momentarily speechless. Is this what it means to be aged? Is this what it means to be frail? Nothing about him seemed particularly sickly. However, the atmosphere was indeed well-crafted, stirring even Wang Wenxuan's blood to rise. "Director Sun, come here." The principal opened the door and shouted outside. The middle-aged woman, wearing thick-framed glasses and sporting a serious expression, walked in from next door. Looking at the principal. "Go. Have the cafeteria prepare a sumptuous meal. Today, I want to have a heartfelt conversation and share a drink with this leader from the province. I believe the leader will also appreciate our struggles and grant us funding." The words province, leader, and funding were emphasized heavily by the principal, and in the midst of Wang Wenxuan's confusion, it felt as though something had been unconsciously settled. School rule number 3. No extravagant waste. You're essentially misappropriating public funds. Director Sun adjusted her glasses and quietly stated, "Deduct it from my salary? Don't let the leader see us make fools of ourselves." The principal glared at Director Sun, gritting his teeth, articulating each word carefully. "Understood, principal." Director Sun nodded and left without a word. The principal then turned back, his smile returning, his face contorting into a blooming flower. "I'm not sure which department the leader is from." "Reserve." Wang Wenxuan mumbled, still somewhat dazed. The next second, the principal's smile gradually froze, his grip on Wang Wenxuan's hand slackening. "Oh, reserve," he murmured, and the principal hurriedly dashed out, his voice echoing in the corridor. "Director Sun, come back. Forget what I just said. Why on earth is your efficiency so high? In just a few minutes, have you already sent the menu to the kitchen?" The principal's anguished wail echoed throughout the corridor. Chapter 30. The dark chamber. A few minutes later, the principal returned, looking somewhat dazed, his gaze towards Wang Wenxuan filled with resentment, as if at any moment he might leap forward, seize Wang Wenxuan by the collar, and roar, "Why didn't you say you were from the reserve earlier? The reserves are strikingly impoverished, a motley crew of soon-to-be soldiers. Where on earth can one expect the school to allocate funds? Merely refraining from lingering at the school for free meals would be considered a stroke of good fortune. They are nothing short of a band of ruffians. Moreover, why is it that the assessment at the school is dictated by a reserve officer? One would have expected the presence of a leader from the MOGU or even from the Education Bureau. Under such circumstances, one might have found themselves compelled to contribute financially. No. Could this possibly be a scam?" The principal silently turned away, casting a glance at Yusheng, who was looking back at him with an expression of calmness. A sudden pang gripped the principal's heart. Thus, accompanied by Yusheng, Wang Wenxuan ventured to the cafeteria for a sumptuous meal that he had not enjoyed in many years. It felt as though every bite resonated within their hearts, blood dripped, incessantly dripping. They were on the brink of losing too much blood, teetering on the edge of pain. Especially as Wang Wenxuan sang the principal's praises, extolling his virtues of consideration and benevolence, he yearned to relive his past bravery, wishing he could simply crush this fool with a single blow. Gritting his teeth, he handed 3 demon crystals to Yusheng. This transaction finally came to a satisfactory conclusion, and of course, he also took a 3-day leave. The reward for his gallant act was indeed due to be claimed. After a brief tidying of his room at home, Yusheng unexpectedly received a call from Zhao Zicheng. "Why, Yugu, your father." Zhao Zicheng's voice was tinged with astonishment, as if he had witnessed something remarkable. "That old man is quite a character. He was mingling with those female clerks in prison. When I visited today, he wasn't even confined to his cell. He was reading palms for a few ladies. Quite enviable, indeed. It was as if the air was permeated with the tang of lemons." But soon Zhao Zicheng took a deep breath. "However, Yugu, I am quite clever. Under my strategic guidance, our uncle has been given an extended sentence for the crime of indecent assault. Soliciting and indecency are entirely different matters. At the very least, he won't be out for a year, and I specifically instructed to place him in a solitary room to ensure he has no contact with any women. Meals are delivered by a dedicated attendant. I believe our uncle must be quite grateful to me now." As he was leaving, he was crying and shouting that he would definitely talk to me after he got out. "I never expected our uncle to be such a sentimental person." I felt a twinge of guilt. Zhao Zicheng suppressed a laugh, feigning maturity as he reflected. Why, Yusheng's eyes lit up. "Good brother, for life." After hanging up, Yu Sheng felt an unusual lightness of spirit. Wang Wenxuan seemed to have procured a military jeep from somewhere and sped off with Yu Sheng towards Baichun City. "You guys at the exorcism hall are utterly unprofessional." A logistics clerk from the dark hall frowned slightly at the driver, who bore no semblance of a human, expressing dissatisfaction. "Oh well, as long as he's alive. The payment for this task would automatically be transferred to your salary card within 3 working days." This individual appeared quite busy, providing a few brief instructions before dragging the driver away like a lifeless dog, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Soon after, a cleaner hurried over with a mop, swiftly wiping the floor clean and spraying something, erasing the stench of blood, restoring the air to its former freshness. On the stairs of the 2nd floor, a line of older women descended, each wearing a gentle smile reminiscent of beloved family elders. These women carried freshly laundered clothes, eagerly tossing them into the back of a truck. Moments later, the previously bound young girls emerged, looking revitalized, some even sporting faint smiles. In short, within mere minutes, the trio's impression of the dark hall was professional, wealthy. They could afford to maintain a group of older women dedicated to psychological counseling. How much salary must they be dispersing each month? In this opulent hall, with busy clerks, not to mention the many unseen areas. For a moment, those from the exorcism hall felt a twinge of envy. In truth, they were all part of the same level of department. Why was there such a disparity? Their exorcism hall was merely a shabby 2-story building, divided into a few dilapidated rooms, with only one clerk who sat at the bar yawning daily. It wasn't that they lacked diligence, but in remote areas, there were hardly any substantial demon beasts to be found. Whenever a real one did appear, everyone would rush out like madmen, eager to seize the opportunity. After all, as long as the creature wasn't newly awakened, once dispatched, it could be sold for money. Some demon beasts didn't even require them to act. Passing guards, reserves, the dark hall, the bounty office, and even some school teachers would snatch them up like prized possessions. This led to their exorcism hall being merely a name. There were times when they couldn't help but feel an urge towards the central area of humanity, due to its status as the core of human civilization. Many demon clans lurked there, causing the exorcism hall's business to flourish and thrive. It was rumored that the exorcism hall in the core area could order a bowl of soy milk for breakfast and even have meat with their meals. The absurdity of it. They were struggling to save up a few coins just to buy cultivation resources, let alone squander food expenses. Thus, in their eyes, those who could afford meat were undoubtedly wealthy individuals. Even those who could feast on demon beast meat were akin to celestial beings, far beyond their wildest dreams. Damn. The dark hall has it good. One team member finally couldn't contain himself, muttering. Meanwhile, Anshin remained cheerfully smiling. A bunch of fools. What good is this meager salary from the dark hall? It's just enough to beg for scraps. If I truly can't make ends meet, I must work for the dark hall. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Allow you to see where the true wages of this job lie. Anshin's mood was evidently quite delightful as she waved her hand, looking adorably mischievous. Brothers, let us go to the Mogu. Let me take you to claim your rewards. Do you understand what it means to act with valor? Earning money requires wit. With that, Anshin took the lead, turning to leave as the others exchanged puzzled glances. Acting with valor? What scheme has our ingenious Anshin come up with this time? Chapter 31. Service interruption. It must be said that the members of the trio held a profound respect for their ingenious leader. Not merely due to her intelligence and beauty, but because this woman truly knew how to bring in the money. In the years since they joined the trio, they had essentially pulled themselves out of poverty, allowing them to enjoy a little extra on top of purchasing cultivation resources, such as having a warm breakfast. This was happiness. Who could refuse a few steaming buns after morning training, complemented by a bowl of warm water? It was akin to paradise. With unwavering trust in Anshin, the group decisively followed her, filled with anticipation as they headed towards the Mogu. Bro. Look, this is the Mogu branch in the provincial city. Standing before a somewhat antiquated building, Wang Wenxuan wore an expression of pride. Yu Sheng cast a glance and walked straight inside. Hey, at least throw a compliment or two. This place is pretty cool. You know? The Mogu of the provincial city. With such a grand reputation, are you sure you don't want to stand at the entrance for a photo? Wang Wenxuan shouted as he dashed inside. In the grand hall of the Mogu, several female clerks were patiently attending to the citizens until they heard Wang Wenxuan's loud voice. Instinctively, They looked up and, upon seeing his face, their bodies shuddered in unison. That madman is back. This beggar just won't quit. Several clerks covered their heads in frustration, their voices laced with despair, as if a terrifying entity had arrived. To every vacant counter Wang Wenxuan approached, a sign reading service interruption stood prominently. Wang Wenxuan stood awkwardly in place, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng silently turned away, regarding him with a gaze that was profoundly complex, as if saying nothing yet saying everything. Perhaps had he come alone, there was a 1 in 3 chance of claiming the reward for valor. Bringing this fellow along was likely to jeopardize everything. Those who spoke too much were simply unreliable. Indeed, the city of crime had not deceived him. Just then, "Excuse me, miss, may I inquire if we can process some business?" A voice interjected from beside Yu Sheng, where Anshin had suddenly appeared at the counter. Her eyes brimming with tears, a picture of vulnerability in an instant. The clerks behind the counter hastily removed the service interruption sign from their desk. "Please don't worry, little sister. First, tell us the specifics." Clearly, Anshin's sorrowful demeanor had affected them. Anshin nodded earnestly, forcing a smile, though it was tinged with bitterness. Thank you, big sister. I heard that fighting against the cult and saving lives can earn a reward if our leader dies. We won't be able to survive. He fights for humanity, and my legs are gone." Sob, Anshin's cries of despair grew increasingly heart-wrenching, evoking profound sympathy. A change in bounty? The clerk's mind raced through the various regulations of the MOGU, even pulling out a thick tome of policies to peruse page by page. Finally, there it was. The clerk muttered to herself, somewhat bewildered. But during battle, who has the time to record videos? She dazedly accepted the USB drive from Anshin. Opening the video, it depicted a scene of rescue, albeit edited and accompanied by background music, imbuing the protagonists with an air reminiscent of a chilling breeze sweeping through the cold waters of the river. The camera work was remarkably skillful, establishing an atmosphere of solemnity and tension. Although the footage ultimately only showcased the severely injured cultist driver, the scene quickly shifted to reveal several individuals, gravely wounded yet resolute. Departing with somber expressions in just 3 minutes, the footage could easily serve as a promotional trailer for a film. The clerk's eyes reddened, inexplicably feeling a pang in her nose, tears threatening to spill. Yet she remained conflicted. This video is far too brief. I cannot ascertain its authenticity. It feels more like a movie. Her expression was one of distress, even though the girl before her looked filthy and pitiable. And their captain lay gravely injured in the hospital. Having lost his legs, rules were rules. She lacked the authority. "Miss, please, if this drags on, our captain will die." Anshin cried out, disregarding her image. The clerk found herself in a dilemma, and after a prolonged silence, she gritted her teeth. "I don't have that authority. Wait. I'll go find my superior." With that, she turned and left in the distance. Wang Wenxuan, who had been observing the entire scene, was taken aback. Can this really be done? Anshin, this madwoman, is quite the strategist. Why? Yu Sheng looked at him, as if to say it engaged in the same trade. Why is their presentation so polished while yours appears so unprofessional? Wang Wenxuan felt utterly bewildered. Under normal circumstances, such a loophole for exchanging rescues for bounties was rarely considered. Perhaps some had thought of it, but lacked the courage to broach the subject, which was why even the clerk was initially caught off guard. Why had Anshin fortuitously arrived at the same conclusion as them? Unless there's an undercover. Damn it, that shameless scoundrel Luo Yun must have eavesdropped. Wang Wenxuan cursed vehemently. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes, and he, in front of everyone, ruffled his hair, appearing utterly dejected, staggering as he leaned on the counter, looking at the clerk passing by. "Older sister, please save me. I have some information too. Our leader is on the brink of death. It is truly tragic, I swear. He has lost his arms and legs, just a head hanging there. If you don't give me a pass, it would be tantamount to murder against the reserve commander of Baichun City. A grave crime." Wang Wenxuan pounded on the counter, his emotions running high, even frantically signaling to Yu Sheng for assistance. They had to secure the funds today. If they could outsmart them, it would be even better, thus saving a share for their leader. Why? Yu Sheng remained silent, merely observing Wang Wenxuan's performance, noticing a hint of pity in his gaze. After a moment, he spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, the one behind you should be your Leader, he pointed at Wang Wenxuan's back. Suddenly, Wang Wenxuan felt a chill down his spine, as if some fearsome beast was closely watching him. Like a predator eyeing its prey, a bead of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Swallowing hard, Wang Wenxuan's sorrowful expression vanished, replaced by a smile. Miss, I was just joking. Please carry on. My leader is valiant and courageous, full of gallantry. He strides through hordes of monsters as if on level ground, slaying a demon every 10 steps, leaving no trace 1,000 miles behind. Fierce and formidable, with an indomitable spirit, his literary prowess is unmatched. Truly, how could he possibly die? Wang Wenxuan vowed that within a minute. He had exhausted every idiom he had ever learned, employing them flawlessly. Chapter 32. Next time. Just say it's a robbery. The clerk regarded Wang Wenxuan as though he were insane, casting a glance in his direction before turning to leave. Behind him, a teasing voice resonated. According to what you just said, am I not already living on just my head? How apt a description of being fierce and formidable. Wang Wenxuan's body stiffened, and he turned to face the towering figure behind him. Forcing a strained smile, Leader, what a coincidence. The response was a cold chuckle. I wonder if you've been slacking off recently. Shall we step outside for a chat? Leader, I believe you shouldn't say that. In my eyes, you have always been exceptionally intelligent, not foolish. Compared to your martial prowess, I admire your wisdom even more. Wang Wenxuan started to speak but faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Why Yusheng pondered for a moment before kindly interjecting. A literary talent that delivers heads over 1,000 miles? The atmosphere seemed to plummet to a freezing point. Observing his leader's expression growing ever colder, Wang Wenxuan decisively stated, Leader, listen to me. There is nothing in this world that cannot be explained. With that, he grasped his leader's robust arm and attempted to pull him aside. However, the leader remained unmoved, his dark skin and stocky physique gazing at Wang Wenxuan with confusion, who returned his innocent gaze. Another tug. Are you out of your mind? The leader finally spoke. Leader, have you considered the possibility that I wish to discuss something privately with you? Wang Wenxuan's expression grew somewhat awkward. What could you possibly want to say that requires secrecy? Engaging in shady dealings, the leader's voice boomed, cursing again. Wang Wenxuan sighed, whispering hurriedly in the blink of an eye. The once imposing leader now fixated on the quiet Yusheng, his bulbous eyes sparkling with brilliance. Really? Is it that impressive? He eyed Wang Wenxuan for confirmation once more. Wang Wenxuan nodded affirmatively. Damn. This is a true benefactor. The leader, cursing under his breath, shoved Wang Wenxuan aside, his face contorting in a myriad of emotions, one moment resembling tears, the next rage, then a desire to kill. Even Yusheng felt bewildered. Why was this hulking figure making faces before him? Hello, my name is Chen Yimo. He hesitated for a moment, then solemnly addressed Yusheng, before nervously turning to Wang Wenxuan and delivering a swift kick to his backside. Quick, check if I'm smiling. Wang Wenxuan lost his balance and fell to the ground, staring up at his nameless, elegant, yet domineering leader, and after a while, begrudgingly praised. Leader, you have a truly charming smile. Good. Chen Yimo nodded in satisfaction, then turned back to Yusheng, adopting what he believed to be the gentlest tone. Brother, I want to say much more. Life is long. If you face any grievances in Baichun City, just let me know. I'll send a whole battalion to deal with it. He added, by the way. Don't forget about me in future dealings. As he spoke, Chen Yimo raised his bear-like hand to pat Yusheng's shoulder. If one were to disregard Chen Yimo's words and merely observe his fierce countenance and actions, one might mistake him for a murderer. Why Yusheng calmly stepped back. I don't like fighting. However, I do enjoy making money. His gaze was sincere and earnest, remarkably resolute. Rest assured, just watch, if I fail to procure this money today, I'll take your surname. Chen Yimo's chest boomed with confidence. In a similar tone and manner to Wang Wenxuan, Yusheng fell into silence, realizing he had perhaps acted a bit hastily. He should have come alone. There might still be a chance to secure the funds. Anshin, do you think this group of fools in the reserves will affect our plan? A team member ventured a couple of steps forward, speaking as softly as a whisper. Anshin maintained her pitiable demeanor, responding quietly through clenched teeth. Don't act rashly. Ignore them. Let us just get the money and leave. Whether our team can upgrade our equipment hinges on today. The group's expressions grew solemn as they continued to harbor their pessimistic sentiments. Meanwhile, Wang Wenxuan, having picked himself up, approached Anxin with his hands behind his back, waddling like an old man. What brings you here today? He praised her acting skills. I'm not even close to your level. Wang Wenxuan, like a cunning fox, flashed Anxin's signature sweet smile, his eyes squinting like crescent moons. However, the expression he made was utterly out of place. Verging on repugnant, I can assure you. If you prevent me from earning a living by chunching, it will be you without me. Anxin still spoke with a quavering voice, her eyes glistening with tears as she stared blankly at Wang Wenxuan. Yet the words that escaped her lips were chillingly cold. Wang Wenxuan showed no trace of fear on his face, maintaining his rogue demeanor as he languidly raised 4 fingers at Anxin. With her back turned to the onlookers, Anxin shook her head slightly. She then raised 2 fingers in response. Wang Wenxuan scoffed, retracting 1 finger, leaving 3. Anxin nodded in acknowledgement. It was only then that Wang Wenxuan cracked a smile. My apologies. Beautiful. I mistook you for someone else that you're in such a pitiful state, and yet here I am causing trouble. How despicable of me. He shook his head in self-reproach before retreating back to Chen Yimo's side. At that moment, a clerk and a middle-aged man in a suit approached from afar, moving briskly, the clerk anxiously chattering away. Hey, take care of my business first. Didn't you hear what my men said? I am down to my last breath. If you don't save me soon, I'll be a goner. Chen Yimo stepped in front of the two, resembling a towering wall, his voice booming like thunder. The 3 cloud-patterned medals on his shoulder represented his achievements. Each of these medals signified blood and sacrifice, allowing him to proudly declare, I have shed blood for humanity. I am a hero. Furthermore, no one dared to refute this claim. Yet, this heroic figure now bore the semblance of a rogue, acting with brazen insolence. You're built like an ox, and you tell me you're down to your last breath? Next time, just say you're planning to rob me. That might yield better results. Straightforward and easy to understand. Chapter 33. This is my good brother indeed. Did you not see my boss in his grievous state? A gust of wind could topple him. Hurry up and handle my affairs. Wang Wenxuan adopted a fade of authority, standing beside them and slamming a USB drive onto the table. The middle-aged man in the suit appeared somewhat helpless, tinged with urgency. After all, there was someone far off in dire need of money to save their life. Causing a scene now would only complicate matters, until he caught sight of Anxin sitting in the distance. His body stiffened at that the young girl you mentioned? A tragic background? So pitiful. The middle-aged man in the suit turned stiffly to the young clerk beside him. The clerk, clearly bewildered, instinctively nodded, taking a deep breath. The suited man managed to steady his emotions. You must be new. From now on, remember that face? And this one too. Add them to your blacklist. Have you got that? The middle-aged man wore an expression of dismay. These 2 were a bane to their Imogu, coming in 8 times a day by every means possible to extort money. Did they really think they were fools? He had originally wondered why Anxin hadn't come to cause trouble recently. It seemed she was merely biding her time for a grand move. This business cannot be conducted. No exceptions. He glared at the group, his expression stern. Shut your mouth. Chen Yimo cursed vehemently. Anxin wiped away her tears and silently stood up, smiling at the middle-aged man, a smile that sent chills down the spine. Do you know who this is? Chen Yimo pointed towards Yusheng, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Why Yusheng glanced around, looking somewhat bewildered by the attention, and took a couple of steps back. The middle-aged man in the suit furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Chen Yimo was a reserve commander in Jiangbei province, a 6-time awakener. Although he might have been a bit dim-witted, his status was undeniably high. To have such a person personally introduce someone. Could this be a significant figure from above? And who might this be? The suited man inquired earnestly. This is my good brother, who has shed blood for humanity and fought against monsters for our kind. Why should he not be compensated for saving lives? If you dare to embarrass me in front of my brother today, believe me, I will strip you of your trousers and hang them at the entrance of Imogu for a day. Chen Yimo glared fiercely, exuding an intimidating aura without raising his voice. The middle-aged man in the suit was incensed, tugging at his tie. Chun, don't think I'm afraid of you. You keep allowing this little brat to rob my Imogu, and it's getting out of hand. Come on, show me what you can do. He pointed at Chen Yimo, his previous elegance vanishing, replaced by a rogue-esque bravado. Oh, so the Lingyan Academy is so impressive, is it? A bunch of old shifty characters. If I don't beat you today, it would be a disgrace to the education I received. Qin Yimo rolled up his sleeves, a tiger's roar escaping his lips, an Awang symbol emerged on his forehead. This transformation occurred only after the sixth awakening, allowing him to maintain combat prowess without summoning awaken items, thus conserving energy. Brute. Today, let us see if those from Lingyan Academy can crush you. Streams of azure light surrounded the middle-aged man in the suit, indicating he too was at least a six-time awakener, a master of manipulation. War was on the brink of igniting. Ahem, may I say something? Yushang interjected, feeling somewhat helpless. He wished to keep a low profile, ideally saying nothing and simply taking the money to leave. However, seeing that he might miss out on the excitement and not have enough to cover medical expenses, he finally spoke up. According to the laws of Mogu, Article 9 of the Awakeners section, those who engage in unprovoked fighting within the city are subject to 15 days of detention and a fine of 10,000. If the impact is significant, such as in public places, and the circumstances severe, detention can extend beyond 6 months, with fines up to 100,000. Without any attempt to mediate, Yusheng recited the relevant laws like a voice recorder. The atmosphere grew quiet. The previously furious Qin Yimo almost immediately retracted his energy. 100,000 fine. Isn't that asking for my life? Seeing Qin Yimo back down, the middle-aged man in the suit let out a cold snort, dissipating the surrounding azure light. The once tense hall returned to tranquility in an instant. The gazes of everyone, be it the middle-aged man in the suit, on Xin, or Wang Wenxuan, were once again fixed on Yushang. Curious about this seemingly unawakened young man and why he was so well-versed in the law. Are you perhaps from the security department? As a lawful citizen, after rendering aid to my fellow beings, I am entitled to receive a reward at any Mogu branch if I am not attended to or if there is a deliberate delay in processing. I have grounds to file a complaint against the staff or Mogu under Article 32 of the Rights Protection Law to safeguard my legal rights. Now, I would like to proceed with my business. With that, Yushang turned to the center of the hall, pressed a few buttons on the machine, and produced a slip of paper with a number. Qin Yimo on Xin, Wang Wenxuan, and the middle-aged man in the suit were left dumbfounded. What on earth is this child? Normal or not normal? To escalate things to such an extent, with the citizens temporarily dismissed. There were only a few people in Mogu, and he was still drawing a number? How idle could he be? Following the information displayed on the screen, Yusheng located the designated counter, politely nodded, and took a seat. Hello, I'd like to conduct some business. The clerk looked helplessly at the middle-aged man in the suit. Continue with the business. Why are you looking at me? The middle-aged man replied weakly. On the verge of a breakdown, the two most shameless rascals in Bai Chunqing had shown up on the same day, one accompanied by a big brother, and now this abnormal child had appeared as well. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had left home without checking the calendar. Was he really this unlucky? He didn't even return to the office, simply sitting in his chair and staring blankly at Qin Yimo. Meanwhile, Qin Yimo regained his composure, chuckling as he sat beside him, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Wang Wenxuan could distinctly hear the cracking sounds from the middle-aged man's bones. Yet, even though the middle-aged man's face turned pale from the pain, he remained silent, embodying the unique stubbornness of the Lingyan Academy. Despite being physically challenged, his resolve was unyielding. Time passed, second by second. Xin remained, her gaze fixed on Yushang, appearing contemplative. Chapter 34. Following Yushang articulately expressed his demands. Handing over the USB drive, the clerk, slightly anxious, accepted it and plugged it into the computer, attentively watching the video. The impassioned narration reverberated through the hall, once again capturing everyone's attention. Just as the crowd began to grow numb, the second video commenced. Several clumsy attempts followed by a decisive strike delivered a tremendous visual shock to the audience. Although the deceased was merely the most useless of even the first awakeners, Yushang was an apprentice. This video bore signs of editing. Furthermore, the clerk cautiously remarked, the implication clear, why Yusheng remained remarkably calm. Indeed, editing occurred, but you may arrange for a specialist to analyze the circumstances on site. There were 2 battles in total, and the strengths were not balanced. Therefore, barring any unforeseen events, the student side would undoubtedly lose and be completely annihilated. Acts of bravery are justified. according to Gu. Yu Shang meticulously expounded on the knowledge, leaving no room for error. Approve it in the distance. A middle-aged man clad in a suit, who had been intently observing the surveillance footage, suddenly spoke up in response to the bewildered expression cast by the clerk. He reiterated, disperse the bonuses according to the full standard. Huh? Ah. The clerk, somewhat dazed, continued to operate her computer, retrieving Yu Shang's card number once more. After a brief pause, she announced, the bonus application has been submitted. It will be credited within 3 business days. Thank you. Yu Shang rose and directed his gaze towards the suited gentleman, inquiring, may I know the reason behind this? Are you considering a role in the Dark Pavilion? The middle-aged man did not answer directly but countered with a question. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shang shook his head. I have no such plans for now. Should you ever change your mind? Feel free to seek me out. My surname is Lin. I am the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Imo Pavilion branch in Jiangbei Province. Trust me, after joining the Dark Pavilion, your income will far exceed what you currently receive. As he spoke, he produced a business card and handed it over. Chen Yimo, witnessing this exchange, became agitated. You sly old fox, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. This man is one of our reserves. After all these years, is it easy to find someone clever? He glared at Pavilion Master Lin, unleashing a torrent of curses. Heh. The only response from Pavilion Master Lin was a faint smile, lacking any desire to engage further with the irate old man. As he turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Chen Yimo seething in place. Look at him. To earn money, one must employ their intellect. Do you even understand that? With thousands in reserves, not a single one has a functioning brain. Chen Yimo's frustration shifted towards Wang Wenxuan, delivering a swift kick to his backside, then turning to Yu Shang with a twisted, almost mocking smile. Brother Yu, today's affair was a disaster. But trust me, we won't falter next time. We are still dependable. Though we lack brains, we are quick to act. Just pay us, and we'll jump right in. If any lucrative opportunities arise, prioritize us reserves. We are desperate. With that, Chen Yimo turned on his heel and departed, too embarrassed to linger. Initially, he had hoped to visit the Imo Pavilion to catch a favorable breeze, perhaps shamelessly soliciting some funds, but upon encountering Yu Shang, he thought luck had finally turned in his favor. Little did he know that Pavilion Master Lin would be in such a foul mood today. In the end, he left empty-handed, utterly humiliated. Once Wang Wenxuan returned, extra training would be a must, brother. I sense the situation is dire. I should step out and avoid the storm. We'll discuss specifics later. No more time to chat. Wang Wenxuan observed Chen Yimo's retreating figure. Feeling restless and regretful, almost as if he were fleeing in embarrassment, he left the Imo Pavilion without waiting for Yu Shang to speak, vanishing into the crowd. As for money, he felt too ashamed to ask. Everyone understood why Pavilion Master Lin had approved this particular disbursement. Sheen, however, regarded Yu Shang with keen interest, murmuring, is this the person Luo Yun mentioned? Decisive and ruthless. His agility suggests he is formidable post-awakening. The youth of today truly are remarkable. With a sense of nostalgia, Sheen rose and began to walk away. Sheen, we don't even have enough for new equipment, a team member hesitantly inquired. Sheen continued her stride. Money is endless. If we didn't succeed this time, we can try again next time. But we've used our meager bounty for video editing. We don't even have dinner money left. The team member lamented helplessly. Sheen abruptly halted. We also need to repay the debts to the bank. Her smile began to fade. And there are still 27 days until payday. The team member added, delivering another blow in that moment. Sheen's youthful, vibrant demeanor seemed to age significantly. Sometimes, the weight that crushes a person is not danger, but rather money. The Imo Pavilion's efficiency was remarkable. Although they stated 3 business days, the funds were credited in just about 2 hours. As Yu Shang strolled along the street, he appeared to be aimlessly wandering until he maneuvered through the crowd and turned a corner that he vanished from sight. Sheen, accompanied by 3 team members, rushed out from a distance, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing. That big spender must have noticed us. Sheen gritted her teeth. I wanted to borrow some money from him, and he ran off so quickly. It infuriates me. With a dissatisfied huff, she added, the next time I see him, I must borrow several thousand to spend. Let us go. I found some part-time job listings online with daily pay. Let us earn enough for dinner first. As she spoke, On Sheen's expression turned somewhat melancholic, rendering her words almost absurd. Here they were, the dignified third team of the Demon Slayer Pavilion, impoverished to the point of lacking even dinner money. And she herself was a 4-time awakened ability user. Yet, this was their reality. Awakened beings are mysterious, powerful, and glamorous, seemingly envied and aspired to by many. However, the resources required for cultivation could easily crush a person. To grow stronger necessitates countless resources. Resources all come at a cost, especially in their remote and lesser-known positions. That meager salary was simply insufficient. Unless one day, they muster the courage to traverse the demon suppression pass and venture into the demon territories. Survival alone might yield bountiful rewards, but given their team's overall strength, it was likely, perhaps, they would merely serve as a sumptuous meal for the demon clan. In a corner, Yu Sheng leaned against the wall, observing the departing figures with an expressionless visage. Indeed, whether in the city of sins or the outside world, it remained unchanged. When one possesses a wealth coveted by others, they will stop at nothing to eliminate you and seize everything you have. However, the tracking methods employed by these individuals were exceedingly obvious, lacking professionalism. After committing murder to silence, leaving behind clues that could easily lead to capture by the guards. Chapter 35. A chaotic slaughter. There was no anger, nor any thoughts of revenge. Yu Sheng. Everything seemed entirely natural. If one possesses wealth, it is only expected that others would attempt to kill them. It would be surprising only if he learned that this woman was merely attempting to borrow money. In the city of sins, such notions did not exist. Seated on the bus back to Ma Bei, Yu Sheng chose a window seat, seemingly having developed a habit, gazing silently at the fleeting landscapes outside. Like Zhao Ziqing remarked, he was quite taciturn, appearing disinterested in the world around him, save for money and food. Suddenly, an elderly man, clad in tattered clothing and sporting a scraggly goatee, rose and surveyed the surroundings. His gaze eventually landed on Yu Sheng, eyes glinting with mischief as he approached. Ahem, young man, care to buy a disc? High definition, and censored. As he spoke, he cautiously opened a corner of his coat, revealing a collection of discs inside. All glaringly white point. One could only describe it as simplistic and crude. Noticing Yu Sheng's perpetually calm and unflappable demeanor, the old man furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared he had encountered a seasoned individual. Such a scene elicited no reaction. This person must have weathered many storms. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper, glancing around with heightened vigilance. I also have demon beast discs. He produced a disc from his bosom, waving it in front of Yu Sheng before hastily concealing it was as though he possessed a rare treasure, his eyes radiating confidence, as if this prized possession would surely entice someone to part with their money. Indeed, Yu Sheng appeared contemplative for a moment before silently retrieving his phone. The old man, being quite perceptive, offered a QR code. Muttering softly, 80. However, the old man's eyes soon widened in shock. Why, Yu Sheng had dialed the number for the guard station. Big brother. Though clearly in his 70s or 80s, the old man sprang into action with the agility of youth, swiftly seizing Yu Sheng's hand and hanging up the call. Business not concluded. But kindness remains. Leave a path for future encounters. The old man, exuding a sense of camaraderie, clasped his fists in salute to Yu Sheng before turning and departing with remarkable decisiveness. Why, Yu Sheng, feeling a tinge of regret, lowered his phone and continued to drift in thought as the bus slowly approached Ma Bei City, drawing nearer to its destination. The old man continued to roam the aisles, engaging with young passengers. Before long, a young man would blush and furtively extract his phone, concealing something in return. Unbeknownst to them, the once tranquil atmosphere of the bus had subtly shifted into something more suggestive. At the back of the bus, two middle-aged men appeared ready to disembark, rising from their seats and moving towards the old man. He, however, remained acutely aware. Casting only a fleeting glance at the two, he sidled closer to the exit. He had sensed something amiss. Act now. Don't let him escape. The guard station is enforcing the law. The two middle-aged men, not foolish themselves, noticed the old man's sudden movement and shouted as they rushed forward. Is it really that serious just for a bit of pocket change? The old man grumbled, shaking out his voluminous coat, which emitted a faint energy fluctuation. In the next moment, he hurled himself towards the window. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, his body seemed to transcend the physical realm, effortlessly penetrating the car window and tumbling onto the ground outside. He staggered to his feet, vehemently cursing at the bus while pointing an accusatory finger. Before limping away into the depths of the street, the two guards promptly retrieved their phones, incessantly speaking into them. For a moment, the scene was chaotic, resembling an inconspicuous farce, trivial yet intriguing enough for onlookers to momentarily gaze upon before moving on. He disembarked, choosing not to return home, but instead heading directly to an ATM. Inserting his bank card, he adeptly pressed a series of numbers, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the account name. Until that moment, he had maintained an air of tranquility, as if the entire world held no relevance to him. Yet, at last, a flicker of sorrow graced his countenance. With a soft sigh, he transferred a substantial portion of his recent winnings before turning to leave, his silhouette bearing the weight of experience. Nevertheless, as he stepped onto the street, his posture straightened anew, and his expression remained that of eternal calm, unaltered. No one knew what burdens this mere 19-year-old carried. Yu Sheng, a survivor of life's tribulations. How he entered the city of sin and what experiences he endured there remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, inexplicably, one could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow for him. But did he truly require the pity of others? Returning home, his journey to Baichun City had taken merely a day. With an ample supply of demon crystals, he spent the following 2 days in solitude. The golden patterns upon the egg had lengthened significantly, seemingly on the verge of enveloping it entirely. When that moment arrived, it would signify his official awakening as a practitioner, with sufficient demon crystals at hand. That day was drawing near. At any moment, he could fully awaken. The egg would shatter, revealing life and death. He might soar to greatness, becoming a dazzling prodigy, or fade into obscurity, living a mundane existence. Which of these fates was more fortunate remained uncertain. Upon returning to school, he encountered Zhao Ziqing, who was squatting at the school gate like a small-time thug, accompanied by a burly bald man. The moment Zhao Ziqing spotted Yu Sheng, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over. "Old Yu, you've finally returned. If you hadn't the school would be turned upside down." As they reunited, Zhao Ziqing lamented, as if a dam had burst. "You have no idea how chaotic things have become recently. Didn't we win the assessment at our school? The students from the other 2 schools were dissatisfied and have been causing trouble here every day. The teachers seem to ignore it for some reason. In just 3 days, who knows how many students have been ambushed in alleys." His expression was grim, but Zhao Ziqing quickly regained his enthusiasm. "But now that you're back, things will be easier. Together, we'll absolutely wreak havoc." He waved his hand dramatically, as though envisioning himself standing amidst a sea of corpses. Why? Yu Sheng pondered for 2 seconds. "Are you responsible for the havoc?" Zhao Ziqing's hand froze in midair. Caught off guard, unsure of what to say next, Why Yu Sheng's attention soon shifted to the bald man nearby. This bald man, his figure seemed somewhat familiar, but Yu Sheng couldn't quite place it. Fortunately, old Du was perceptive. Most of the emotions among the students from the first school remained stable. Yet, it felt orchestrated. I can't shake the feeling that the 3 headmasters are deliberately fostering this situation. It feels too contrived. Zhao Ziqing was the only one who could withstand Yu Sheng's various charms and pressures. He quickly returned to his natural demeanor and continued. "Old Du Su, your ambitions have grown quite large. Haven't they?" Yu Sheng seized upon the crux of the conversation, his gaze toward Zhao Ziqing filled with astonishment. "You can analyze the headmaster's thought processes after just one assessment?" Zhao Ziqing replied. "I heard it from my dad." The bald man clenched his teeth, rising to stand before Yu Sheng, his expression conflicted. "Well, the school is merging anyway, so I want to roll with you." Yu Sheng scrutinized Du Su earnestly, his eyes widening in surprise. "You've shaved. You look much younger now, barely 30. I'm 18, Du Su grumbled in response. Yu Sheng maintained a standard silence. "Anyway, they've come right to our doorstep. Old Yu, what do you propose we do?" "My plan is to confront them head-on, take down whoever stands in our way. Once the merger is complete, the 3 of us will reign supreme in Mobe City." Zhao Ziqing interjected once more. One couldn't deny his relentless drive, continuously launching assaults for the ideals in his heart, maintaining optimism and determination despite the ups and downs, persevering time and again. Becoming the leader could lead to a disastrous end? Yu Sheng reflected wistfully, as if recalling familiar faces from memory, ultimately offering a sober assessment. "Never mind, Class is about to start. We'll discuss it later. Zhao Ziqing appeared somewhat disheartened as he watched Du Su follow him into the school. Yushang, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you from the first school? We're merging anyway, so I let him transfer early," Zhao Ziqing explained. "Now I understand why students from the first school come to our second school to fight," Yushang remarked, his tone contemplative. Zhao Ziqing's body stiffened momentarily at Du Su's curious glance, quickly redirecting the conversation. Upon returning to the classroom, the same students filled the seats, yet their gazes toward Yushang had transformed. Some looked at him with reverence, others with trepidation, and even jealousy. Within the small classroom, the myriad facets of life were on full display. Lu Qingfeng appeared punctually, ringing the class bell and glancing in Yushang's direction before commencing the day's lesson on maintaining vigilance in the wilderness. He discussed the ideal resting positions and various methods of utilizing awakening materials. For instance, the duration an awakening material could sustain itself post-awakening depended on one's own energy levels. Awakening materials typically possessed 9 sockets for embedding crystals, commonly referred to as demon cores. In contrast to demon crystals, which are purified energy extracted from the corpses of fallen beasts, demon cores represent the most vital components within a demon beast's body. Should your awakening material be a tiger and you embed it with the demon core of an eagle demon, there exists a chance for the awakening material to evolve a pair of wings, granting the ability to fly. Yet, this capability can be somewhat impractical. Generally, after 6 awakenings, one can fly unaided. Every awakening only permits the embedding of demon cores from similarly ranked beasts, though the quality of cores can vary even among those of the same rank. Rabbit demons are inherently weaker than tiger demons, and tiger demons pale in comparison to evolved divine beasts. Within the demon race, a hierarchy exists. To continue awakening, one must absorb substantial energy, meticulously extracting it and infusing it into the demon core via the awakening material. The moment the core is saturated with energy, the next awakening can commence. The more intricate the patterns on the awakening material, the greater the energy conversion capacity and absorption efficiency. Even though this knowledge had been disseminated countless times, Lu Qingfeng diligently reiterated it at the podium as the outside world suggested. The higher the rank of the demon core you absorb, the stronger your power. However, I wish to emphasize, this is not absolute. What suits you best is paramount. If the demon core is incompatible with your awakening material, even if it originates from a divine beast's offspring, it will yield counterproductive results. Therefore, do not pursue quality blindly, lest your desires cloud your judgment. The path of awakening is long. Each step must be taken with diligence and steadiness. Do you understand? Lu Qingfeng's tone remained as serious as ever. Yet, most students appeared somewhat lethargic. Was it truly necessary to reiterate such well-known concepts? Observing their reactions, Lu Qingfeng felt a tinge of helplessness. Everyone comprehended the principles, yet the most challenging aspect to control was one's own desires. When confronted with a high-ranking demon core, everyone would ponder, what if? Even if the attributes were not entirely suitable, what if they unlocked an exceptional skill? Wouldn't that propel them to greatness, paving the way to invincibility? After all, a miraculous ability yields absolute effects. Yet, he had witnessed countless talents extinguished under such misguided aspirations. Fortunately, the one solace for Lu Qingfeng was that, unlike during combat classes, Yushang remained engaged throughout the lesson. Perhaps this was why Lu Qingfeng held such high regard for Yushang. He could see a reflection of his younger self in him. They were alike, slender. Initially, he had intended to boast about his decisiveness and prudence. But he felt ill-equipped for such bravado. A week from now, the 3 schools would merge. At that time, the competition for admission would intensify. Should one fall behind in grades, the consequence could be the absence of acceptance into any higher education institution. With good fortune, one might join the guards or the demon extermination division, earning a salary and bonuses while continuing their training. Conversely, with ill fortune, one could descend into the ranks of the subjugated populace. Perhaps you may perceive the situation as not being as dire as I have described, but what I wish to convey to you is this. This is the singular opportunity in your lives to leap over the dragon gate without the burden of financial cost. I can only hope that years from now, when you reflect upon your past selves, you will not feel a sense of regret. The classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. Although they were still young and unaware of the harsh realities of the world, there was at least a palpable tension in the air. Chapter 37. Is this world not solely about interests? The first step is to secure the chance to take the assessment in a corner. Yusheng spoke softly, wisps of gray mist wafted above their heads, settling into the canvas of their thoughts. Harvest has been reaped. Lu Qingfeng's gaze fell helplessly upon Yusheng once more. This fellow's words were always irrefutable. The number of human universities is limited. On average, each province harbors but a single institution. Every student within these prestigious halls is a prodigy, particularly in the most esteemed military academies, Lingwu Academy and Lingyan Academy, which attract only the Armée de la Armée. The resources within these institutions are abundant, with countless demon crystals and cores. Many formidable human warriors have emerged from these halls. Yet, the prerequisite for all this is simple. You must be a genius. Each year, countless aspiring candidates vie for a chance to enroll in these universities, but the qualification for the assessment remains the greatest hurdle. The entrance examinations are a significant event for humanity, standardized by the MO Pavilion, which selects the most outstanding candidates to fill out their application forms and undergo rigorous evaluations at their chosen schools, preventing anyone from circumventing the system through underhanded means. Only then does the true examination commence, while the rest merely receive a graduation certificate. Of course, apart from these three major institutions, there exists another school, the MO Academy, established directly by the MO Pavilion. However, this institution is shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of its assessment criteria. Typically, acceptance letters are handed directly to students, and the entry requirements are exceedingly high. It is said that in some years, MO Academy has admitted as few as 3 students. Yet, it is undeniable that every graduate from MO Academy has made a name for themselves. If there is a singular flaw, it is the alarmingly low graduation rate and a notably high dropout rate. With a death toll that is exceedingly high, indeed, comparisons have been drawn, revealing that the number of graduates from MO Academy over the years is significantly lower than the number of students who perished during their studies. Even among those who graduated, over 70% met their demise in battle. Thus, MO Academy stands as a beacon of aspiration for all students, yet it is also a source of great fear. The achievements of its graduates, forged through sacrifice, have solidified MO Academy's unassailable position as the foremost institution. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qingfeng spoke. Though it may seem ironic, Yusheng speaks the truth. To obtain qualification for the university assessment point, one must first put in the effort. Some things cannot be attained merely through daydreaming. The world is not lacking in geniuses, especially among you. The most lamentable aspect is not the disparity in talent, but the refusal to exert oneself despite lacking innate ability. When the day of reckoning arrives, to utter a mere, "I simply did not take it seriously. Had I done so, the results would have been different. This is the root of scorn." Lu Qingfeng's words were devoid of mercy, icy and penetrating. Striking deep into their hearts, it could be said that he forcefully stripped away their masks, trampling upon their facades. Yet, if even one person were ignited by this provocation, motivated to strive and alter their fate, then even if the rest cursed him for eternity, what of it? The atmosphere in the classroom was heavy, weighing down the spirits of most students. Lu Qingfeng merely observed with a cold gaze. Were this a time of prosperity for humanity, he might be deemed an inadequate teacher, having severely dampened the students' enthusiasm before the exam, potentially affecting their mindset and resulting in a less than satisfactory performance. Yet now, the plight faced by humanity is far from such trivialities. He had experienced the demon suppression pass and had been fortunate enough to survive. He understood the brutality of the battlefield and the cheapness of life. A mind that is not sufficiently resilient, easily swayed by mere taunts, ought to remain far from the battlefield. Otherwise, the consequences may extend beyond oneself. Others, why Yusheng, step outside for a moment. Standing at the classroom door, Lu Qingfeng addressed Yusheng. Why Yusheng looked up in confusion and rose silently. The next 2 classes will not benefit you much. How about a short walk? He patted Yusheng's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yusheng nodded. The 2 figures, one large and one small, exited the campus while the other students remained engrossed in their lessons. To Yusheng's surprise, Lu Qingfeng did not lead him far, settling down on the steps near the school gate. Opposite them was a breakfast stall, just past the busy hour, where a middle-aged man was cleaning the tables. However, the man walked with a noticeable limp, his gait somewhat awkward. "Have you seen him?" Lu Qingfeng observed the middle-aged figure intently. Yusheng nodded gently. "Everyone in the class calls him Wang Qiaozi. And what is your opinion?" Lu Qingfeng turned his gaze to meet Yu Sheng's eyes. Why Yu Sheng appeared perplexed, seemingly unsure of why Lu Qingfeng posed such a question. Should I observe with my eyes? He ventured cautiously. Ha. Lu Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps I should not have asked you. He was once a reservist. He trained for about 2 years in the reserves, but due to insufficient overall data, he was assigned to the Dawn Pass. After all, the pressure there is somewhat lighter. He spent only 3 days at the Dawn Pass. The first 2 days were relatively calm due to a recent demon offensive. On the 3rd day, the demons launched a night raid. That was when his leg was broken. 2 years of relentless training. Yet, he could only endure for a single day. Thankfully, he survived. After leaving the Dawn Pass, he returned home and opened a Baozi shop at the school gate. Lu Qingfeng's voice grew somber as Yu Sheng listened in silence. I share this with you not to urge you to sacrifice yourself for humanity. I merely wish to impress upon you that humanity is far from the optimistic facade it presents. The 4 passes, should even one fall, the consequences would be catastrophic. War is brutal. Do you think that if such a person, who has sacrificed his life for humanity, were to encounter danger before you, you would not save him? Lu Qingfeng fixed his gaze intently upon Yu Sheng's eyes, as if anticipating something. Why Yu Sheng fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head. I do not know I am the Sin City. There is no rationale for saving others. I have witnessed those saved turn against their benefactors, knife in hand. I have also seen lives lost over a bloodied bun. I have seen many things. I do not understand why one should protect others. Is this world not solely about interests? Chapter 38. A different landscape. A series of images flashed through Yu Sheng's mind. A middle-aged man advancing menacingly toward him, rope in hand. The kind old man who had cared for him for 2 days, now turning to sell him for a good price. The street strewn with corpses, and himself standing amidst a pool of blood, gasping for breath, back to back with another frail figure. Observing Yu Sheng's bewildered expression, Lu Qingfeng felt an inexplicable pang of compassion. He could not fathom the experiences that had shaped Yu Sheng into the person he was. Nor could he comprehend the heartlessness of a father who had cast his child into Sin City for years, indifferent to his plight. Perhaps you are right. This world has never sheltered you. Why then should I expect you to protect it? A bitter smile crept onto Lu Qingfeng's lips as he instinctively lifted a hand to pat Yu Sheng's head, but Yu Sheng instinctively recoiled. Evading the gesture, Lu Qingfeng even caught a glimpse of a blade nestled between Yu Sheng's fingers, which had, unbeknownst to him, transitioned from iron to something resembling the sharpened bones of a demon beast, tough and razor-sharp. In that moment, Lu Qingfeng felt a surge of complex emotions. To outsiders, Yu Sheng might appear sharp-tongued and selfish, but in the eyes of a teacher, he was merely a child, an injured child. Everything he did was an attempt to survive in this world, akin to a stubborn weed thriving in the aftermath of a wildfire. And no matter the tempest or hail, as long as the roots remain, it will continue to grow. Lu Qingfeng had intended to say much more, but ultimately swallowed his words. He suddenly felt a distaste for the teaching profession, compelling a child to be kind and diligent, only to later expect him to stand at the demon suppression pass, unknowingly facing death, much like all those who had treated him so in the Sin City. Let us speak of something else. Do you have friends? Lu Qingfeng exhaled deeply, retrieving a pack of cigarettes. Selecting one, and lighting it with a lighter from his pocket, a flicker of light seemed to cross Yu Sheng's calm eyes as he nodded earnestly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied. I do? Lu Qingfeng stood in a daze, allowing the ash to fall from his cigarette. Where is your friend? He inquired, while Yu Sheng's gaze regained its composure. She's in the city of Sin, but she should be able to get out soon. In 307 days. Is she the next possible candidate? Lu Qingfeng nodded. If your friend is being pursued, what would you do? I would kill them. Yu Sheng replied matter-of-factly. Lu Qingfeng continued to probe. And what if the one hunting her is everyone in this world? Then I would kill everyone in the world. Why? Yu Sheng responded almost without hesitation. Lu Qingfeng nodded once more. Indeed. So he is doing the same as you. The only difference is that you are protecting a friend, while he is safeguarding the common people. Lu Qingfeng's gaze fell again upon the middle-aged man across the street, still bustling about as if sensing something. The man looked up, waved at Lu Qingfeng, and revealed a hearty smile, one that was simple and earnest. Yu Sheng nodded thoughtfully, as if to himself. Is this what you call protection? Yes, but their cause is not friendship. It is the greater good of humanity, a legacy to be passed down. Lu Qingfeng extinguished his cigarette. Yushang fell silent again, the atmosphere turning cold once more. Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng seemed to recall something, looking at Yushang curiously. If one day your friend wanted to kill you, what would you do? I would kill her. She's very capable and could really kill me. But she probably wouldn't, Yushang said with an air of certainty. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. Why wouldn't she? Perhaps it's intuition. Why intuition tells me she wouldn't kill me. Yes, she definitely wouldn't, Yushang nodded. As if to affirm his own words, in that moment, they seemed to return to that rainy night, two young children huddled in a corner of a dilapidated brick house. Watching as the menacing middle-aged man approached, step by step, in the end, the two children, merely a few years old, stood frozen, their faces and clothes drenched in blood, staring blankly at the body of the middle-aged man. Let's go. I'll take you to a different place. I'll help you get a leave from school and we can stay somewhere else for a few days, Lu Qingfeng said as he rose. Brushing off the dust from his pants, Yushang nodded gently, not once asking where they were going or why. He simply followed Lu Qingfeng quietly to the bus station. Lu Qingfeng purchased 2 tickets, leading Yushang out of the city, away from the crowd, away from the smoke. They continued until the bus came to a gentle stop. This marked the furthest distance from the safety zone. And the road ahead would be fraught with uncertainties. Get off, we will continue to a more distant place. The sky was already dimming. In the sunset, the shadows of Lu Qingfeng and Yushang stretched long across the fields, resembling a beautiful painting. Finally, a village appeared in the distance, wisps of smoke curling upward. Lu Qingfeng walked into the village. Within, there were youths no more than 20, their faces still bearing a hint of youthfulness. There were strong, stern-looking middle-aged men, and there were elderly folks, frail and weathered. Yet they all shared a commonality: disability. Some had lost a hand, others had no legs and could only sit in wheelchairs, and some had lost their sight, relying on canes to walk. Despite the variety of afflictions, the village felt warm rather than eerie. The people exchanged jokes and occasionally made crude remarks, eliciting laughter and playful rebukes from one another. Upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, the crowd paused for a moment. One middle-aged man, leaning on a cane, laughed and called out, "You only lost a finger. Why do you keep coming to our veterans camp? What, are you so poor that you're trying to mooch off the disability benefits?" Lu Qingfeng smiled, just taking a student out for a walk. A student? Lu Qingfeng's words attracted everyone's attention, and they turned to look at Yushang, who stood a short distance away. TSK, treating our veterans camp like a zoo. What, are we monkeys? Hurry up and scram. There's nothing to see in this shabby place, the few joked. Lu Qingfeng remained unfazed. Having come such a long way, I might as well stay a couple of days. By the way, has everyone had dinner yet? Mind if I mooch a bit? It was evident that he was quite familiar with these people. Chapter 39. The veterans camp. In contrast to his somewhat serious demeanor at school, Lu Qingfeng appeared more relaxed now, seamlessly blending into the lively atmosphere of the group, exchanging laughter and even tossing in a few curse words. He casually pulled out a long wooden bench and patted the space beside him, saying to Yushang, "Feel free to sit. You don't need to mind these old timers." Yushang silently nodded and sat beside Lu Qingfeng. The crowd looked at Yushang with keen interest, seemingly trying to discern something from him. After all, Lu Qingfeng had been a teacher for several years, and it seemed to be the first time he brought a student here. There must be a story behind it. Suddenly, an elderly figure flashed by in the distance, causing Yushang to pause momentarily and instinctively look over. The old man noticed Yushang's gaze, and the two exchanged a familiar glance, the memory of a bus selling discs flooded Yushang's mind, bringing back images from 3 days prior. Ha ha ha! Where did this young fellow come from? The old man laughed heartily, quickly approaching, his goatee twitching as he excitedly embraced Yushang's shoulders. This young man looks quite dashing and sturdy too. He is destined to be a remarkable figure. As he spoke, the old man turned his back to the crowd, engaging Yushang in an animated exchange of glances. Unfortunately, while the old man's eyes darted around like a spinning engine, Yushang remained calm and collected, seemingly on an entirely different wavelength. Lu Qingfeng stood up solemnly and bowed slightly to the old man. "Zhong Lao, this is my student." As he spoke, Lu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with respect, almost as if he were a soldier gazing at his most loyal general. Haha, Xiao Lu, your student? Truly a fine specimen. Rare to find. Once he steps onto the battlefield, he will undoubtedly be a great asset. The old man's tone was heavy as he continued, his gaze fixated on Yusheng. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback by the old man's demeanor. It was rare for someone to receive such praise from him. Among the many individuals in the world, few could earn such accolades from the elder. Could it be that Yusheng was far more exceptional than Lu Qingfeng had imagined? For a moment, Lu Qingfeng found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Surely, this esteemed elder, once a guardian of the demon-suppressing pass and among the most outstanding leaders of the 3 generations of awakened beings, would never lie. It couldn't be. Zhong Lao's words were beyond reproach. Yusheng was indeed a prodigious talent. In that instant, as the crowd's gaze toward Yusheng shifted, it was imbued with newfound reverence. To earn such high praise from Zhong Lao meant that whether in the rear or on the front lines, Yusheng's future would be smooth sailing in days. They began to envision a rising star in the making. The elder coughed a couple of times, scrutinizing Yusheng with suspicion, still unsure if the young man would reveal any embarrassing incidents from that day. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "No, this rare talent must be groomed personally. Young man, come with me." As he spoke, Zhong Lao stood up, pulling Yusheng toward a corner. The crowd immediately cast envious glances. Having Zhong Lao as a mentor was a privilege that would elicit admiration anywhere. After all, the name Zhong Yushu carried immense weight among humanity. However, Zhong Lao tugged at Yusheng, yet he remained seated, unmoving. Another tug, and still no response. Frustrated, Zhong Lao rolled up his sleeves, stretched his limbs, and with renewed vigor, he pulled again. Why Yusheng looked at the somewhat peculiar elder before him, puzzled, and asked, "Do you need something?" "Yes. It's very important," Zhong Lao said, his eyes wide open. Why Yusheng pondered for a moment, then silently extended 3 fingers. "Young man, are you out of your mind?" "All right." Zhong Lao was about to protest but swallowed the words. Why Yusheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, silently stood up, and followed Zhong Lao as they walked away. For a moment, everyone wore bewildered expressions. Soon, praises began to echo around them. As expected of the young man favored by Zhong Lao, he's truly different. Indeed, even when facing our Zhong Lao, he remains composed. Such steadiness is rare among the youth today. "Xiao Lu, you found a good student." The crowd gazed at Lu Qingfeng with envy. As a group of veterans who had fought their entire lives, who wouldn't wish to find a worthy successor in their twilight years? Unfortunately, they had yet to find one, while the still young Lu Qingfeng had already discovered his. "What are you laughing about? Get cooking. Are you expecting someone to serve you?" One elder glared at Lu Qingfeng, his expression growing increasingly displeased, suddenly shouting. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. "Am I laughing?" "No, I wasn't." Could it be that my inner laughter is so apparent to them? Lu Qingfeng, feeling somewhat dejected, rose from his seat and reluctantly entered a modest brick house. The Lu Qingfeng who would sternly reprimand students at school now found himself devoid of authority in this secluded veteran camp. "Kid, are you out of your mind? $30? Isn't that asking for my life?" Elder Zhong tugged at Yusheng, leading him to a remote corner, his wrinkled face a tapestry of dismay as he whispered fiercely, "Is there even a possibility that I meant .300? Yusheng glanced at Elder Zhong, hesitating for scarcely a second before speaking. "You must be kidding." Elder Zhong's voice escalated, but upon noticing the gazes of those nearby fixated upon him, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his words and lowering his tone once more. "Have you lost your senses? Do you know how little I earn from buying those discs?" After a moment's contemplation, Yusheng replied, "The source for those discs is located in the eastern part of Mabei City, at a shop called Brown Audiovisual. The content consists of children's cartoons, with a procurement cost of 1 yuan per disc. On the bus, you sold a total of 15 discs, each for prices ranging from 50 to 60. Therefore, you still made a profit of 800. Yusheng meticulously calculated the figures, while Elder Zhong's expression darkened, his fists clenching repeatedly but ultimately refraining from acting. "I can't strike if I do. My dealings in H-discs will be exposed, and that would be utterly humiliating. Most importantly, they are counterfeit." Chapter 40. Zhong Yushu 200. "This is the highest price I can offer. If you disagree, just inform them directly. I can do without this old face." Elder Zhong presented himself as a scoundrel, yet his narrowed eyes subtly scrutinized Yusheng. With a tuft of goat-like beard, he appeared rather shifty, certainly not resembling a virtuous individual. To Elder Zhong's surprise, Yuxing showed no intention of haggling further. Instead, he produced the familiar mobile phone and deftly dialed the number for the security office. According to the civil law of the MO Pavilion, openly selling illicit videos warrants 15 days of detention and a fine of 2,000. Under the regulations for business administration, selling counterfeit goods incurs varying fines based on the severity of the offense. If it's serious enough, it could be classified as fraud. Reporting it would yield 5,000. As Yuxing spoke, a flicker of temptation crossed his mind, prompting him to decisively press call. Elder Zhong resembled a porcupine with its quills raised. Snatching the phone from Yuxing's grasp and clutching it tightly to his chest. "You scoundrel, this is unethical. Matters of the underworld should remain there. Involving the authorities complicates everything. Do you think it's easy for me to scrape together a living? If this gets out, what will become of my old face? Zhong Yushu?" Elder Zhong glared at Yuxing, his mouth incessantly mumbling. Meanwhile, Yuxing feigned innocence, gesturing towards the phone in Elder Zhong's embrace. You haven't hung up." An awkward silence enveloped the air. Elder Zhong stiffly picked up the phone, glancing at the screen that displayed an ongoing call, his mind momentarily devoid of any thoughts. Did he just mention his name? It seemed he had, but perhaps not. The voice on the other end was somewhat youthful, breaking the silence after a brief pause. You are Zhong Yushu, Elder Zhong? You've got the wrong person, why apologies. I was just boasting. How could I possibly be the great hero of the human race, Zhong Yushu? He retorted without hesitation before hanging up. Within a mere 30 seconds, Elder Zhong was drenched in cold sweat, and as he turned his gaze back to Yuxing, there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. This young lad had a certain ruthlessness. He was playing a real game with this old man. As the saying goes, one asks for an exorbitant price only to negotiate down. Here, it felt like a slap in the face. 300, deal. With a face full of sorrow, Elder Zhong gritted his teeth, deliberately turning his back to the distant onlookers as his trembling hands slowly extracted 300 yuan notes from his pocket, presenting them to Yuxing at a glacial pace, all the while muttering. "Haven't you heard the story of Zhong Yushu? I am a hero of the human race. I guarded the demon suppression pass for 30 years. I shed blood for humanity. Damn it. Damn it." Ultimately, Yuxing accepted the money without a modicum of hesitation. In fact, due to the tight grip Elder Zhong had on the notes, Yuxing had to pull with some force. In the midst of Elder Zhong's despairing, reluctant gaze, Yuxing tucked the cash into his pocket. In that moment, the glimmer of hope vanished from Elder Zhong's eyes. He comprehended fully that no matter how he invoked his identity, this young lad would not have a change of heart and return the money. TSK, Elder Zhong truly held a fondness for this young rascal. Indeed, just look at how excited Elder Zhong was, his entire body trembling. Could it be that he was an extraordinary talent? Or perhaps there was hope for humanity? A group of veterans returning from the front lines witnessed this scene, and they began to voice their admiration. That oaf Lu Qingfeng, what right does he have to find such a remarkable student? Bah, what can that useless fellow teach? He is leading students astray. Such an extraordinary genius should have been mine. Years from now, when this child stands atop the world, I want my share of the credit. Ha! Have you no shame? A chorus of voices arose, the majority criticizing Lu Qingfeng while a minority boasted of their own merits. To put it simply, they were smitten. After all, with Elder Zhong's stature, he had no need to dwell in such a dilapidated veteran camp. If he so desired, the MO Pavilion would ensure Elder Zhong's comfortable retirement with the highest honor. Yet Elder Zhong merely stated, "Ma Bei is my route. After a lifetime of toil, it is time to return home." Furthermore, his soldierly demeanor made it impossible for him to feel at ease anywhere but the barracks. Thus it was that, amid the complex gazes of the onlookers, Elder Zhong, alone with a ragged bag in hand, descended from the demon suppression pass, just as he had in his youth, filled with the fervor of a young man, carrying his bag towards the pass. He arrived empty-handed and departed the same way. The only remnants left at the demon suppression pass were the three characters Zhong Yushu and the entirety of his life. Was there truly no hope for Elder Zhong's recovery? Having just finished cooking, Lu Qingfeng wiped his hands and gazed at Elder Zhong's receding figure, his expression somewhat somber as he inquired, that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Sigh. Actually, over on the MO Pavilion side, Elder Sun ventured alone into the demon domain and slayed a divine beast. With the blood of the divine beast and a demon core, Elder Zhong could recover. But point one elder sighed, tapping his cane in resignation. Elder Zhong is unwilling. He says after all these years, he is tired and does not wish to fight any longer. Now, he is merely an aged man seeking solace in his homeland. Another younger individual suddenly interjected. Yet we all know Elder Zhong cannot bear to part with it. After all, divine beasts are exceedingly rare. Even the Mo Pavilion would find it immensely challenging to completely slay one. Elder Son, bearing grievous wounds, barely made it back, inciting the wrath of the demon clan, which led to multiple assaults on the demon suppression pass. Perhaps Elder Zhong believes such things could forge a top-tier expert for humanity, rather than merely healing an old man. As he spoke, the individual's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with a sense of bittersweet sorrow as he gazed at Elder Zhong's silhouette. But why shouldn't Elder Zhong deserve it? His father, beloved, and children all perished at the demon suppression pass. He devoted his entire life to the human race. Countless souls longed for Elder Zhong's return. We believe that as long as he remains at the demon suppression pass, the demon clan cannot advance an inch. Sigh. With a deep breath, the conversation came to a close, but the atmosphere remained heavy. Chapter 41. Expanding and strengthening. Did you hear? Did you hear what they were saying? Elder Zhong, with a somewhat mischievous demeanor, turned his back to them and looked at Yuxing with a hint of pride. Listen. My illustrious achievements. You tricked an old man out of my money. How can you bear to do so? Ah, do you suddenly feel guilty and wish to return the money to me? I knew it. You are still kind at heart. Hurry, hurry. Elder Zhong extended his index and thumb, lightly rubbing them together, eagerly watching Yuxing, a divine assist. Little did he know what this young rascal's true identity was. He had never heard of Elder Zhong's name. But thankfully, some fellows had provided him with a brief overview, and they hadn't even bothered to lower their voices. This inadvertently allowed their conversation to be overheard clearly by both parties. However, this is my hard-earned money. If I report you, I stand to gain even more. Yuxing wore a serious expression, resolute. Elder Zhong was flabbergasted. Those people had elevated the atmosphere to such a level that it brought tears to one's eyes. Yet you still refuse to relent? Indeed, the 300 yuan shall ultimately remain unrecovered. For a fleeting moment, Elder Zhong's back slightly hunched, resembling a weary elder in the twilight of life, his visage marked by the passage of time. With a heavy heart, he returned to the throng of people. Elder Zhong, do you feel unwell? Elder Zhong, please sit down. A flurry of concern erupted among the crowd as they scrambled to create space. Scram, scram. Why are you all crowding around me for no reason? A bunch of dimwits. Elder Zhong, irked and muttering a few curses, witnessed the crowd disperse, silenced by his reprimand. Zhong Yushu. Among the human race, he is a beacon of brilliance. Yet within the military camp, he embodies the devil. Most individuals here, even in the veteran camp, were soldiers he once led. Some even boast, General Zhong struck me just today. Hence, the respect for Elder Zhong runs deep in their bones. Yet instinctively, they still flinch when he raises his hand. Xiao Lu, you truly have nurtured an exceptional student, Elder Zhong remarked wistfully, casting a lingering gaze upon Lu Qingfeng. Wai Yusheng, caught off guard, lowered his head in embarrassment. Lu Qingfeng, taken aback for a moment, soon beamed with joy. Thank you for your praise, Elder Zhong. I shall strive to do better. In an instant, Elder Zhong's initially congested heart ached anew. No wonder those from the dark chamber love to claim that those emerging from the reserves are nothing but fools. Can it be that some truly cannot comprehend the nuances of right and wrong? When did this tradition take root? Surely, they have not beaten themselves into ignorance. It shouldn't be the case. Holding his bowl of rice, Elder Zhong's expression darkened once more. You bunch of useless fools, unable to even cook rice properly. What else can you accomplish? After a trip to the demon suppression pass, you return like this, missing arms and legs. Why are you laughing? You are the most disgraceful of all. Having endured for merely half a year atop the city walls, and yet their heads remained intact, what a shame. Spotting a middle-aged man still grinning foolishly, Elder Zhong had no patience left and launched into a tirade. Yet even so, the crowd remained cheerful, seemingly unfazed. Perhaps they fear the day when Elder Zhong will no longer scold them. Throughout the meal, Elder Zhong's gaze hardly wavered from Yusheng, each bite of food seemingly consumed with a fervor, as if he were gnawing on the lost 300 yuan. Disregarding his elders, little deceiver, bullying the old. This only reinforced the perception that Elder Zhong held a special affection for Yu Sheng. One could understand this, given that Yu Sheng was a prodigious talent. In fact, I believe there's room for improvement in your business model. After the meal, Yu Sheng spoke earnestly to Elder Zhong. First, Elder Zhong cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention, before grumbling irritably, "You little rascal, I'm out of money, go find another place to scam." Yu Sheng slowly shook his head. "No, I was merely contemplating that, at this scale, you cannot expand. Furthermore, it will soon attract the attention of the guard division, and it is illegal. You could easily alter the animated content on the discs to promote the achievements of the Ink Pavilion. Combat evil cults and present yourself on the right side of morality. This way, no one would report you after being deceived. Alternatively, you could explicitly state in the disc content that it aims to enhance everyone's awareness of fraud, encouraging students to pursue virtue and strive to be useful members of society. That if possible, seek a business license from the Ink Pavilion. Then hire some employees, dispersing them across various cities. Once you've built a reputation, establish a company, completely shedding the promotional imagery, and focus solely on teaching people how to avoid scams. This way, you could successfully transition into a legitimate business, perhaps even a reputable enterprise." Listening to Yu Sheng's straightforward suggestions, Elder Zhong stood dumbfounded, his mind racing. If he could average 500 yuan a day. No. If he could sell 500 yuan daily. With 10 employees, that would amount to 5,000. After deducting salaries. And without the worry of getting caught, this venture seems quite lucrative. In that moment, his gaze toward Yu Sheng shifted. Leaning closer, he whispered a few words, to which Yu Sheng patiently responded. Gradually, Elder Zhong's eyes brightened. Setting aside other matters, it appeared that this young lad was exceptionally adept at making money. Moreover, he frequently referenced a legal statute from the Ink Pavilion, demonstrating a thorough understanding that ensured compliance with the law. The Holy Scriptures. This is indeed the scripture of making money. Had he only had someone knowledgeable about profit beside him back then, perhaps his struggles wouldn't have been so arduous. Kid, still not awakened? If Elder Zhong's focus had previously been solely on money, it was now the first time he earnestly scrutinized Yu Sheng. Why? Yu Sheng nodded. How long will it take? Elder Zhong inquired again. Why? Yu Sheng pondered seriously. Perhaps within a week. Elder Zhong nodded. That's a bit slow, but it matters not. How many patterns? Yu Sheng silently regarded Elder Zhong, lost in thought. He abhorred lying. Remaining silent should not be deemed deceitful. Observing Yu Sheng's demeanor, Elder Zhong chuckled. Quite the cautious one, aren't you? Ultimately, it's merely 1 to 9 patterns. Even with 9 patterns, there are plenty in the 3 major academies, let alone the Ink Academy. Don't concern yourself too much. 9 patterns are merely a starting point. As he spoke, Elder Zhong shook his head at Yu Sheng. You're a good kid in many regards, but you are rather too aloof. You ought to learn to trust those around you more. Chapter 42. Am I a monkey? Suddenly, Elder Zhong coughed forcefully twice, his face paling slightly. He staggered to his feet. Why? Yu Sheng noticed that the hand Elder Zhong used to support himself trembled slightly. Despite his usual demeanor of nonchalance, a flicker of helplessness passed through his eyes, yet he still smiled. Ha ha ha, old man here, little lad, lighten up a bit. Sometimes, people aren't as bad as you think. If you try opening your heart to some individuals, you might experience a different kind of life. Elder Zhong's cryptic words lingered in the air as he walked away. Why? Yu Sheng gazed thoughtfully at Elder Zhong's retreating figure, maintaining his silence. It was as though a pristine sheet of paper had been cast into an inky dye vat, emerging completely stained. Yet now, someone was painstakingly scrubbing away every blemish from the paper. One must admit, the atmosphere in the veteran camp was splendid. The individuals here, once soldiers, captains, even generals, blended seamlessly together. A group of people, despite their disabilities, still maintained an optimistic outlook, living self-sufficiently. The vegetables they consumed were all grown by their own hands. The Ink Pavilion had offered to provide subsidies, yet they had declined. Why should I accept your charity? Save that for the families of the deceased. Such were their responses. After all, those remaining in the veteran camp were all childless and alone. Surviving was sufficient. As night gradually descended, some of the older individuals retired early. The remaining souls returned to their quarters, adhering to the habits formed during their military days. Lu Qingfeng walked alongside Yu Sheng through the fields. Looking up, they could see the stars twinkling, the dim moonlight illuminating the surroundings like a scene from a prosperous era. It felt as though they could shed all their worries and concerns, almost wishing to shout out loud. However, the outcome might very well be a chorus of curses from the old veterans, each one delivering a kick. "How does it feel?" Lu Qingfeng inquired, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, inhaling the crisp air deeply. Wei Yusheng, recalling the events of the afternoon, nodded. "It seems quite pleasant, for some reason." Witnessing the elderly laughing and frolicking without a care in the world stirred a hint of envy within him. However faint, it was enough to leave a lasting impression on Yusheng. Could it be that he too felt envy toward others? Lu Qingfeng refrained from further conversation, instead guiding Yusheng onward until they reached a serene lake. At the lake's edge stood 5 gravestones, beside which was a simple thatched hut, a folding stool, and a fishing rod, Elder Zhong's abode. Lu Qingfeng spoke softly. "The 5 graves hold the remains of Elder Zhong's father, mother, wife, and son. 5 graves, yet only 4 individuals are interred. The last gravestone remains blank." Observing Yusheng's bewildered expression, Lu Qingfeng explained. "The final grave is reserved for Elder Zhong himself. In days gone by, Elder Zhong's parents were renowned prodigies, a couple admired by all. Yet, ultimately, they perished in battle at the Demon Suppression Pass. Years later, Elder Zhong joined the reserves, passing the review to ascend to the Demon Suppression Pass. He recalls that year, when all eyes were on the most exceptional youth of the reserves, wondering if he could survive the brutal trials of the Demon Suppression Pass. Over the ensuing decades, this youth penned a legendary tale, one belonging to Zhong Yushu. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng's gaze was imbued with reverence. As if that dilapidated thatched hut were the holiest of places. In those days, everyone remembered one phrase. "You can always trust Zhong Yushu. As long as he stands, the Demon Suppression Pass will remain secure." Alas, even heroes must eventually step down. Lu Qingfeng's voice trembled slightly, emotions fluctuating intensely. In their quest to eliminate Elder Zhong, the Demon Clan has paid a hefty price, even clandestinely collaborating with heretical sections. Although Elder Zhong still lives, the awakening artifact lies shattered. Just as he came alone in his youth, he departs alone. Even as he leaves, Elder Zhong wears a smile, proclaiming that he, Zhong Yushu, has traded for 2 demon lords. A grand bargain indeed. Yet that day, humanity mourned. Afterward, Elder Zhong returned to his homeland, which is none other than this place, a realm known to none. The remainder of his life. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at Yusheng. "In truth, there are myriad ways to traverse life. I do not mean to imply that the path you tread is erroneous. Rather, humanity genuinely requires geniuses, powerful guardians to protect our race. Perhaps my experiences and insights are limited, yet you stand as the most exceptional young person I have encountered. I possess an instinct that foretells your future, soaring to great heights. As a teacher, I sincerely hope you will extend your abilities to aid humanity, ensuring all remember your name, which might constitute a splendid life." Lu Qingfeng felt a twinge of restlessness. For reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable irritation gripped him. He was merely performing the duties of a teacher, yet to Yusheng, it felt like he was being pushed step by step into increasingly perilous circumstances, forced to shoulder greater burdens. If one day Yusheng were to alter his course due to his words and perish, then he would bear the guilt of being the greatest executioner. Yet he had no other choice. For a teacher must cultivate strong warriors to fight valiantly for humanity, never retreating. Wei Yusheng silently stared in the direction of the thatched cottage. Lost in thought, no one could discern what occupied his mind. Indeed, he did not respond to Lu Qingfeng's words. Lu Qingfeng sighed softly, reaching out once more to pat Yusheng's head. Wei Yusheng simply stepped back calmly, evading his touch. Perhaps the only solace for Lu Qingfeng was the fact that this time, no blade appeared in Yusheng's hand. Wei Yusheng, the city of sin is merely the city of sin. The world of humanity holds a different vista. You may observe, listen, and feel. Perhaps you will uncover another form of beauty. Beneath the starlit sky, Lu Qingfeng's voice brimmed with anticipation, warmth, and remorse. Him Yusheng replied softly. Yet suddenly, a curse erupted from within the thatched cottage. In the dead of night, must you engage in such sentimentality in front of my door? Do you think this is a zoo? Or am I merely a monkey for your amusement? The voice boomed with vigor. Lu Qingfeng instinctively shivered. Yusheng, run. Chapter 43. The first smile. Yusheng, bewildered, instinctively followed Lu Qingfeng, running across the fields under the shimmering starlight. After a while, Lu Qingfeng halted, panting but smiling. Ha ha, how does it feel? Does it feel that exhausting? Yusheng pondered before inquiring. Yet fatigue is also a form of emotion, is it not? Lu Qingfeng patted his waist. Why, Yusheng nodded. But your exhaustion is feigned. Lu Qingfeng's body stiffened, clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness. Standing upright, in truth, I have just realized that there is no need to fixate on transforming you into a certain kind of person. Nor do I possess the right to change you. At the very least, as a teacher, I hope you live happily. At some moment, when you look back on your life, being able to face it with a smile and uttering the words, I have no regrets, would suffice. In that moment, Lu Qingfeng shed the unique authority of a teacher, lying carefree in the fields, inhaling the fragrance of flowers and grasses. Teacher, have you ever regretted? Yusheng gazed at Lu Qingfeng, his youthful visage illuminated by the moonlight, filled with earnestness. Lu Qingfeng, without a hint of hesitation, shook his head and raised his right hand to reveal his missing pinky. If we are to speak of regrets, the only thing I regret is that at the moment my finger was severed, I should have switched to wielding the sword with my left hand. That way, I could have slain a couple more. Alas! Why Yusheng stared at Lu Qingfeng's 4 fingers, his expression growing even more perplexed. Do you know what my awakening artifact is? Lu Qingfeng suddenly expressed interest, a hint of pride and mystery in his voice. In that instant, he appeared much younger, more spirited, and even more talkative. Why, Yusheng shook his head. It is a sword. A 7-patterned sword. Lu Qingfeng's face radiated reverence. As his words fell, several wild grasses nearby abruptly snapped. As if sliced by a sharp edge, above Lu Qingfeng, a pale blue long sword materialized, adorned with elegant engravings, and its hilt embedded with 4 precious stones. The only blemish on its beauty was a visible crack along the blade. Years ago, my teacher told me swords are the most common in the world of awakeners, unremarkable yet immensely powerful. There is nothing that cannot be severed by a sword, as long as one possesses a resolute heart. Even an ordinary sword can eventually transcend the mundane and attain the sacred. Unfortunately, my hand can no longer wield it steadily. Gazing at the sword suspended in midair felt akin to seeing an old companion of many years. His eyes shimmered with nostalgia and reverence, yet ultimately transformed into a sigh as he waved his hand, causing the sword to dissipate into the night sky. Forget it, let us not dwell on such matters. We shall return the day after tomorrow. For these 2 days, let us not think of anything, treating it as a brief respite. With that, Lu Qingfeng rose and walked along the path through the fields, gradually vanishing from sight. Watching Lu Qingfeng's retreating figure, Yusheng's expression grew increasingly dazed. Imitating Lu Qingfeng's earlier posture, he lay down in the fields, staring at the multitude of stars above, somewhat entranced with doing this. Bring happiness? It truly feels delightful, unbeknownst to him. Yusheng closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Yet even in his deep sleep, his hand remained close to his waist, where a dagger lay, ready to be drawn without hindering his movements. By the lakeside, Zhong Yushu lifted a small stool, sitting before the tombstone, gazing at the expanse of water, murmuring to himself, "Little Lu is indeed becoming more like a competent teacher. Yet why did I not perish at the demon suppression pass? I am left with this frail body, languishing here in a daze. In this moment, he lacked the cunning of daylight, resembling an elderly man in twilight, his words plentiful, his tongue loose, eager to converse about anything. The blood of divine beasts saved such a useless being as myself. What significance does it hold? Humanity's needs have never been history, but rather the future. I am merely an obsolete old man, gradually being phased out, or perhaps I am truly afraid. Maybe. Zhong Yushu, too, experiences fatigue, yet Zhong Yushu cannot afford to tire. Thus, it may be better to let the name Zhong Yushu dissipate with the wind. A gentle breeze swept by, as if whispering something in his ear, and a faint smile graced Zhong Yushu's face as he leaned against the tombstone, drifting into slumber. The starlit sky reflected upon the lake's surface, a serene, gentle, Lord Divine Envoy. The plan must be expedited. Recent movements in Jiangbei province have been too pronounced. Even the demon eradication pavilion has joined the cleansing efforts, leading to significant losses on our part. If this affects the overarching plan, we cannot bear the consequences. The young man spoke gravely, holding his phone with a furrowed brow. His expression darkened, veins bulging in his clenched hand. Lord Divine Envoy? The examination period is when Jiangbei Province is most vigilant. Taking action now would greatly hinder our plans. Is this a directive from the Divine Envoy himself? I have no issues now. My tone was a touch inappropriate earlier. I raised my voice a bit, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Lord Divine Envoy. The young man quickly donned a respectful demeanor, sincerely apologizing. After hanging up, a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. The Divine Envoy personally overseeing this matter. Could there be plans unknown to me? Rising, he gazed at the map of Jiangbei Province on the wall, his gaze settling on Mabei City, falling into deep contemplation. Morning broke. Opening his eyes, he felt a ray of sunlight caress him. For reasons unknown, Yushang sensed a flicker of joy within his heart. This, mayhaps, is what Lu Qingfeng referred to as happiness. Throughout the day, Lu Qingfeng refrained from imparting grand philosophies, but instead engaged him in catching fish in the streams of the fields, gathering bird eggs, and even crafting 2 nets to capture butterflies among the blossoms. In that moment, he was less a teacher and more like a kind elder. What most children experience was, for Yushang, a novel delight. It was as though this world bore 2 sides of a coin, and having just emerged from darkness, he was now savoring everything under the sun, marveling at it all that evening, as they roasted the fish caught during the day. Breathing in the fresh air of the fields, a genuine smile crept upon Yushang's lips, a true smile. He had almost forgotten when he last smiled sincerely from the depths of his heart. Perhaps it exists within the realm of memories, or perhaps it never was. Chapter 44. Name your price. As he departed from the tranquil village, Yushang's eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia, swiftly concealed as he regained his usual composure. It was as if, upon leaving the village, he remained unchanged, a vigilant sentinel, ever alert for an impending ambush. If someone were to threaten this village, what would you do? Lu Qingfeng inquired suddenly as he walked ahead. Yushang pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps I would resort to killing. Lu Qingfeng's pace gradually slowed, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he teased, killing is against the law. Well then, I would assist them in collecting the bodies. Yushang nodded in agreement, opting for an alternative approach. Lu Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further as they continued along the rural path until they arrived at the designated spot to await the bus. As if struck by a sudden thought, Lu Qingfeng turned to Yushang and asked, what if someone were to try to kill me? I do not know. This time, Yushang appeared noticeably conflicted, clearly agitated by Lu Qingfeng's question. He raked his fingers through his hair before finally offering a serious response. Lu Qingfeng's hand, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly. The teacher is merely jesting. That day will never come. Instinctively, Lu Qingfeng raised his hand as if to pat Yushang's head, but he hesitated, letting it drop, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, in contrast to the serene atmosphere of the veteran camp. The ambience within the school had begun to shift towards tension. In a month's time, many would face their true graduation examinations. The talented would enter prestigious universities, charging forward with unyielding momentum. The gifted, excelling academically, would join the reserves, the guard division, the demon suppression pavilion, or the shadow pavilion. Of course, those with exceptional grades might be specially recruited by headquarters, gaining experience before returning to their hometowns to serve as protectors. For the majority, they would complete their studies and return to the ranks of ordinary citizens, settling into jobs, earning a living, and nurturing the next generation. In Lu Qingfeng's words, this is the only chance in one's life for a free leap over the Dragon Gate. Success leads to smooth paths ahead. Failure results in a mundane existence. It sounds somewhat harsh, yet that is the reality. Boss you. Why have you been so enigmatic lately? I've heard that young Wentao from Class 1 has awakened. His ability being the Mountain Eagle, a flight-type awakening. He has an advantage over the 6 senses and is expected to perform admirably this time. Also, Su Air from Class 3 has awakened as well. With a cat as his ability, an agility type, Tio awaken at this stage makes them true geniuses, absolutely undeniable prodigies. Zhao Zicheng exclaimed, raising his eyebrows at Yushang in a manner that was no longer merely suggestive. Yushang raised his head quietly and asked somewhat dismissively, oh, have you awakened? I have. I awakened 3 hours earlier than young Wentao. Zhao Zicheng animatedly recounted the details of his awakening on that day. The sky was clear, then suddenly darkened, thunder and lightning struck, accompanied by a fierce wind, and I awakened quietly in the classroom. It was a scene that astonished countless people, until Du Su interjected with a nonchalant tone. The day before yesterday, during class, I was in a hurry to go to the restroom and accidentally let out a loud fart. It caught everyone's attention, and then I awakened. As he spoke, Du Su struggled to contain his laughter, his bald head glistening in the sunlight. Zhao Ziqing's expression fell instantly. Du Su, with a hint of mystery, looked at Yu Shang and said, "Do you know what his awakening ability is? A sandbag." "Ha ha ha, it cracks me up." Zhao Ziqing's face darkened, and he finally snapped in embarrassment. "What's wrong with the sandbag? I'm going to Lingwu High School to become a tank. Isn't that okay?" He kicked Du Su playfully. Du Su, rubbing his bald head, replied, "Well, my awakening ability is a tiger. With one swipe, I could tear your sandbag apart." Zhao Ziqing abruptly shifted the topic. "Boss Yu, have you awakened yet?" Yu Shang nodded. Zhao Ziqing, with curiosity, asked, "What did you awaken to?" "A stick. 4 hitting sandbags," Yu Shang responded thoughtfully. "Just yesterday, while fishing in the river, he suddenly awakened, feeling a surge of energy enveloping him." Why Yu Shang's greatest shortcoming had always been his frail physique and lack of strength. However, after this energy baptism, he tested himself and discovered his strength had tripled, and his speed had doubled. His overall combat ability had improved significantly, perhaps tenfold. After compensating for his shortcomings, he found himself with far more options. It was a qualitative leap, particularly regarding the abilities of the stick. Yet, what intrigued Yu Shang most was the canvas in his mind, where the gray mist was gradually increasing, though it only barely covered 1/9 of the dragon-patterned stick. Yet, he had awakened ahead of schedule, perfectly mirroring the canvas. Perhaps he still needed ample time to explore this further. "A stick is certainly better than a sandbag," Zhao Ziqing lamented, feeling as if his once grand ambitions were drifting away like a whisper in the wind. In the following days, more students experienced sudden awakenings. The only unfortunate aspect was that most of these students came from relatively well-off families, at least able to afford demon crystals during this period to shorten their awakening time. The school had begun its merger, with students from the other two schools flooding into Class 2. It was evident that the three principals aimed to finalize the merger before the national examination, striving for a commendable ranking for Imo Bay City, thereby securing more resources for future endeavors. It was at this crucial juncture that the principal once again summoned Yu Shang to his office. Having learned from previous encounters, the principal spoke plainly and clearly. "Do you have confidence in securing a spot in the top 10 of the province this time? If so, name your price." With that, the principal's eager gaze fixed intently on Yu Shang. Chapter 45. The principal is he having another episode? Yu Shang appeared somewhat bewildered. "I don't know. There are many people in the province, and I don't recognize them." The 9th rule of Sin City: never be blindly confident in yourself without clear information. The second subsection of the 9th rule: even with clear information, do not be overconfident, lest you fall into a dire trap. Yu Shang felt he couldn't take on any task he was uncertain about. The principal was equally perplexed. In his imagination, Yu Shang should have directly discussed the price. If the only student to emerge from Sin City each year couldn't even place in the top 10 at a provincial exam, then Sin City would have long since fallen into ruin. Thus, if you improve your rank, I will give you. The principal became lost in thought, struggling for a considerable time before finally biting his lip, seemingly making a firm decision. "For each rank you ascend, I will give you 100 yuan. If you take first place, there's a bonus of 10,000. As the principal spoke, his eyes reddened, his teeth gritted, as if this was not merely a simple 10,000 yuan, but rather a fragment of his lost youth. Even Yu Shang appeared somewhat taken aback by this figure, raising his head in surprise to look at the principal. Mulling over his response, "I think that I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to walk away. "That's quite generous. Really generous. Please don't go. Wait. Just wait a moment." The principal, with surprising agility for his somewhat portly frame, quickly blocked the door. "If the price isn't right, we can negotiate again. How about this? I'll wager with the leaders at the Education Bureau that if Class 2 secures a provincial ranking, they should allocate some resources, and we can split it 70-30. How does that sound?" The air fell into silence. Yu Shang regarded the principal with a complex gaze, contemplating seriously before returning to his seat. He casually picked up a pen and paper from the desk, diligently jotting down his thoughts. "Principal, regarding your proposal, I believe it can be improved as follows. Based on previous national examinations, each school has the right to design their own uniforms. Correct. You could request a formal approval from the Education Bureau, as the three schools are merging and need new uniforms. This is something the Education Bureau would surely agree to, then, for our uniforms. Normally, Yusheng was quiet and reserved, rarely expressing his emotions. However, when it came to matters involving money, he transformed, brimming with ideas and speaking fluently. There is no rule against printing text on uniforms. The national examination is always a focal point of attention, even drawing media coverage. Therefore, if we print names like XX Grocery Store or XX Group on the uniforms, especially if someone wearing those uniforms achieves a commendable rank, even making it into the top 10 or winning the provincial championship. Just imagine, if they wear those uniforms during university assessments, how much do you think people would be willing to pay? Yusheng's voice was soft, his emotions subdued, as if he were narrating a calm tale. However, to the principal, it resonated like a thunderclap that it was far more exhilarating than those impassioned speeches. The Bible. This is nothing short of a scripture. The Yu family's guide to wealth. Moreover, this plan possesses an unequivocal core competitive advantage. It must have a prodigious talent. Otherwise, even in a single city, no matter how sensational your schemes may be, the profits will be minimal. Thus, even if Yusheng were to reveal this plan outright, the principal would find it impossible to dismiss him and establish his own domain. For a moment, the principal gazed at Yusheng as if he were looking at a mountain of gold, an ever-moving treasure. This endeavor was credible. Our director of the Education Bureau in Mabe City is an old comrade of mine. I am not unfamiliar with several major corporations. Furthermore, I do not intend for this to be a one-off deal. If our ranking improves, they will have to increase their investment. Rest assured, I will handle this with utmost clarity. The principal declared confidently, thumping his chest emphatically. Yusheng observed this somewhat familiar gesture, and a shiver ran through him as he couldn't help but inquire, "Principal, were you in the reserves?" "Ah, yes. What's the matter?" The principal paused for a moment, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yusheng's mind involuntarily flashed to two individuals. Two simpletons. He felt a pang of regret. In Yusheng's memory, the reserves were inherently labeled with three prominent words: unreliable. How about 50-50? Noticing Yusheng's contemplative expression, the principal felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding and cautiously probed. Yusheng gazed at the principal with a profound silence. 60-40. The principal gritted his teeth, making this significant decision. Yusheng still remained silent. 70-30. It can't be lower. This is truly the limit. I also need to maintain a good appearance. The costs of producing new school uniforms are not insignificant, and this money cannot go into my personal pockets. Outstanding graduates of the school will have your name attached. This is an achievement, not something that can be measured in monetary terms. The principal once again raised the stakes. Yusheng nodded gently. Seeing Yusheng finally acquiesce, the principal couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. I will go print the contract shortly. Black and white on paper. A smooth transaction. And no need for a contract. I have recorded it. Yusheng retrieved his phone from his coat pocket, raising it with a hint of shyness, politely nodding to the principal before turning to leave. The principal stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. If this money were not intended for school development but rather for personal gain, it would mean Yusheng could report him at any time using this recording. He could also reclaim his own funds. However, he quickly cast this thought aside, retrieving a calculator from his drawer and pressing the buttons incessantly for quite some time. In the office, the piercing laughter of the principal continued to resonate. The laughter echoed through the quiet corridor, including the incessantly repeated phrase, "Struck it rich. This time we've struck it rich." In an instant, all passing teachers glanced at the closed door of the principal's office, their expressions revealing a hint of peculiarity. The principal, has he lost his mind again? Chapter 46. Let our hearts be linked. It must be said, the principal's efficiency was remarkable. In just a week, the new school uniforms had been delivered in bulk to the school. The overall appearance of the uniforms was not quite plain. They resembled pure white sportswear, devoid of any frills, utterly straightforward. The only oddity was the numerous transparent pockets sewn into the uniforms, all equipped with zippers. As they pondered the purpose of these pockets, a billboard was unveiled. Communications Group, let our hearts be linked. The billboard featured only a logo and a brief statement. When they discovered that the size of the billboard conveniently fit into the transparent pockets, It was as if a revelation dawned upon them, and in an instant, countless alpacas seemed to gallop across the plains of their minds, galloping forth, then back again. Waves of tangible gray gas spread from above their heads, enveloping the campus, ultimately dissipating 30% into thin air, while the remaining 70% merged into Yuxing's unfolding canvas. Within the canvas, the base of the dragon-patterned staff became increasingly solid. One of the grooves had begun to emit a faint glow, as if a dim seed was stubbornly growing. This sudden change left Yuxing momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Apparently, there were more ways to play this game than he had realized. In that instant, it felt as though he had unlocked a plethora of new strategies. Meanwhile, the students were gradually losing their composure, gazing at the uniforms with uncertainty, until the school announced a series of policies, awarding different levels of bonuses based on exam rankings. The enticing numbers were captivating. In an instant, all grievances were swept away, and spirits soared as they strove to achieve commendable ranks in their examinations. Observing the pitiable grievances, Yuxing's face was filled with melancholy. For several consecutive days, whenever he saw the principal, his gaze was tinged with an oddity. The principal even began to wonder if there was something amiss with himself. Yet, everything was progressing smoothly. This novel advertising method was drawing immense interest, and more companies were preparing to invest a little to see how it would pan out. Perhaps one day in the future, the uniforms he had designed would be covered with names. He had even learned to think outside the box, deliberately leaving a prominent space available for bidding. At that time, the advertisements would surely be grand and eye-catching. Anjia, has the Dark Pavilion really been devoid of work lately? IVE lost weight. A team member, clad in a bear costume and holding flyers, approached despondently, removing his headpiece to reveal a forehead slick with sweat. Aren't you still sitting on 2,000 in savings? Anshin blinked her large eyes. I bought a demon crystal yesterday, the team member admitted sheepishly. Anshin smiled sweetly at him. 1,800, I'll take it. You use the money for meals, and I'll use the demon crystal for training. The team member decisively donned the bear headpiece once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Missing a couple of meals won't kill me, but to forego training, is akin to living death. Besides, why do we have to dress like this? Well, you don't. The team member glared at Anshin, who was dressed in a cute outfit and had her hair styled in twin ponytails, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Anshin maintained her smile, removed her hair tie, shook her head, allowing her hair to cascade freely, dancing in the wind, instantly attracting everyone's gaze. Several young individuals even approached Anshin, shyly asking for her contact information. One by one, she declined. Yet within minutes, the flyers in her hand had vanished entirely. Trust me, if you all didn't cover your heads, the flyers would never run out. Anshin, with a light step, retrieved a stack of pristine flyers from her pocket, distributing them on the bustling street. The atmosphere was vibrant. It was hard to imagine the toll this team member's spirit endured in such a brief span of time. Holding the flyers wearily, clad in the cumbersome bear costume, he continued with his task. In a daze, he seemed to see Anshin in the distance suddenly pull out her phone, and then Anshin swiftly tucked the flyers away. Tying her hair back up with the hair tie, she returned to her ponytail style and whistled loudly. The sound echoed. The 4 advertising bears froze in place, but soon, they resumed their natural rhythm, continuing to distribute flyers while gradually retreating to the corners, swiftly dispersing and vanishing from the street. Is there a mission? A group huddled together in a corner. Luo Yun squatted down, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, eagerly looking at Anshin, inquiring. Led by Imogu, the Dark Pavilion, the Exorcism Pavilion, and the Security Division will each send a team for support. The bounty is 200,000. Anshin leaned against the wall, a lollipop in her mouth. Hands stuffed in her pockets, eyes narrowed. 200,000. Goodness, we're going to strike it rich. Divided, that's 40,000 each. One team member exclaimed excitedly, 40,000. How long would it take to distribute that many flyers? Anshin glanced at him. Teske, you're so naive. Each person gets 100,000. The air thickened. In this secluded corner, everyone's breath grew heavy. Luo Yun took a deep drag from his cigarette, frowning rather than rejoicing. Such a big deal. It won't be easy. Indeed, Imogu mentioned that the mortality rate is quite high. If we don't take it, it will go to Team 2. Anshin licked her lollipop, speaking nonchalantly. It's normal to earn money with your life at stake. If someone dies, there's a 50,000 compensation. After a moment of thought, Anshin added, let us do it, damn it, we must. Even the team member who had been slightly hesitant nodded decisively to in this world. Amidst the abundance of awakened, if one wished to rise, they either had to display extraordinary talent or tie their lives to their belts. When's the operation? Luo Yun extinguished his cigarette, but, inquiring, Anshin pondered. It should be a week from now. We'll confirm the candidates first, and the specific details will be discussed in a meeting. Such important tasks have stringent confidentiality protocols. Until the last moment, no one will know exactly what needs to be done. I suggest that everyone take a break in the coming days, perhaps leave behind a farewell note, and then head to the bank to obtain a statement of assets. Oh, by the way, the families of martyrs are entitled to additional subsidies. So be sure to inform your relatives and do not forget. Anshin kindly reminded. The crowd fell silent, each person dispersing without uttering a word, as if they had long since grown accustomed to such circumstances. This task, are you certain you wish to participate? It is our duty, yet you are still a student, merely here to gain experience. You have a brighter future ahead. After the others departed, Luo Yun fixed his gaze on Anshin, his expression gradually turning serious. Chapter 47. Matters you are unaware of within the university. Th. Anshin rolled her eyes, her cuteness accentuated. Even if I am here merely for training, I still count as a member of the exorcism pavilion for the time being. Furthermore, I cannot allow Zhao Qingyi to outshine me. TSK. Let us go, old man, don't forget. See you at the MO Pavilion Conference Hall in a week. With a wave of her hand, Anshin slipped her hands back into her pockets and walked towards the street, blending into the crowd, gradually fading from view in the dark pavilion, the grand and luminous hall. In the corner service area, Zhao Qingyi poured herself a cup of coffee, elegantly stirring it with a silver spoon. Her expression remained as cold as ever, her powerful aura seemingly declaring that no strangers should approach within a 3-meter radius. She took a delicate sip. A classical Guzheng melody began to play as she gently wiped her hands and picked up her phone. Speak. Her voice was calm, devoid of any ripples. Good. After a moment, she replied again, placing the phone down, taking another sip of coffee, and rising to leave. From beginning to end, she exuded the grace and composure of an ice goddess. However, upon reaching the corner, her expression twisted in an instant, frowning. I forgot to add sugar. How bitter! She rummaged through her pocket for a piece of sugar. Just as she was about to unwrap it, she heard footsteps approaching, growing nearer. Swiftly concealing the sugar, she restored her icy demeanor and continued walking away, untouched by the dust of the world, a graceful figure. Have we confirmed the time for action? Good. That I worry that the MO Pavilion may have countermeasures in place. Will the Divine Messenger intervene personally? All right, rest assured. I promise that once the examination concludes, the entire northern desert city will descend into chaos. The young man spoke respectfully while holding the phone. After hanging up, a refined smile graced his lips. After achieving merit this time, I should finally be promoted to divine attendant. The feeling of being overshadowed by that waste is quite displeasing. Meanwhile, on the walls of his room, a brand new map of northern desert city hung prominently, with the guard office and the school circled within it. As the date of the human examination drew nearer, the atmosphere within the school grew increasingly tense and solemn. Theo articulated in professional terms. IT was a state of internal competition. Nearly all capable individuals had procured demon crystals and begun their true awakening. Even those younger than Li Yihan had some catching up and successfully awakened in no time. Examination results and rankings became the foremost concerns for all students. Martial arts training camps and ability awakening testing grounds thrived with business. There were even publications like How to Enter a University. This book will enlighten you matters you are unaware of within the university, clearly books that extort the reader's intelligence tax, which saw a surge in sales. This was a frenzy belonging to the students, a mania for the merchants, and a joy for the days to come. Yuxing, dear brother, please, don't hit me anymore. Zhao Ziqing, bruised and battered, leaned against the wall, his condition far beyond what the term miserable could describe. Yet Yuxing, despite appearing delicate, clenched his fists in excitement, fixating his gaze on him. Let me recover a bit, will you? As Yuxing approached once more, Zhao Ziqing could no longer remain seated, fear propelling him to retreat. Unfortunately, he found himself backed against the wall. With a piercing scream, Zhao Zicheng summoned his sandbag to shield himself. Yuxing's punch landed on the sandbag, which transformed from ethereal to solid, faintly glowing. Subsequently, a wisp of energy split in two, with one part transferring through the sandbag into Yuxing's body, while the other rebounded back to Zhao Zicheng. Crack, crack, Yuxing. While it feels exhilarating, I must admit that it hurts quite a bit. Zhao Zicheng howled like a slaughtered pig, slumped against the wall in agony. The sound was accompanied by a faint, melodious sense of enjoyment, as if he was experiencing joy while enduring pain. This scene caught the attention of Du Su nearby, who fidgeted, several times clenching his fists, contemplating joining in, yet hesitating, ultimately rubbing his fierce bald head and stepping back. Within just a few days, the entire campus buzzed with rumors. Yuxing, relying on his strength, bullied his fellow students like a school tyrant. This was undoubtedly a case of campus violence, a phenomenon that required rectification. However, the current principal seemed to have lost his senses, muttering advertisements even during meals, especially ignoring the incident of Yuxing beating Zhao Zicheng, leading students to speculate that perhaps Yuxing's greatest backing was the principal himself. This was a blatant underbelly, particularly as the school uniforms were now densely covered with text, and a massive advertisement was affixed to the chest area. No brothers, no alliance. Consequently, their emotions fluctuated wildly each day. The previously dissipated gray energy surged back into the canvas, resulting in Yuxing becoming even more fervent. Even Du Su could no longer restrain himself and ultimately chose to join in. If one were to listen only to the sounds without witnessing the scene, it was utterly captivating. On the blackboard, the countdown to the examination read 5 days. That prominently highlighted 5 loomed like a mountain upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. I know you're all feeling anxious. However, the examination content is uniformly determined by the MO Pavilion each year. Do not trust the analyses from all those masters. This will only waste your money and time. Just remember, calmness and caution are the unchanging truths throughout time. If, before the examination has even begun, you are already in a state of panic, then on the actual day, the one who suffers will only be yourself. Lu Qingfeng reiterated the importance of maintaining a steady mindset time and again. However, such statements had been made too often, to the point where by the time he completed one sentence, the next was already anticipated. Side S school dismissed. Watching the multitude of students still gripped by anxiety, Lu Qingfeng waved his hand in exasperation. Clearly, most of them had not heeded his words. It was as if all emotions coalesced into a singular pressure, choking their hearts and completely sealing their spirits. Yet Lu Qingfeng understood this predicament, albeit uncertain how to alleviate it. After all, these were merely the first batch of students he had nurtured. Observing his students, whom he had painstakingly cultivated over the years, standing on the brink of the most significant examination of their lives, even he could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety, let alone the students themselves. One by one, the students departed the classroom. Only Yuxing remained seated in the corner, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Lu Qingfeng approached Yuxing's desk, sat down, and smiled at him. What are you thinking about? Yuxing looked up at Lu Qingfeng, his face revealing a hint of emotion. It was as if this little creature, wrapped in defenses like a hedgehog, was attempting to open a tiny crack to Lu Qingfeng. However, any disturbance would cause that crack to swiftly close, with the spines outside becoming even sharper. Lu Qingfeng was akin to the world beyond this city of sins. When would Lu Qingfeng be able to fully penetrate Yuxing's heart? Perhaps it would be the moment Yuxing began to gradually embrace this new world. Lu Qingfeng clearly understood this principle. I'm wondering, what should I do if fighting is required during the assessment? I cannot fight, Yuxing replied, his expression conflicted. Lu Qingfeng chuckled. Perhaps you could try removing the arrowheads from your crossbow and dulling your daggers. That way, even if you perform normally, you need not worry about causing harm. Listening to Lu Qingfeng's words, Yuxing shook his head seriously. No, one should never voluntarily weaken their weapons, as it may lead to danger. Furthermore, even if I do that, I still have a high chance of. Why is killing illegal? Chapter 48. Will we be sacrificial pawns? Yuxing felt a bit restless. Clearly, in his impression since childhood, there was nothing wrong with killing. If he sought to harm me, then I would retaliate. Resolving everything through killing felt remarkably straightforward and efficient. The policies issued by the MO Pavilion, while some could be utilized, also made Yuxing feel somewhat constrained. It felt as if that he was bound and uncomfortable. He hadn't used a lighter since that day he lent it to his teacher. It felt rather unfamiliar. However, the food was significantly better than in the City of Sins. Moreover, people seemed not too bad. This encapsulated the most authentic portrayal of Yuxing thus far. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Yuxing, his tone growing increasingly gentle. Are you anxious? Yuxing appeared somewhat perplexed. Why should I be anxious? Because this examination determines the fate that lies ahead of you. It could lead to either a soaring ascent or a life of mediocrity. If one desires to continuously grow stronger in this world, one must carve a path through this examination, allowing everyone to witness and remember that there once was a youth named Yuxing, whose appearance was nothing short of breathtaking. Lu Qingfeng's words resonated with profound sincerity, and the gaze he cast upon Yuxing was imbued with an untainted trust, as though he had already envisioned that moment and eagerly awaited it. Whether in the present or the future, you shall always be my most exceptional student, and my hope is that one day, even when I am old and seated in a wheelchair, my mind clouded, the mere mention of your name will still evoke a proud smile upon my face. Lu Qingfeng gazed out of the window, his eyes filled with longing, as if he anticipated the arrival of that day. As a warrior, his lifelong dream was to vanquish all demons in the world. As a teacher, he yearned for all his students to become dragons in their own right. Yet, for Yuxing, his aspirations were even greater. Far greater. At times, he found himself unconsciously assuming multiple identities. Yuxing stared at Lu Qingfeng's silhouette, somewhat entranced, as if at that moment, he saw a reflection of himself. During his initial days in the City of Sin, on countless cold nights, that vague figure in his dreams loomed large, akin to a towering tree shielding him from all storms. Yet dreams are but illusions. In reality, it should be the same, right? Yuxing gently shook his head, regaining his composure. But I do not wish to be the focal point of attention. In the City of Sin, those with great fame often find it difficult to survive, then become even stronger. Surpass everyone, instilling fear in their hearts at the mere mention of your name. Lu Qingfeng's tone was resolute, even somewhat chilling. A teacher hopes for you to be a kind person, but it does not mean you should be a fool in your kindness. As a member of humanity, protecting your home and country is your duty. But if anyone dares to stab you in the back, they must be eliminated, even if it means turning the world upside down. The Ink Pavilion will stand by you. I cannot claim that everyone within the Ink Pavilion is virtuous, but you can always place your trust in the Ink Pavilion. The Ink Pavilion stands for truth, not for the multitude. Lu Qingfeng did not turn around. He continued to face the window, yet his words etched themselves into Yuxing's mind. The Ink Pavilion stands for truth. If given the chance, I shall endeavor to try. After all, I need to earn a living as well. Yuxing replied with a bashful smile, scratching his head, mirroring his usual demeanor. However, his smile had always been somewhat feigned, as if he smiled merely for the sake of smiling. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows of elongated forms upon the floor. Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. A lavish feast? Lu Qingfeng glanced at Yuxing's reflection in the window, biting his teeth with a hint of pain, before ultimately shaking his fist in a somewhat juvenile manner. Teacher, you look rather foolish right now. Yuxing silently observed this scene, offering a critique. Lu Qingfeng appeared struck by lightning, frozen in place. Just then, a student returned to retrieve something left behind in the classroom, prompting Lu Qingfeng to swiftly withdraw his hand and cough lightly into it. The student cast a puzzled glance at Lu Qingfeng, then at Yuxing, before scratching his head in suspicion and turning to leave. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though the stern teacher he had known for years had suddenly transformed. Surely, it was just his imagination, right? Who is calling someone foolish? One must show respect when facing a teacher. Lu Qingfeng shot a glare at Yuxing before feigning calmness as he walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. He had intended to lighten the atmosphere for Yuxing, but to his surprise, it had turned out to be somewhat awkward. Yuxing watched Lu Qingfeng's somewhat clumsy retreat, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Are we all clear on the situation? Headmaster Lin asked seriously, seated at the head of the conference table, surveying the attendees. Below were all members of the Demon Extermination Pavilion's third squad, the Dark Pavilion, Zhao Qingyi, including reserve member Wang Wenxuan and several members of the Guard Division. Their expressions grew increasingly solemn. Anxin's smile had gradually faded. She cast a glance towards Zhao Qingyi, pursed her lips, and then spoke. I find one aspect rather unclear. According to what you said, Headmaster Lin, this operation seems a bit illogical. What benefit does the cult gain from causing destruction in the northern desert city? The cult never engages in actions devoid of profit. Perhaps you have other plans that we are not privy to, but I wish to clarify one point. Anshin inhaled deeply, her demeanor taking on an unprecedented gravity as she fixed her gaze intently upon Headmaster Lin's eyes. Will we be cast aside? Chapter 49. Everyone, take care. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. All eyes were on Headmaster Lin, silently awaiting an answer. Headmaster Lin surveyed the room, silently rising, his posture erect. Since the establishment of the Ink Pavilion 149 years ago, not once has it abandoned any member of humanity, nor has it ever sacrificed anyone from humanity for its own gain. Headmaster Lin's words were stern and solemn. The attendees instinctively straightened in their seats. Strictly speaking, you are also part of the Ink Pavilion, and I hope everyone will place more trust in it. This operation indeed has additional arrangements, but I, Lin Feng, Deputy Minister of the Jiangbei Province Ink Pavilion, swear on my life that these extra plans will not bring you any harm. Headmaster Lin's voice resonated throughout the conference room. Anshin remained silent for a while before regaining her sweet smile. Apologies? Uncle Lin, I was just asking, really you're being too serious. With that, Anshin unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into her mouth, her mood visibly brightening. In the distance, Zhao Qingyi had lowered her head at some point. Dressed in a pristine white gown, she exuded an air of elegance and distinction. Unlike Anshin's youthful charm, Zhao Qingyi, merely by sitting there, instilled a sense of unworthiness in others, a goddess, not to be desecrated. Even with her head bowed, her long hair obscuring her cheeks, her aura alone stirred emotions within hearts. What they could not see, however, was that Zhao Qingyi's face had grown slightly flushed, her delicate hands clenched into tight fists. Trembling slightly, as she softly murmured, so passionate. The words are so passionate. For the Ink Pavilion, for humanity, 1,000 deaths would be worth it. Kill, kill. Wang Wenxuan, seated nearby, vaguely sensed that Zhao Qingyi was acting strangely and cast a puzzled glance her way, leaning in slightly to catch what the Dark Pavilion's wealthy member was murmuring. But alas, by the time he approached, Zhao Qingyi had raised her head once more, her expression icy, gazing at Wang Wenxuan with a haunting stare, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Wang Wenxuan promptly averted his gaze, refusing to look askance. This woman is too ruthless. She embodies an aura that screams keep out, and he wasn't even afraid of being compared to an ice block. The main issue was that the boss had once said that a woman with a generous figure would thrive, but this Tiske, not quite right. With that thought, Wang Wenxuan gradually lost interest. Better to await his own dream goddess of ample proportions in the future. If there are no issues, submit your phones. In the next 3 days, the Ink Pavilion will provide you with a place to rest and meals. Finally, Headmaster Lin inhaled deeply, pulling out a chair and stepping back 2 paces. Bowing deeply to the attendees, may we indulge in fine wine together after the operation. May the torch be passed down. Everyone, take care. With that, Headmaster Lin's expression turned solemn as he turned to leave. It was as if a heavy mountain had been lifted. With his departure, Wang Wenxuan let out a long sigh of relief, returning to a relaxed posture, propping one foot on the table and gently swaying it. Why all this melodrama? It's quite amusing. Every time. We have to go through this. Isn't it tiresome? Yawning, he clearly appeared bored, his eyes wandering. Zhao Qingyi's hands, which had been tightly clenched under the table, suddenly stiffened. For some reason, the spark ignited by Headmaster Lin's words was extinguished by Wang Wenxuan's casual remarks. She wanted to reignite her fervor, yet found it impossible. It felt so cold. Truly the ice goddess. Unknowingly, a series of cold, disdainful, and piercing gazes from Zhao Qingyi fell upon Wang Wenxuan. With a faint killing intent lingering in the air, Wang Wenxuan felt a chill run down his spine. After contemplating briefly, he silently withdrew his legs from the table. However, the murderous intent showed no signs of dissipating. The water in the cup before Wang Wenxuan began to form a thin layer of ice. In an instant, a pressure greater than that of Headmaster Lin bore down upon Wang Wenxuan, forcing him to sit upright as if he were a diligent student in class. Who doesn't know that Zhao Qingyi of the Dark Pavilion kills without a second thought? Her eyes showed no mercy. Meanwhile, The members of the Demon Extermination Pavilion grew animated, whispering among themselves, "The Ink Pavilion provides meals? Damn. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought my steamed buns when I left this morning. What a loss." The words of Master Lin, despite their abundance, paled in comparison to the authenticity of his final remark regarding food. Luo Yun's countenance darkened, filled with frustration as he scolded, "Can you not strive for some semblance of success? Must you embarrass me so? Boss, I noticed you didn't bring any provisions when you arrived. Did you already know about this news? How could you not inform us? Does your conscience not ache?" A few team members, rather than remaining docile, turned to berate Luo Yun instead. His expression stiffened. "Ahem, do you all even understand? When we commence the execution of the plan, aren't we expected to prepare our own sustenance?" At that point, I could just. He muttered. "Why do you little rascals ask so many questions?" Luo Yun, irked and humiliated, muttered under his breath. Yet, the atmosphere soon grew increasingly oppressive. By the way, have you all spent that 200,000 on life-saving funds? One teammate seemed to recall something and inquired in a low voice. The person to the left nodded. "Yes, we used it to purchase a level 3 demon crystal. If we survive this time, there's a chance to attempt the fourth awakening." The teammate on the right shook his head. "As for me, I think I'll pass. Given my current progress, aiming for the fourth awakening seems unrealistic. It would be wiser to save the funds. If we don't return, this substantial sum might ensure my brother lives comfortably." Taking a deep breath, Luo Yun looked at the group and exclaimed, "What are you all thinking? With me protecting you, how could you possibly perish? Look at how calm and composed Anshin is. Isn't it essential for a team to have a sensible mind? Unlike those fools in the reserve like Wang Wenxuan? Under Anshin's guidance, this operation shall undoubtedly proceed smoothly." Luo Yun pounded his chest with conviction. However, due to his loudness, Wang Wenxuan, seated opposite, braved the pressure from Zhao Qingyi and interjected. "Luo did too. Weren't you once among those fools in the reserve?" Meanwhile, Anshin chimed in cheerfully from behind. "I can attest that Luo Deshu is indeed foolish. Just like Zhao Qingyi as she spoke." Her gaze drifted toward Zhao Qingyi, their eyes locking across the room, igniting a fierce battle spirit. The powerful aura emanating from the two women transformed the conference room into an eerie space. Wang Wenxuan was the first to shiver, rising from his seat. "Damn it, let us eat. If we freeze to death in here, it'll be these two crazy women's fault." In that moment, Anshin and Zhao Qingyi turned in unison to look at him, their expressions icy. Wang Wenxuan felt goosebumps rise all over and promptly slapped himself. "My apologies. I spoke out of turn. I was wrong." Bowing to the two women, he turned and left, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Luo Yun scoffed. "Wang Fengzi, you're good in every aspect, but what a pity about your mouth. TSK, daring to make comments about these two women? That's just inviting trouble." Luo Yun's voice trailed off as he caught sight of their indifferent gazes and the frozen blades forming in the air. Mimicking a gesture of self-discipline, he slapped his own mouth. "I emerged from the reserves too. I'm just as foolish." The two beauties continued their banter. Luo Yun then kicked each of the three teammates still gawking at the spectacle. "What are you still looking at? Do you really think these two lunatics are going to kill us? Hurry up. I guarantee that if we dawdle any longer, Wang Wenxuan will have devoured everything." Luo Yun's words struck like a revelation. Except for Anshin and Zhao Qingyi, everyone in the conference room unhesitatingly sprang to their feet, rushing toward the cafeteria. Wang Wenxuan, that big fool, could indeed pull off something like that. Worst case scenario, he'd just get a beating afterward. In mere seconds, only Zhao Qingyi and Anshin remained, still locked in their gaze. One wore a sweet smile, while the other exuded a frosty demeanor. The contrast in their presence was like a captivating masterpiece. Drawing one in, "Zhao Bingshan, your chest hasn't grown at all," Anshin teased, holding a lollipop and intentionally arching her back. Zhao Qingyi remained unfazed, coolly responding, "I stand at 175. The air seemed to freeze for a moment as Anshin gritted her teeth. "Keep that cold expression and you'll never marry. I'm 175. What's so impressive about being tall, you cold-faced woman?" "I'm 175. Anshin, on the verge of tears, turned and stormed away without a moment's hesitation. Back in school, she had always been overshadowed by Zhao Qingyi's popularity, and now in the field, she ended up assigned to the lucrative Dark Pavilion while she toiled away handing out flyers. Each argument they had seemed to revolve around height. Unforgivable, shameless. Every negative term on Xin could conjure raced through her mind, wishing to label Zhao Qingyi with them. Meanwhile, once on Xin had left, Zhao Qingyi clenched her small fist and struck a victory pose, her icy demeanor melting into exuberance. However, she quickly cleared her throat and resumed her frosty facade, stepping lightly out of the conference room, hurrying toward the cafeteria. If there was no food left, she would be. Yet, no one noticed that in the corner of the room, concealed behind a flower pot, a camera quietly recorded the scene. Is that Zhao Qingyi? Master Lin observed the surveillance footage, seemingly lost in thought. Behind him stood a staff member, who appeared unfazed. I have been in charge of the monitoring room for 6 months, and ever since Zhao Qingyi began her training, it has always been like this. Speaking of which, he found it somewhat amusing. Master Lin couldn't help but imagine Zhao Qingyi's ethereal aura, pondering with a hint of existential doubt. Does she not realize that places like the Ink Pavilion and Dark Pavilion have extensive surveillance? This girl is truly endearing, he chuckled softly, shaking his head, but his expression soon turned serious. Have any issues arisen recently? He inquired of the staff member beside him. The person shook his head helplessly. No, master. Are you perhaps being overly cautious? Those who can join the Ink Pavilion possess clean backgrounds. There shouldn't be any problems. Master Lin furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing a hint of helplessness. I do not wish to cast a suspicious eye on my comrades, my fellow warriors, but the lessons of blood and sacrifice over the years have been far too many, especially with the recent plan. It bears immense significance. Sighing, he added, for the next couple of days, I shall keep you company in the monitoring room. With that, Master Lin pulled out a chair from the corner and settled down, setting out a stack of documents and materials, transforming the monitoring room into his workspace. The staff member, still bewildered, continued to watch the surveillance footage intently, not missing a single detail. All right, everyone, return home and rest well today. Tomorrow is a day off to prepare for the examination the day after. You are the first batch of students I have guided, and I hope you will become the most outstanding group I have ever trained. With a deep sigh, Lu Qingfeng gazed at his students, who were finally about to embark on the ethereal journey toward the Dragon Gate. Even his heart fluttered with emotion, a pang of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Over the past 3 years, he had invested an immense amount of effort into these students, transitioning from a warrior to a teacher. Perhaps he might not be the most excellent teacher, but he genuinely wished for each of them to soar like dragons. Goodbye, teacher. At that moment, the students shed their usual lethargy, rising in unison to bow deeply toward Lu Qingfeng, their eyes brimming with respect. Perhaps this teacher enjoyed sharing familiar tales with them daily. Perhaps he always wore a serious demeanor. Perhaps he reprimanded them when they misbehaved. Yet, Lu Qingfeng truly cared for them. This, they could not forget, nor dare to forget. Only Yusheng remained seated in the corner, somewhat perplexed, observing the classroom filled with melancholic emotions, struggling to comprehend and unable to integrate. Why do people feel sadness? This emotion seemed to manifest in so many individuals simultaneously. According to the rules of Sin City, isn't sadness the most intolerable emotion in a person's heart? It could even cost a life. In a moment of clarity, Yusheng found himself unable to recall what this emotion felt like. He merely sensed that everyone around him seemed to be immersed in it, while he felt as though he were an outsider, out of place. May all of you, on this journey, not squander the hard work of 3 years, nor the vigor of youth. May you emerge from the examination with the pride of a sharpened blade. At that moment, behind Lu Qingfeng, the azure sword once again radiated its distinct brilliance. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the classroom. The students, tears in their eyes, fell silent, clutching their backpacks as they departed from this familiar classroom, perhaps never to return again in their lifetimes. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Chapter 51. May you sail through countless storms and return still a youth. Leaning against the wall, Yusheng gazed out the window, somewhat lost in thought. Through the glass, he could see many people on the playground crying, shouting, and venting. He even spotted Zhao Ziqing and Du Su. Why does one cry? What is it truly like to weep? In the city of sin, no one has shed tears. Perhaps some have, but if even a flicker of compassion or pity arises in your heart, it would be devoured until naught remains. Yet, outside the city of sin, people can cry unabashedly. They express their sorrow, their burdens through tears, and this feeling evokes a barely perceptible envy within Yusheng. Taking a deep breath, Yusheng silently rises and, reminiscent of those before him. Bows deeply to Lu Qingfeng. Goodbye, teacher. Grasping a simple cloth bag, he strides towards the door. Lu Qingfeng gazes at Yushang's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wait, your class isn't over yet. Huh? Yushang turns around in confusion, looking at Lu Qingfeng, patiently awaiting further words. In truth, Yushang is quite understanding most of the time, as long as he refrains from speaking the truth in certain situations. Lu Qingfeng, hands tucked in his pockets, exudes a cool demeanor as he approaches Yushang. Today, I shall teach you one more lesson. Let us go. Without granting Yushang a chance to retort, Lu Qingfeng leads the way, while Yushang follows silently, as he often does. The duo, one large and one small, has unwittingly become a familiar sight at their school. In the mall. Your backpack is quite worn. One might think my students are from impoverished backgrounds. Lu Qingfeng meticulously selects an item, finally settling on a beige linen shoulder bag, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, this one will do. He retrieves a pin from his pocket, inscribing a few words on the bag before handing it to Yushang. Just as Yushang is about to speak, Lu Qingfeng interrupts. I know, you're going to mention the rules of the City of Sin. That any bag capable of holding items is sufficient, but what I wish to convey is life is not merely about survival. There are many ways to live, be it in solitude, joy, sadness, or in pursuit of an ideal. Therefore, today, heed your teacher's advice. Our future prodigy, the backbone of humanity, cannot appear anything less than splendid for such an important examination. Why Yushang silently accepts the bag, reading the not particularly elegant, but not unattractive words inscribed. May you sail through countless trials and return youthful. For reasons unknown, his once still heart stirs with fervor at this moment. Thank you, teacher, but you haven't paid yet. For the exam, one must wear the school uniform. Why Yushang gazes earnestly at Lu Qingfeng. A tinge of complexity in his eyes. The atmosphere Lu Qingfeng had been striving to maintain abruptly shatters. No worries, keep it for wearing. With a hint of a chuckle, Lu Qingfeng takes Yushang on a shopping spree, acquiring an array of clothing, shoes, and bags of various styles. This day, Lu Qingfeng spends extravagantly. With a little sprucing up, our Yushang can look quite handsome. Observing Yushang's new appearance, Lu Qingfeng nods in approval. Rest assured. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may always confide in me. For this lifetime, I shall be your teacher. Why Yushang scratches his head. Teacher, actually, I have money. Well, I should have more than you. The bonus from the last assessment has arrived. I have some funds from my acts of bravery. I also earned a bit from the school uniform advertisement. Each of Yushang's statements pierces Lu Qingfeng's heart like daggers. He forces a somewhat strained smile. Well, that's good. But I'll soon be out of money. Why Yushang's voice bears a hint of disappointment, yet he nods affirmatively. But I will continue to earn. As he gazes at the child who traverses darkness yet retains a flicker of light within, Lu Qingfeng chuckles softly. It is as if nearing 40, without parents, spouse, or children, he has carved out a space in his heart exclusively for Yushang. Had he not endured his past, Yushang might have been a remarkably good child. No. Even in his current state, Yushang remains one of the most exceptional children in the world. Lu Qingfeng's resolve solidifies. After all, your father. Well, he cannot return for now. You shall stay at my home tonight. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to relax, and the day after I will personally escort you to the examination hall. Let everyone witness just how outstanding my disciple Yushang truly is. Once more, Lu Qingfeng, in a somewhat juvenile manner, waves his hand in the street, calling out towards the setting sun. Remember, his name is Yushang, my student, the most excellent in the world. This seemingly foolish proclamation soon attracts curious glances from passers-by. Yet Lu Qingfeng appears oblivious. Come, today I shall cook for you a grand feast. Leading the way, Yushang observes Lu Qingfeng's not particularly sturdy figure and, inexplicably, refrains from uttering the words, "You're so silly," instead falling into a slight daze, exhaling deeply after a moment. Until, teacher, running a red light violates traffic laws, Yushang states earnestly. Lu Qingfeng chuckles. To hell with traffic laws. Today, I will impart another lesson. Fines are 200'd. Why Yushang adds. Lu Qingfeng's foot, just taken, halts decisively, awaiting the red light countdown in silence. Lu Qingfeng's home is simple. The modest room is clean, devoid of odors. Yushang sits quietly on the sofa, refraining from touching the hot water Lu Qingfeng poured for him, instead observing Lu Qingfeng bustling about in the kitchen, until plates of darkened dishes are set upon the table. Lu Qingfeng gazes at Yushang expectantly. I say I can cook. Do you believe me? Yushang lifts his gaze to meet Lu Qingfeng's, ultimately choosing silence in circumstances where deceit is necessary. He opts for quietude. Lu Qingfeng comprehends immediately, discontentedly picking up a piece of charred meat, placing it in his mouth. Ugh. His brow furrows deeply, the taste bitter, salty, and tough. Various unpleasant flavors assault his palate. Perhaps I should just prepare you instant noodles. Just as Lu Qingfeng prepares to rise, his gaze sweeps over Yushang. Yet he cannot look away, while Yushang diligently chews on the unpalatable food, swallowing piece after piece without a frown or sign of distaste. His expression solemn. Watching Yushang, Lu Qingfeng feels a pang in his heart. He had just been on the verge of spitting it out, yet he silently imitates Yushang's chewing. It remains quite unpalatable. The bitter flavor floods his mouth, and the burnt bits threaten to choke him. Yet Lu Qingfeng endures, swallowing it down. The dinner proceeds in silence. The two of them, one large and one small, calmly finish every morsel on the table. Thank you, teacher, Yushang says, looking at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng appears conflicted. Wasn't it terrible? As long as it's food, it isn't terrible. Why? Yushang shakes his head, then stands to carry the plates into the kitchen. Washing them earnestly, Lu Qingfeng observes Yushang's busy figure, his heart filled with bitterness. As long as it's food, it isn't terrible. This statement reverberates within him, striking a chord. Yet it makes sense. In the demon suppression past, even a piece of charred meat is savored. How could he have forgotten his own past after returning to safety? What sets Yushang apart is that he still holds onto it. If the demon suppression past stands against the demonic, then the city of sin serves to shield against the darkness of the human heart. In an instant, Lu Qingfeng experiences a flicker of enlightenment. Watching Yushang's silhouette, as night falls in the guest room, Yushang lies on the bed, gripping a dagger in one hand, with a crossbow resting nearby. Yet, under the moonlight, gazing at the pristine backpack in the corner, the words inscribed upon it and the clothing, Yushang remains silent, placing the crossbow away, leaving only the dagger in his grip. He clenches it momentarily before attempting to set it a little further from himself. Then lies back, staring at the moonlight outside, somewhat entranced. It seems being with Lu Qingfeng feels distinctly different. Its akin to in that moment. Yushang struggles to find a precise descriptor. Perhaps it resembles the reassuring silhouette of a caregiver from his childhood. Dawn. A waft of fragrance fills the room, while Yushang silently opens his eyes. Lu Qingfeng sits at the dining table, a pensive expression on his face, looking at a spread of buns and soybean milk, lost in thought. Only when Yushang emerges does he manage a strained smile. Awake? Sit. Yushang takes a seat, remaining silent as he watches Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng offers a bittersweet smile. Do you remember the buns sold outside the school gate? Yushang nods. This marks his final day selling buns. Tomorrow, he will join the veteran camp. Lu Qingfeng's voice lowers as he unpacks bag after bag. Why? Yushang pauses. He knows the rule for entering the veteran camp is no family. He recalls the middle-aged man, who had a son, and why is now a reservist. They will cool soon. In truth, after years of life and death, he has grown indifferent. At the very least, we are still alive. At least the human race remains secure. Rising early, there is food to eat. Stepping out, there are vehicles to ride. And when it is time to sleep, there is no fear of never being able to open our eyes again. That is sufficient. This is also the wish of the countless valiant souls who sacrificed themselves at the four great strongholds of humanity. Lu Qingfeng's emotions quickly stabilized as he took a bite of the bun. Unfortunately, the next time I eat the buns he makes, I will have to go to the veteran camp. The rest of my life is simply spent in silent consumption, akin to an ongoing observation. A continuous learning, drawing from all that lies beyond the city of sins, which I know nothing about. Originally, I could have gone to the veteran camp as well. After all, the damage to the awakened object is far more severe than that of the physical body. Yet, I feel that at least as a teacher, I can still contribute something to humanity. Unfortunately, the Ink Pavilion has been incessantly urging me lately, insisting that I can no longer delay and must report to the veteran camp. I wish to fill in your information, stating that you are my disciple. Lu Qingfeng hesitated, his eyes glimmering with hope. Not merely a student, but a disciple. Why only disciple? So, I am somewhat justified in not going. Am I not? As he spoke these words, the hand holding the bun trembled slightly. Yuxing nodded, without hesitation, merely uttering an mm. Lu Qingfeng let out a long sigh of relief and broke into a joyful smile. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, yet he swiftly wiped them away. In that moment, it was as if two solitary souls in this world had formed a bond, the remnants of a battlefield, destined to wither away. A solitary youth emerging from the city of sins. I do not wish to enter the veteran camp. At least I want to prove that I am still of use. Not a useless person living off the ink pavilion. Thus I hope that one day I do not receive further notice from the ink pavilion, telling me that I must report. Lu Qingfeng spoke slowly. Yuxing then raised his head, gazing at the teacher before him, whose eyes had begun to show signs of aging. All right. Just that single word brought a smile to Lu Qingfeng's face, tears mingling with laughter. Throughout that day, Lu Qingfeng insisted on keeping Yuxing seated on the sofa, watching some impassioned anime. The art style was probably. Lu Qingfeng animatedly gestured, while Yuxing remained unusually quiet. Yet Lu Qingfeng continued to chatter. How thrilling it is! Is it not exhilarating? The backbone of humanity, alas. Yuxing merely observed him in silence. As night fell, after a simple meal of takeout, Lu Qingfeng once again adopted a serious demeanor. Now, return to your room to rest. Tomorrow morning, the specific exam location will be updated, and the content will be announced after assembly. I hope you'd not only take first place in Mabei City, but also in Zhangbei City. Let everyone know that Lu Qingfeng has taught a student who is the best in the entire province. As he spoke, Lu Qingfeng lifted his head, intending to pat Yuxing on the shoulder, but quickly opted to ruffle his own hair instead, letting his hand fall back down. You can do it. Lu Qingfeng once again struck a dramatic thumbs up, as if he were entertaining a 3-year-old child. Not even 5, for a 5-year-old would find it somewhat boring. Back in his room, Yuxing gazed at the dagger, contemplating seriously before placing it just a little further away. It was as if each act of distancing was an attempt to open a larger wound in his prickly exterior, trying to accept. After all, throughout this month, no matter what he said, not even a trace of gray gas had emanated from Lu Qingfeng. Chapter 53, Departure. Early morning. Little Yuxing, rise and shine. It's time to prepare for the exam. Lu Qingfeng's voice was filled with excitement, contrasting with the calm demeanor of Yuxing, as if he were the one about to take the exam. Hurry up, hurry up. This school uniform is truly ugly. What on earth were you and the principal thinking? Oh, and the backpack. Bring this along. After all, it has my handwritten words. It will bring you good luck. Lu Qingfeng busied himself, frantically thinking about what else to take. Meanwhile, Yuxing quietly observed, meticulously wiping the dagger again before placing it within easy reach. He confirmed whether the crossbow was loaded, hung some steel needles on his uniform, and added a few indistinguishable pills. Finally, with a slight flick of his right hand, a blade appeared between his fingers. And with another flick, it vanished from sight. Lu Qingfeng watched this scene, somewhat entranced. It seemed to him that Yuxing was not preparing for an exam but rather for something far more sinister. Moreover, most of the items had been modified to ensure they could pass through the metal detectors. Let us set off. As they observed the newly updated address, which was at the city's outskirts, not too far away, Lu Qingfeng puffed out his chest proudly, leading the way. Soon, students clad in uniforms began to appear on the streets, gathering in the same direction under the guidance of their parents, resembling a long dragon. However, many parents were holding onto their children as hands, and Lu Qingfeng attempted a few times to reach out but ultimately chose to give up. Thus, Lu Qingfeng led Yuxing, blending into the crowd seamlessly. Remember, keep the war zone as far from the crowd as possible. In case of trouble, evacuate the masses immediately. Of course, the cultists would not dare to be so reckless, for the consequences of incurring the wrath of the ink pavilion would weigh heavily upon them. Therefore, it was highly likely that this was merely a confrontation among awakened individuals. But still, I must emphasize, keep your spirits high. Anyone who acts cowardly will die like a worthless fool. Do you believe I want to apply for your compensation? Just a short distance from the city gate, a breakfast stall. Luo Han observed the crowd and said in a low voice. The crowd nodded in agreement, but only An Xin seemed somewhat distracted, tilting her head with a contemplative expression, lost in thought. Is there a problem? Luo Yun glanced at Anshin's position and inquired. Anshin shook her head, her twin tails swaying gently in the air. I was just pondering why the Ink Pavilion is so certain that the cultists will allow these students to leave unscathed. After all, logically speaking, if the cultists intended to wreak havoc in Mabe City, there would be nothing more impactful than slaughtering these students. Therefore, it seems unreasonable. Anshin's smile had faded at some point, replaced by a slight frown. Luo Yun, unfazed, took a bite of his bun, a look of enjoyment on his face. Ultimately, the cultists are just a group of individuals driven by profit. They may be insane, but they are not foolish. You may be smarter than all of us, yet you are still new to this, with little interaction with the cultists. Allow me to give you a lesson today. With that, Luo Yun swallowed the last bite of his bun. Appearing quite fierce, his speech slightly garbled. If you observe the cultists' every strike, you will see that every action they take is driven by mutual benefit. Some may be undiscovered, simply because their points of interest have yet to be identified. In their eyes, there is no distinction between humans and demons. Only profit matters. However, the cultists' survival hinges on their vigilance and caution. When compared to the Ink Pavilion, they are but fragile glass. Thus, they do not provoke the Ink Pavilion too aggressively, usually only targeting the awakened, to avoid inciting the pavilion's wrath. Even if it means chaos in their rear lines, they must eliminate them entirely. Do you understand? Therefore, this confrontation ultimately remains a battlefield between us and the Ink Pavilion. With little to do with ordinary people, the only thing to be cautious of is accidentally harming the civilians in the heat of battle. After finishing the last sip of soy milk, Luo Yun slumped contentedly in his chair, wearing a look of leisure. Perhaps for them, only during missions could they enjoy a good meal, as no one knew if there would be another opportunity to eat after the mission concluded. The other team members were similarly sprawled out, the four burly men forming a striking line of scenery. Only Anshin maintained her earlier serious expression. She understood everything Luo Yun had said. Though her time in training had been brief, it did not mean she was foolish. The cultists are profit-driven. Yet profit is also what drives people to madness. If the returns are substantial enough, they would fear nothing, even in the face of the Ink Pavilion. But gazing at the four simpletons before her, Anshin swallowed her words once more. Hoping to engage in a thorough discussion with these reserve members seemed less promising than believing Zhao Qingyi to be a whimsical girl. On this particular morning, the entire city of Mabe was imbued with a subtle atmosphere of tension. The air felt somewhat heavier. Wang Wenxuan, Zhao Qingyi, Anshin, Luo Yun, each of these notorious figures, renowned throughout the provincial capital, had gathered in this small city, and they were behaving rather ostentatiously, displaying no intention of concealing their presence. It was as if they were declaring, I am here, waiting for you. Do you dare to come? An air of dominance permeated the center of the city. Atop a tall building's rooftop, a young servant of the gods peered through binoculars, surveying the surroundings, while behind him stood several individuals, dressed like ordinary citizens, brimming with excitement. Are they all here? What is the divine envoy planning to do? Where has that servant of the gods disappeared to? Am I truly to be treated as cannon fodder? Damn it! A silent curse escaped his lips as he stared at the sudden text message on his phone, which contained a mere succinct phrase. Take action, annihilate the student group, create chaos in Mabe City. This message was dispatched by the divine envoy. The young man's countenance darkened as he contemplated the significance of the regard for the common populace and students. This was the fundamental line they would not cross. Should he act impulsively, the only outcome would be the relentless purge by the, leading him to face a high probability of death. Am I merely a pawn to be sacrificed? He gazed into the distance at the throngs of people streaming out of the eastern city gate. His expression apathetic, devoid of any intention to act. Instead, he inhaled deeply, observing the fervent disciples behind him. The divine envoy has instructed us to wait. The light of the divine will eventually illuminate this land. Until then, our task is simply to bide our time. Chapter 54. I am his guardian, united with the divine. The dozens of disciples stood solemnly, right fists clenched over their hearts, bowing their heads in reverence as they softly murmured. Their eyes ablaze with unwavering fervor. The young man nodded in excitement, but as he turned, his demeanor returned to its frigid state. The divine envoy's directive was merely to incite disorder in Mabe City. If they think to ensnare me in the S-trap, they underestimate me. Muttering to himself, he calmly observed as the students gradually vacated the city gates, showing no reaction. The notifications on his phone continued to chime incessantly. Fool! Why do you hesitate? Do you dare defy my orders? I swear, you shall perish. Gazing at the flurry of messages on his phone, the young man chuckled softly and casually discarded the device, crushing it underfoot. Let me see. Where are you? He licked his lips in excitement, wielding binoculars to survey the area. From his vantage point, he could see the city gate, himself, and still have time to send messages. There are not many options. Are there? Given your foolish and arrogant nature, you surely wouldn't hide in the shadows. So, I have found you, my elusive divine envoy. Not far from the city gate, a middle-aged man, the owner of a bun shop, sat in the corner idly playing with his phone, seemingly uninterested in the uneaten bowls and chopsticks left on the tables. Such unprofessional disguise indeed. Perhaps you will perish before I do, lowering the binoculars. The young man pointed towards the bun stall, his expression grave as he spoke. Once the operation commences, eliminate the owner of the bun shop at the earliest opportunity. He is an enemy of the divine. To obstruct the divine light from gracing this land is an unforgivable sin. As he uttered these words, his sincerity was palpable. Unforgivable sin. Unforgivable sin. Echoed the murmurs around him, and the young man nodded in satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chaos in Mabe City would conveniently align with the divine envoy's sacrifice for the divine church, thereby ensuring his own accolades. As for whether these individuals could contend with the divine envoy, it was of no concern to him. Once the divine envoy was exposed to the sunlight, survival would be impossible. His only lingering doubt was regarding the whereabouts of other hidden disciples of the divine church in Mabe City. If they intended to stir significant turmoil solely on their own, it would be an impossible feat. Finally, the mass of students had completely vacated the city gates. The young man inhaled deeply, his blood surging with fervor, and waved his hand. The opportunity to prove oneself to the divine has arrived. Let the light of the divine cascade upon this land. Jodias with you all. As the young man's impassioned voice rang out, the disciples, who could no longer contain their inner turmoil, turned and departed en masse. Their target, the bun stall, the middle-aged owner. The divine light shall descend from here. The annual assessment criteria of the very. Yet they invariably revolve around the tenets of composure, vigilance, and character. These are age-old topics, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. Moreover, given your temperament, it should pose no significant issue. What I wish to convey is, never mind, the assessments for universities are still distant. We can discuss which institution to apply to later if possible, boasts the most abundant resources, though the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Let us not indulge in daydreams just yet. In conclusion, Lu Qingfeng could not help but chuckle lightly, shaking his head at his own excessive confidence. Who among those admitted to is not among the most exceptional talents of the human race? Even though he regards Yuxing as the finest in his eyes, to speak of this now seems rather foolish. From the expressions around him, it appeared that Lu Qingfeng himself was the one here to take an exam. His tension evident. At last, they arrived at a location 1 li east of the city. Before several tables stood a group of staff members, with a long queue forming: name, grade, identification number, parents' names, accompanying persons, standardized information entry. Behind them loomed a somewhat ethereal gate, radiating faint waves of energy. This was the projection of awakened entities, a realm left behind by those who perished before their awakening. Lu Qingfeng meticulously elucidated all he knew to Yuxing. Observing the gate, Yuxing nodded. Around them, parents ushered their children into the portal, fervently cheering them on. Finally, it was Yuxing's turn. Name: Yuxing, age, 18. Is your father accompanying you? My father. Is not here, Yuxing replied quietly after a moment's hesitation. The staff member frowned slightly, raising their gaze to regard Yuxing, then scrutinizing Lu Qingfeng. The students in the queue turned to observe with curiosity. I am Yuxing's teacher. I am also his guardian. Please write my name, Lu Qingfeng asserted, his voice not loud but imbued with unwavering conviction. The staff members ceased to inquire further, as such situations were not uncommon. They quietly inscribed Lu Qingfeng in the accompanying column. For reasons unknown, a sense of pride welled up within Lu Qingfeng as he gazed at the information sheet. as if fulfilling a long-held desire. In that instant, a distant commotion seemed to erupt. Lu Qingfeng paused, instinctively tensing his body as a warrior would, and abruptly turned to look. Mabe City. A cacophony of roars accompanied by waves of energy surged forth. Parents and students wore expressions of confusion and helplessness, the crowd growing increasingly tumultuous. Everyone, please remain calm. A cult is causing trouble. We at the have dispatched personnel to handle the situation. Please remain patient and await the examination results in tranquility. The staff member maintained a calm demeanor, rising to reassure the crowd. Gradually, their anxiety subsided. However, Lu Qingfeng remained furrowed in thought, his gaze filled with concern. As a warrior, his instincts and ability to gauge energy fluctuations indicated that this matter was far from simple, especially given that one source of energy distortion seemed alarmingly close to the school, perhaps even within it. Yusheng, first in the provincial exam, I await your return. After leaving behind those words, the sternness unique to a teacher gradually faded from his face, replaced by a cold, iron resolve. As his eyes narrowed, a menacing aura reminiscent of someone emerging from a sea of corpses and blood enveloped him. Yusheng stood before the ethereal gate, gazing at his teacher in bewilderment, a sense of confusion washing over him. Chapter 55. Stealing knowledge from Yusheng, wealth and prosperity. Danger lurks within the city. You cannot return. The staff member seemed to sense something amiss and spoke with a frown. In that moment, Lu Qingfeng straightened his back. Lu Qingfeng, member of the Jiangbei Province Reserve, 308th batch, ascended the Demon Suppression Pass in the 144th year of the Dawn Era, guarded the city for 2 years. The military regulations of the Demon Suppression Pass dictate, at any time, in any place, if the human race is attacked, fight. Until the enemy is vanquished, we shall not retreat. Lu Qingfeng's voice resonated through the air. The staff member instinctively stood at attention, fist to chest, his expression solemn. Wu Liangzhu, a logistics clerk from the Jiangbei branch. But please trust there is no need to take risks. Lu Qingfeng shook his head earnestly. As a soldier, it is my duty to protect the human race. As a teacher, it is also my duty to safeguard my students. There is no reason not to intervene. Moreover, I cannot disgrace the honor of the Demon Suppression Pass. Countless souls, more valuable than the heavens. Lu Qingfeng's words were resolute, and his gaze shifted to Yusheng, his tone softening. Yusheng, I will await you in Mabe City. Return to me with the first place. After a deep breath, Lu Qingfeng turned and departed without hesitation. The somewhat damaged blue longsword appeared behind him, the faint glow emanating from the 4 crystals sharpening in that moment. Jiangbei Province Reserve, 305th batch, ascended the Dawn Pass in the 141st year of the Dawn Era. Jiangbei Province Reserve, 309th batch, ascended the Ghost Gate in the 145th year of the Dawn Era. Echoes of powerful voices resonated through the crowd as parents stepped forth. Yet each bore the scars of past battles. The unwavering element lies in the sincerity reflected in the eyes, akin to the fervor experienced upon ascending the blood-stained stronghold, filled with boundless valiance. A myriad of awakened entities materialize, incomplete yet resolute, radiating their unique brilliance. 3 crystal stones, 2 crystal stones. Though prowess may fall short, there exists an indomitable spirit. Some children, gazing at the departing figures of their fathers and mothers, find themselves unable to suppress their tears. Yet, despite the tumult of emotions, these individuals do not look back. It may seem foolish. Perhaps the forces at the are sufficient. Perhaps they need not venture forth. Yet, ultimately, they still choose to go. Reminiscent of bygone days. Even if they can save but one more life, it is worthwhile. Sitting here with a clear conscience, watching the chaos within the city, is beyond their capabilities. Even if they are criticized in the end, their sacrifice is deemed in vain. So what? At the very least, they remain true to humanity and their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, within the city of Mo Bay, the cult stirs unrest. Their numbers are considerable. The battlefield shall gradually shift to the northern part of the city, where the common folk have been arranged for early evacuation. This journey is arduous, and I await your triumphant return. Wu Liangzhu, the clerk, gazes at the retreating silhouettes, his heart in tumult. Nothing compares to the shock of this moment. Perhaps this is the reason humanity stands resilient beneath the onslaught of the demon race. Everyone can take up arms. Everyone is a hero. When the time comes, They can fight, undaunted, without retreat. Perhaps, with the aid of these individuals, fewer lives may indeed be lost. In this moment, Wu Liangzhu finds himself regretting not having joined the reserves, not having ascended the demon-suppressing stronghold, but instead remaining here, merely watching them forge ahead, out of place. To attain first place, Yu Shang stands before this door for quite some time, silently observing the unfolding events, bewildered and perplexed. Who they protect? Is it worth it? For reasons unknown, Yu Shang's heart pounds violently at this moment. Fixated on Lu Qingfeng's figure, Yu Shang ultimately steps silently into the illusory doorway. The teacher instructed him to secure first place. Then, he shall strive for it. The examination continues. Name. Wu Liangzhu sits down and calls out once more. Yet his hand holding the pin trembles slightly, lingering on the name Lu Qingfeng. It seems the cult's numbers have increased. In a wonder old Lin can offer 200,000 for each person. Damn. Observing the sudden emergence of cultists with red cloth wrapped around their heads on the tranquil streets at dawn, Wang Wenxuan curses, stretching his limbs. Following this, an exaggerated axe materializes in his hand, adorned with 4 dark red crystals forming intricate veins. At its apex, it takes the shape of a wolf's head, exuding a fierce aura. Heh, fortune smiles upon me. A glint of frenzied excitement flashes in Wang Wenxuan's eyes as he produces a small camera, attaching it to his collar, and with a roar, charges forward. These are not mere cultists. They are walking treasure, stealing from Yu Shang. He aims for wealth. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyi, clad in a white dress, stands with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression impassive as she walks down the street. With each step, a layer of frost appears beneath her feet. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a drifting dragon, she appears ethereal, untouched by dust. Ice blades solidify in midair, descending like an icy rain. In an instant, the cobblestones are stained with rivulets of blood, soon washed away by the melting frost. Blood, corpses, an otherworldly fairy, seem to create a breathtaking tableau. In the distance, the exorcist squad disperses, engaging in combat. Lacking the grace that Zhao Qingyi possesses, they resemble brutish men, charging through the crowd like bears. Only Anshin emulates Zhao Qingyi, hands behind her back, eyes narrowed like crescent moons, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Yet in the next moment, a common cultist before her explodes as if from thin air, a spray of blood mist showering her face and body. Anshin remains unfazed, prancing joyfully through the blood rain. A lollipop clutched in her mouth, her twin ponytails swaying in the in comparison to Zhao Qingyi's ethereal presence. She appears more like a demoness emerging from hell. The stark contrast is palpable. In the eyes of the cultists, their natures are not so different. Both are ruffians. Until the servants of the cult of all gods in Mobe City, please advise. The servants of the cult of all gods in Xian High City, please advise. The servants of the cult of all gods in Changchun City, please advise. Figures draped in black robes gradually emerge from the distance, strategically intercepting these individuals. Otherwise, if the slaughter continues, the inevitable outcome would be the annihilation of the cult's forces. Their battlefield lies not here. Ladies and gentlemen, the will of the divine. Today, we shall obliterate that school and proclaim to the world the consequences of disrespecting the divine. A servant of the cult declares. Everyone, please help to click for updates, 5-star reviews, thank you. Chapter 56. We are merely aged, not deceased. Have you all lost your minds? Or has your cult prepared for mutual destruction? Do you truly believe you can hide among the masses like rats, rendering powerless? Or have you made preparations to bear the wrath of? Luo Yun is evidently taken aback by this remark. Behind him, the Qing wolf emits a long howl, propelling itself backward with a fierce retreat. Bellowing in anger, the cult servant merely sneers coldly, lacking even the desire to respond. In the distance, Anshin furrows her brow. Indeed, the stakes are too high for the cult this time. Wiping the blood from her cheek, her fair skin stained crimson, I fear that the higher-ups may have underestimated this group. We must strive for a swift resolution. Otherwise, many may perish. I propose we fight to the death. It is the most efficient approach. As the cultists charge toward the school, Anshin narrows her eyes and speaks. The crowd falls silent. Admittedly, fighting to the death would expedite combat. Yet the cost is equally significant. Initially, they could rely on skill, experience, and energy accumulation, gradually wearing down these foes. But setting aside these tactics, they are all at the fourth awakening level, and the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Yet, observing the violent energy fluctuations erupting from the city's security and reserves at this moment, one can surmise the unprecedented scale of the cult's operation. At least an entire province's worth of resources has been mobilized. The only reason the cult would invest so heavily is the potential rewards are immense. Thus, the group exchanges solemn glances, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Wang Wenxuan inhales deeply, stepping forward with his giant axe in hand. With absent, I, as the reserves, shall lead the charge. Is there an issue? The others remain speechless. In times of battle, serves as the highest command. With absent, the reserves shall lead. This is indisputable. From now on, within 5 minutes, end the battle, regardless of life or death. Those who disobey will be executed. With a fierce shout, Wang Wenxuan licks his lips, becoming increasingly manic, as if this scene not only fails to intimidate him but instead exhilarates him. The breaths of the crowd become increasingly rapid, especially Zhao Qingyi, though still icy. Her face flushes with color, her lips murmuring incessantly, "Protect the human race. Fearless. Killed they are all villains." With each utterance, her gaze grows more resolute, for she knows that if these cultists are allowed to overrun the school, countless innocent lives will be ensnared. Moreover, in such circumstances, the surrounding cities will hesitate to act. Should the cult strike with deception and devastate a city, it would deliver an unprecedented blow to humanity. Heh! Are the little ones from the reserve still so naive? How amusing. Yet they are simply too young, rather foolish. Suddenly, voices emerge at the city gate, eyeing the bewildered expressions of the crowd. At the forefront, Lu Qingfeng, followed by middle-aged men and women, each bearing a gentle smile. "Ah, I remember this child. Back when he first entered the reserves, he cried every day from the beatings, in the blink of an eye. He has grown so much." One person seems to recognize Wang Wenxuan, chuckling softly. "Retract your military orders. Humanity has not fallen to the point where you children must fight to the death. We are merely aged, not deceased." These individuals converse and laugh, as if entirely oblivious to the crisis of the battlefield. Wang Wenxuan is momentarily stunned. In a lapse of focus, he is kicked in the chest by a cult servant. Sent flying to the ground, gazing at the disabled elders before him, he is momentarily lost in thought, even recognizing some familiar faces. Truly, a bunch of useless fools, engaging in combat while distracted. You may continue your fight. Just entangle these fellows and leave the rest to us. These individuals wear expressions of joy, their fighting spirit ignited. They dare to threaten the school. If the school falls, how will my second child attend? Indeed, my third child is still in school. Damn it! A chorus of curses ensues. Lu Qingfeng solemnly retrieves a cloth bag from his outer coat pocket, carefully extracting a medal and, with reverence, hangs it around his neck. Upon it, 2 cloud patterns, a retired veteran of the demon-suppressing stronghold. 2 stripes of merit. The battlefield is now under my command. The previous military orders are rendered void. Prevent these individuals from crossing the city gates and causing further casualties. Those who defy this order shall be executed. In this moment, Lu Qingfeng's voice was frigid, and the pale blue longsword behind him seemed to sense something, emitting an eager sword cry. Its sharpness surging forth, it was as if this was the very moment it had long awaited. Humans possess hearts, and swords have souls. Swords must be stained with blood, and humans seek eternal peace. However, Wang Wenxuan rose again, charging back into the fray, eager to utter more words. "Silence. Those who defy the order shall be executed." Lu Qingfeng interrupted, refusing to linger in idle chatter, and instead surged toward the school's location. A throng of people followed closely behind. Even some citizens who had been hiding in their rooms suddenly flung open their doors, stepping out to join the crowd. Their numbers were few, yet their strides were resolute. "Damn it! It has been years since anyone insulted me like a mere child. Damn you!" With a roar, Wang Wenxuan gripped his axe. The last crystal flickering with radiant light, the phantom of a blood wolf emerged behind him. They charged forth together. The divine servant was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why, when insulted, one would not dare to retaliate and instead seek to vent their frustrations on him. On the rooftop, the young divine servant of Baichun City sat at the edge, peering through a telescope, silently observing. Goodness, these individuals have truly gone mad. Well then, a reshuffle is in order. Once I become the divine servant responsible for Jiangbei province, I can directly assign my trusted aides, which will certainly be convenient. Regrettably, that fellow managed to escape. His demeanor remained indifferent, even finding time to offer a few remarks. Regardless of the outcome of this turmoil, he was already the greatest victor, and of course, all of this hinged on that foolish divine servant must die. Alas, that individual has truly been fortunate. A portion of people who intended to kill him were intercepted by Zhao Qingyi, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. Nevertheless, heading toward the school might present an opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 57. Inviting Elder Zhong to return in the veteran camp, Zhong Yushu sat leisurely on a stool, holding a fishing rod and enjoying a peaceful day of fishing while humming a tune, his face aglow with happiness. The methods of Yu were indeed effective. Having tried them, he had not needed to venture out for work in recent days. As others had taken the reins, flourishing all around, if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he could indeed earn a substantial sum after some time, allowing him to send more funds to the families of his comrades. Unfortunately, lacking education, he lamented that had he possessed such insight earlier, he would have begun this endeavor sooner. Sitting by the lake, he daydreamed of a splendid future. Yet soon, Zhong Yushu's brow furrowed slightly in the distance. Lin, the pavilion master, approached slowly in a suit. What business does he have coming here? Don't waste my time fishing. Be gone. Zhong Yushu's face wore a wary expression as he spoke cautiously, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Surely, no one would report the matter of the gang selling discs to him, right? That should not be the case. According to Yu's assessment, after witnessing such passionate and righteous content, surely no one would betray their conscience? Especially since he had merely taught them to express that they felt invigorated after watching. I haven't lied. Have I? Elder Zhong, 4th generation junior, Lin Feng, request your return. The pavilion master cupped his hands and bowed deeply. His expression solemn. Zhong Yushu's heart steadied instantly, but he waved his hand impatiently. Go away, go away. With my old limbs, what mountain can I return to? At my current state, a gust of wind could knock me down at Jinyao Pass. Return from whence you came. With that, he turned his back, not even sparing Lin a glance. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, nearly all of the first-generation ancestors have perished, and the second generation is dwindling. Currently, it is the third-generation elders who are desperately holding the line, as the backbone of the predecessors. Jinyao Pass cannot be without you. As a junior, Lin Feng speaks on behalf of all humanity. Please, return, bowing even lower, his tone unwaveringly firm. Zhong Yushu gazed at the tranquil lake surface. The awakened object is shattered. My heart is broken. As a useless man, what can I do to save humanity? This burden is too great. The old man cannot bear it. Zhong Yushu fell into a trance, his voice somber. Please, Elder Zhong, return. This was the 4th time Lin, the pavilion master, had spoken, and now, in his middle age, he knelt straight upon the ground. The city of Ma Bei is beset by internal and external troubles. If Elder Zhong does not intervene, it is akin to watching them perish with eyes wide open. Lin's expression was devoid of emotion. On the stool, Zhong Yushu's body stiffened, suddenly rising to his feet. Despite his comically styled goat beard, his eyes radiated a piercing chill. With his rise, he seemed to awaken like a ferocious beast from slumber. Are you threatening me with the lives of ordinary people? This voice was laced with murderous intent. Even the old soldiers, who had been anticipating the spectacle, found themselves frozen in place. You scoundrel! A disgrace to humanity. A chorus of angry shouts erupted as they leaned on their canes, supporting one another, turning to leave. Their destination was clear. They aimed to enter the city to provide aid. However, given their current state, it was akin to marching to their doom. Yet, they departed without a hint of hesitation, as if their reactions were instinctual. You may call me shameless. You may think that I am using the common folk to threaten you. I care not for such slander. But the demon race seeks your life, and they offer a hefty price. Currently, in nearby provinces, cultists are collectively causing widespread chaos. Even Jiangbei province is engulfed in flames of war. The pavilion master, stationed in Baichun City, has seen the entire northern high-level combat strength drawn away. The demon race is fearful. They fear your emergence. The fact that even the demon race is so wary of you, even willing to pay a hefty price to instigate the cult, indicates that you remain the battle god of your one person guarding one pass. The battle god, I do not fear to say, Jiangbei province possesses no surplus forces to assist Mabei City. The last remaining high-level combat strength is me. Lin, the pavilion master, spoke calmly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At present, I have not directly gone to aid Mabei City, but rather came here first. Regardless of the justification, it amounts to delaying the battle and harming the populace. Therefore, I have formally relinquished my position as deputy pavilion master this morning. Once this matter concludes, if I remain alive, I shall go to Jinyao Pass. I will fight until my last breath. Now, for the stability of the situation in Jiangbei province. To thwart the plans of the demon race and the cult, I implore Elder Zhong to return. This was the 5th time Lin, the pavilion master, had made this appeal. Zhong Yushu silently regarded him, his gaze imposing. Elder Zhong, please, return. We know not how things fare in Mabei City. Indeed, saving lives takes precedence. A group of individuals spoke urgently. With a light sigh, Zhong Yushu shook his head, lifting the wooden box into his hands. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed. "Is the backbone of humanity truly preparing to return? It is an honor to witness such a scene." The young man who had previously appeared at the foot of Jinyao Pass, still clad in black robes, stepped out, accompanied by 2 others. He inclined his body slightly toward Zhong Yushu. The Wanshan cult, divine envoy Wei Lu, pays respects to Elder Qian. Though bowing, his head remained raised, his eyes calm. A mere spawn of the cult? Bringing along such company is hardly sufficient. Zhong Yushu could hardly be bothered to glance at him, merely muttering a few words as he opened the wooden box, revealing a blood-red pill within. "Elder, in your esteemed presence, I may be no more than an ant. However, what of humanity?" Wei Li's lips curled into a gentlemanly smile. "If you consume this pill, within 3 days, the demon race will once again launch an assault on Jinyao Pass. A true war will commence. At that time, it will be a scene of devastation, chaos reigning, and as a fellow member of humanity, my heart cannot bear it." Despite such words, no sorrow could be seen on the young man's face. He wore his serene smile, as if the world lay within his grasp. "Oh, you do not count as a person. Moreover, you do not represent the demon race. In the end, you are but a rat scurrying in the crevice between the demon and human races. No, even rats have their worth. You are not even worthy of being called a rat." Zhong Yushu chuckled, slowly bringing the pill towards his mouth. Chapter 58. The Great Examination of Humanity. Does Elder Zhong truly intend to proceed? Is he unafraid of devastation? As a fellow member of humanity, I still advise Elder Zhong to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Wei Li's voice turned somber. "At that time, my Wanshan cult may also take measures to rectify certain erroneous choices for the safety of humanity. For instance, Jiangbei province. Do you wish for the entirety of Jiangbei to fall into utter chaos? The threat is unmistakable. This time, the cult has mobilized nearly all of its northern forces, with the epicenter of this turmoil being Zhong Yushu. According to certain classified intelligence, the elixir, extracted from the blood of divine beasts, has just been completed today and is set to be delivered to the veteran camp in Mabei City. If Zhong Yushu were to emerge from seclusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. They have contemplated striking first, but Zhong Yushu has concealed himself too effectively. No one knows where this old rogue is hiding. Until recently, when a lead finally surfaced, it became apparent that he is likely in Mabei City. Shortly thereafter, an inexplicable phone call pinpointed his exact location. During the national examination period, the defenses of the MO Pavilion are at their weakest. Fortunately, after much haste, they arrived just before Zhong Yushu could consume the elixir. Zhong Yushu held the translucent pill in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he gently stroked his goatee, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the young man before him, lost in thought. Lin Pavilion Master silently stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhong Yushu. A series of azure wind blades enveloped him, ready to strike at any moment. Wei Lu appeared unfazed, exuding an air of confidence, as if he believed he could depart even if Zhong Yushu regained his strength. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Fraught with anticipation, a flash of white light momentarily blinded Yu Sheng. He could almost hear the sound of breathing nearby. Almost instinctively, His crossbow fell into his right hand, raising it towards the source of the breath, prepared to fire at any moment. The fluidity of his movements was devoid of hesitation, a mere reflex born of muscle memory. "Classmate, could you please lower your weapon?" A somewhat dazed voice interrupted, belonging to a middle-aged woman. At this moment, Yushang's vision returned. He surveyed his surroundings, noting a group of students staring at him, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Beside him stood a bespectacled middle-aged female teacher. "Please believe me, you are in no immediate danger. Lower your weapon." She hesitated, glancing at Yushang's uniquely designed crossbow. Why Yushang silently complied, lowering his hand. Yet he still held the weapon, his forearm tensed, ready to raise it and shoot within mere seconds. The teacher regarded him with a curious gaze, adjusting her glasses, but refrained from further comments. Time ticked by, and the crowd within the space grew larger. Despite being an awakened realm, the ground beneath them felt as solid as reality. With a lush forest not far away, Zhao Ziqing and Du Su waved from a distant corner, visibly excited. A somewhat slender figure squeezed through the crowd, scrutinizing Yushang intently. "You are also a student?" he asked incredulously, swallowing hard. Alayan. Why Yushang nodded at the renowned world's #1 assassin. "This is it. I was hoping to start with achieving first place in the province. Now it appears I can only aim for second." Li Yihan looked as if struck by lightning. "What business does such a monster have with exams?" he muttered, but soon his demeanor shifted to seriousness as he whispered, "I owe you a life. If you see anyone you dislike, I will eliminate them for you." There was no hint of jest in his tone, rather a sense of anticipation, as if he had been burdened by this debt for far too long. Yet Yushang seemed somewhat absent-minded, his thoughts clearly elsewhere, and he did not respond. Instead, he turned to the teacher nearby. "May I inquire about the examination rules and when it begins? I have matters to attend to." The invigilator replied, "It will commence shortly, in 3 minutes. The examination is quite simple. All you need to do is rush into the forest before you. At the center lies a circle. Your rank will be determined by how quickly you enter the circle. That circle also serves as a teleportation array. Once you stand inside it, you will be automatically transported to the outside world." After glancing at the time and noticing no new students entering, the teacher began explaining the examination rules. A wave of confusion washed over the group. The rules felt overly simplistic. Surely, a national examination held once a year couldn't merely judge speed, could it? How do we assess provincial rankings? What must I achieve to secure first place in the province? Yushang pressed. The invigilator, clad in a uniform adorned with advertisements, found herself at a loss. This young man was exceedingly confident. He inquired about provincial rankings right away. However, recalling his swift entrance into the boundary, she explained, "This boundary is an awakened item created by a predecessor of the Mo Pavilion. It has 7 entrances encompassing all cities in Jiangbei province, divided into 7 directions, all converging towards the forest's center. Thus, if you ensure you are the first to enter the circle, you will be the provincial champion." Having invigilated for several years, she had never encountered a candidate so brazenly aiming for the top. "Thank you, teacher," Yushang nodded, stepping back and falling silent. His gaze gradually shifted from a state of distraction to one of calm focus. "Hey, you still haven't told me who to kill. Hurry, just point someone out. I'll take them out to settle the debt." Li Yihan pressed again, this time raising his voice, drawing the attention of many. Instinctively, people began to distance themselves from the pair. These two must be mad. One storms in wielding a crossbow while the other is clamoring for blood. It felt utterly absurd. It seemed they were no longer facing an examination, but a battlefield. 2 minutes later, the examination began. The invigilator cast a final glance at the clock and announced, "Now." Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Yet, most wore expressions of tension, breathing deeply. Only a select few, those possessing agility-type awakenings, bore glimmers of excitement in their eyes. Countless cultists surged forth from all directions, their eyes brimming with madness. This was the very foundation upon which the cult thrived, even under the watchful eye of the Mo Pavilion. Ordinary. Their followers, prior to the true upheaval, lived as everyday citizens within the city, occasionally receiving the teachings of their deity while leading normal lives. For this day, the cult had meticulously planned for months, drawing countless members into the fabric of the city. In a metropolis of hundreds of thousands, a few thousand additional souls would hardly raise alarms. The Guard Corps was the most heavily populated area. While they may not emerge victorious in direct conflict, they could at least buy ample time. That dot was more than sufficient, as for the school. A group of unawakened students and a handful of teachers would be overwhelmed in a matter of moments under the tide of chaos. At this moment, the school's gates were tightly shut. The usually carefree, seemingly unreliable balding principal stood solemnly in the playground, his beer belly protruding. Behind him stood the meticulous director of education and several teachers. Resources were limited. Many teachers had only undergone a second awakening, with few achieving a third. Yet, despite this, none of them showed the slightest fear in the face of the approaching cultists, for behind them, within the classrooms, were their students. The guardians of the demon-suppressing gate would protect humanity. The educators would safeguard their pupils. Today, they would eradicate the cult and secure the future of humankind. Those who retreated would face military discipline. As the cultists began their assault on the school gates, the principal's voice rang out powerfully. The teachers remained silent, not out of fear, but because the sudden seriousness of their principal was difficult to accept. Joining in affirmation felt somewhat awkward. Principal, you lack the authority to impose military discipline on the teachers. This violates the principles of MO Pavilion law. However, new temporary school rules can be established. The director of education, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, remained composed and rational. The principal fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Rise, with a thunderous shout, the principal commanded, as a blade materialized behind him, solidifying in his grasp point one by one. Awakened items began to manifest. The teachers stood in solemn anticipation. Within the teaching building, students watched anxiously from the windows. Some bore expressions of fear, others of anger, and a few appeared restless, itching to join the fray. Yet, they were merely unawakened lambs awaiting slaughter. Should they rashly rush out, they would only become liabilities. Young ones, watch closely. Today, let your teachers demonstrate to you what it means to be human. The principal exuded confidence. The long blade in his hand radiating a crimson glow, tinged with the scent of blood. For over a decade, in a daze, who still remembered I, too, once stood before the demon-suppressing gate. Murmuring to himself, the principal charged forward. Not waiting for the cultists to reach him, the blade gleamed with crystal light, expanding to an enormous size as he lifted it with both hands, leaping into the air and bringing it down with tremendous force. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, only to be scattered by a single blow of the blade. The line of teachers followed silently in the wake of the principal, emboldened by the might of that strike. Plunging into the throng amid splashes of blood, before long, the green bricks of the playground were stained a vivid crimson with the life force of the fallen. Some students gasped in horror, retreating into themselves, trembling as they prayed in their classrooms. Others, however, with reddened eyes and gritted teeth, stood silently, fixated on the scene before them, as if to etch it into their memories, unwilling to forget. Especially poignant was the sight of a teacher collapsing into a pool of blood, one who, in the classroom, had always worn a stern expression and scolded them with disdain. A surge of inexplicable sorrow and anger welled within them, mingled with self-reproach. Why had they not yet awakened? Why could they only watch? The wretched spawn of the cult, just like this, the principal, panting and leaning on his long blade, gazed at the frenzied cultists before him. A cold smile creeping across his face, blood dripped continuously from the blade's edge. Yet, as he watched the number of teachers dwindle, a flicker of helplessness crept into the principal's eyes. Indeed, he was growing old. The scent of blood hung heavy in the air, permeating the entire playground. Reserve forces, deploy! Perilous, ascend! Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from the rear of the cultists. As the voice fell, figures soared into the sky, though most of them bore damaged awakening artifacts. Nonetheless, they moved in perfect unison. Split, wings unfurl. The command echoed once more. The ranks of over a dozen veteran soldiers swiftly divided into two columns in the air, maintaining high-altitude fire suppression. The calm voice of the principal barely penetrated the chaos. But he caught a glimpse of Lu Qingfeng's icy countenance. When had this fellow become so formidable? Body enhancement, charge, cut through the battlefield, target the weak points. Mind enhancement, provide rear support. Support units, stand ready. Lu Qingfeng issued commands with unwavering precision. While these veterans might possess lesser strength compared to the teachers and even struggle to fully harness their awakening artifacts, Through their seamless coordination, they managed to dismantle the horde of hundreds of cultists in a mere half-minute. The previous momentum had dissipated. Under the morning sun, the insignia of dual cloud patterns on Lu Qingfeng's chest seemed to radiate a unique brilliance. Drawing a deep breath, he heard the crisp sound of his longsword singing as he lifted it with his right hand. Yet, glancing at his mangled pinky, he could not maintain a steady grip. His expression remained unchanged as he tore a strip of fabric from his clothing, binding the sword firmly to his hand. For the transgressions against our kin, they shall be punished. He did not shout, merely speaking with a calm resolve, feeling closer to his true self in that moment. Lu Qingfeng then plunged into the fray. Sword in hand, eye in the air, veteran soldiers periodically soared above the crowd, applying pressure. The body enhancers charged recklessly. Visually, this ragtag group appeared fragile, but they were still remnants of seasoned warriors. Chapter 60. The Resurgence of Tribute Dad. That's my father. A student leaned against the window ledge, his eyes bloodshot, biting down hard on his lip until it bled, crimson rivulets flowing from the corners of his mouth. His father, an old soldier who had lost an arm, lay forever still on the ground, breathing his last. Yet even in death, he clutched a cultist tightly, as if his grip were iron, refusing to let go despite the latter's struggles until they both succumbed. Entwined in a pool of blood, beasts, a pack of beasts, my father fought valiantly his entire life, never succumbing to the demon race, only to perish at the hands of by the end. His voice faltered into a mere whimper. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his skin, blood seeping through his fingers. Yet still, he could only watch, denied even the chance to retaliate in this life. I will not rest until the cult is eradicated. Even faced with such horror, he did not retreat, but instead fixed his gaze upon every person present, every face he would remember. Remember the malice of the cult, and sear this blood-soaked tableau into his mind. Lu Qingfeng had reached the very center of the fray, joining the principal. Two cloud patterns. Quite understated, aren't we? With such prowess, why not serve as the director? The principal wiped the blood from his lip, cleaving through another cultist as he spoke. Principal, if you dismiss my position, a reasonable explanation is required. Otherwise, I shall report you to the education department. Though the director was a woman, she wielded her two awakening daggers with a ferocity that rivaled any man. Each stroke spraying blood as she maintained her rigorous demeanor. Unfortunately, a wound had opened on her back, crimson staining her attire. When did I say I wanted to dismiss you? You keep interrupting me. You are the principal, and I am the principal. With a sharp retort, they returned to the chaos of battle. For a moment, the situation reached a stalemate. They merely needed to await the conclusion of the conflict at the city gates, where the guards had gained the upper hand. The northern desert city was on the verge of victory. After all, this was a cult that had mobilized a significant portion of the province's manpower. Following this defeat, the cult in Jiangbei province would likely remain dormant for a long stretch of time. Yet, at that very moment, a middle-aged man appeared outside the school gates, an apron tied around his waist, a smile gracing his lips as he entered with an air of calm. The divine said, "When light spills upon the earth, all shall attain eternal life. All that may become divine." His voice was sacred and solemn. Amid a resounding call, the ethereal form of an eagle emerged, for crystal stones shining brightly, and even beginning to extend towards a fifth recess. This signified that he was but a step away from the fifth awakening. Wings manifested before him, lifting him into the AI art. Tio cleanse the world's sins. Tio establish a new order for humanity. He continued to murmur, and with his arrival, the cultists below grew increasingly frenzied, disregarding their own injuries as they charged forth. The divine had proclaimed that those who died for themselves would be resurrected on the day of the divine's complete arrival, becoming new deities. Thus, they were fearless, undaunted. They were not killing. They were saving, for their faith. Lu Qingfeng halted amidst the throng, turning coldly to face the middle-aged man. "You are the divine envoy of the cult? You jest." The man replied with a nod. A powerful wave of energy emanated from both individuals, clearing a space around them. A remnant soared against a soaring eagle. This the extent of your cult's might. Zhong Yushu surveyed the surroundings, including the two elders behind Wei Lu, though he still appeared somewhat dissatisfied. If it's merely a matter of self-interest, then making such a commotion is acceptable. But I don't believe the demon race trusts you so easily. What schemes do those beasts have in store? Zhong Yushu held onto a pill, unhurried in consuming it, instead sitting upon a stool with an air of nonchalance. Wei Lu observed Zhong Yushu's demeanor, concern etching his features as he sensed something amiss. Yet now, they had come too far to turn back. Will 5 6-star Demon Kings suffice? My capabilities are limited. Bringing these in from outside the Demon Suppression Pass is already my limit. You flatter me? Old Zhong. Those 6 have already concealed themselves in Jiangbei Province, poised to strike at any moment, he continued. Once you consume this pill, they will act simultaneously, sweeping through humanity. Including the 4 great strongholds of humanity, they will launch an assault. One of them, an 8-star demon lord, will personally arrive at the Demon Suppression Pass. The sacrifice for humanity will be immense. Wei Li's smile gradually vanished, his brow furrowing as his body tensed. Locking gaze with Zhong Yushu. Something is amiss. This situation is far too strange. Zhong Yushu's reaction diverged entirely from his expectations, appearing instead as if he had a plan. Yet according to the intel from their infiltrator, even if Zhong Yushu consumed the pill, he would require at least a half-hour recovery period. If trouble arose, it would afford him ample time to depart. Teske, you truly hold me in high regard. 6 demon kings, 1 divine envoy, and the entirety of the northern cult, as my tribute for my resurgence. He mused, seated upon the stool, his gaunt frame and goat-like beard giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. In that moment, his aura shifted dramatically, as if a demon from the abyss had clawed its way out of purgatory. Terrifying, chilling, a blood-red spear silently materialized behind him. The spear's shaft was a vivid scarlet, and the surrounding air grew increasingly oppressive. Intricate patterns adorned the spear, embedded with 8 gleaming crystals, each pulsating with radiant light. Faintly, an ethereal figure emerged, indistinct yet resolutely gripping the spear's shaft in an instant. The surface of the lake erupted, sending forth a tidal wave. 8 awakenings. How could this be possible? Even if your injuries have healed, you should only possess the 7 senses. Wei Li's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face. You, my friend, are even less astute than that lad Yushang. Zhong Yushu leisurely rose from his stool. Though not tall in stature, he stood as if he were a colossus amidst the heavens and earth. Radiating brilliance akin to a war god. Chapter 61. The examination commences under the crushing pressure. Wei Lu found it exceedingly arduous to even move. You must have invested considerable effort to plant that mole within the MO pavilion. Without the locational data from the call I made, it would have been quite the challenge to uncover the truth. Now, it seems, all must come to an end. With a hint of melancholy, Zhong Yushu sighed and tossed the pill onto the ground. This time, many lives will surely be lost. Every victory in war is often accompanied by life and blood. Perhaps this is the ultimate fate of every awakened being. Truly weary. War, ultimately, knows no victors. The ethereal silhouette hovering in the air, armed with a long spear, resembled a deity of battle below. Zhong Yushu appeared slightly hunched, his demeanor despondent, akin to a weary farmer. For a moment, it was impossible to discern which of them was the true self. The countdown for the examination began. 3, 2, 1. Observing the synchronized stopwatches of the teachers, the proctor announced loudly. Almost instantaneously, as the word 1 resounded, all the students surged towards the forest, manifesting various awakened entities. Though none had truly awakened, they gained slight enhancements to their physical prowess. Particularly, those from the flying and agility categories moved with astonishing speed, darting into the woods in the blink of an eye. Yushang was likewise in motion. Though at a leisurely pace, with a dagger in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, showing no inclination to summon any awakened entities, Han followed closely behind him. Can you at least tell me who you intend to kill? He continued to press for answers. This matter had evidently become his inner demon, echoing in his mind ever since they left that terrifying room. After we get out, then we shall speak. Leaving behind this cryptic remark, Yushang abruptly quickened his pace, yet without the aid of awakened entities, he still lagged behind the last group. Suddenly, a piercing wail erupted from within the woods. A student was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. And the avian awakened entity that had accompanied him dimmed considerably before retracting into his body. Faint growls reverberated through the air. A multitude of students were expelled from the fray. Through the lush foliage, pairs of blood-red eyes could be seen, menacing, terrifying. Monsters, there are beasts in the woods. This scene left many present in a state of bewilderment, some at a complete loss. After all, in their conventional understanding, beasts were typically synonymous with savagery. Foolish humans, this is an examination. I refuse to believe that these beasts could kill us. A voice rang out from the crowd belonging to Zhao Zicheng, and in the next instant, a sandbag materialized before him, which he clasped to his chest as he charged into the woods. Then came the cry, "Ah, it hurts, a chilling scream. Yet, astonishingly, despite taking a direct hit from a beast's claw, the sandbag showed no signs of dissipating. And although Zhao Zicheng was howling in agony, he pressed forward like an indomitable cockroach. It was as if he possessed remarkable resilience. Du Su trailed behind him, the two of them recklessly colliding through the chaos. Relying solely on their brute strength to withstand blows, determined to push into the fray. There were many of us. We will charge en masse. Whoever gets hit is simply out of luck. Before long, the students regained their composure, shouting as they surged back towards the woods, creating a lively uproar. Wei Yusheng, however, remained inconspicuous, skillfully finding the least noticeable positions, moving with a steady, albeit unhurried pace, deftly evading the surrounding beasts. Li Yihan trailed closely behind Yusheng, having meticulously studied the book The Art of Assassination, aspiring to become the foremost assassin. Every detail exhibited by Yusheng was undeniably masterful. He even contemplated that, given Yusheng's level of skill, even without employing awakened entities, he could potentially succeed in assassinating a second-time awakened individual. He deliberately attempted to mimic Yusheng's movements. Yet, he soon found the distance between them widening until Yusheng's figure vanished completely from view. He felt a twinge of frustration, but more so, a surge of fighting spirit. Clenching his fists, he recalled each detail of how Yusheng had previously handled stealth, advancing in an orderly manner, at the very least. He had already surpassed the majority. Meanwhile, the initial group, relying on their speed to activate their awakened entities, had become the prime targets for the beasts, with many suffering injuries, if not fractures, as the energy they had accumulated dwindled significantly. The proctor observed this scene silently, without any reaction. Damn it! Luo Yun cursed as he gazed upon the lifeless body of a team member. Damn. The school is still unaware of the situation. If this drags on, it could lead to unforeseen complications, he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, having entirely forsaken defense in a frenzied assault. Particularly swift, the enemy's divine servant found himself in a precarious predicament. The usually reckless Wang Wenxuan displayed remarkable composure. His grip on the colossal axe trembling slightly. The ice sculpture behind Zhao Qingyi had begun to dim gradually, clearly indicating that its energy was waning. The only consolation might be that the situation on the opposing side was likely even more dire. Lu Qingfeng gripped his long sword with one hand, a claw mark marring his chest, 3 ghastly scars from which blood dripped incessantly. Though he too was a fourth-time awakened individual, he bore previous injuries and was not at his peak energy level. Compared to the divine servant, he was inherently at a disadvantage. Lu Qingfeng, return. I will handle him. The principal, appearing somewhat disheveled, coughed twice as he called out to Lu Qingfeng from among the crowd. Lu Qingfeng remained unperturbed. In terms of hierarchy, you are the leader on the battlefield. I am but a cloud pattern, and you must heed military orders, he stated calmly, blood trickling down his arm and staining the bandages binding it. Give it up. This world will ultimately be illuminated by the radiance of the divine. You are but the filth of the earth. It must be purified. The divine servant stood aloof, his expression unchanged, even as the casualties among the followers mounted. Such ineffectual fools, dreaming of ascension, could easily be nurtured into a new batch with the special elixirs passed down from above. Meanwhile, he simply had to follow the higher orders to obliterate this school and withdraw, leveraging his sister's status above, perhaps to ascend even further. The only vexation was this insufferable little pest, proving somewhat troublesome. Perhaps it was time to hasten the pace. Casting a glance at the time, the divine servant's gaze turned icy once more as he charged towards Lu Qingfeng. Chapter 62. Has he truly made his escape? As Yusheng ventured deeper into the woods, the number of beasts increased exponentially. he scarcely caught sight of any fellow students around him. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he stowed away his crossbow. Perhaps this weapon ultimately needs to be retired. Given the beast's defenses, relying on a crossbow for effective kills seems unrealistic. Even with his adeptness at concealment, he found himself coming to a halt. Ahead lay an impenetrable barrier. The beasts lay in rows, sprawled on the ground, seemingly lethargic, yet offering no openings. I need to move faster. 22 minutes had already elapsed. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Qingfeng's departing figure lingered in Yushang's mind, refusing to fade. Yet, it had only been 2 months since their paths had crossed. Most notably, Lu Qingfeng appeared to be entirely different from that elderly man of yore. He did not trust this unfolding narrative. Nor did he trust Lu Qingfeng. However, he was certain of his own heart, his instincts. He must see for himself. Ultimately, Yushang murmured to himself, a faint energy fluctuation emanating from his body, swiftly drawing the attention of all the beasts. A cacophony of roars erupted. All the beasts surged toward Yushang's direction, while in his hand, a dragon-patterned staff materialized. Most astonishingly, embedded within this staff was a pale gray crystal, glowing brilliantly, had awakened at last. Without having slain any beasts or purchasing crystals, he had quietly awakened. This, thus far, remained his greatest secret, as well as one of the true purposes of that scroll. Charging toward the beasts, just as a blue wolf was about to collide with him. The crystal on the dragon-patterned staff flashed, causing the wolf to momentarily pause, bewildered, completely disregarding Yushang standing before it, while Yushang, slightly bending his body, deftly slipped past from the side. Utilizing this fleeting moment, he plunged his dagger into the wolf's abdomen. Soon, the wolf's body convulsed violently, the wound rapidly festering, writhing in agony upon the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Yushang accelerated toward the center. The entire sequence transpired in under 3 seconds. Swift, precise, ruthless, as the crystal shimmered, the other beasts exhibited similar confusion, as though they had lost their target. This was the ability bestowed upon Yushang by the crystal. Henceforth, he aptly named his dragon-patterned staff, as the beasts known as Mingari gained their senses. They swiftly pursued Yushang. However, Yushang, who had been conserving his strength, suddenly accelerated, his agile figure weaving around towering trees, almost instantly creating a significant distance between himself and his pursuers. Above the treetops, a flock of eagles and vultures soared, launching a fierce assault on Yushang. Their presence was suffused with an air of menace, as if responding in unison to a primal call. The woods echoed with their ferocious roars. Outside the thicket, the supervising instructor furrowed her brows in astonishment. Had a beast's soul already perished? It had only been 15 minutes. This cohort of students truly harbors prodigies, she murmured to herself, conjuring a spectral map before her, where a red dot raced across its surface, pursued by a cluster of green dots. How could this be? Someone was nearing the finish line already. Her fingers danced in the void, quickly revealing a dossier. Yushang was that little fellow. After so many years in Jiangbei province, had another genius finally emerged? The instructor fell into contemplation, her gaze fixated on the red dot. Unbeknownst to Yushang, several wounds had appeared on his body, blood oozing forth relentlessly, yet he seemed impervious to pain, pressing onward. The route was anything but straightforward. It twisted and turned around countless trees, allowing him to deftly elude his pursuers. As for the birds above, they relied on a crystal every half-minute, occasionally enduring a moment of wasted time. In truth, he possessed far more reliable methods, but he had made a promise to Lu Qingfeng to strive for first place. More than that, he yearned to break free, to see the world outside, to ascertain whether Lu Qingfeng truly exemplified the values he professed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yushang felt an undercurrent of anxiety. He feared that what awaited him beyond was another grim tableau, reminiscent of that old man from years past. Could there truly be those willing to sacrifice themselves for others? He felt a tumult of anticipation, tension, and dread. Amidst these swirling thoughts, Yushang beheld a red ring of energy coalescing before him. Was this the finish line? Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from afar. A colossal creature materialized, blocking Yushang's path to the luminous ring. Bellowing ferociously, a genuine first-tier beast, it seemed intent on preventing Yushang from crossing the threshold of the teleportation array. Go escape. Go escape would reveal everything. Yuxing murmured, his previously calm demeanor shifting into one of icy determination. An aura of lethal intent suffusing the air around him. In that moment, everything standing in his way felt like an abomination he loathed. Detestable creatures must perish. With a swift flick of his coat, bone needles shot forth, silent and shadowy. Lowering his gaze slightly, he deftly tugged a slender line to his left. A massive bolt from his crossbow was loosed from his back, hurtling toward the beast's neck. Simultaneously, Yuxing leapt into the air, landing upon a tree, moving with the grace of a startled swan. Soaring above the tiger beast, the dragon-patterned rod glimmered with energy in the moment of the beast's bewilderment. A blade sliced across its neck, leaving a crimson gash as he descended. He found himself gripping a translucent fishing line, which he deftly wrapped around the wound on the tiger's neck. Energy surged through him. With a decisive pull, the line embedded itself into the gash created by the blade. When Yuxing rose, the tiger beast had collapsed heavily to the ground, a first-tier beast slain in an instant. Yuxing did not even glance back. Inhaling deeply as he stepped into the red circle, with a faint ripple of energy, he vanished into the woods, leaving behind the tiger's corpse, blood pooling steadily. This time, he did not concern himself with the blood staining the ground. Hoped let there be hope. In the forest, only Yuxing's soft exhale remained, fraught with complex emotions. Yet he was unaware whether what lay beyond would merely serve to unseal his hardest confinement or further entrap it in an icy grip. Had he truly succeeded? The supervising instructor adjusted her glasses, incredulous. Indeed, the first to depart from the red circle had been the top student of the province. Yet, such an achievement seemed almost unattainable. Ultimately, the true ranking would depend on the distance to the finish line, the number of beast souls slain, and various other factors. Even if someone did emerge from the teleportation array, it would likely be due to sheer numbers. Such occurrences had not transpired for many years in Jiangbei Province. Chapter 63. Please do not hinder me. Thank you. Since that senior's sacrifice, the awakened artifacts left behind had undergone countless modifications, and their first implementation in an assessment had yielded this extraordinary scene. Could it be a bug had emerged? Regardless, there were surveillance recordings. After the examination, those individuals could review the footage. The supervising instructor gradually steadied her emotions, continuing to observe the red dots on the map. Stepping forth from the ethereal portal, under the gaze of all, Yuxing inquired earnestly of the clerk at the MO pavilion. What is my rank? The clerk, visibly stunned, wore an expression of disbelief. Had it truly only been around 20 minutes? Someone had emerged? First place, he inhaled deeply. Responding, he recalled that Lu Qingfeng had urged him to return with first place before his departure. And he had done just that. Overall first in the province? Yuxing pressed again. The clerk shook his head, uncertain, but at the very least, you are the first in Mabei City. Yuxing nodded slightly, the emotion in his eyes inscrutable, perhaps tinged with regret, as he silently turned toward Mabei City. Classmate, what do you intend to do? The clerk asked, momentarily taken aback by Yuxing's retreating figure. Yuxing did not halt his pace. To enter the city. No. It is far too dangerous in the city right now. Besides, you have wounds that require treatment. The clerk insisted, hastening to catch up with Yuxing. He paused, turning around, and raised his right hand, revealing the small crossbow with a serious and solemn expression. If you obstruct me, I will kill you. There was no hint of jest in his tone. The air was thick with an icy tension. Yet the clerk pressed forward. Even if you kill me, you still cannot enter the city. I must take responsibility for your life. His steps were resolute. Yuxing regarded the clerk with a measure of confusion, seemingly at a loss. Did they truly possess no fear of death? Or was this all merely a performance? A charade for themselves? Yet, he felt he had yet to earn such worth. He pulled the trigger, the bolt striking the ground at the clerk's feet, the tail quivering. The clerk hesitated. Thank you, I will take responsibility for my own life. Now please do not hinder me again. Otherwise, I will truly kill. With those words, Yuxing surged forward, racing toward Mabei City. The clerk, anxious, seemed poised to utter more, but Yuxing's speed was too swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. In his final moments, could he resolve a question that had long plagued his heart? Wei Lu knelt on one knee, sweat beading his brow. With a hint of reluctance, he lifted his gaze to the frail old man nearby. when exactly did you recover? Oh, that cannot be. Zhong Yushu, for reasons unknown, recalled Yuxing's succinct and impactful manner of speech, imitating him with a statement. Subsequently, the long spear flashed, and Wei Lu, along with the two elderly men behind him, exploded into a spray of blood and flesh. There was no time for idle chatter. Zhong Yushu glanced at the remnants scattered on the ground, muttering, his gaze falling upon the noticeably dazed Head Lin. Call Chun Yimo. It's time to reel in the net, huh? Head Lin seemed to only just grasp the situation, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Zhong Yushu. What? Just call. Are we to wait for those demon kings to wreak havoc? Day in and day out, you all seem so foolish. Is this the standard of those emerging from the Spiritual Thought Academy? Zhong Yushu scolded sharply. Zhong Lao, you are from a military academy. There is no need to speak to us from the spiritual thought. Shut up, Call. Zhong Yushu interrupted Head Lin directly. The honor of the academy supersedes all, unless the criticism is directed at Zhong Yushu himself. Head Lin lowered his head and made a call. Zhong Lao says, it's time to reel in the net. Understood. Chen Yimo's booming voice responded succinctly before the line was cut. Head Lin slowly began to comprehend. You were actually fishing. He pointed at the fishing rod by the lakeside. Almost on the verge of tears. I admit, there is indeed something amiss with the Emo Pavilion in Jiangbei Province. It is only natural you would suspect me. But I just resigned this morning. I was the deputy pavilion master. He had resigned with a heavy heart, seriousness etched on his face, and a sense of reluctance as he prepared to plead with Zhong Lao to come out of retirement before going to the demon suppression pass to atone for his sins with his life. Yet now, was he the only one being toyed with? Old man, you quite like this sort of little fellow. Zhong Yushu stroked his goat beard, his gaze drifting toward Mabei City, a complex glint in his eyes. This haul is substantial, but the cost is not insignificant. Let us go. It is time for the final cleansing. Retrieving the awakened artifact, Zhong Yushu resembled an old farmer in the fields, rolling up his trousers as he returned to the thatched cottage to fetch the tattered cloth bundle from years gone by. He carried it in hand, devoid of any superfluous belongings. Just as in the past, he returned empty-handed and would depart in the same manner. What remained was merely his fervent devotion to the human race. A heart brimming with sincerity. Old Zhong, once you leave, do not return. For the sake of humanity, for the battle of the world. May your return be accompanied by a realm of peace. One by one. The veterans gazed at Zhong Yushu's departing figure, shouting and calling out with fervor, tears glistening in their eyes. Without turning around, Zhong Yushu raised his weathered palm and waved it gently in the air. From the slaying of divine beasts to the guardianship of the demon suppression pass, having dispatched 6 demon kings beneath the very eyes of humanity, and as Zhong Yushu consumed his medicine, it has now come to the moment of ensnaring a long-prepared net. Following this, the northern province would find no sanctuary for heretical cults for years to come. The demon suppression pass, with its demon lord grievously wounded, would be unable to incite large-scale riots in the near future. Zhong Yushu, the unparalleled war god who single-handedly guards a pass. What instills fear in the demon race is never his power. The only sacrifices amidst this were perhaps those awakeners, but such is their fate. The fate of warriors, at the very least, as Master Lin once proclaimed. The Emo Pavilion has never considered them as pawns cast aside. They merely stand upon a battlefield that rightfully belongs to them. And whether those retired veterans and teachers are part of Zhong Yushu's plans remains an enigma that no one shall ever unravel. War will invariably claim lives. Kindness does not command armies. If Zhong Yushu were a man of indecision, the demon suppression pass might have fallen long ago. Chapter 64. Heroes are nurtured by sacrifice. In truth, every matter possesses duality. To ponder from a singular perspective inevitably results in a partial vision. Perhaps Zhong Yushu manipulated the hearts of men, even leading some awakeners to their demise. Yet conversely, it is precisely through these sacrifices that humanity achieved great victory, as Lu Qingfeng once articulated. Which hero's hands are free of blood? Why do you not perish already? Why, ants, the filth of this world? Barriers against the divine radiance descending. The divine servant continuously cursed, his body marred with wounds. Opposite him, Lu Qingfeng's complexion had turned ashen, his body nearly devoid of unscathed flesh. Yet, he still stood resolutely upright. propped against his sword, refusing to succumb. The divine servant's expression darkened ominously. Time was slipping away. In no more than half an hour, the forces of the Guard Corps would be obliterated. Should this drag on, he would find himself in peril. Yet the orders from above were clear. Destroy this school, delay the guarding forces of Mo Bay City. 10 minutes. If they could not breach within that time, retreat would be mandatory, even at the cost of punishment. However, with his sister among the ranks of the cult's higher echelons, the repercussions should not be too severe. All this was due to that ant. A mere waste incapable of wielding a sword. Why had he managed to delay him for so long? Why? Die. With a furious roar, the wings behind the divine servant unfurled, slicing through the air like blades towards Lu Qingfeng. It should not be nearing the end. Gazing at the battlefield behind him, estimating the time required at the city gates, Lu Qingfeng's lips curled into a faint smile. Having been crippled for so long, the sensation of returning to the battlefield was truly nostalgic. The wings pierced into his flesh, splattering crimson droplets. The principal's energy was nearly exhausted. Witnessing this scene, his eyes burned crimson as he frantically cleaved through the crowd. Lu Qingfeng's arms trembled, yet he still stubbornly clutched the hilt of his sword. Standing unwavering in that moment, his ordinary form resembled that of a giant, as if he were supporting the very heavens. Within the teaching building, each student gazed at this scene, unable to restrain their tears, reflecting on their past laziness, frivolity, and negligence. Never had they felt such regret as at this moment. Is this world truly at peace? It is merely the seemingly ordinary elders, with their not-so-mighty forms, shielding them from harm. Perhaps some would emerge from their weeping transformed into fear, retreating. Perhaps some would, through the passage of time, forget and continue to muddle through life. Yet there will always be those who, gritting their teeth, regardless of the bitterness or exhaustion, will strive upward, destined to stand at the demon suppression pass. Just like the pioneers of yore, safeguarding all they wish to protect. That's the lesson imparted by all the teachers and retired veterans of Mo Bay City. No. 2 High School, a lesson etched deeply. Outside the city, Yusheng slowly entered. He gazed at the nearby battlefield, completely indifferent, even to the presence of Wang Wenxuan, whom he recognized. In his heart, only a single voice incessantly urged him to see whether there exists any distinction between this city of sins and the outside world. Why you shall go? What the hell are you doing in the city? Hurry up and get out. Are you seeking death? Wang Wenxuan, spotting Yusheng's figure, could not help but shout, his clothes stained with splotches of blood. Why Yusheng looked at him in confusion, then cast his gaze upon the corpses strewn on the ground, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. Are people truly dying here? Are they fighting for something called protection? I seek someone, he muttered, quickening his pace, deftly maneuvering through corners, skillfully evading the residual energy waves of the battlefield. And then he headed towards the school. Almost there, just a bit more. For some reason, Yusheng's heart raced faster. This must be what one calls anxiety, right? Damn. Aren't you all the ruthless bandits of Jiangbei province? Where did your ruthlessness vanish to? Wang Wenxuan watched Yusheng's retreating figure, along with the ongoing energy fluctuations from the school, cursing vehemently. Truly pathetic. Today, you will die. Wang Wenxuan's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. He no longer adhered to the military orders left by Lu Qingfeng. Wildly wielding his great axe, the rhythm quickened. Evidently, Wang Wenxuan's words deeply provoked the others. Although no one spoke, their fighting styles became noticeably fiercer, exerting all their might. Damn the young generation. That old fellow Lu Qingfeng asserts that the future of humanity requires the youth, while they, the elders, merely need to contribute their last efforts. Yet, if after years of cultivation, they remain as nothing but the students, merely surviving under the protection of the pioneers, then these years would have been wasted. A fiery rage simmered within all. Little did they expect that the first to slay an enemy would be Zhao Qingyai, as a student of Ling Yin University. Her combat style relied on manipulating thoughts to wield objects, striking foes invisibly. Yet, in that fleeting moment, even the divine servant opposite her did not anticipate that as the ice blade shattered, a frost knife materialized in her grasp, thrusting it into the chest of that divine servant. Of course, the cost was the explosion of the awakened artifact before the divine servant's demise, leaving her body riddled with wounds. Even the hand that held the ice blade bled profusely. The once untarnished fairy was finally stained with blood. Villains, you are all villains, harming the innocent. And especially the students. I shall guard humanity with my life, she murmured, as the ice sculptures behind her became somewhat ethereal, drawn back into her body. Turning to glance at the others still engaged in battle, she inhaled deeply, maintaining her cold demeanor, not moving to assist, but instead, slowly making her way towards the school. Her pace was sluggish, even wobbling as she walked. The ground she traversed was no longer merely frosted, but marked with splashes of blood. Yet, her steps remained resolute in that moment. Although Zhao Qingyi had lost her ethereal quality, all who beheld her departing silhouette were filled with profound respect. Perhaps, this is the true reason universities send students out to hone their skills. Regardless of how talented one may be, without experiencing bloodshed and war, they remain nothing more than flowers sheltered in a greenhouse, fragile and easily crushed. Even the slightest breeze could wilt them, leading to their demise. Heroes are truly nurtured by sacrifice. Chapter 65. Those who threaten the future of humanity shall be eradicated. How infuriating! And Xian squinted her eyes, muttering her discontent, and in the next moment, emulating Zhao Qingyi, charged towards the divine servant. With Zhao Qingyi's example, the divine servant's eyes brimmed with wariness, retreating. However, even in retreat, his grievously wounded body moved sluggishly in just a few seconds, and Xian would catch up. Yet, despite appearing somewhat panicked, the divine servant's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve, as if he were a hunter awaiting his prey. Did you truly think me a fool? Just as an Xian closed the distance to a mere 3 meters, she halted, the book above her head flipping rapidly, the air suddenly thickening, pressing down upon the divine servant's shoulders. The 4 crystals embedded within the book simultaneously radiated brilliance, dazzling beyond measure. At that moment, and Xian's face turned ghastly pale. She swayed slightly, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet her squinted eyes remained fixed upon her adversary. The air became still. The figure writhed incessantly, as if being crushed by some unseen force, gradually deforming until, in a moment of despair, it disintegrated into a puddle of flesh, collapsing onto the ground. The tomes faded into obscurity, vanishing completely. Anshin's forehead glistened with sweat. Whether it was an illusion or reality, she seemed to have grown a fraction in that moment. As if a year had been added to her age, that wretched woman, stealing my limelight. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, and after a cursory wipe, Anshin rose resolutely, chasing after the direction in which Zhao Qingyi had departed. Being pinned down by 2 mad women, how humiliating! What meaning is there in living? At a towering height of 6 feet, wasted on a bunch of inept fools. Wang Wenxuan continued his tirade, which also included self-reproach. The breaths of all present grew heavy, fighting fiercely for their very lives. At that moment, the air was thick with a ghastly aura. You must be running low on energy as well, Lu Qingfeng addressed the divine envoy before him. The mere utterance of those words caused him to succumb to a torrent of blood, revealing fragments of his innards. Meanwhile, the divine envoy's complexion paled slightly as he glanced at the time. 3 minutes. If he could slay this foe within that time frame, there remained a chance to breach the academy, and he might yet escape unscathed. Perhaps he could even achieve merit. You lunatic, he could not help but curse. And the divine envoy finally abandoned caution, surging towards Lu Qingfeng with the fervor of an awakened aerial adept, madness gleaming in his eyes. All who obstruct the descent of divine radiance shall perish. He continued to roar. Lu Qingfeng stood there, utterly spent, gazing at the advancing divine envoy with a smile. Do you know the name of my sword? I call it the Grave of Demons. How unfortunate that this final strike would be used against a human. A hint of regret lingered, yet it was resolute. After such an extended period, the foe had finally chosen to engage in close combat. Through eyes dampened by blood, he vaguely perceived a familiar figure rushing toward him from afar. It was as if, Yuxing, it seems that one experiences hallucinations before death. How could Yuxing's examination conclude so swiftly? With a bitter smile, filled with regret and reluctance, yet, without hesitation, on the long sword, for crystal stones shimmered simultaneously before shattering and exploding. The cracks upon the blade converged at that moment, forming a true and complete longsword. Henceforth, let this sword be named Yusheng. Go squander the remainder of life, to conclude the existence. How fitting, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Lu Qingfeng, lifting the dust and blood from the ground into the as the source of this energy. He radiated a blue glow, gentle yet piercing. Two utterly disparate attributes merged flawlessly. Anyone who dares to offend the future of humanity shall be vanquished, a whispered incantation, and the sword departed Lu Qingfeng's grasp at an imperceptible speed, piercing the divine envoy's chest in the blink of an eye. The divine envoy, eyes brimming with exhilaration, madness, and disbelief, lowered his gaze to behold the wound. Why, alas, he would never have the opportunity to finish that sentence, collapsing before Lu Qingfeng, slowly closing his eyes. Yet even in his final moments, his wings pierced Lu Qingfeng's abdomen. The steps of Yuxing came to a halt. Witnessing this scene, he fell into silence, pondering in contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Yuxing advanced slowly, standing before Lu Qingfeng, lifting his gaze to meet his. I have taken first place. The first in Mabe City. As for the provincial level, it remains uncertain. He spoke with the calmness of routine, yet his hands clenched tightly, trembling subtly in his twilight. Upon hearing Yuxing's voice, Lu Qingfeng struggled to turn his gaze. Forcing a smile, I knew that you could do it. You are the most exceptional genius in my eyes, a singular genius. With each word, Lu Qingfeng required a lengthy pause, his effort evident. Blood continued to flow from his abdomen, pooling on the ground. But you are dying. Yuxing observed Lu Qingfeng's wound in silence before finally speaking. His desires were fulfilled. He had witnessed Lu Qingfeng fighting for those ideals he often espoused, protecting others. He had not deceived himself. Yet for reasons unknown, Yuxing now wished that everything before him was a mere illusion, that it was not the reality he dreaded, the very least. If that were the case, Lu Qingfeng would still be alive. Gazing at Lu Qingfeng, Yuxing's once frozen heart seemed to emit a clear sound, as if something had been unbound. Yet, it also stirred a profound restlessness within him, a restlessness that compelled him to weep. He had never wept before. Nor did he know what it meant to cry. He only felt his vision blur. For me, death might actually be a form of liberation, far better than existing like a useless wretch, merely clinging to life. I truly despise being a teacher. In that moment, Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, his speech quickening. Yet Yuxing remained increasingly silent, raising his head to fixate on Lu Qingfeng's eyes, staring intently, as if to etch the moment into his memory. Chapter 66. Wishing you a shining future. I should have acted more swiftly. Yuxing suddenly uttered a disjointed statement, yet Lu Qingfeng understood, as always. Just as he had diligently analyzed Yuxing's character and thoughts during countless days and nights, striving to truly comprehend Yuxing and penetrate the depths of his soul. You should delay your actions. In truth, I just realized something moments ago. Lu Qingfeng smiled, shaking his head. You, Yuxing? No one is entitled to alter that. Not even me. Teacher will no longer demand that you protect humanity or safeguard the countless flickering lights. The only wish of the teacher is that you can safeguard those whom you feel compelled to protect within your heart. Go and slay those you deem deserving of death. The teacher does not wish for his demise to coerce you into doing anything, but the teacher simply hopes that in the days to come, you may wear more smiles. Can you do that? Lu Qingfeng's voice grew fainter, yet he continued to gaze gently at Yuxing. Rather than initially feeling sympathy for Yuxing, it would be more accurate to say he recognized reflections of himself within Yuxing. Perhaps this was mutual redemption. He wished for Yuxing to wear more smiles, and simultaneously, Yuxing had rekindled the beat of his once lonely heart, proving that he was not a battlefield casualty. He had discovered a new purpose in life. Yet all of this must come to an end. With great effort, he raised his hand to remove the cloud-patterned metal from his chest, extending it toward Yuxing. This is the pride of the teacher. Perhaps it cannot bestow much upon you. The very least. It signifies that you are a martyr's kin, born of Sin City. The teacher has shielded you with the honor of his entire life. The metal bore the stains of blood. Yuxing silently accepted the metal, scrutinizing it earnestly. Lu Qingfeng slowly lifted his gaze, wishing to caress Yuxing's head once more, but hesitated mid-motion, as if inclined to retract his hand. Just as before, however, Yuxing leaned forward gently, taking Lu Qingfeng's hand, allowing the blood he had always loathed to dampen his hair. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback but soon smiled, a look of relief crossing his face as a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Yuxing. For a long time. Teacher, the teacher can only accompany you to this point, wishing you a future that shines. With the final words spoken, Lu Qingfeng's hand fell limply, his eyes closing, yet a smile lingered on his lips. It was as if he felt no regrets in this life. At the age of 10, orphaned. Observing others grow and learn under the care of their parents, he felt like an outsider, lacking even the qualifications for higher education assessments. He wandered aimlessly, striving to earn resources and cultivate. At 30, he entered the reserves. At 33, he ascended the demon-subduing pass. At 36, he retired due to injury. At 39, he took Yuxing as his student, guarding the academy's gates, fighting valiantly without retreat, ultimately drawing the curtain on his life. It was not a particularly glamorous existence. Yet, he had always striven tirelessly for the goals that resided in his heart, never slacking, at the very least. Even in death, he could proclaim, I, Lu Qingfeng, have not tarnished the honor of the demon-subduing pass. I have not brought shame upon the countless heroic souls. Gazing at Lu Qingfeng's lifeless form, Yuxing stood in silence. Clutching the medal tightly, placing it reverently in his backpack, on the bag, a rather unrefined inscription read, May you sail through 1,000 storms and return as a youth. Yet, the backpack bore bloodstains, the words appearing as if steeped in crimson. Heavy, yet imbued with all of Lu Qingfeng's hopes and expectations. Suddenly, I find myself harboring a profound disdain for you all in this moment, as Yusheng murmurs to himself and lifts his gaze towards those cultists. An unyielding chill resides in his eyes. The seemingly frail and ordinary youth now emanates an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, an aura that feels almost tangible and stark contrast to his usual reserved and understated demeanor. Yusheng at this moment resembles a deity of death, emerging from the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood in hell. Just a single glance at him sends shivers down one's spine. No one can fathom how such an unremarkable boy could cultivate such intense malice. Even the temperature in the air seems to drop. It is as if the current Yusheng is the true self. Having shed all pretense in the distance, Zhao Qingyi and Anshin approach, momentarily entranced by the scene unfolding within the school. Yusheng's hands, a dagger materializes, glinting ominously under the sunlight. With utmost seriousness, he retrieves a vial, opens it, and pours its contents over the daggered eye in the next instant. Like a specter, Yusheng plunges into the throng, his slender figure weaving through the crowd as the dagger slices through the air. He possesses an uncanny ability to exert minimal effort while dispatching the maximum number of foes. Wherever the dagger passes, even if the wounds are not fatal, within mere seconds, the afflicted individuals turn ashen and collapse heavily to the ground. In that moment, under the radiant morning sun, the schoolyard transforms into a purgatory. Perhaps, against the formidable Four Awakening, he cannot prevail. Yet this battlefield, dominated by the First and Second Awakening, seems tailor-made for Yusheng. Even he himself is oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind. All that occupies him is a singular desire, to kill the cultists, for they are truly, utterly detestable. Anshin and Zhao Qingyi unhesitatingly join the fray. Swiftly turning the tide of battle, suddenly, an elderly man with a goatee, hands clasped behind his back, appears in the distance, resembling a farmer. That's enough. His voice, low and resonant, conjures a long spear from thin air, imposing a pressure upon all present, including Yusheng. In the following moments, the bodies of cultists explode into gruesome fragments, raining down upon the ground. Yet the old man shows no sign of triumph. Instead, he forlornly waves his hand. The spear pierces flesh, observing the injured or lifeless teachers, retired soldiers, and Lu Qingfeng. The schoolyard is left with nothing but a sigh, one tinged with a sense of weariness and desolation. As if having witnessed too much and grown indifferent. Today's 6th update. Starting tomorrow, I will maintain a pace of 3 to 4 chapters. After a 10-day burst, I find myself exhausted. The subsequent plot also requires some reorganization. Chapter 67. Where are the students of number 2 middle school? Yusheng stands at the center of the schoolyard, his head slightly bowed, bearing a new yet already soiled backpack, silent. In less than half a minute, a powerful surge of energy emanates from the security office, followed by an abrupt silence. The cacophony dissipates, returning everything to tranquility. The principal, weakly seated upon the ground, surveys the multitude of corpses strewn around him, including that of the meticulous and often disputatious head of discipline, now devoid of life. The principal's eyes redden as he struggles to rise, casting his gaze towards Zhong Yushu, particularly at the long spear embedded with 8 crystals behind him. "Are you a high-ranking member of the MO Pavilion?" he inquires, leaning upon his blade, his posture resolute. Despite knowing the vast chasm between their statuses, he no longer bears the obsequiousness of the past. "A proud spirit, indeed." Zhong Yushu responds with a slight nod, offering no dissent. The principal inhales deeply, striving to stabilize his breathing. "At number 2 middle school in Mo Bay, we dare to fight when confronted. Is there anyone who dares to retreat?" His voice booms. Zhong Yushu shakes his head. "No, can the teachers of number 2 bear the title of human heroes?" The principal questions again. Zhong Yushu affirms. "They can be called heroes. I hope the Mo Pavilion treats these heroic descendants with kindness. I hope the Mo Pavilion shows mercy to number 2. For the ensuing period, all resources needed by number 2 will depend entirely on the Mo Pavilion." Upon receiving a positive reply, the principal seems to shed all his strength, his body aching, wounds still oozing blood. Yet even so, when he represented the deceased to pose a question, he had to remain standing. Moreover, with an imposing stature. "Where are the students of number 2? He lifts his head, gazing at the students peering from the windows of the teaching building, and the principal smiles. "Here." One by one, students shout from the windows, almost roaring with fervor. "Come down, clear the battlefield." After uttering these words, the principal slowly closes his eyes, unable to sustain himself any longer, and faints. Zhong Yushu merely observes, refraining from uttering any commands for the Mo Pavilion to handle the situation, for he understands what the principal is contemplating at this moment. The students emerge silently from the teaching building, lifting the bodies of teachers and retired soldiers, arranging them in orderly fashion, piece by piece. They cleanse every trace of blood from the schoolyard. When it comes to Lu Qingfeng's body, Yusheng moves, placing himself before the students, silently shouldering Lu Qingfeng's corpse upon his back. The slight figure bears the weight. Without hesitation, he gazes earnestly at Zhong Yushu. "I killed 23 cultists. Remember to pay me. The school has surveillance." With that, Yusheng carries Lu Qingfeng away, gradually distancing himself. He does not pause. Zhong Yushu seems to wish to say something more to Yusheng but hesitates for a moment, ultimately remaining silent, instead looking at the recently arrived Lord Lin. "Ensure that boy's bounty is expedited." Lord Lin, bewildered, watches Yusheng's retreating figure, feeling a strange familiarity but unable to place it. "Understood, Elder Zhong," he nods. Zhong Yushu raises his head, gazing at the azure sky, sighing softly. "Perhaps this is precisely why I am reluctant to restore things to their former state. Ultimately, I can scarcely bear to witness such scenes." A weariness flickers across Zhong Yushu's face as he shakes his head, hands clasped behind his back, departing with a sense of melancholy. His life has been filled solely with slaughter, relentless killing. It is only in these moments spent in the veteran camp that he has experienced warmth and tranquility he had never known before. Alas, he may never have the chance again on the rooftop. The young divine servant of Baichun City grits his teeth. Those fools, their target is Zhong Yushu. Am I to be used as cannon fodder? Humph. With a cold huff, he sets aside his binoculars. His expression dark and foreboding, a group of imbeciles, attempting to eliminate Zhong Yushu with their ragtag bunch. Fools. After cursing under his breath, the youth retrieves a school uniform from his bag and changes into it, stowing away his previous clothing before turning to leave. The next day, cities inhabited by humanity broadcast several news segments. Zhong Yushu's injuries have healed, and he is set to return to the Demon Suppression Pass to safeguard humanity. The cultists in Jiangbei province have been nearly eradicated. An 8th grade demon lord launched a surprise attack on the Demon Suppression Pass, but unexpectedly, Elder Sun arrived ahead of time, severely wounding it, allowing humanity to counterattack and achieve a great victory. These 3 news items uplift the spirits of the populace. For a moment, the entire human race is engulfed in a sea of joy. Until 3 days later, the demon race erupts in fury, with 2 8th grade demon lords joining forces to assault Dawn City. Were it not for Elder Sun's timely intervention, perhaps the city would have fallen. Yet even so, The casualties are severe. In an instant, the jubilant atmosphere dissipates, as if someone had clutched tightly at their throats, awakening them to reality. The demon race remains the demon race. Humanity now finds itself merely grasping at a fleeting breath of respite. Meanwhile, Yusheng is oblivious to these external events. Instead, he quietly arranges a modest funeral for Lu Qingfeng using his savings. The ceremony is small, attended solely by himself. When signing the paperwork at the crematorium, Yusheng meticulously inscribes his name. The bloodstains on the backpack are scrubbed clean with great care, still slung across his back. Inside the bag lies the bloodied metal. Gently, he buries the urn containing Lu Qingfeng's ashes underground and erects a markered AS for the inscription. Yusheng contemplates for a long while before ultimately writing down the name Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng was the person he had interacted with the longest after exiting the city of sin. Regarding Lu Qingfeng, even now, he cannot articulate the emotions he feels. Goodbye. He rises, addressing the gravestone with sincerity and gravity. Bows slightly, and with the backpack once more upon his shoulders, departs quietly. Just yesterday, he received his report card. He ranked first in the province. The name Yusheng is now known to all. Even the 3 major universities have extended invitations for him to undergo assessments, particularly the military academy. After viewing Yusheng's examination footage, the admissions officer excitedly stated over the phone that as long as Yusheng comes, a direct interview will be arranged. His agile movements and decisive, swift actions seem to be tailor-made for the military academy. Yet what they value most is his temperament. With just a bit of cultivation, he could be sent directly to the battlefield, becoming an exemplary soldier. However, Yusheng feels somewhat lost. This is because Lu Qingfeng once expressed a desire for him to join Mo Academy during a meal. Yet thus far, he has not received an assessment invitation from Mo Academy. Chapter 68. So, should I change careers? Upon returning home, Yusheng is taken aback to find Zhong Yushu waiting at his doorstep, still clad in that simple attire, his oversized coat suggesting that he might slyly open one side and ask, "Young man, care to buy a disc?" However, at this moment, he no longer bears that previous air of irreverence. Instead, there was a certain silence. "Little Lu, has he been laid to rest?" Zhong Yushu pondered for a moment before inquiring. Yusheng nodded gently, bypassed Zhong Yushu, opened the door, and stepped inside. Zhong Yushu remained motionless, standing at the threshold, gazing at Yusheng's retreating figure, and suddenly asked, "Do you blame me?" Yusheng hesitated, looking at him with confusion. "Why would I blame you?" "Because Lu Qingfeng died because of me. Moreover, if I had acted more swiftly, I could have saved him." Zhong Yushu spoke candidly, without any reservations about his own heroic identity. Yusheng felt even more bewildered. Isn't it always like this in the Sin City? Why save? He could not comprehend. In the Sin City, the act of saving a life was akin to a farce. Could one truly feel guilt for failing to rescue another? Zhong Yushu observed Yusheng's expression, fell silent for a moment, and said, "The Ink Academy has high standards. You emerged from the Sin City." He spoke slowly. Yusheng contemplated seriously. "Oh, I understand." He felt no sense of injustice, nor any anger, as if it were merely a commonplace occurrence. Sitting on the sofa, he meticulously cleaned the remnants of blood from his backpack. He had no intention of speaking further. You possess Little Lu's merit badge. I have already recommended you to the Ink Academy. I have viewed the examination footage, and you are qualified. I trust my judgment will not be flawed. Perhaps in the future, you will go far. However, I only wish to say, I hope the future youth will be Lu Qingfeng's pride, worthy of that merit badge. I am leaving, by the way. I have arranged for the dividend from the CD sales to be transferred to your account. Zhong Yushu, that frail old man, departed with his ragged bag slung over his shoulder, as if he had come merely to converse with Yusheng for a few moments. After Zhong Yushu left, Yusheng gazed at the backpack on the coffee table, lost in thought. He took a deep breath, rummaged through the cabinet for a demon crystal, clenched it in his hand, absorbing its energy. He once again immersed himself in cultivation. It felt just like before. Familiar life, familiar rhythm, familiar solitude. It seemed as though something had changed. Yet it also felt as if nothing had changed at all, until the sound of knocking echoed again. Lihan stood at the door, her small face serious, looking at Yusheng. "I have received the Military Academy's assessment invitation. Who do you intend to kill? My time is limited. In the future, I will become the top student of the Military Academy, and upon graduation, I will be the world's foremost assassin. By then, I will receive numerous assignments from various patrons. It will be difficult to assist you in killing after that. Li Yihan spoke without a hint of jest, as if stating a fact. Yuxing looked at her and silently asked, "What is your exam ranking?" "Ninth." Li Yihan raised her head proudly, clearly attempting to appear modest, yet unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. "Ninth in Jiangbei province?" Yuxing exclaimed. Li Yihan's body stiffened, her expression slightly awkward, and her lips twitched. "Ninth in Mabei City." Yuxing continued to observe Li Yihan in silence, causing her to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Was the military academy in such dire need of recruits? Ultimately, Yuxing pondered for 2 seconds before speaking. Li Yihan's face darkened immediately. "I am a genius. The military academy recognized my agility at first glance." Seemingly recalling something, Li Yihan decisively fell silent. That agility, which Yuxing had secretly learned. I genuinely detest members of cults. "Do you have time to help me eliminate one?" Yuxing contemplated carefully before speaking, but then thought of something and quickly added, "There will be a bounty for the kill, and the reward will be mine." "Because you are helping me kill." As he spoke, Yuxing regarded Li Yihan with a hint of suspicion, as if fearing she might not pay him. Li Yihan cast a languid glance at Yuxing. Inhaling deeply, "All right, I understand." She turned and left without lingering for even a second. This room was where his nightmares began, especially with the person inside it. Each time he saw her, it stirred his restless heart. "Damn it, I detest cultists. You might as well just say, 'Let me help you earn some money.' How much bounty could there possibly be for killing a cultist? The future world's #1 assassin is worth so little." Li Yihan muttered as she opened her phone to check. Upon seeing the string of numbers that followed, she paused, unable to suppress a gulp. So many zeros. Does a cultist even have a bounty of 30,000? If I become an assassin, even a cheap job would only offer a few thousand, and more importantly that it's illegal. This means if I change careers and only target cultists, I could earn more than as an assassin. In an instant, Li Yihan felt somewhat bewildered, even questioning her life choices. A career change. From this moment on, my dream will transform. I must become the world's #1 nemesis of cults. Openly, as a hero, earning substantial wealth. For a moment, as Li Yihan walked down the street, her posture straightened significantly. In the future, I shall be a hero, eating and sleeping. The next day, the second guest arrived. "Zhao Zicheng, boss, I have been exempted from the exam." Before even entering, Zhao Zicheng's excited shout resonated. He rushed into the room, nearly thrusting his phone into Yuxing's face. On it was an electronic admission notice. Lingwu High School, exempted from the exam. This was undoubtedly a treatment reserved for prodigies. Even Lingwu High School had merely issued an assessment invitation to Yuxing. This meant in the eyes of Lingwu High School, Zhao Zicheng's worth surpassed even Yuxing's. However, this was quite understandable. A careful analysis of Zhao Zicheng's examination footage would reveal the unique characteristics of his awakened abilities. While Lingyan Academy might not think much of it, in the eyes of a group of brawny individuals who specialized in physical training, he was the most comfortable punching bag in the world. They could strike him while simultaneously growing stronger. If this little ancestor were invited in, everyone would line up to hit him. It would be simply. For a moment, Yuxing even envisioned Zhao Zicheng's future. It must be said, Zhao Zicheng was indeed quite handsome. He belonged to that optimistic, cheerful type of sunny boy. However, for a long time in the future, this face would likely become quite disheveled. That perfect body shape would gradually transform into that of a muscle-bound man, ultimately devolving into a brute. As Yuxing recalled Chen Yimo and Luo Yun's physiques, he glanced at the still giggling Zhao Zicheng, unable to suppress a shudder. One day in the future, a gorilla would stand before him, proudly holding a photo, saying, "Look, wasn't I handsome back in the day?" Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Most importantly, Yuxing suddenly felt curious about how Luo Yun and Chen Yimo appeared before entering Lingwu Academy. Suddenly, Zhao Zicheng's phone buzzed. Yuxing glanced at the text and interrupted Zhao Zicheng's daydreaming. "Why don't you check the new message?" Zhao Zicheng paused for a moment, instinctively looking. "What the hell? The Ink Academy sent me an assessment invitation." Zhao Zicheng's complexion flushed, and he slammed the coffee table, shouting excitedly, even neglecting the pain in his hand. Yuxing pointed at the table, pondering for 2 seconds. "Your phone is broken." Zhao Zicheng had used the hand holding the phone to slam the table. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter." I can already consider myself a source of pride for my family. In the future, my father, a mere director of the security office, will have to address me as sir. I'll make him hold meetings for me every day. Give me lessons. Once I graduate, I must find a way to return and become the lord of Mabe City, and then make him hold meetings for me every day. Zhao Zicheng's lips bore a sinister smile. It is hard to imagine what he must endure at home, but your assessment invitation letter is still on your phone. Yu Xing contemplated before speaking. Zhao Zicheng's smile gradually stiffened, and he hesitantly raised his head. Looking at his mangled phone, nearly in tears, yes, just a cracked screen, it can still be fixed, he soon sighed in relief, panting as he slumped onto the sofa, wearing a look of having survived a disaster. Sweat dotted his forehead. Yet, people often like to invite misfortune upon themselves. What do I call this? Surviving a great calamity. He chuckled. In the near future, my name will echo throughout humanity. Zhao Zicheng. For the next several decades, the story of humanity will be written by me, because I am. Zhao Zicheng. Rising with a touch of pride, he struck a handsome pose, tossing his flowing hair, closing his eyes as if already lost in euphoria. Yu Xing silently observed, his expression contemplative. Unbeknownst to him, the temperature in the room seemed to drop slightly. A somewhat menacing voice erupted from behind him. You are called Zhao Zicheng. This voice was clearly suppressing a violent emotion. Each word enunciated through clenched teeth, as if a volcano were about to erupt. Zhao Zicheng turned around in confusion, only to see a somewhat familiar face. You are? Zhao Zicheng instinctively inquired. The middle-aged man smiled, fixating his gaze on him. I am the scoundrel you referred to, the one who teased women and whom you personally sent into solitary confinement, Lu Sanshue. If it weren't for my old friend rescuing me, I truly wouldn't have been able to repay your kindness for reporting me so swiftly. This world is indeed quite small. Although Yu Sanshue wore a smile, his gaze incessantly roamed the room. Soon, he picked up a mop from the corner. Uncle, please let me explain. I can make you understand that I truly can goodness. This mop hasn't been cleaned in years. Why Yu Shang? I must take my leave for now. I'll call later. Zhao Zicheng, holding his head, fled in disarray, repeatedly shouting, Uncle, remember, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Zhao Zicheng's figure had already vanished into the distance, yet his cries echoed throughout the room. Yu Sanshue, panting, dropped the mop and leaned against the door, muttering curses under his breath. What kind of person is this? I merely wanted to read a poem, and he reported me. Why is he so meddlesome? Does he think the security bureau is his family business? Do you know this person? While cursing, Yu Sanshue turned to Yu Shang and inquired. Why Yu Shang calmly nodded. Yes, his father is the head of the security bureau. Yu Sanshue's hand, propped against the doorframe, went limp, nearly causing him to collapse. What did you say? He was evidently flustered. Had he spoken too loudly just now? Yu Shang remained silent, offering no further response. By the way, I heard there was an exam recently. How did it go? Yu Sanshue forced a smile, looking at Yu Shang. Why Yu Shang nodded. It went well. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Why Yu Sanshue mumbled a couple of phrases. And the room fell silent once more, the atmosphere slightly eerie. Why Yu Shang's phone chimed. He picked it up, gazing at the incoming message, momentarily lost in thought, his hand instinctively brushing against his backpack. Rising, he slung the backpack over his shoulder and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Yu Sanshue, now dressed in nightwear, asked as he watched Yu Shang's retreating figure. Why Yu Shang did not pause. I have matters to attend to. Be careful. Why Yu Sanshue hesitated for several seconds before finally speaking. However, by the time he uttered those words, Yu Shang had already walked far away. Chuckling at himself, Yu Sanshue sat on the sofa, his nose twitching slightly as he furrowed his brow. Leaning down, he noticed a smear of blood on the edge of the coffee table. Quickly sitting upright again. Leaning back against the sofa, he hummed a little tune, pulling out his phone to sift through numbers until he finally found one and dialed. Hello, it's me. Why Yu Sanshue's voice lowered, his expression gradually turning serious. Rarely earnest, I swear. I've really been on a business trip these past few days. I just got home and called you. How could it be? You are my everything. Really, I wouldn't deceive you. All right, wait for me at home. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Yu Sanshue abruptly stood, opened the wardrobe, and meticulously selected his outfit. changing into sportswear. Casual yet exuding the maturity of middle age, he radiated charm. After adjusting his hairstyle in the mirror and nodding in satisfaction, he soon appeared troubled. Alas, sometimes having too much charm can also be a burden. Shoutily did "Heh, I'm coming," with a slightly roguish grin. He coughed, straightened his face again, and after a moment's thought, put on a pair of glasses before stepping out. Chapter 70. Chronicles of the Human Race in the Modest Abode of Lu Qingfeng. Yusheng sat on the sofa, the television still playing animated content. He gazed at it in a tranquil daze. Since Lu Qingfeng's passing, the keys to this room had been passed to Yusheng as a relic. For a long time, where exactly does the fire burn? Murmuring to himself, filled with confusion, he switched off the television, clutched the demon crystal, and resumed his cultivation. Through recent studies of the scroll, he had grasped the rules to a considerable extent. The gray gas that spread over the bludgeon would automatically embed a crystal whenever it enveloped a portion of it. However, the prerequisite remained that Yusheng must cultivate regularly, ensuring his energy was ample enough to awaken at any moment. Otherwise, it would remain dormant. Moreover, next to that bludgeon, a faint second shadow was already discernible, albeit particularly vague, its shape indiscernible. The only confirmation being its overall small size. That morning, Yusheng had also received an invitation for an assessment from the MO Pavilion. Scheduled for half a month later, coinciding with the eve of all colleges' return to school. Tomorrow would be the graduation ceremony for the second high school. Perhaps, for the foreseeable future, he would spend his time in this room. In the deep of night, Yusheng prepared a meal alone in the kitchen. After eating, he adeptly set traps at the door and window before returning to his bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. Gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, he tightly gripped the dagger, slowly drifting off. If Yusheng's heart was shrouded in darkness and silence, then Lu Qingfeng was but a faint candlelight, stubbornly burning to illuminate a corner of his soul. It ultimately remained merely a flicker. Perhaps one day, with the continuous addition of various fuels, this light would blaze fiercely, entirely illuminating Yusheng's heart. But for now, that heart, frozen for years, perhaps had only granted warmth to Lu Qingfeng alone. In the presence of others, he remained the same Yusheng, indifferent, calm, and cautious. The only difference was that in front of those devoid of gray gas, completely isolated from himself, Yusheng might attempt to offer that person a chance to approach him. Yes, merely a chance to approach oneself, a mutual journey, present. Yusheng was incapable of such a feat. Perhaps in the future, he still might not be able to. That night, Yusheng slept soundly. Until the next morning, after a simple breakfast, he retrieved the traps he had set, meticulously checked the small components on his person, confirming everything was in order before stepping outside. Daily inspections had become an essential routine for Yusheng. Any minute error could potentially lead to fatal consequences in the city of sin. The bodies piled in the mass grave held countless stories, silently conveying to everyone how to live better. One of Yusheng's favorite pastimes had been to sit outside the grave and daydream, observing the experiences inscribed by these individuals' lives. This was the most unusual graduation ceremony since the establishment of the second high school. There were no cheers or smiles. The faces of everyone were etched with solemnity and gravity. Although, as per tradition, decorations adorned the venue, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Among the flowers were black and white photographs, 56 in total. What are you all doing with those solemn faces? Just a few people have died. And you can't bear it? The principal, with his sparse hair meticulously groomed, maintained a slight smile as he addressed the graduating and still enrolled students. In times of crisis, someone must step forward and lead the way. What you should do is not to mourn or be sorrowful, but to remember. Remember every person who sacrificed themselves for you. And when you become strong, stand before those who need your protection. This is the legacy of the human race. This is the spirit upon which humanity relies for survival. Taking a deep breath, though the principal still smiled, his tone bore a hint of melancholy. Do you know what transpired before the dawn era? If you haven't slacked off in class, you should be aware. The revival of spiritual energy, the onslaught of beasts. The first generation of awakeners forged 4 fortresses with their lives. Each brick they laid carried their blood. The second generation of awakeners stood atop the bodies of the pioneers, granting humanity decades of respite. The atmosphere grew solemn and quiet. These records are all available in history books, but they have never felt this moment as profoundly. After all, the chronicles are mere pale words, while reality is inscribed in blood. Do you think these pioneers were foolish? The first ancestor, Yu Yongyin, experienced 9 awakenings over 5 years, single-handedly entering the beast realm, annihilating 3 clans, slaying 5 beast lords, and even vanquishing a beast god. What a prodigy, what a hero! But did he not know that he would inevitably perish? Why? It was to tell those beasts, we humans are unafraid. The second ancestor, Li Maching, alone stood outside the demon suppression pass, blocking 1,000,000 beast soldiers. After one battle, the beasts dared not invade for 5 years. Though he perished from exhaustion, he secured a peaceful realm for humanity. The third ancestor, Zhong Yushu, single-handedly guarded a pass, his entire family perishing in battle. Yet the demon suppression pass stood firm for decades, hated by the beasts, revered by humanity as divine. Each of them was a true paragon of excellence. They could have ignored it all, retreating into the mountains and forests. What could the beasts do to them? They fought for that flame that burned incessantly in their hearts, to demonstrate to the world what it means to be human. As the principal spoke these words, his voice resonated powerfully across the playground, lingering in the air. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes glistened with moisture. Everyone knew that after each awakening, one's physical capabilities were enhanced. But do you know what the maximum lifespan is after the 6th awakening? No one knows. From the dawn of the era of light to the present day, spanning a period of 149 years, not a single member of the human race has met their end in peace. You may be aware of the 10 elders of the Mo Pavilion, who stand as guardians of humanity. However, aside from Elder Sun and Elder Zhong, do you know who the other 8 are? Have you ever encountered them? Why is that? Is it simply because our human race pales in comparison to the demon race, forcing them to conceal themselves in the shadows, masquerading as ordinary humans, thereby denying the demons any opportunity to strike? One day, when the demon race dares to slaughter our kind, there will inevitably be one who steps forth from the mortal realm. Venturing alone into the demon domain, they shall unleash a river of blood and scatter bones across the ground. Until they emerge, the demon race will not dare to engage in open battle. Chapter 71. Is your pride a badge of honor? The heroes of humanity are not as glamorous as one might think. In fact, you could never fathom the true identities that we, the elders of the Mo Pavilion, embody. Is this fair to them? Yet, they persist in their actions day after day. Each time an elder of the Mo Pavilion passes away, another rises to take their place, quietly awaiting the day they must make the ultimate sacrifice. This is the reason the Mo Pavilion continues to lead humanity to this very day. The 10 elders of the Mo Pavilion shall never convene. This statement is not without merit. What I convey to you today is not a call to emulate these sages, but rather a reminder. Remember that there are countless guardians who silently watch over you in this world. When the day comes that you stand tall, possessing the strength, you too should transform into a towering tree, sheltering humanity beneath your branches. At the very least, on the day of your passing, you should be able to reflect and proudly declare, in my lifetime, I have been worthy of humanity, worthy of these 56 portraits. This is, for the first time in over a decade, a graduation ceremony of extraordinary significance. May every one of you be as noble as dragons, standing as the backbone of our human race. It has been an immense honor to walk alongside you for 3 years. I hope that one day, you will become the pride of Mo Bay No. 2. The principal took a deep breath and, along with the sparse group of teachers behind him, stepped back in unison. In the future, we may not walk the same path, but we shall share in the glory. With a single fist clenched, he struck his chest, a gesture of humanity. Every student below wore an expression of solemnity and reverence. They returned the gesture. In this life, I shall not betray humanity, nor my mentors, nor my youth. On this day, the students of No. 2 raised their voices, their echoes resounding clearly throughout Mo Bay City. The principal revealed a relieved smile as he and the teachers turned away, returning to the school with their backs straight. For a teacher, perhaps the greatest honor in life is to witness their students shine ever brighter. The students dispersed, and Yu Shang stood in a corner of the playground, gazing at the portrait of Lu Qingfeng in a daze. Occasionally, a few classmates would approach with flowers, placing them before the portrait and bowing before departing. Yu Shang remained motionless, uncertain of what placing a flower might signify. It felt as though he were engaging in a futile act. Yet, they did so with solemn expressions. Once everyone had left, Yushang hesitated, plucking a cluster of wildflowers from the roadside. He approached Lu Qingfeng's portrait, mimicking the actions of his classmates, and laid them down. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Yushang felt an unexpected tranquility within. Even his lips betrayed an unconscious smile. This was an emotional fluctuation he had never experienced before. It bore no assistance for the act of killing, and could even be detrimental, yet it was pleasurable. What, after all, is your pride? What must I do to make you feel honored? He murmured, for reasons unknown, thinking of the cloud-patterned metal nestled in his backpack. He took it out. The bloodstains had long since dried. The originally sky-blue metal now bore a hint of dark red. Is this the metal you spoke of, claiming it to be the pride of your life? He clenched it tightly. He did not wipe away the blood on the metal, as if instinctively understanding that this blood is what Lu Qingfeng wished to see. Then let there be more of it. Since departing from the city of sin, Yushang had not possessed any clear objective. Even in the city of sin, he merely wished to survive. Then one day, he felt a surge of determination to seize the sole opportunity to leave the city. And so he emerged. At this moment, aside from earning money, he had acquired a new goal: the medal. Without looking back, the frail figure turned to leave the campus, the sunlight casting only his elongated shadow behind. Perhaps Lu Qingfeng's death had evoked some sadness within him, or perhaps not. Even Yushang himself could not decipher the emotions swirling within, and outsiders could know nothing of it. Like the lone wolf on the grasslands, emaciated yet fierce. Menacing. The ATM machine chimed as he re-entered that familiar account, transferring most of his funds. Retrieving his bank card, Yushang instinctively stood in the shadows, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. "This is Yushang." He spoke earnestly into the phone. There was a long silence on the other end before a raspy voice finally replied, "Go ahead. I want to earn a medal, but I don't know where to find the cultists." Yushang's words were succinct, merely conveying his request. Another silence ensued. After a considerable pause, the voice unexpectedly asked, "You're using the favor I owe you just for this? Not wasting it? It's worth it." Yushang pondered for a moment before responding. "All right, I'll text you before 7 p.m. However, the information I can gather isn't extensive, but it should suffice for you to obtain a cloud pattern medal." Curious, he added, "Why didn't you argue with anyone today?" The response came quickly this time, with a hint of curiosity. Why Yushang was slightly bewildered. "Did I argue with anyone?" The other side fell silent again. Swiftly hanging up, seemingly uninterested in discussing the matter further. Why Yushang then glanced at the calendar on his phone. It had been half a month since school started. That should suffice, right? The military academy, Lingwu High School, and Lingyan High School are all located in the heart of humanity. Only Imo Academy lies in the borderlands. The distance from the Demon Suppression Pass is merely a few hundred kilometers. Which means that when the day arrives and the Demon Suppression Pass falls, it is Imo Academy that will bear the brunt. In fact, some assessment tasks during their time at school involve ascending the Demon Suppression Pass. Additionally, the instructors, when the pressure mounts at the Demon Suppression Pass, may be summoned to provide support at any time. This is one of the reasons for the low graduation rate at Imo Academy. From Imo Bay City, all the way to the border city, the merit should be sufficient, right? After a rough estimation, Yushang sent a text outlining his planned route to that number. The only thing left to consider was the means of transportation. According to the Imo Pavilion transportation laws, driving without a license incurs a fine of 2,000. Just then, Yushang's phone rang. Chapter 72. The young sword is ready, stepping into the Jianghu. "Elder Yu, where are you?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Ziqing whispered conspiratorially, his voice intentionally low. "Damn, why father absolutely refuses to let me attend Imo Academy. He insists that Lingwu High School is the best fit for me. He's just jealous, afraid that one day, after I graduate from Imo Academy, I'll surpass him." Zhao Ziqing exclaimed indignantly. Why Yusheng pondered for a few seconds. Perhaps he fears you won't graduate, that you won't pass the entrance assessment. There was a pause on the other end, and then Zhao Ziqing retorted, "How is that possible? I'm a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Send me your location in a bit. I'll come find you. I must prove to him that I, Zhao Ziqing, am the future unparalleled genius of humanity, capable of single-handedly defending a pass and unmatched in the world. Damn, my dad's here." With a roar of an engine, Zhao Ziqing abruptly hung up, leaving no one the wiser about what transpired on his end. In any case, approximately 20 minutes later, An old-looking SUV came to a halt before Yusheng. Zhao Ziqing emerged, his face bruised and battered, clearly not in the best condition. Seeing Yusheng's curious gaze, he offered an awkward smile. Well done, my father has come to understand the potential of my awakened ability. He's been rambling about how old trees can bloom again. If I advance, perhaps I'll have a chance to compete for the position of Deputy City Lord. As he spoke, a deep fear flickered in Zhao Ziqing's eyes, clearly haunted by recent memories. Honestly, your ability is quite effective for self-preservation. If I were your enemy, I might find it difficult to kill you and would rather just beat you up for a while. Yusheng thoughtfully expressed his admiration for Zhao Ziqing's awakened ability. Zhao Ziqing's expression darkened. I've already been beaten to the point of awakening once. My stingy old man even bought a demon core on the black market, claiming it was a family heirloom, and now it's embedded in me. The ability of this first crystal is that during combat, I can control the energy I send to my opponent. I can also enhance my own energy output by 20% when you all are attacking me. How wonderful. Yet Zhao Ziqing wore no smile, only a look of resentment in his fantasies. He envisioned himself clad in white, wielding a sword, standing before the demon suppression pass, scaring away 1,000,000 demons. Instead, he found himself burdened and lacking offensive capability, constantly worried not just about enemy attacks but also about potential harm from his teammates. Even the gaze of his own father appeared restless. This agony was unbearable. No, he must maintain the persona of a cool and aloof deity. After all, not just anyone could take a swing at him. If they dared, they should kneel before him and utter, "Father Zhao, please love me once more." Upon reflection, that doesn't sound too bad. For a fleeting moment, a silly grin danced upon Zhao Ziqing's lips. Yusheng stood outside the car, silently observing Zhao Ziqing's myriad of expressions, not uttering a word. Instead, he took a photograph with his phone. A shrewd entrepreneurial instinct whispered to him that this could potentially be monetized in the future. Onward, Yusheng, let us embark towards our dreams. Roar. In an instant, Zhao Ziqing's face brimmed with yearning for the future, bursting with sunshine, fervor, and youthful exuberance, even shouting on the streets, attracting the attention of passers-by. Yusheng slightly shifted to conceal himself behind the car. "Big brother, what are you doing? Get in." Zhao Ziqing remained oblivious, continuing to shout. Yusheng gazed at the ancient vehicle, somewhat dazed. Can this car actually function? After a moment of silence, he could no longer restrain his curiosity. Zhao Ziqing patted his chest with vigor. "Don't you worry, it's absolutely reliable." Observing Zhao Ziqing's actions, an ominous thought suddenly struck Yusheng. "Have you ever been in the reserves?" he inquired skeptically. Zhao Ziqing wore a bewildered expression. "Huh? No." Yusheng sighed in relief. "But my father did serve in the reserves," Zhao Ziqing added. Just as Yusheng's heart had settled, it leapt once more. The reserves, a mysterious and perplexing realm, one that always seemed to yield individuals of questionable sanity, except for Lu Qingfeng. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he hopped into the vintage car, listening to the jarring sound of the engine and the acrid black smoke that billowed out. Shaking violently, and the next moment, the car wobbled its way towards the outskirts of the city. Staring at the words on his backpack, Yusheng found himself lost in thought. Perhaps he too was striving for a certain goal. Maybe that is the essence of living, constantly advancing towards one objective after another. May you sail through myriad challenges, yet return as a youth. And now it might be more fitting to say, the youthful sword is already sheathed. Stepping forth, Tio embraced the rivers and lakes. "Where is that little rascal? Have you found him?" A middle-aged man bellowed at the security office. Soon, someone rushed in. "I just checked the surveillance. He's already left the city." "That little rascal. Does he really have to go to that Moke Academy? Is he courting death? He's been a troublemaker since childhood, just like his father, damn." The middle-aged man fumed, banging on the table, leaving the security office in a state of silence. After a considerable time, his emotions gradually stabilized. With a heavy sigh, perhaps I truly shouldn't restrict his growth. He could have a brighter future. For a moment, the middle-aged man felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. That fool doesn't even have a driver's license, and that old car wouldn't pass inspection. And he dares to drive it. Forget it, let fate decide. Weakly lowering his arms, he addressed the others in the security office. No need to pursue him. Every fledgling must eventually spread its wings. Everyone must endure some hardships. Little did he anticipate that these hardships would arrive so swiftly. Just as Zhao Ziqing exited the city, having traveled less than 10 miles, the music blared loudly, his body swaying to the rhythm, reveling in the scenery around him, brimming with exuberance. Then, the car began to slow down, ultimately it stalled. Watching the immobile vintage vehicle, Zhao Ziqing's expression darkened. Yuxing stood a distance away, his resolve firming up in his mind. From now on, he would never associate with anyone from the reserves, not even those with distant ties. Chapter 73. The Rules of Trade. What to do now? Zhao Ziqing leaned helplessly against the car. Casting a hopeful glance at Yuxing, Yuxing pondered. Perhaps he could call someone from the traffic bureau to tow the car away. I'll report you for driving without a license. According to traffic laws, you'll be detained for 7 days, and after that, you can still make it to Moke Academy. I could also take the train with my reward. For a moment, Yuxing's gaze towards Zhao Ziqing held a glimmer of expectation, even pulling out his phone as if waiting. The instant Zhao Ziqing nodded, he would not hesitate to report him. Big brother, you can't be serious? Zhao Ziqing appeared flustered but quickly regained his composure. Thumping his chest with determination, don't worry, I have a plan. Observing this familiar gesture, Yuxing remained silent. Not a word escaped his lips as he began quietly organizing his belongings, pulling up a map on his phone. Oh, big brother, trust me one more time. This time, there won't be any issues. Zhao Ziqing slyly retrieved a small red booklet from his pocket, grinning. We just need to travel a bit further. Reach the next town and rent. No, just buy a vehicle. It'll be absolutely stunning. Yuxing glanced at the savings book in Zhao Ziqing's hand. Do you know the password? It was as if lightning struck. Zhao Ziqing froze in place, motionless. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the air. Observing Zhao Ziqing's demeanor, Yuxing suddenly understood much, gaining a more accurate assessment of the intelligence levels of those connected to the reserves. Holding his phone, he found a number and dialed. Didn't I already send you the information? The raspy voice inquired, seemingly puzzled. Yuxing regarded Zhao Ziqing, pausing for several seconds. I still need another vehicle. That's a different price altogether. How about this? You owe me a favor, and I'll give you the latest model off-road vehicle. Deal? It's worth over $1 million, a priceless item. The voice on the other end suddenly turned playful. Laced with anticipation, Yuxing reflected for a moment. That's not a good deal. You have business in the black market. I could directly report you, and the bounty from Moke Pavilion would likely be higher. Plus I want to owe you a favor. Yuxing's tone was particularly sincere. The other side fell silent. After a moment, the voice returned, now somewhat cold. Have you investigated me? No. Yuxing shook his head. If you didn't name all your store's outlaws, I wouldn't have connected the dots to you in an instant. Silence enveloped the conversation. But you understand the rules of Sin City. Trades must offer a price satisfactory to both parties. Even so, the person on the other end insisted on adhering to the unique rules of Sin City. If I don't report you, and you give me a vehicle, would you agree? Yuxing hesitated for a moment before asking. Do you think people like us fear threats? If that's all you have, there's no need to continue this conversation. I'm waiting for you to report me. With a cold chuckle, the person decisively rejected the proposition and prepared to hang up. Yuxing remained unfazed. Information trade. I can tell you who is most likely to walk out of Sin City next. Yuxing spoke again. The tone on the other end grew increasingly agitated. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not one of those fools outside Sin City. Anyone with sense knows it. I'll be that crazy girl beside you who comes out next year. If you can't offer me something of interest, then goodbye. Despite his volatile emotions, the person still showed no intention of hanging up, instead appearing somewhat eager, as if there was something on Yuxing that he coveted. Oh, goodbye. Yuxing nodded, ending the call. Zhao Ziqing stared blankly at the scene. Is that it? Yes, Yuxing affirmed with a nod. Zhao Ziqing scratched his head in frustration. He clearly wanted to continue the trade. If you just eased up a bit, wouldn't the car have been yours? That's the latest model, the Tiger XS. You could totally. Before he could finish, Yuxing's phone rang again. He answered. Was the signal bad earlier? The raspy voice inquired. Yuxing shook his head, responding earnestly. No, I hung up. His voice was sincere, genuine, without a hint of deceit. Then, he hung up once more. This time, almost within seconds, his phone rang again. Why did you hang up on me? He asked. Because I have nothing to trade. Yuxing replied truthfully, Continuing to hang up, he adjusted his backpack, secured it, and walked off into the distance. Zhao Zicheng trailed behind him, bewildered and confused, slowly following in his worldview. He couldn't fathom why someone would refuse a Tiger XS. According to the implication from the call, it only required a favor in return, not a favor. The phone rang again. Yuxing hung up. Think again? Hang up. Each ring of the bell made Zhao Zicheng's heart leap and sink, only to rise and fall once more. It was as if hope had momentarily emerged, only to swiftly dissipate. Leaving behind nothing but darkness in that moment, Zhao Zicheng felt like a mere shell of a man, utterly despondent. Don't hang up, please. Let me finish speaking. Finally, when Yuxing chose to answer the call once more. The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency, repeatedly calling out, and Yuxing responded quietly. All right, listen to me first. I realize that trading a car for your favor might seem a bit unfair to you. So here's what I propose. I can give you this car for free. However, in the future, should I have any information-related needs, please inform me once, provided it does not compromise your own interests. What do you think? And let me be quite serious with you. Do not even think of reporting me. Had I not been persistently calling you just now, would you have already begun to report me? The urgency in the man's tone gave way to a momentary smoothness, revealing a voice that was quite magnetic for someone presumably not too old. Yuxing fell into contemplation once more, soon nodding in agreement. Chapter 74. Then why not die in his place? You still haven't told me if you genuinely intended to report me just now. The transaction was confirmed, yet the man continued to suppress his emotions. Inquiring, Yuxing, bewildered, replied, No, not at all. A sigh of relief escaped the other end of the line. Your current dealings in the black market are still in a gray area, not illegal yet, however. At this rate, within 3 years, it would be enough to justify a report. You could make quite a profit. Keep at it. In the end, Yuxing earnestly encouraged the person on the other end of the call. Yet you still intend to report me. Tell me, how can I dissuade you from that thought? The man asked through gritted teeth. A trade is possible. Yuxing's eyes sparkled with determination. Suddenly, a busy tone rang out. Clearly, the call had been disconnected. Yuxing let out a slight sigh of resignation, evidently disappointed by the failed transaction, but soon regained his composure. A message illuminated his screen, simply stating, Location IT. Was apparent that the man's emotions had yet to fully stabilize. Yuxing sent the location and glanced around before walking into the distance. Zhao Zicheng, bewildered, asked, Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to wait for the vehicle here? Confused, he pondered. Yuxing replied, If given the chance, he might attempt to kill me. Thus, Yuxing led Zhao Zicheng a considerable distance away, finding a secluded corner to sit, ensuring they could remain hidden while observing the designated location. Approximately an hour later, accompanied by the roar of an engine, an exaggerated, menacing off-road vehicle sped into view. Coming to a steady halt, from a distance, it resembled a beast bearing its fangs. The headlights glowed like crimson eyes, giving it a somewhat ferocious appearance. Even the exterior material was specially designed to withstand assaults from newly transformed beasts in the wild. A person emerged from the vehicle, dressed ordinarily, glancing around with evident confusion, seemingly searching for Yuxing's figure. Eventually, they pulled out a phone, dialed a number, quickly hung up, and cast an astonished glance at the antique car before departing. Zhao Zicheng, hiding in the distance, felt a fleeting pang of heartache. Did even the driver of the Ming Tiger XS Express surprise at their own vehicle? Yuxing's phone rang. I have no need to kill you, at least for now. We are allies in the future. We may even become the best of allies. After all, you still owe me a piece of information. His tone seemed to have calmed, devoid of any superfluous chatter. He simply stated this before ending the call. Yuxing remained seated, unmoving. Zhao Zicheng, puzzled, asked, Why are you afraid he might kill you? From your conversation, it seemed rather friendly. Perhaps it's because I killed his wife. Yuxing contemplated aloud as he rose and walked towards the vehicle. Oh, I thought it was just a trivial matter. No, brother. You killed his wife and still dare to ask for a car? Zhao Zicheng exclaimed, agitated. Damn it. Come back quickly. There must be an ambush. I don't wish to die yet. Zhao Zicheng decisively retreated, warily surveying their surroundings in an attempt to detect hidden enemies. He won't. He knows I am not easy to kill, Yuxing explained. If he truly wished to take my life, he would do so openly. This man is quite proud. He offered a candid assessment. Within the confines of Sin City, this individual possessed a uniquely peculiar style, often issuing a notification to his targets before claiming their lives. He had rarely failed in his endeavors. Well, almost never. For he had once issued himself a notification, leading to his wife's demise. Though she had been merely a random find in Sin City, it still served as a mark against his pride. Standing before the vehicle, Yuxing took his time, meticulously inspecting it, even crawling beneath it. Did you not say he was a proud man? There seems to be no need for the search. Zhao Zicheng, having only ventured out of the city with high hopes for a mere 2 hours, felt his emotions had already experienced numerous tumultuous waves. After a few seconds, Yuxing emerged from beneath the vehicle, holding a small device that emitted a red glow. He shot Zhao Zicheng an odd glance, stating, "He is proud, but not foolish." With that, Yuxing opened the passenger door and took a seat, gesturing for Zhao Zicheng to join him. "With such a fine vehicle, aren't you going to drive it yourself?" In that instant, Zhao Zicheng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. For any man, who wouldn't yearn to grasp the steering wheel of a luxury car, press the accelerator, and hear the seductive roar of the engine? Yet, Yuxing had bestowed this opportunity upon him. Truly, he was a good brother. With reverence, Zhao Zicheng settled into the driver's seat, gently caressing the steering wheel before turning the key. "I don't have a driver's license. If caught, it would be a 2,000 fine." Yuxing reclined against the leather seat, remarking. Zhao Zicheng stiffened momentarily. "Brother, neither do I." He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yuxing nodded knowingly. "I am aware, if one were to highlight Zhao Zicheng's virtues, it would be his immense heart. He could swiftly recalibrate his negative emotions, allowing himself to rediscover joy. Roar, let us set off, dreams, here I come." With his aspirations in tow, he set sail once more. Above, no trace of gray clouds lingered. Perhaps this was also the reason Yuxing willingly chose to accompany him. This is the entirety of the events unfolding. Even I emerged from it gravely injured, barely escaping with my life. The face of the servant from Baichun City was somewhat pale. He coughed a couple of times and spoke into the phone, his voice noticeably weak. Yet, his gaze remained as calm and cold as ever. "Do you know he is my brother?" On the other end of the line, a melodious voice responded, laced with allure and playfulness, igniting a surge of adrenaline. The young man swallowed hard, clearly feeling a surge of tension. I know. Then why not die in his place?" A soft, mocking laugh followed, the voice resonating with a beguiling charm, yet now tinged with an icy undertone. Chapter 75. A scenic journey. You know I am merely a servant, of lowly strength, incapable of stepping forward, the young man spoke cautiously. "Ha, do you take me for a fool? The servants I require all possess 4 awakenings. My inept brother is merely at 4 awakenings as well, but that is of little concern. Who could have predicted my brother's ill fate? Now, the foundation of my 10,000 gods sect in Jiangbei province has been nearly obliterated, and we urgently need someone to step up and restore order. Do you believe you are capable of this?" The woman on the other end of the line was utterly inscrutable. One moment, she threatened to take a life. The next, she was giggling playfully, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Despite her humble tone, the serene gaze of the young man shifted to one of caution. His brow furrowed slightly as he fell silent for about 2 seconds before slowly responding, his tone flustered. "Divine Lady, how could I possibly undertake such a daunting task? I implore you to send someone more capable to manage the situation. I will do my utmost for the glory of the sect, even if it costs me my life." The sincerity in the young man's words was palpable, yet the nervous tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. It was hard to fathom that such a rich and complex tone emanated from a face so devoid of emotion. So incongruous. Ha, you are quite cautious. I know exactly what you are thinking. It is merely a trap set to ensnare my brother. Our 10,000 gods sect requires individuals like you, young, capable, and ruthless. Rest assured. At least until you become of no value to me, I will not seek revenge against you. Her voice was languid, as if she were stretching, accompanied by a soft sigh that was melodious, tempting one to indulge in fanciful thoughts. However, for now, let's put Jiangbei province on hold. The MO Pavilion is keeping a close watch. Taking a break for a while won't have much impact. Venture to Jiangcheng. Eliminate 2 students from the Ink Academy, and I shall petition for your promotion to the Divine Envoy. How does that sound? Of course, if you prove to be inept and perish there, consider it as an offering for my brother." Listening to the voice on the phone, the young man fell into silence. After a long while, "Very well," the youth spoke slowly, but this time, he was devoid of the previous humility and panic, instead regaining a sense of calm. "Hee, that's the spirit. Best of luck. Perhaps one day, we can discuss the origins of life together." Moo ma, she giggled as she hung up. Yet, the young man's expression gradually darkened. The Ink Academy was filled with monsters. He, merely an ordinary four-time awakener, attempting to take down those individuals was akin to chasing a delusion. What difference was there from courting death? However, given the recent circumstances, if he were to refuse, death would be his only fate. Perhaps he could only target the freshman. This madwoman, while seemingly erratic, at least spoke with integrity, if he could indeed fulfill her request. Divine Envoy. 5 Awakenings. Taking a deep breath, the youth rose, casting a glance around the modest room. After incinerating several documents strewn across the table and meticulously wiping away every fingerprint, ensuring no trace remained, he finally pushed open the door and departed. "Jiangqing, perhaps it holds a hint of challenge. Are you heading back to school?" Luo Yun inquired, observing Anshin before lighting a cigarette. Anshin shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying. "The school has assigned a new trial task, heading to Jiangqing this time." Her face was devoid of the usual smile, appearing somewhat solemn. Having spent half a year in by Chunqing, battling alongside her team, it was unfortunate that the 5-member squad had dwindled to 3. With herself and Captain Luo Yun among the survivors. Indeed, a talent such as you should not be confined to such a small place. Your future path will be longer and more expansive. Go forth, shine with your own brilliance. Upon finishing his cigarette, Luo Yun chuckled nonchalantly, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I'm out of strategists again." The other surviving team member remained silent, filled with a sense of reluctance. Anshin squinted her eyes, a sweet smile curving her lips as she looked at Luo Yun, radiating youthful charm under the sun. "Uncle Luo Yun, actually, you're quite clever too." The third squad, everyone is truly remarkable. "You all must strive hard." Clenching her fists, she gently waved goodbye, skipping away, her ponytails swaying freely. In that fleeting moment of turning away, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She softly sniffled. Life is akin to a train journey, where one enjoys the scenery along the way, inevitably encountering moments of nostalgia, but that the road stretches far ahead, and the journey must continue. Though the scenery is beautiful, one must press on, for the future may hold a life even more splendid. In the dark pavilion, Sister Qingyi, may your future shine brightly, upholding the backbone of our human race. Sister Qingyi, please eat these fruits on your way. A young girl, clad in the distinctive crimson attire of the Ink Pavilion, said reluctantly. Although Zhao Qingyi often appeared icy, they knew that she was, in fact, a kind-hearted individual. Just as when someone fell ill, her demeanor remained calm, yet the next day, a box of fever medicine would mysteriously appear at her desk. She simply chose not to speak of it, but everyone was aware. Zhao Qingyi still wore her flowing white dress, ethereal and untouched by the mundane, responding softly with her usual cold expression. Grasping a cloth bag, she turned to leave. Without looking back, it seemed as though everything in this world was unrelated to her, including parting, which ought to be as light and fleeting as the wind, until she disappeared from their sight. Turning into a corner, she silently crouched down, hugging her knees and weeping bitterly, her body trembling slightly. Everyone is so warm-hearted. I can't bear to part with them," she murmured softly, until the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Zhao Qingyi abruptly stood up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, donning a pair of sunglasses to restore her icy facade. The traces of tears were too evident. A voice filled with resignation resonated. As Lin Pavilion Master approached with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Zhao Qingyi's countenance, he spoke. Chapter 76. The Innocent Zhao Qingyi. Zhao Qingyi's body stiffened momentarily, yet she merely expressed her confusion with her usual cold demeanor. "Hee. The dark pavilion is under surveillance," Lin Pavilion Master remarked, glancing at the rumored ice goddess before him, a smile gracing his lips. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere grew quiet. Zhao Qingyi instinctively twirled her fingers. Struggling to maintain her frosty exterior, appearing somewhat tormented. "They're deceiving me, she muttered repeatedly. Nevertheless, None of that seemed significant. Based on the information I possess, the assessment task assigned to you by Ling Yin Academy should pertain to the central area of the Dark Pavilion. I believed you ought to go to Jiangsheng. That is where protection for the human race can be ensured. Yes, indeed. Protection? In that moment, Zhao Qingyi clenched her fists, a surge of fervor igniting within her as she spoke with youthful zeal. Yet, she quickly sensed the misalignment, coughed lightly, lowered her hands, and once again donned her icy countenance, unable to resist murmuring, "It's not because of Anshin." Sigh. Actually, Ling Yin Academy has sought my evaluation materials regarding you. My recommendation is the Dark Pavilion is where you truly belong. The battlefield is ill-suited for you. Lin Pavilion Master regarded Zhao Qingyi with a complex expression. Eye in his eyes, she was a piece of uncut jade. Transparent and pure. Such individuals possess a profoundly innocent heart, ill-fitted for the treacherous atmosphere surrounding the Demon Suppression Pass, especially Jiangsheng. That place is almost at the forefront of human territory, rife with schemes and deceit. Where demons, cults, and various organizations converge, including notorious villains among the human race. Jiangsheng epitomizes risk. Yet, risk often accompanies opportunity. Given Zhao Qingyi's temperament, striving to make a name for herself in Jiangsheng would be exceedingly challenging. It's all right. Zhao Qingyi lowered her head, lightly biting her lip, speaking as if to herself, I can do this. I will definitely succeed. If they can sacrifice themselves for the human race, why can't I? Yes, I can do it. Her eyes gradually brightened, determination radiating. With a soft sigh, she continued, I hope you remember, in Jiangsheng, trust no one. Always maintain a calm, vigilant, and suspicious heart. Remaining naive will only attract more parasites and scum, consuming you until nothing remains. Lin Pavilion Master's expression grew solemn as he delivered this admonition. Zhao Qingyi nodded, somewhat bewildered. The mortality rate of the prodigies from the Ink Academy is split evenly between the Demon Suppression Pass and Jiangsheng. However, should you rise in Jiangsheng one day, it would signify that you are truly capable of standing on your own. Kindness is reserved for the common folk. Yet, in the face of enemies, iron will is the sole standard. Press on. Lin Pavilion Master repeated these words in Zhao Qingyi's ears. Zhao Qingyi nodded. Thank you, Lin Pavilion Master. May I take my leave now? She pointed toward the distance, hesitating as she asked. All right, Lin Pavilion Master replied. Watching her intently, feeling the weight of his gaze, Zhao Qingyi was engulfed in discomfort, cautiously turning away and walking further. Her pace quickened. Nonetheless, that gaze seemed to follow her like a shadow. Suddenly halting, she turned around, only to find Lin Pavilion Master trailing her closely, a smile playing on his lips. Lin Pavilion Master. Could he be one of those cultists? Or is he coveting my exquisite beauty, wanting? A surge of panic flooded Zhao Qingyi's heart, prompting her to walk even faster. Yet, Lin Pavilion Master trailed her at a calm 10-meter distance, hands clasped behind his back, appearing utterly unperturbed. Finally, arriving at a relatively deserted area, Zhao Qingyi paused. Pavilion Master. I'm heading to the station. She contemplated aloud. Lin Pavilion Master nodded. Yes, I am also going to the station. I'm heading to Jiangsheng. What a coincidence. I am also bound for Jiangsheng. A question and answer, another inquiry and response. The air grew somewhat still. Observing Zhao Qingyi's alert demeanor, Lin Pavilion Master chuckled. It seems you possess a certain level of vigilance, which is commendable. I am no longer the Vice Master of the Ink Pavilion. As he spoke. A complex expression crossed his face, tinged with a hint of melancholy. However, Zhao Qingyi became increasingly cautious, an icy aura enveloping her. You were dismissed? Only cultists get expelled, right? I resigned myself. Old Zhong conscripted me to the Demon Suppression Pass. In Beichunqing, there exists but a single train station. Surely, I cannot fly there. Lin Gez found himself caught between laughter and tears. Zhao Qingyi exhaled deeply, his entire being relaxing, as the icy facade gradually retreated. Lin Gez, in a fit of resignation, approached Zhao Qingyi, his expression suddenly turning frigid. A delicate dagger materialized in his hand, poised against Zhao Qingyi's pristine neck. I was deceiving you. In truth, I am a member of a cult. He grinned maliciously, licking his lips, his eyes betraying an unmasked intent to kill. To slay a prodigy of the human race before departing would not be without merit. Zhao Qingyi's eyes reflected confusion. disbelief, and an indomitable spirit. In the next moment, he gathered his composure, effortlessly retracting the dagger into his sleeve as he walked ahead with hands clasped behind his back. Lin Gez, not one to miss an opportunity, remarked, I taught you to always maintain a vigilant heart. Never trust anyone blindly, even me. If I could deceive you with 2 sentences, you would meet a dire fate in Jiangsheng. Let us be on our way. No more trains that we shall walk. Along this journey, I shall seize opportunities to impart further teachings. Though Lin Gez had already distanced himself, his voice continued to echo through the AI. In that moment, Zhao Qingyi appeared somewhat clumsy, hastily jogging to catch up, yet remaining cautious, keeping a modest distance from Lin Gez. Fool, you believed him again? I possess 6 senses, you merely 4. Are you not afraid I might lead you into the wilderness and eliminate you? Is it merely because there are many people here that I spare you? Lin Gez expressed his exasperation. Oh, Zhao Qingyi replied, widening the gap once more. Lin Gez, in pain, pressed his forehead. Suddenly, he sensed that perhaps this mission would prove far more arduous than anticipated. Chapter 77. Big Brother, you save me. Proceed forward. Yes, at the upcoming intersection, make a left. There is a factory. Crash right in. Seated in the passenger seat, Yushang glanced at the navigation on his phone and spoke. Zhao Ziqing was engulfed in a haze of questions. Big Brother, you. Ahead is an iron gate. This is a new car. Although it wasn't his vehicle, Zhao Ziqing felt as though he might burst into tears. The latest model, Ming Tiger XS, and after only one drive, he was to witness his prized possession meet its demise. Observing Yushang's calm demeanor, devoid of jest, Zhao Ziqing gritted his teeth and collided with the gate. Fortunately, the $1 million vehicle was indeed as resilient as advertised. The hood merely lost a bit of paint, remaining entirely intact. The iron gate swung open. Wai Yushang silently opened the passenger door, leapt from the vehicle, closed the door, and took cover behind it, all in one fluid motion. Before departing, he left behind a single command. Prepare your phone, start recording. There are lines. Remember to shout them out. After speaking, he tossed a piece of paper to Zhao Ziqing. If memory served, this note had been written by Yushang during their journey. Observing its contents, Zhao Ziqing felt a sense of déjà vu. This text seemed somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the script Yushang had recited during the evaluation in Jiangbei province. Cult. In that instant, Zhao Ziqing appeared to grasp something profound. A shiver ran down his spine. Had he truly been so audacious? Had he just rammed through the very entrance of a cult's lair? Damn! This would surely be enough to boast about for half a year at school. In a moment of bravado, Zhao Ziqing activated his phone's camera, positioned it on the steering wheel, jumped from the vehicle, and struck a heroic pose. You cultists, today, I, Zhao Ziqing, alongside Yushang, shall cleanse your kind from the human race. Protecting humanity is the duty of our youth, and an absolute necessity. It must be said. When Zhao Ziqing delivered his lines, he was far more impassioned than Yushang, exuding the essence of a natural orator, stirring the blood of those who listened. Compared to Yushang, he was an entirely different league. Maximizing the dramatic effect, within the factory, clusters of individuals looked on with bewilderment, particularly at the youthful visage of Zhao Ziqing. This lad, has he lost his mind? Though merely a minor hideout, allowing an 18-year-old student to breach it would be a grave embarrassment. Rising with a sinister grin, a figure materialized, awakening abilities manifesting around him. Kid, I advise you to explain how you found this place before you meet your end. Otherwise, you shall soon experience the meaning of a fate worse than death. One individual clenched his fists, while another frowned slightly. Stop wasting words. Who knows if there are guards nearby? We must resolve this swiftly. This location has been compromised. A total of 5 individuals surged towards Zhao Ziqing. Damn, wait for me to finish my lines, Zhao Ziqing exclaimed, tossing the note aside and fleeing. With the car obstructing the entrance, any pursuit would inevitably create a diversion. In a moment of clarity, a frail figure emerged from behind the vehicle, brandishing a crossbow poised against one assailant's head. Without hesitation, the trigger was pulled, blood sprayed forth. Yet, Yushang seemed to anticipate the trajectory of the sanguine splatter, retreating without a single drop staining his attire. As he stepped back, he gripped a fishing line tightly. With a swift tug, the line, honed to a razor's edge, sliced into the abdomen of another assailant rushing forward. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he could not suppress his cries. Collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony, stirring up dust in mere seconds, chaos engulfed the scene. For Yusheng, the tumultuous battlefield felt like a familiar embrace. Zhao Zicheng continued to flee into the distance, instinctively halting as he heard the commotion behind him. Glancing back, his body quickly stiffened in place, in the dilapidated factory, amidst the dust. Only Yusheng's frail voice remained, standing amidst a ground stained with blood and bodies. Most notably, despite the carnage, Yusheng appeared impeccably clean. Call the guards and have them collect the bodies. Then, we shall claim our bounty. Why? Yusheng spoke to Zhao Zicheng, casting a suspicious glance his way. Steeped in profound distrust, inquiring, You recorded it, right? Recorded. Absolutely recorded. Zhao Zicheng responded with his signature chest-thumping gesture. Without hesitation, Yusheng dove back into the car, scrutinizing the footage on his phone, finally allowing himself a breath of relief. Thankfully, this time, nothing had gone awry. He personally saved the recording, handing the phone to Zhao Zicheng, while silently extracting the crossbow bolt from the corpse, cleaning it, and reloading it. Zhao Zicheng appeared to be in communication with someone. He promptly ended the call. Gazing at the field of bodies, Zhao Zicheng seemed lost in thought, and after a lengthy silence, he bit his lip and approached. Big brother, could you perhaps leave one for me next time? I've thought it through. As a hero, one must inevitably take lives. I do not wish for the day to come when I am filled with fear and confusion. Therefore, I must practice. In that moment, Zhao Zicheng's eyes shone with earnestness, the playful demeanor vanishing. He was acutely aware of the high mortality rate at Imo Academy. He understood the chaos in Jiangcheng. At times, he merely masked these truths behind a smile. Yet he comprehended the gravity of the situation. All right. Why? Yusheng nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding Zhao Zicheng, a smile returned to Zhao Zicheng's face, until, damn, big brother, save me. In a certain hideout, Zhao Zicheng fled in a state of disarray. The lone surviving cultist seemed to have lost his mind, relentlessly pursuing him. Meanwhile, Yusheng sat atop the vehicle, making a phone call. Is this the guards? Yes, indeed. I wish to report an incident I am currently at. Let me check. Yilin City, in a residential area on the eastern outskirts, where a cultist hideout is located. No need for backup. Just send someone to collect the bodies. It would be best to bring along someone from finance to settle the bounty. What noise? Yusheng observed Zhao Zicheng's frantic figure, pausing for a moment in thought. My friend is being chased by cultists. His cries are rather loud. No problem. We truly do not require armed support. Please trust the integrity of a young pioneers member nurtured under the teachings of the Imo Pavilion. Why? Yusheng stated earnestly. Chapter 78. Who did this? Big brother, could you perhaps save me first? I can't hold out much longer, Zhao Zicheng cried out, gritting his teeth. Why? Yusheng put down the phone, assessing the battlefield situation with keen eyes. He cannot defeat you. Good luck with that. He aimed a newly acquired professional camera at Zhao Zicheng, filming him. In truth, in terms of strength, the cultist trailing behind could not even be considered a true awakened being. At the very least, he bore no crystal embedded within him. At this juncture, Zhao Zicheng's greatest challenge lay not in survival, but in overcoming the barriers within his heart, truly preparing to take a life for the first time. Observing that Yusheng had no intention of rescuing him, Zhao Zicheng succumbed to despair and began yet another frantic escape. In Mabe City. At home, early in the morning, Yu Sanshui entered his abode with a rosy glow, pushing open the door to an empty room. A hint of loneliness flickering in his eyes, however, he soon sank into the sofa. Fatigue evident as he gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought, as if reminiscing about certain experiences from years past. Ultimately, he sighed softly. The sorrow etched upon his face was of a kind that could not be easily erased. Even his eyes bore a hint of redness. It is hard to fathom that a middle-aged handsome man, who spends his days immersed in the splendor of blooming flowers, could possess such a poignant side. Quietly, he took out a mirror and gently caressed its surface, murmuring, "This emotion, it must be the right one." Drawing in a deep breath, he grasped his phone and dialed a number. "Yusin, I sigh, it's nothing. Just suddenly feeling a bit downcast. Perhaps your image resurfaced in my dreams," he continued. "I realized that my abrupt departure some time ago was inconsiderate. I've been striving to completely forget you. After all, you've already sighed during this time. I've witnessed many landscapes and met countless people. Yet, none could compare to the breathtaking allure you possess. Perhaps I shall simply squander this life. Yes, I'm at home. He is not here, all right, I'll await your return. After ending the call, Yu Sanshui sighed heavily once more, vigorously tousling his hair, which appeared disheveled, embodying a sense of despondency. He opened the cabinet and retrieved a bottle of white liquor, taking a gentle sip. After dabbing a bit on his clothing, he observed the lingering scent of alcohol enveloping him before returning to the sofa. Sinking into a state of stupor in recent years at the MOGU, he had accumulated some intelligence, becoming aware of certain cult hideouts. With a hint of pride, Lin Guzhu turned to Zhao Qingyi and declared, "These cultists, regardless of their strength, inherently harbor treachery. You should prepare yourself to adapt to the rhythm." His expression grew solemn. "Not far ahead lies a factory housing 5 cultists. Go and endeavor to eliminate them without resorting to your abilities. You might also claim some bounty at Imogo." He could not help but acknowledge that the young man named Yusheng had opened a new avenue of thought for him. With anticipation, Lin Guzhu took out his phone and activated the recording. Then, upon witnessing the destroyed gate and the dried blood upon the ground, the wind tousled his hair. It felt as though the silver he had hoped for had slipped away. "Who did this? Who the hell did this?" he cursed vehemently before turning to leave. Zhao Qingyi followed silently, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Why aren't we driving?" "Of course, it's due to poverty, it's to train you." He asserted that I am also a graduate of Lingyan University, so I suppose I can be considered your senior. With my years of experience, I advise you not to underestimate the importance of physical strength. When energy is depleted, the robustness of the body becomes crucial. This includes the abilities awakened within oneself. Some can yield extraordinary results when paired with physical prowess. However, I do not endorse the practices of Lingwu University. They are merely a bunch of mindless brutes, fools. You must firmly remember this. Lin Guzhu spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with the expectations of a senior towards a junior. Zhao Qingyi nodded, albeit with a somewhat perplexed expression, her breathtaking beauty lending her an air of unique charm. Cough. Perhaps this hideout was coincidentally exposed. No matter, let us proceed. After taking down 2 more hideouts, we shall be able to afford the physical training program will be nearly complete. At that point, we can drive. A glimmer of longing shone in Lin Guzhu's eyes. During his tenure as deputy chief, he had intentionally left behind a fishing pond, intending to reel in more cultists. Now that he had resigned, it was time to reap a significant profit. Moreover, he could conveniently recruit a free henchman. It was an undeniable bargain. Thus, they continued on their path, Lin Guzhu's expression growing increasingly grim, to the point of questioning the very essence of life itself. Why had every single hideout detailed in his materials been wiped out? Not one remained. Was there truly such madness afoot? Ridiculous. For a fleeting moment, Lin Guzhu even doubted whether his intelligence had been compromised. "Lin Guzhu, did you not say after traversing 2 cities, we could take a vehicle?" Zhao Qingyi inquired curiously. Lin Guzhu remained silent. "Not yet. I did not anticipate your physical condition to be so feeble. We shall discuss it again once you possess an 8-pack. His face darkened as he pressed onward, his heart filled with regret. Why had he felt the need to put on airs, claiming to train Zhao Qingyi? Now, he had neither the reward nor the pretense. Reflecting on his journey to Jiangcheng, Lin Guzhu was utterly disheveled in the wind. Of course, he had also learned of 2 names, Yusheng, Zhao Zicheng. These 2 individuals had recently gained notoriety across various cities. Everyone was aware of the ruthlessness embodied by these 2. They had journeyed from Imo City, ruthlessly dismantling numerous cult hideouts, collecting bounties in abundance. Particularly after discovering that cultists could indeed claim bounties at Imogu, a flurry of impoverished ruffians took action. Cultists swiftly became the coveted prize in the eyes of many. In the absence of monstrous beasts, cultists represented wealth. Consequently, teams resembling wilderness exploration streamers emerged, equipped with professional cameras, tirelessly searching for traces of cultists. In no time, cultists became increasingly anxious, aware that threats loomed not only from external forces but also from their ranks. What if 2 merciless individuals driven by desperation decided to eliminate their own for the sake of bounty? Chapter 79. You can't possibly be out of money? In an instant, Yusheng and Zhao Zicheng had ascended to the status of near-mythical figures, embodiments of aspiration for all. Yet, their journey was only halfway complete. Observing the recently redeemed cloud insignia, he mused, perhaps we should refrain from further action for now, huh? Why? I see you still possess ample information on cult hideouts? Zhao Zicheng questioned, a bewildered expression adorning his face. Compared to a week prior, he still radiated a sunny charm, yet a touch of ferocity now lingered about him, a palpable testament to having witnessed bloodshed. However, due to the limited number of kills, his aura had yet to settle, falling short of Yu Sheng's ability to entirely conceal his murderous intent. Thus, passers-by might feel an instinctual urge to distance themselves. Their pace was not particularly brisk. Having eliminated so many, the cultists were likely to have caught on. Continuing on this path could very well lead to an ambush, Yu Sheng quietly remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Zicheng. To not comprehend such matters, no wonder you emerged from the reserves, Zhao Zicheng lamented, grinning sheepishly. Hey, what can I say? You know I have a reputation for being fierce. I thrive on the thrill of killing. A day without bloodshed feels like a day devoid of purpose. Yu Sheng regarded Zhao Zicheng with an increasingly peculiar gaze. Are you referring to pummeling your opponent to death with a sandbag? He recalled Zhao Zicheng's first experience of taking a life. The lad had kept his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, roaring in fury, clutching his awakened sandbag and wildly swinging at the air. He inadvertently struck a cultist, resulting in the latter losing consciousness. Zhao Zicheng's frenzied, dogged approach ultimately led to the cultist's demise, leaving the scene a grotesque tableau of carnage. It took him 3 days to recover from the shock, his countenance pale as if recovering from a severe illness, and now, he claimed to relish killing. Everyone has their inaugural experience. So, what shall we do now? Is there anything else we could pursue? After all, we've garnered some recognition on this journey. We can't just slink back to Jiangcheng in disgrace. Zhao Zicheng pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. Yet, Yu Sheng's response was one of bemusement. Or else do you genuinely wish to meet your end? Amidst the reluctant wails of despair, Zhao Zicheng was compelled to temporarily relinquish his aspirations of fame and fortune, resigning himself to the role of driver, focusing solely on reaching Jiangcheng. Their speed noticeably quickened, and if they continued at this rate, they should arrive in Jiangcheng 3 days prior to the assessment. Jiangcheng, here I come, tremble. He exulted in jubilant cheers, embodying the youthful audacity that accompanied their journey. In stark contrast to their exuberance were Lin Guzhu and his companions, trudging along on foot. After such a prolonged walk, Zhao Qingyi's pristine white dress was now speckled with dust. Lin Guzhu, could it be that you are out of money? Zhao Qingyi cautiously ventured, I have enough to purchase a vehicle. Lin Guzhu acknowledged that, for a fleeting moment, he was indeed tempted. Undoubtedly tempted. Yet, as a man in his 40s, could he truly concede so easily? I have stated. Your physical strength is still woefully inadequate. Had you taken care to train your body in a Mo-based city, you would not have sustained such grievous injuries. As the deputy chief of Mogu, my monthly salary is 30,000. Do you comprehend the significance of 30,000? Am I incapable of affording a vehicle? Lin Guzhu scoffed, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Zhao Qingyi fell silent. But I noticed you purchased numerous demon crystals for cultivation, so you should. She was interrupted. Stop, do you see that small courtyard ahead? Lin Gez suddenly waved his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. According to the intelligence reports, this courtyard was also a lair of the cult, and a rather significant one at that. It appeared to be intact, which suggested that Yu Sheng, that wretched person, may not have accurately grasped all the information regarding the cult's hideouts. Fortune is upon us. The car has arrived. In a moment, you will charge in, and try to avoid using awakening items as much as possible. Make the fights a bit challenging. Otherwise, it will be difficult to exchange for money. No. Rather, it won't serve its purpose of training. As Lin Gez spoke, he took out his phone, activated the recording function, and hid behind a tree. Quietly filming, suddenly remembering something, he pressed the pause button. Right? You recite a line as well. Essentially, it should convey that the cult harms people, and you must act on behalf of justice, dispelling all darkness in this world. Go on, go on. Just as Zhao Qingyi hesitated, preparing to say something, Lin Gez waved his hand, interrupting her, and resumed recording, filled with excitement, meticulously capturing the scene. Zhao Qingyi stood at the gate, somewhat helpless, gently knocking on the door. In the next moment, The door swung open. The cult harms people. Zhao Qingyi had barely uttered a word. There are lines. It must be Yusheng, damn it, they actually came. Do they think all cult members are fools? Waves of energy emanated from within the courtyard. 3 awakened ones. For individuals. 4 awakened ones, 2 individuals. Clearly, due to Yusheng's recent actions, the cult had inexplicably suffered various degrees of losses in the past week. In truth, Yusheng and his group hadn't killed many, and most of the dead were ordinary followers. However, the whirlwind he stirred up was the most severe. After all, the bounty for killing cult members under the regulations of the MO Pavilion was seldom noticed. Once upon a time, these individuals were filled with passion, kindness, and simplicity. They only knew that the cult was to be eradicated. It wasn't until Yusheng blazed this trail, spurred on by poverty, that the cult became as enticing as a delicacy. If the cult could not eliminate Yusheng with a thunderous strike this time, the days ahead would be challenging. So, Yusheng, go die. A group of burly men surrounded Zhao Qingyi with sinister smiles. Chapter 80. Into Jiang City I am not. Zhao Qingyi froze for a second, instinctively speaking up, but the people in front of her didn't give her a moment to talk. They surged forward. In an instant, Zhao Qingyi was knocked back, tumbling to the ground. So many, all core powers, we struck gold. That foolish girl, why didn't she use awakening items? Lin Gez mumbled to himself, carefully propping his phone against the tree, ensuring it faced the cult member's direction, before coughing lightly and stepping out. His face bore the unique weariness and solitude of a seasoned expert, embodying the spirit of humanity. Are you a cult? In broad daylight? You dare to harm others? Truly a disgrace to us awakened ones. As his words fell, a tempest of energy formed around Lin Gez. Under the strands of azure light, his cold visage was accentuated. Perhaps even slightly handsome, he subtly tilted his body to ensure that the video could capture his profile, proving his identity. In an act of bravado, Lin Gez revealed his awakening item, a gentle breeze, from which dangled 6 crystals, dashing and powerful. The cult members were left stunned. Wasn't the intel saying that Yusheng had only just awakened once, and that Zhao Zicheng, who was merely along for the ride, had also only awakened once? Cursing under their breath, they turned to flee without hesitation, but it was too late. They faced an utterly one-sided massacre. Cries of despair and scattered corpses filled the air, with only Lin Gez's somewhat desolate figure standing at the center of the battlefield, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, letting out a soft sigh. Achieve this perfect effect. He had silently unleashed the powerful skill of the 6th crystal. The resulting visual spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Is this the true nature of the cult's malevolence? Utterly feeble. After leaving that remark, he glanced at the still-lying Zhao Qingyi, his expression impassive, and exited the frame. The moment he stepped out of view, Lin Gez became exhilarated. That scene was absolutely stunning. He jogged back to the tree, carefully turned off the camera, saved the recording, and briefly admired his own posture before returning to help Zhao Qingyi up. Grumbling, he said, "Why didn't you use awakening items? I said to use them sparingly. And you took it literally? With that brain of yours, you wouldn't know how to die in Jiang City. I remember that our students at Lingyan High School always prided themselves on their intelligence. Why are you acting like those fools from Lingwu High School?" His words flowed rapidly, not allowing Zhao Qingyi a chance to respond, leaving her with a bewildered expression. It was only the next afternoon that Lin Gez waved his hand, purchasing an extremely flashy pink sports car, donning sunglasses and a finely tailored suit. He made no further delays and sped towards Jiang City. Meanwhile, the gaze of the entire human race converged upon Jiang City, including a throng of journalists rushing in. This was a long-standing tradition among humanity. The MO Academy, the pinnacle of human education, had everyone eager to know how many would be admitted this year. Even some underground betting houses began to take bets. One could wager on odds or guess the numbers. A myriad of options were available. Although the other 3 major academies were not without their own excitement, they still paled in comparison to Jiang City. At this moment, every young person entering Jiang City would be under close scrutiny. Of course, the most notable were Zhao Zicheng and Yusheng. There was no helping it. They were not only young but also drove that luxurious Tiger XS which had just entered the city, attracting a great deal of attention. All eyes were drawn to them. It is said that Zhao Zicheng and Yusheng are driving the Tiger XS, and now there is one more in Jiang City. The routes match, the ages align. With such fierce accomplishments, it is a blind guess that this year Yusheng and Zhao Zicheng will undoubtedly be admitted to Amo Academy. Especially with the rumor that Yusheng, at merely 18, has already earned a one-pattern cloud insignia. In an instant, the information pertaining to Zhao Zicheng and Yusheng surged forth from Jiang City. The underground betting houses seemed to have obtained more accurate internal news. The names of Yusheng and Zhao Zicheng were put on the board, with options for their potential acceptance into Amo Academy. The odds point 1. Naturally, one could also bet on both entering Amo Academy together or being eliminated together, with slightly higher odds. Coupled with their fierce track records, countless bettors flocked to wager. Their names had not yet spread widely in human society, yet they had already been firmly etched in the memory of these gamblers. It was somewhat amusing. The following day, another young man entered the city. Compared to Yusheng and Zhao Zicheng, this newcomer was more direct and captivating. He stood at a modest height, around 1.60 m. In a world where awakened ones were abundant, he could even be considered short. Yet he carried a tombstone on his back. The tombstone bore no name. It appeared large and heavy, secured to his back with an iron chain. His frail physique contrasted sharply with the massive tombstone, creating a striking visual impact, especially as a wave of energy continuously emanated from him. Generally, such a reaction only occurs when one is on the verge of advancing to their next awakening. He was unable to perfectly control his energy. This indicated that this seemingly ordinary-looking youth was actually on the cusp of a second awakening, and as a fresh graduate, he could only be 18 years old. A genius, an unparalleled genius. Having awakened for merely a few months, he was about to reach his second awakening. In an instant, everyone was investigating this boy's background, but they found nothing. No one knew where he came from or what his name was. Not even the underground betting houses. Helplessly, the betting houses could only label him as the Tombstone Boy. The odds of him entering Amo Academy were set at 1 o'clock. 5. Clearly, even the betting houses felt that this boy had a high chance of entering Amo Academy and did not want to lose too much on this bet. Yet, even with minimal returns, numerous gamblers eagerly placed their bets on the Tombstone Boy. Even though he entered the city a day later than Yusheng and Zhao Zicheng, his popularity surged to catch up rapidly. Within just a few hours, it reached its peak. However, the reason why Amo Academy's annual admissions always capture the attention of all humanity lies in its constant surprises. Chapter 81. Good looks bring trouble at night. A freckled girl with an innocent appearance entered the city. This girl seemed to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. Everyone was certain that she was definitely underage, not yet 18. Initially, the crowd instinctively thought she was just a passerby and began to disperse. But a low growl resonated from behind the girl as a massive dog leisurely walked in from outside the city. A pure white long-haired dog. Most notably, this dog bore 2 markings on its forehead, indicating a second-tier demon beast. In an instant, the crowd became alert, filled with killing intent as they eyed the dog demon. Ready to strike at any moment, nearby Jiang City, a formidable energy began to seep in. Evidently, the same attention was drawn to this scene. Everyone need not be afraid. It is called Dabai, and it is quite gentle. It is my awakened companion. Gently stroking Dabai's fur, this white dog surprisingly lay down, allowing the girl to leap onto its back. Once the girl settled comfortably, Dabai began to sprint swiftly, maneuvering through the streets without colliding with any buildings. Oh dear, Dabai, slow down. Such mischief. By the way, I am Lin Xiaoxiao. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the girl vanished from the sight of numerous reporters, leaving only the name Lin Xiaoxiao drifting in the air. The energy that lingered outside the door gradually receded, as if acquiescing to the girl's words, leaving behind the astonished murmurs of the reporters. She just referred to it as an awakened companion? A 12 or 13-year-old awakened companion. That must be a genuine demon beast. I am at least a secondary awakener and I cannot be mistaken. Yet, the eyes of that demon beast bore no trace of ferocity. Instead, they were filled with intelligence. Moreover, could she be considered a secondary awakener? Another extraordinary prodigy has emerged. For the reporters, the most joyous occasion each year is the entrance examination of the Amo Academy, signifying an abundance of sensational news. However, this is also the most painful aspect. Watching one exceptional talent after another, whom they could scarcely imagine in their daily lives, materialize before them is a humbling experience that can leave one feeling disheartened for days. Why are they so outstanding while I feel like a mere novice? Were they born merely to highlight the inferiority of others? At that moment, another roar of engines echoed. A sleek, pink sports car elegantly glided to a stop at the city gate. The crowd eagerly turned to see who emerged, only to lose interest upon discovering that it was a flamboyant middle-aged man. Dispersing in disappointment, Lin, the guild leader, thought, I am at least a sixth awakener. Even in this frontier city, I should be considered a formidable expert, yet I receive no respect. Zhao Qingyi pushed open the car door and stepped out, her expression icy. Under the moonlight, she appeared even more ethereal. Oh my, what a beauty! One reporter stared in awe, wiping the drool from his chin, and rushed back, his camera nearly pressing against Zhao Qingyi. Capturing her from every conceivable angle, he exclaimed, Stop, that is Zhao Qingyi, a current student of Lingyan High School. I interviewed her during her admission year. A fellow reporter kindly warned, showing no inclination to join the throng, instead fiddling with his equipment. Fool! If you hadn't mentioned she was Zhao Qingyi, who would know? Just label her as the newly emerged goddess-level prodigy from Emo Academy, then reveal her true identity in a few days. Stir up the hype for a couple of days. Look at that face. The topic would be guaranteed to ignite interest. The reporter scoffed, continuing to snap photos with utmost professionalism. Each shot resembled an exquisite work of art, breathtaking and resplendent. In an instant, all the reporters froze in place. Before surging forward in a frenzy, that makes sense. Compared to most ordinary individuals, a handsome male prodigy, regardless of talent, will garner little attention. Only gamblers might care. Others are merely spectators. However, attractive men and women are forever the favorite topics of conversation among the masses. Just like that Zhao Ziqing from the day before, though the casino odds were not high, the news post garnered significant clicks. Now, Zhao Qingyi is drawing in traffic. In a flash, they surrounded Zhao Qingyi like sharks sensing blood. Observing her icy demeanor contrasted with her apparent awkwardness, Lin, the guild leader, leaned against the wall, chuckling at the spectacle. This case, little girl, if you cannot even handle this scene, you will struggle in this frontier city. With a sigh, he casually placed the car keys on the hood and turned to leave. Along the way, he had imparted considerable wisdom into her naive mind. Whether she could thrive in the frontier city now depended on her own fortune. As for himself, perhaps, the Demon Suppression Pass was where he truly belonged. For the next few years, Jiangbei Province would not pose substantial pressure. Remaining there would simply be a waste of time. Brother Yu? The city gate is truly lively. What do you think about that one carrying the tombstone? He seems rather impressive. Do you think I could take him down? Zhao Ziqing clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he sought affirmation from Yushang. Yushang pondered seriously. If it purely came down to being beaten, you could manage that. Zhao Ziqing's lips twitched slightly as he took a deep breath. In the end, we are all merely first awakeners. Who should fear whom? I refuse to believe he could kill me. Zhao Ziqing grinned triumphantly. Yet, Yushang interjected quietly. If he were to smash you with that tombstone, you might indeed not withstand it. What the hell? A tombstone smashing me? Zhao Ziqing was flustered, but the image of that massive tombstone and his own small frame made him swallow hard. It seemed quite plausible. Haha, at least I am more handsome than him. In the end, Zhao Ziqing clung to that final rationale. However, in the Sin City, being handsome could lead to trouble. It could even result in well. Zhao Ziqing, feeling Yushang's sympathetic gaze, envisioned the predicaments he might face in Sin City. Chapter 82. Oh, I muted it. Zhao Ziqing spent the afternoon in a somewhat melancholic state, evidently affected by some stimulus. Was being handsome a crime in Sin City? He had already sworn to distance himself from Sin City for life. Even if he could not resist committing a crime, he would strive to keep it minor, avoiding the fate of exile to Sin City. Under Yushang's offhand descriptions, Sin City had become the most terrifying place in his mind. In the following 2 days, a multitude of youths appeared in the frontier city, each exuding absolute confidence, an aura unique to geniuses. Although they might have endeavored to present themselves as humble and reserved, their every movement bore that distinctive charisma. Yet, the most popular and highly regarded among them remained Yushang, Zhao Ziqing, the Tombstone Youth, and Lin Xiaoxiao. It was inevitable. The first few had either achieved remarkable feats or were exceptionally unique. Some defiant geniuses even dared to confront the Tombstone Youth on the road, issuing challenges. Then they were grievously injured, coughing up blood. Just as Yushang had said, that fellow truly embraced the tombstone and swung it. The stone, weighing dozens of pounds, could leave a crater in the floor. How much more so against a mere first awakening youth? With just one strike, the odds for the tombstone youth at the gambling house plummeted to 1 o'clock. Clearly, the gambling house viewed his admission into Mo Academy as a foregone conclusion. Were it not for the existing rules, they might have even inscribed his name to minimize their losses, as for Yushang and Lin Xiaoxiao. They remained relatively quiet. The former's hands stained with blood naturally instilled fear, while the latter, being a second-grade demon beast, was not to be trifled with. However, what was most amusing was that although these recent days belonged to the young talents, all the attention was seized by Zhao Qingyi. Her news coverage soared, and though reporters later clarified that she was a current student of Lingyan High School, it could not deter the public's yearning for beauty. In an instant, Lingyan High School surged in prominence during this enrollment examination. The admissions officer humbly stated in an interview, Zhao Qingyi ranks, well, 8th in terms of looks at our school, but that's still quite decent. Unlike Lingwu High School, which is filled with muscle-bound men and aggressive women. Upon hearing this, students who had been torn between Lingyan and Lingwu High Schools flocked to Lingyan. Zhao Qingyi, a goddess level, she only ranks 8th. What kind of divine school is this? Lingyan School reaped substantial rewards, even prompting the head of the teaching department to personally call Zhao Qingyi, urging her to make more public appearances in the frontier city over the next few days, especially at the city gate, where reporters congregated. She was to embody grace and elegance, meticulously dressed and made up. Ensuring she positioned herself where the cameras were. In response, Lingwu High School expressed immense indignation, with school officials scouring for handsome men and beautiful women to overshadow Zhao Qingyi, proving that those claims were baseless. In the end, however, they failed. Looking around, they bewilderedly realized that Lingyan High School's assertions seemed to hold true. They were right. Tears flowed. A truly heart-wrenching blow. The silence of Lingwu High School only served to highlight the validity of Lingyan High School's claims. In a flash, enrollment surged. You bunch of useless fools. Can't you even find one handsome face in your school? Ugly things. This year's promising candidates are nearly all claimed by them, and you're still here. Oblivious? Go recruit. Why are you staring at me? A burly man, as strong as an ox, cursed at the group of teachers below, his mouth never ceasing to grumble. For a moment, everyone fell silent. In truth, it wasn't necessarily about being handsome. Our esteemed institution possesses its own remarkable attributes, such as, for instance, robust physiques. A teacher's eyes lit up, and he spoke up, even showcasing his muscles in the process. Are you foolish? Who cares about your muscles? What on earth are you thinking? The dark-skinned man grew more furious, words spewing from his mouth, and finally, he retrieved a wallet from within his embrace, carefully preserving a photograph inside. In the image, a bright and cheerful youth was grinning widely. Strikingly handsome. Look, this was me in my youth. Now, take a look at the present. Would you rather have muscles or looks? He practically wanted to plaster the photograph onto everyone's faces, proudly lifting his chin. A smug smile gracing his lips. Principal, isn't this Ochi? A popular star. Not you. One teacher cautiously observed the dark-skinned man, swallowing hard before speaking. The next moment, a loud crash resonated as a large hole appeared in the wall, and the teacher's figure vanished, leaving only a distant wail behind. What did he just say? I didn't catch that. The dark-skinned man stated indifferently. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone instinctively shook their heads. What more could there be to think about? Bring them in. If those wretched beings from Lingyan Academy outshine you, you will all be sent to the demon suppression gate to guard for 3 months. You deserve it. The dark-skinned man nearly roared. A chill spread through the crowd, and in the next instant, they scattered. Among them, a few even escaped through the human-shaped hole in the wall. Within mere seconds, the conference room was left with only the principal. After a few more minutes, 2 maintenance workers knocked and entered, surveying the damaged wall with no hint of surprise, as if accustomed to it, methodically pulling out cement to repair the hole. Throughout the process, no one spoke. After about 10 minutes, the wall was restored to its former state. They opened the door and left. Their nonchalant demeanor left the principal feeling somewhat embarrassed. He coughed twice and sat down, brooding in silence. Finally, unable to contain himself, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed a series of numbers. Wretched beings, why don't you dare to recruit students openly? Playing these underhanded tricks. Do you have no shame? I feel ashamed for you, he bellowed into the phone. After about 10 seconds, a lazy voice came from the other end. What did you just say? I had it on mute and didn't hear. Chapter 83. The sharpening stone get lost? The dark-skinned principal roared again into the phone. All right. The voice on the other end replied, unhesitatingly hanging up in that moment. The principal's anger intensified, and he couldn't help but want to punch the wall, but ultimately restrained himself, maintaining control. When will our Lingu Academy ever have someone with a brain? If this continues, what difference is there from being in the reserves? The conference room echoed with the principal's pained murmurs. Currently, Jiangxing is enveloped in a bizarre atmosphere. Despite the throngs of people bustling about, the MO Academy remains eerily silent, its gates firmly shut, and in recent days, not a single student or teacher has been seen. Even the lurking cultists and wrongdoers within Jiangxing seem to have vanished. Under the numerous reports from journalists, the atmosphere in Jiangxing is exceptionally pleasant, reminiscent of a place where no one picks up lost items and doors remain unlocked at night. In a hotel, Zhao Ziqing browses news articles about himself, marveling, unable to suppress his beaming smile. Look, see how they describe me. An emerging star. Beneath a handsome exterior lies a cold heart. The cultists flee in terror. Given time, I will undoubtedly become the pride of humanity. Such splendid words. Zhao Ziqing is evidently lost in reverie, fantasizing about a day when he will slay foes left and right. Although his awakening item is a mere sandbag, endowed with peculiar attributes, with his continuous awakening, what if all the remaining skills he possesses are offensive? A sandbag, like a towering mountain, crushing down mercilessly point one strike to annihilate a myriad of demons. How imposing! Yusheng quietly observes Zhao Ziqing's enraptured expression, pondering for a moment. Do you think there is a possibility that the cult might kill you to establish their reputation? After all, everyone is praising you as the future prodigy, the nemesis of the cult. Zhao Ziqing stiffened at it seems. There might be some truth to that, if I were a cultist, and a post boasted so about someone. Especially if they dared to kill. Perhaps, eliminating Zhao Ziqing would let everyone know that the cult remains the same, yielding significant benefits. They could even send someone out to the media to say, I am from the cult, and I am willing to take responsibility for Zhao Ziqing's death. The topic would be fully saturated, the effect sensational. The more popular you are now, the faster you will cool off, Wai Yusheng added quietly. Zhao Ziqing couldn't help but swallow hard, steeling his courage. No way, being handsome is a lifelong affair. How can I let a mere cult intimidate me? Besides, I don't believe the cult would dare to kill within MO Academy. After all, I have you Lauda protecting me. As he spoke, Zhao Ziqing flashed a fawning smile toward Yusheng. Wai Yusheng contemplated seriously for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. Given your current level of popularity, if the cult has plans for you, I won't be able to stop them. Then I will enter MO Academy. At worst, I can stay inside for a year and a half. Do they really dare to come in and kill? Zhao Ziqing wore a fierce expression, his tone resolute. If one were to disregard his words and merely observe his demeanor, he exuded an aura of one who would slay one foe for every adversary that approached. Keep it up. Wai Yusheng, still clutching the demon crystal, gazed out the window at the city below, softly stating, From this day forth, all the cultists in Jiangxing will be under my command, of course. Some need not worry about me obstructing their paths. At most, in half a year, I will be promoted to divine servant and transferred to another province. If everyone cooperates, we can coexist peacefully. But if anyone harbors ulterior motives, don't blame me if I take out a few during my tenure of 6 months. To establish my authority, understand? The divine servant of Baichun City, wearing a mask, cast a cold gaze upon the multitude below. In just a few short days, he had noticeably gained weight, even appearing slightly shorter. The higher-ranking cultists below exchanged glances, bowing in unison. We will naturally adhere to the teachings of the divine servant. Half a year. If it's just a gilded opportunity, tolerating it isn't too much to ask. Has anything unusual occurred in Jiangxing recently? Observing the reactions of the crowd, Zhong Ren nodded in satisfaction, somewhat laboriously settling into a chair due to his increased bulk, and inquired. There have been no other anomalies. Due to the enrollment period at MO Academy, according to the unspoken rules of Jiangxing, no disturbances can occur at this time. Otherwise, none would be able to bear the wrath of MO Academy. A cultist spoke up. Zhong Ren nodded. With Emo Academy's strength, it should be quite easy to sweep through Jiangxing. So how have you managed to operate under their very noses? This point intrigued him. The cult's influence in Jiangxing is not formidable. Even he, as the leader, is merely a fourth awakening individual. It's not an exaggeration to say that even a janitor from Emo Academy, on a good day, could potentially annihilate their group. Several individuals exchanged awkward glances. Because we are useful. You have defied the will of the divine. Zhong Ren's tone turned icy, his silent gaze piercing through the group. His eyes flickering. The individuals hurriedly shook their heads. Absolutely not. We will steadfastly follow the path laid out by the divine. It is merely that the Emo Pavilion has tacitly allowed our presence. Given the unique circumstances of Jiangxing, with its sparse population, as long as we do not harm the common folk, Emo Academy would rather support us, providing opportunities for their students to gain experience. Additionally, there is a list of notorious criminals within Emo Academy for student assignments. For instance, our heads are worth, point 20. They spoke of this in a woeful tone, nearly in tears. Zhong Ren furrowed his brow beneath his mask. Worth only $20? That's not quite right. 20 academic credits, which, when converted to Emo currency, amounts to about 20,000. However, it's simply too little. They look down upon it. Hence, they have not troubled us. But if one day we encounter someone desperate, who knows what might happen? Our predecessors all met their ends in such a manner. As they reminisced, the individuals couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Evidently, it was a rather unpleasant past. Chapter 84. The temptation of one academic credit useless. Have you sunk to such depths of cowardice? Clearly, Zhong Ren hadn't anticipated the situation had deteriorated to this extent. It was evident that the cult was viewed by Emo Academy as a mere sharpening stone. With such a poor hand, could he possibly accomplish his mission? It was more likely a matter of courting death. Fortunately, I have been sufficiently cautious to conceal my identity, don a mask, and alter my appearance. Otherwise, my information would undoubtedly have been transmitted to the mission board of the Mock Academy. Well, that it could be worse. Our branch in Jiangxing has indeed recorded some kills over the years. To date, we have eliminated 12 prodigies from the Mock Academy. The disciples, clearly unimpressed, slightly lifted their chins and uttered a number. Zhong Ren was taken aback. How many? 12. How is that even possible? I doubt anyone would believe this to be true. With just the 3 of them, could they really take down 12 students from the Mock Academy? True, the Mock Academy is filled with geniuses. However, those who have matured into prodigies were, prior to their development, merely ordinary individuals, awakening once or twice at best, and their abilities are only marginally superior to our awakeners. Moreover, many newcomers struggle with the high difficulty tasks upon enrollment, mistakenly believing our sect to be easy prey. Thus, lacking combat experience yet brimming with arrogance, it is entirely normal for them to be countered by us. Each year, we manage to eliminate 1 or 2, speaking of which, they became quite animated. This is also why, despite knowing the dangers in Jiangxing, they are willing to stay. It's a quick way to earn merits. Slaying a student from the Mock Academy grants substantial points within our sect. With diligence, one can ascend the ranks in no time. Does the Mock Academy not care? Zhong Ren, still astonished, inquired once more. The others shook their heads. It's an unspoken rule, permitted by the Mock Academy. Though we serve as whetstones, if the blade itself is flawed, it will inevitably break. I must admit, those individuals from the Mock Academy are rather cold-blooded. As long as we do not harm ordinary people, everything else is permissible. Upon reaching this point, even they felt a sense of awe. After all, each of those individuals possesses talents that cannot merely be described as extraordinary. If someone of their caliber were to emerge from our sect, they would be cherished like a treasure. Yet, they allow such talents to wither away. I understand now. Zhong Ren took a deep breath, instinctively clenching his fists, his heart racing with excitement. If that is indeed the case, this task may not be too arduous to complete. To his surprise, the goddess did not truly intend to eliminate him. Perhaps the position of divine attendant is not far from his grasp. With only 1 day remaining until the Mock Academy's grand examination, at noon, the imposing gates of the academy finally swung open. A middle-aged man, clad in a loose nightgown and bleary-eyed, emerged, yawning at the entrance while glancing at his watch. A little brat has come out to do some work. Though his voice was not loud, it carried fard, no one responded, creating an awkward silence. The middle-aged man, somewhat resigned, added, 1 credit. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion could be heard from within the academy. At least 3 individuals simultaneously burst forth from the doors. "Why left foot stepped out first? I'm faster than you. Can't you see my hand reached out first? Nonsense. Did you see that black chess piece? I threw it. I'm the fastest." The other 2 instinctively glanced at the ground, where a black chess piece lay. Silence ensued as they all cast hopeful eyes toward the middle-aged man. "Yesu. Go seal the city gates from now on. For 3 days, no one is allowed to enter." He casually pointed at someone, speaking with a bored demeanor. The group exchanged glances and ultimately, under the envious gazes of the other 2, the one who had thrown the chess piece stepped forward with a grin. "Teacher, your wicked sense of humor is truly delightful." Noticing the increasingly unfriendly glint in the middle-aged man's eyes, this person quickly changed his tune. "If memory serves, there is still a day left before the Moke Academy's assessment. To close the city gates now means that those who haven't arrived are likely doomed." I recall that their cohort faced a similar situation before. Back then, some students protested, questioning the decision. The Moke Academy merely stated, "I enjoy it," without providing any further explanation. TSK, I wonder how many unfortunate souls will face misfortune this year. Do they truly not realize that the assessment at the Moke Academy actually begins the moment the invitations are issued? Without hesitation, wearing a wicked grin, the student sprinted out, accelerating with each step, as though fearing that if he dawdled even slightly, he might find himself back among the other candidates. Hopefully, this year will yield some promising talents. The past 2 years have been filled with nothing but mediocrity. Casting a glance at the 2 individuals beside him, he muttered under his breath, hands behind his back, sauntering back inside. The expressions on their faces were tinged with awkwardness. Were they just discussing them? Surely not. It couldn't be. Those 2 worthless fellows who couldn't even secure a single credit. Were they coming in or not? "I'm closing the door," came the middle-aged man's voice from a distance. As he spoke, the gate was already halfway shut, clearly indicating he had no intention of waiting for them. "Damn!" The 2 cursed and turned back, diving through the gate just as it was about to close. It was on this day that the official website of the Moke Academy, which had been silent for a year, released its latest announcement. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, all candidates must gather at the school gate. Latecomers will not be accommodated. Meanwhile, the 2 gates of Jiangxing had already been completely sealed. Even the reporters were politely escorted out by the students of the Moke Academy, and their blades were retracted in an instant. Jiangxing took on an air of mystery. Outside the gates stood a few scattered students, continuously cursing. Observing this rather delightful scene, one student broke into a broad grin. However, upon happily returning to the school, he found the gates firmly shut and suddenly felt that he, too, was not much different from those trapped students outside. Both were pitiable souls. The only consolation was that while he was confined for a night, he could earn a credit, while those others would receive none. His spirits lifted once more, as night deepened. A sudden loud bang erupted from the eastern gate. The deafening noise echoed throughout the once tranquil Jiangxing. Moments later, another tremendous crash resounded. The guards and reserve personnel swiftly mobilized, rushing toward the eastern gate. Chapter 85. Who stands beneath the city? The eastern gate garnered the attention of most in an instant. "Why won't you let me into the city?" A towering figure, clad in animal hides and resembling a wild man emerging from the depths of the mountains, stood before them. He was over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging impressively. An ordinary person, standing in front of him, felt akin to gazing up at a giant. His skin was dark, his muscles sharply defined, exuding a fierce and explosive aura. His face was a mask of fury as he clutched a massive stone, striking it against the city gate again and again, unleashing a torrent of enraged shouts. Just the stone itself must weigh at least 100 pounds. It was hard to fathom how he managed to lift it. Who dares to stand beneath the city? A student from the Moke Academy, hovering atop the city wall, gazed down at the giant with a frigid expression. Speaking with authority, as his voice resonated, an invisible force surged from him, pushing the giant back. "The Moke Academy summoned me for the examination, yet now they bar my entry. What is the meaning of this?" The giant bellowed, his voice booming. "The words of the Moke Academy are law. Now that the city is sealed, it means they are not accepting any more." The student replied calmly, turning to leave. However, the giant's eyes suddenly glowed crimson. and as he raised the massive stone once more, faint dark red veins could be seen coursing through his body. Lacking any awakening items or energy, he let out a furious roar and hurled the stone at the city gate once more. This time, his speed and strength had tripled. The resounding crash echoed within the city, reverberating with an almost discernible echo. Even the city walls trembled slightly in the midst of the Moke Academy students' bewildered gaze. The gate was breached, creating a sizable gap. This is one sturdy gate, the giant exclaimed in astonishment, tossing the stone aside as he squeezed through the narrow opening. The remaining students' eyes lit up with gratitude as they followed him inside. Noticing the Moke Academy student still watching him, the giant glared back. What? Is there a problem? No problem at all. The student took a deep breath and turned away. About half an hour later, a team of workers rushed over to repair the gate. However, regarding the giant bringing a few students into the city, the Moke Academy seemed to ignore the incident entirely. The Moke Academy's rules appear to be devoid of rules. Yushang observed this scene from a distance, glancing at the location of the Moke Academy, murmuring to himself. He had begun to glean some of the Academy's intentions. In truth, it bore a striking resemblance to the mode of the Sin City. One must constantly break free from rigid stereotypes. Success often lies in the unexpected. Essentially, that seemed to be the crux of it. Pondering thoughtfully, Yushang silently departed into the night, choosing not to return to his hotel, but rather to approach the entrance of the Moke Academy. Gazing upwards in this modern city, the Moke Academy appeared somewhat out of place, reminiscent of ancient architecture. Its red-painted doors, retro-style bricks and tiles, along with the expansive grounds that stretched endlessly, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding cityscape. In the depths of the night, the figure of Yushang was busily engaged in various tasks, sometimes departing and at other times returning, perfectly concealing himself within the shadows. His movements deft and unobtrusive. It was not until 2 hours had passed that he finally turned and left, retreating to his hotel room to rest. Unbeknownst to him, however, a solitary figure had been perched on the wall above. Clad in sleepwear, reclining as if lost in slumber. This individual exuded no trace of human presence, resembling more a lifeless object, even devoid of breath. Only their eyes remained open, silently observing Yushang's every action. It was only after Yushang had departed that this figure slowly straightened, as if a statue had come to life, a languid smile curling at the corners of their lips. This little one possesses some intrigue, quite ruthless. Indeed, it seems this batch of students has a bit of substance, unlike that bunch of fools. Watching a student hurrying back from a distance, the figure's expression darkened instantly. After a year of diligent teaching at the Ink Academy, what had they truly imparted? Each one of them was like an antiquated relic. The gates were locked. Why not scale the walls to enter? Must they insist on using the door? They deserve to suffer. Casting a glance at the rather pitiful student, the figure curled their lip in disdain, leaping down from the wall, humming a tune as they returned to their dormitory. As for the small items Yushang had left behind, they bore no significance to him. Morning arrived. Barely past 6, Yushang opened his eyes. He gently polished the dagger and crossbow at his bedside and proceeded to refine the fishing line once more. Over the years, the fishing line had been meticulously honed to an almost invisible fineness. Its material remained a mystery, yet it retained remarkable resilience and an exceptional sharpness. He wrapped the fishing line around his cuffs and secured the dagger in place. Satisfied that nothing was amiss, Yushang rose. Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng remained sprawled on the bed, snoring thunderously. It was hard to fathom that such a handsome lad could be so unrefined in his slumber, just as it was difficult for anyone to imagine that fairies were not nourished solely by dew. Standing at the doorway, Yushang pondered for a moment before finally calling out, "Time to rise." The assessment awaits. However, his volume was far from sufficient to rouse Zhao Zicheng. Without expending any further energy, Yushang retrieved a small porcelain vial, opened it, and tossed it onto Zhao Zicheng's bed from a distance. Decisively turning and exiting, he closed the door behind him, leaning against the wall in quiet anticipation. Approximately half a minute later, the wail echoed from within the room. "Boss, did you just defecate on my bed? Damn, it stinks." The room erupted into chaos, and after 10 seconds had passed, Zhao Zicheng appeared at the door, his expression a mixture of confusion and dread. He was aware of Yushang's peculiarities, but had not anticipated them to such an extreme. Defecating on the bed? Chapter 86. Mr. Sun, please enter. The exam is about to begin. Wai Yusheng offered no explanation, merely stating this before turning to walk away. Zhao Zicheng stared blankly at his watch, where the hands clearly pointed to the number 6. Wait, isn't there still 2 hours left? His thoughts were a jumble. Oh, you can sleep a bit longer. Wai Yusheng's pace did not falter as he replied, already walking further away. Zhao Zicheng glanced back longingly at his room but quickly recalled the foul odor. His face turning slightly green as he jogged to catch up with Yusheng, gradually moving away in the morning light. The Ink Academy possessed a unique beauty, steeped in ancient charm that seemed to instill an immediate sense of tranquility within one's heart. The surroundings were devoid of any other souls. Wai Yusheng looked around before finally choosing a spot closest to the main gate to stand. Zhao Zicheng stood beside him. Soon, a few others trickled in, including the boy carrying a tombstone, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the giant, as the clock struck 7. The gates of the Ink Academy creaked open leisurely. It was still that seemingly perpetually clad figure in sleepwear. Yawning and leaning against the door, the very moment the door opened. A shadow darted from a distant corner, slipping inside with a hearty laugh. Teacher, don't forget my credit. According to school regulations, returning late at night incurred a deduction of 2 credits. The 1 credit owed should be settled at the administration office. If just regaining his senses, the figure stretched lazily, appearing slightly more alert. Just a tad. I am Su Yuanqing, a teacher at this school. However, I prefer to be called the boss. He uttered a few languid words. Now, please come in. Stepping aside to allow entry, Yusheng was the first to take a step forward, followed closely by a stream of students. When only 3 remained at the back, Su Yuanqing moved, blocking the entrance. Though he maintained a languid demeanor, his gaze towards the trio was piercing. You 3 have been eliminated. The 3 wore expressions of bewilderment that swiftly morphed into anger. On what grounds? I demand a reason. They gritted their teeth, their faces filled with indignation. Should they concede to being outclassed in ability? They could accept that. However, being eliminated based merely on order of entry was something they could not abide. Su Yuanqing pondered seriously for a moment. Because I am in a bad mood and find you displeasing to the eye. He provided a remarkably sincere critique. Close the door. I refuse to accept this. Is this the rule of the Ink Academy? Indeed. While I have never considered myself particularly gifted, Lingyan University extended me an invitation for admission without examination. Is this how your Ink Academy chooses to humiliate me? I will choose to appeal. The group was filled with righteous indignation. Having forfeited a precious invitation for direct admission, they had traveled from afar to the Ink Academy, known for its high mortality rate, only to be denied entry. This was an immense humiliation for them. An appeal, you say? Certainly. Su Yuanqing nodded, leaving the door slightly ajar while rummaging through his sleepwear pockets. Ultimately, he produced an identification badge, placing it against his chest. Hello, students. I am the Deputy Director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau. Are you here to lodge a complaint against the Ink Academy? Rest assured, my bureau is always here to serve the students. Any unfair treatment will be addressed by us. Feel free to boldly express your grievances and issues. I will record them diligently. Su Yuanqing's expression turned serious as he spoke. For a moment, there was silence. The trio exchanged deep glances at Su Yuanqing's face, which appeared both disheveled and somewhat sardonic. Grinding their teeth, they turned to leave. Su Yuanqing merely scoffed, removing and stowing away his identification badge. In truth, if he were to argue, he could present a plethora of irrefutable points. However, why explain? Some lessons are best learned through personal understanding. Moreover, he had no time for such matters. Just as the gate was about to close, one of the 3, who had already retreated, stealthily returned, addressing the narrow gap left by the door. Mr. Su, I have money. The door, which was on the verge of closing, suddenly halted. The gap widened slightly. Su Yuanqing's eyes peered through the crack, observing him intently. This card holds a bit of my pocket money. I am willing to forego dividends and invest for free in your company. He slid his bank card through the gap. Su Yuanqing took the card, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Pocket money? I wonder how much that amounts to? The individual extended 2 fingers, chuckling. 20,000 is rather presumptuous to think it would grant me entry. Nay, it is 200,000. The person shook his head, correcting Su Yuanqing's misconception. His hand, holding the bank card, trembled slightly. What is the password? Su Yuanqing inquired. 147XXX. The last 3 digits will be revealed to you once I pass the assessment at the Ink Academy. The individual seemed to understand something, smiling at Su Yuanqing. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuanqing shook his head. That price is insufficient. Simple. The individual produced his phone and operated it for a moment. I just transferred another 300,000 to this card, totaling 500,000. This is roughly my monthly allowance a month, Mr. Su. You understand, right? This implied that in the days to come. The statement remained unspoken, but its meaning was clear in that moment. He resembled not a student, but rather a shrewd businessman. Su Yuanqing's eyes brightened entirely. The lethargic aura surrounding him dissipated as he instinctively rubbed his hands together. You? What should I call you? He hesitated to ask. The individual lowered his head shyly. Sun 1, my grandfather is Sun Yingxiang. Sun Yingxiang, one of the 10 elders of the Ink Pavilion, and among the 2 who visibly possesses the highest combat power. Such a background, such wealth. It hardly required verification. This was indeed the one. Mr. Sun, please enter. Welcome to the Ink Academy. I hope you enjoy a fruitful academic journey while I share with you our company's future development blueprint. The gates swung wide open. Su Yuanqing's eyes nearly squinted into slits, appearing endearingly amiable. Chapter 87. Making money, not a shameful thing. May I inquire further? Was it intentional on Mr. Sun's part to send those 2 individuals away? Otherwise, it does not quite add up. Su Yuanqing gazed at Sun 1 and suddenly spoke. Sun 1, wearing a perfectly calibrated look of bewilderment, replied, What did Mr. Su just say? I must confess, I do not comprehend. Forget I asked. Su Yuanqing shrugged, shutting the door once more after Sun 1 entered. It was barely 10 minutes past 7. As he watched several candidates rushing towards him from a distance, Su Yuanqing showed no inclination to pause. Resolutely closing the door, I know that fellow. He is the grandson of the Grandmaster of the Demon Exorcism Pavilion. Are you sure you don't want to wait a moment? Sun 1 peered through the crack of the door. Recognizing a familiar figure and kindly pointed it out, Su Yuanqing feigned innocence. Mr. Sun, what did you just say? I've spent too long at the Demon Exorcism Pass, and it seems I've developed some residual effects. I often experience intermittent tinnitus. I didn't quite catch that. He even placed a hand to his ear, raising his voice. No worries, Sun 1 replied, his expression complex. Very well, Su Yuanqing cheerfully said. Mr. Sun, please join the queue. It might be a bit of an inconvenience for a short while. His tone was respectful. Sun 1 looked at Su Yuanqing, momentarily taken aback. To label this man as slick would be an understatement. He was indeed the beloved grandson of the Grandmaster of the Demon Exorcism Pavilion, yet he simply stood outside when asked. However, when it came to self-interest, he had no qualms about paying 500,000 for entry. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yushang silently observed Su Yuanqing's demeanor, deep in thought. The city had already been sealed off in advance yesterday. Those with a modicum of sense would have chosen to arrive early to avoid unforeseen complications. Thus, the last batch of arrivals likely consisted of those not particularly bright. This a preliminary screening for the foolish. As for Sun 1, his ability to adapt and resort to monetary solutions speaks volumes about his quick thinking. Perhaps this was the primary reason for his acceptance. Of course, the sheer volume of money might also have played a decisive role. Nonetheless, the majority present were somewhat astonished. A mere 500,000 all that the admission quota to the Ink Academy is worth? They claim that the Ink Academy is entirely equitable. How disappointing! One individual, standing with a proud demeanor, declared, Is it truly so trivial? Su Yuanqing's smile gradually faded as he regarded this person and replied coolly, Oh, do you possess 500,000? I do not. However, in the future, if I were to reach your age, 500,000 would scarcely warrant a glance from me. He maintained his air of arrogance, tilting his chin upward, embodying the youthful spirit, quite commendable. You ought to strive further. Farewell. After hearing the youth's words, Su Yuanqing's smile returned as he waved amicably, amidst the astonished expression of the individual. Please escort him out for me. 1 academic credit. With the sound of his voice fading, the figure rushed out from a distance, grinning wickedly, wielding a firewood stick and wearing an apron. A swift strike ensued, and the proud genius collapsed to the ground. Unable to even react in time, they dragged him away, opening the door just enough to toss him outside before shutting it again. Mr. Su, please remember to call me for such business next time. We can split the academic credits 50-50. After half an hour of profound remorse, I have come to understand why I was left outside yesterday. I was too greedy and lacking in discernment. Mr. Su assigned such a simple task and personally entrusted it to me. If I lacked even a heart of gratitude, am I still human? This individual spoke earnestly. Teske, young lad, you're quite astute. Off you go. Su Yuanqing mused as he counted heads within the crowd, as if tallying attendance. Today, we can at least send out 40 individuals. We'll each take 20, Su Yuanqing said with a smile. However, the individual shook his head without hesitation. Mr. Su, what are you saying? I only require 5 academic credits for my hard work. The remainder is all yours. As Su Yuanqing's expression grew increasingly dangerous, the individual spoke again. Only then did Su Yuanqing nod in satisfaction. Off you go. Do focus on the cooking. Even that 0.1 academic credit must be secured. Money is accumulated, after all. His gaze towards the individual became more approving. The individual returned to the kitchen, cheerfully resuming his bustling activities. The simple exchange between the seasoned student and Su Yuanqing left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. They recognized this person. The previous year's top student from Zhenan province, who had joined the Ink Academy with overwhelming force. Exuding an aura of invincibility at that time. He was so proud, so unrestrained. Declared as a future prodigy, no one would dare question it. Even now, a search through the news would yield his photograph, showcasing that exuberant smile. A youthful hero. Yet here he was, clad in an apron, wielding a firewood stick, displaying a sycophantic demeanor. What on earth was happening? 5 academic credits could bring a genius to his knees, and so thoroughly. Was this a degeneration of morals or a decay of humanity? Yet if this fellow had indeed fallen, judging by the speed of his earlier actions and the absence of any released energy, he must at the very least possess the 4th sense. Right? A year. 4 senses. Perhaps even 5 senses. The prodigy remains a prodigy. In an instant, everyone was profoundly shaken. Su Yuanqing, meanwhile, observed them with a pleased smile. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone still harboring grievances? I happen to be. Screening a batch. To avoid wasting time. However, this time, the crowd remained silent, a pin drop quiet. From this, it was evident that Zhao Zicheng was quite the slippery one. Usually a chatterbox, yet in this setting, he managed to hold his tongue completely. It was Yusheng who suddenly stepped forward. Teacher, may I inquire if I could bypass the assessment and be directly selected? Observing Yusheng's audacity, Zhao Zicheng was startled and tugged at Yusheng's sleeve from behind. Yet Yusheng appeared oblivious, gazing earnestly at Su Yuanqing. Your name is Yuim. Why Yusheng? Su Yuanqing recalled for a moment before asking. Why Yusheng nodded. I am aware of you. The one from the Sin City? Correct? Congratulations, you are now a formal student of the Ink Academy. Su Yuanqing nodded, stating this in front of the crowd. The crowd was left dumbfounded. They had thought they understood the Ink Academy's rules. But now that they realized they knew nothing at all, Why Yusheng displayed no surprise at this outcome, calmly taking a small remote control and stepping aside. The remote featured a prominent red button. Chapter 88, Equal Treatment Teacher. I believe I too can be directly promoted. Another student exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he took a bold step forward. Oh? You have been eliminated. Su Yuanqing glanced at him nonchalantly. Why? On what grounds can he and not I? He protested, unwilling to accept his fate. Is the illustrious Ink Academy's examination truly so trivial? He buried explosives at school. 12 pounds. Did you bury any as well? You know nothing and merely follow the crowd. I refuse your request. If I do not pass you, the Ink Academy will not lose half, but you all will perish with it. What can you do if I refuse you? Su Yuanqing regarded him with a hint of amusement. Calling out, bring me the stretcher, a figure darted forward, swiftly tossing the individual over the courtyard wall. The figure hardly paused before vanishing back into the kitchen. 12 pounds of explosives. The atmosphere thickened with silence. Everyone casting complex glances at Yusheng. Particularly Zhao Zicheng, who had already stepped forward, silently withdrew his foot after witnessing the grim fate of the scapegoat. Only Yusheng remained, his demeanor still shyly reserved. Quietly standing to the side, he bore no resemblance to the one who had just confronted Su Yuanqing, even before the assessment had begun. Su Yuanqing wore a smile as he regarded Yusheng. Aren't you worried that after you buried the explosives last night, I might dismantle them? I have observed closely. The Ink Academy style is quite similar to that of Sin City. I understand Sin City well. Therefore, as long as I do not actually press the detonation button, there should be no issue, Yusheng pondered seriously, pausing for 2 seconds before responding. Sin City. Perhaps next year, we could try to unearth 2 promising talents from there, far superior to these lofty yet inept individuals. Su Yuanqing appeared contemplative, scanning the crowd. For a moment, everyone felt as if they had been pierced by a sword, an inexplicable sense of suffocation washing over them. Young lad, had I just rejected your request and eliminated you, would you have pressed it? Su Yuanqing curiously pointed at the detonator in Yusheng's hand. Why? Yusheng shook his head. I would not. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Yuanqing's eyes, as if this was not the answer he had hoped for. Out there? It is said that the Ink Academy nurtures human heroes, the backbone of the Ink Pavilion. But in truth, we merely raise the most hardened, foul, and shameless rogues in the world. After all, in times of crisis, a rogue's survival instinct far surpasses that of a hero. I am unsure if your choice carries a veneer of hypocrisy, but at the very least, I do not favor this answer, Su Yuanqing spoke in a nonchalant manner. This individual, who had consistently exhibited a languid demeanor, surprisingly engaged in a rare conversation with Yusheng at this moment. Clearly, Yusheng, in a certain sense, resonated well with him. For instance, the 12 pounds of explosives exhilarated him. The prerequisite for detonation is that it can actually explode. However, before long, Yusheng's voice was heard. He appeared somewhat embarrassed as he offered an explanation. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuanqing's body stiffened. The explosives are fake? His reaction was swift, almost immediately grasping the crux of the issue. Why? Yusheng nodded. According to the laws of Imogu, the private possession of firearms and hazardous materials such as gunpowder is a serious offense, punishable by imprisonment ranging from 5 to 10 years, or even life imprisonment. 12 pounds, that could condemn me to death. Su Yuanqing fell silent for a considerable time, yet his breathing grew noticeably heavier. With reddened eyes, he stared at Yusheng. Impossible. I can smell the gunpowder. There must be no mistake that I carry some firecrackers with me. I can crush them and scatter the residue over it. You knew all along that I was digging into the wall? I am not certain, but if the MO Academy were oblivious to my planting of explosives, it might have already perished long ago. You are shameless, ah? I think it's fine. In their back-and-forth exchange, Su Yuanqing had completely disregarded the other students present, fixating his gaze on Yusheng, gritting his teeth. The other students silently observed the scene, their expressions reflecting a mix of complexity as they evidently pieced together the entire narrative through this brief dialogue. Particularly, Sun when fixated intensely on Yusheng. Using a few firecrackers and some clay, Yusheng had directly secured his true admission qualifications. Spending 500,000 may not guarantee success. In comparison, Yusheng is indeed a true businessman. Ahem, hey, cough, Su Yuanqing, due to poor supervision, deducting 50 credits. Suddenly, a loudspeaker in a nearby tree blared to life. Su Yuanqing's countenance darkened instantly as he turned and raised his middle finger towards a deep recess of the MO Academy, muttering, shameless old fool, deducting my credits? I wish you. Before he could finish his sentence, the loudspeaker blared again. Ahem, hey, Su Yuanqing, for insulting a superior, deduct another 50 credits. In an instant, the previously furious Su Yuanqing fell silent. He had bullied students, deducting credits one by one. Why was it that when it came to him, it was always in 50s, just because he was easy to bully? In that moment, Su Yuanqing's eyes began to redden as he glared fiercely at Yusheng. If it weren't for this guy toying with him, that 100 credits would never have been lost. Yet Yusheng appeared somewhat bewildered. Teacher, if you hadn't asked me twice, I wouldn't have explained. A simple statement effectively stifled Su Yuanqing's fury. Taking a deep breath, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a crumpled list, scrutinizing it before raising his head with a sinister grin. Your name is Y. Yusheng? Very well, I shall remember you. I hope that during the next 3 years at MO Academy, you can live quite pleasantly. Even without the bomb incident today, I would still ensure your admission. Otherwise, how could I possibly take my revenge? Su Yuanqing licked his lips, inhaled deeply, and turned his gaze, fixated on the remaining 40 or so students, like a starving wolf driven mad. He was counting on these individuals to recover his losses. Chapter 89. Content of the first round of assessment. Below, we begin the first assessment. You must believe me, as a wretch recently stripped of capital, for every one of you I take away, I gain 0. 8 credits. I assure you, this year's assessment will be particularly brutal. To the onlookers, Su Yuanqing now resembled a malevolent spirit in hell, watching his prey. Chilling. The first assessment contents. Engage in a 1v1 battle with Yusheng. The loser will be directly eliminated. Isn't that excessive? Su Yuanqing said with ill intent. As the senior brother who was the first to enroll this year, I believe it is your inescapable duty to help train the newcomers. As he spoke, his gaze was laden with meaning as he stared at Yusheng. Why? Yusheng pondered. Teacher, are you not afraid that I might be the only one to enroll this year? As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere became raucous. Particularly, the giant, the tombstone youth, regarded Yusheng with a gaze filled with combat fervor. Even Lin Xiaoxiao, with her freckled face, slightly furrowed her brows. Somewhat adorably, the MO Academy values quality over quantity. Even if there is not a single student, IT matters not. Moreover, I am the proctor this time. Even if some shameless old fool is peeping, they cannot unilaterally alter my examination questions. If you truly eliminate them all, I shall grant you a few credits. Su Yuanqing chuckled. Why? Yusheng solemnly nodded. So, what you mean is, the number of students admitted to MO Academy is actually inconsequential. Correct? Certainly. Su Yuanqing coaxed, reveling in the perfection of his plan. Not only would it be a blatant revenge against Yusheng, but it would also control the admission rate. After all, those capable of cutting through the cult's lair would not be simpletons. Then I can rest easy. For 10,000, I can let you slide. Cash or scan codes are both acceptable. Naturally, if you wish to attempt to defeat me, that is also fine. However, I have already enrolled. While you still need to undergo assessment, I can afford to lose. You cannot. Why? Yusheng decisively turned to address those students about to be assessed, leaving Su Yuanqing with nothing but his back. The students initially grew furious, but soon realized that what Yusheng said, have some merit. Zhao Zicheng was the quickest to react. Observing Su Yuanqing's expression darkening further, on the brink of eruption, he boldly stepped forward. As young people, we should embody an invincible stance, suppressing our contemporaries. Invincible among peers is worthy of respect. Why? Yusheng, I acknowledge your strength, but I challenge you. This declaration was impeccable, exuding an unstoppable momentum as he charged forward, even brimming with confidence to the point of not summoning any awakened items. However, as he surged forward, a phone appeared in his hand, precisely scanning Yusheng's QR code from a distance. The next moment, accompanied by the clattering sound of coins being deposited, Zhao Zicheng rushed up closely to Yusheng. In the next second, so powerful. Why? Yusheng's speech was perpetually rigid, and his acting skills could be rated as 0. He uttered those 2 words numbly, then was sent flying, crashing to the ground. It took several seconds before he managed to roll over and get up. Teacher, I have lost. He looked earnestly at Su Yuanqing. At that moment, Su Yuanqing found it increasingly difficult to articulate the turmoil within his heart. Initially, it should have been amusement, delighting in the prospect of toying with the newcomer. Then came the anger of being outplayed by Yusheng. Next was the heartache over lost money. Now, the prevailing sentiment was envy. Within the span of merely 10 minutes, his emotions fluctuated wildly. Enough. Do you all truly consider MO Academy a playground? Now, let us redefine the rules for the first round of assessment. Su Yuanqing gazed at Yusheng's clumsy performance, finally unable to restrain himself from shouting. Zhao Zicheng stood there in a daze, somewhat bewildered. That 10,000 was his hard-earned living expenses accumulated over many years. According to Yusheng's usual behavior, a refund was certainly out of the question. If the assessment were invalidated, he would incur a significant loss. Hey, just a quick interjection. Once the assessment content is set, it cannot be modified. Otherwise, the proctor will have 3 years' salary deducted. That damned loudspeaker blared once more. Su Yuanqing's face turned as dark as ink. That old fool must be hiding deep within the academy, laughing at me, undoubtedly. Moreover, it may not just be one old geezer, but a whole bunch of them. Damn. This is the MO Academy's usual style. Those who are duped include not only students but also teachers, and even the principal. The unique culture of MO Academy. Teachers conning students, school leaders conning teachers, students conning teachers, and principals. As long as it is within the rules, you can play however you like. MO Academy firmly believes that only in such an environment can students emerge as true pillars capable of standing firm in the world. The phrase "the human race's MO Academy produces rogues" scoundrels and ruffians is widely circulated among the higher echelons of the human race, and it is no joke. Zhao Zicheng's eyes lit up as he jogged to stand behind Yu Shang, an irrepressible smile on his face. 10,000 exchange for the first round of MO Academy's assessment passed. What a blood profit. At least it was better than that son when the real sucker. However, this method is also not advisable. Moving forward, everything will proceed according to regulations with a normal assessment. Violators will be directly eliminated. The quality of the loudspeaker was not particularly good, its voice garbled and somewhat grating. In an instant, several students, who had initially lacked confidence and were beginning to entertain small schemes, became disheartened. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing gleefully watched this scene unfold, his eyes particularly fixated on Yu Shang, as if to say, "The money I cannot earn, you shall not earn either. Lousy could not ensnare you, for there are older and more cunning individuals who will ensnare you next." Do you truly believe that a newcomer entering the academy can act with impunity? Yu Shang, however, remained remarkably composed in the face of this. He stood silently, patiently awaiting his next adversary. The first to step forward was the giant. His immense frame resembled a small mountain, adorned with a simplistic, hearty smile. He scratched his head and looked at Yu Shang, suggesting, "How about you just concede? I fear I might strike too hard." Observing Yu Shang's frail physique, concern flickered across his face. Chapter 90. Mocking the teacher, deducting 3 points. Yu Shang exhibited no reaction, merely casting a glance at Su Yuanqing. Begin. With Su Yuanqing's feeble utterance, Yu Shang's figure flickered and vanished in an instant, appearing behind the giant in the blink of an eye. The moment the battle commenced, the once amiable giant's eyes turned blood-red, and he roared. Even as he lost sight of Yu Shang, he was unfazed. Vivid crimson lines began to glow within his body, reminiscent of blood vessels. His muscles bulged as he stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The next moment, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned, swinging his fist, akin to a sandbag, towards a point behind him, accompanied by a gusty whoosh. It was empty. The giant hesitated for a fraction of a second, but his punch did not cease. Instead, he swung it round and smashed it into the ground. The floor shattered, sending sharp fragments flying in all directions. Some even struck him, but all were thwarted by his tough skin. Su Yuanqing observed the scene with admiration, remaining oblivious to the debris heading his way, as though an invisible barrier shielded him from harm. Meanwhile, a small-scale panic erupted among the students, who scrambled to evade this sudden area attack. The white dog shifted slightly, still lazily lying on the ground, guarding Lin Xiaoxiao. The tombstone boy turned around, positioning the massive tombstone like a shield to completely obscure himself. Amidst the nonchalance, there was an oddity. However, what astonished everyone was, where had Yu Shang gone? Since the moment Yu Shang first darted behind the giant, he had completely vanished from their sight. Even with the giant's sudden strike, Yu Shang's figure remained elusive, as if he had dissipated into thin air. Only Su Yuanqing bore a faint smile. This little fellow has skillfully exploited the blind spot, hasn't he? To possess such a wealth of combat techniques upon awakening. Perhaps I can propose a few students from Sin City for next year's intake. At that moment, Yu Shang resembled a drifting leaf. Each movement of the giant stirred a breeze, and he adeptly adjusted his position with the gusts, perpetually situated in a zone invisible to the giant's line of sight. He even selectively obstructed the students' views, ensuring their gazes and expressions did not betray his location. What unfolded was a battle brimming with fervor, yet it felt almost supernatural. Each punch swung through the air, as his keen instincts informed him that Yu Shang was nearby. Yet each time he locked onto a target and struck, he found only empty space. The giant gasped for breath, clearly exhausted from maintaining full force for several minutes. With a low growl, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he stomped forcefully on the ground. The tremendous force caused the floor to explode beneath him, and he leaped into the air, soaring nearly 3 meters high. No one could fathom that this behemoth could possess such astonishing leaping ability. At last, I've caught you. In midair, the giant beamed at the exposed Yu Shang below. Then, harnessing his downward momentum, he aimed a fist at Yu Shang. The sound of air fracturing was piercing, yet Yu Shang remained serene, quietly observing. A long shadow darted past, and even those in the distance had no time to scrutinize. The awakened weapon had vanished, For a fleeting second, the giant's expression turned bewildered as his fist crashed forcefully into the ground, creating a small crater, causing him to lose his balance and fall. In that critical moment, Yushing merely shifted 2 steps aside, evading the blow, and swiftly drew his crossbow, positioning the bolt against the giant's neck while simultaneously delivering a punch to the giant's temple. He carefully moderated his strength, ensuring the giant experienced but a fleeting moment of dizziness. Even so, his fist tingled slightly. Next, with practiced ease, he pried open the giant's mouth and struck the giant's jaw, inserting his hand inside to extract a tooth, discarding it onto the ground. After confirming the giant's physical resilience, realizing the crossbow bolt might not pierce through, he repositioned the crossbow directly into the giant's gaping mouth. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable proficiency in under 3 seconds. As the giant regained his senses, blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. After several minutes of skirmishing, the real strike was like a thunderous blow, swift and decisive, akin to an assassin lurking in the night. When the opportunity arose, it was executed with precision. "This fellow possesses quite the skill," Su Yuanqing remarked with a faint smile. "It's a pity that this oaf remains rather formidable, at least superior to the previous batch of incompetents." His gaze briefly flickered towards the bustling figures in the distant kitchen. "Well, I declare this oaf is eliminated." Su Yuanqing cleared his throat, but before he could finish, the obnoxious loudspeaker blared once more. "Ahem. Can you hear me? Let's make a deal. You concede, and I'll give you 10,000." It was akin to an old village official addressing a meeting. Repeatedly testing the microphone, Yushing lifted his head, gazing at the battered loudspeaker, thoughtfully pondering. "The price before the engagement is 10,000. After engagement point 20,000. Silence ensued for 3 seconds. "Deal. The funds would be deducted from teacher Su's salary. No objections, I presume?" The loudspeaker continued to blare, and Su Yuanqing suppressed his rising ire. "Damn it, who are the invigilators here? Me or you? Why should my salary be deducted? Can the school leadership bully us so?" His roar reverberated across the campus playground. From a window in the distant kitchen, a small head peered out, delighting in the spectacle. Soon, it was met with Su Yuanqing's icy glare. "Are you laughing at me?" The surrounding air grew colder, and even in the kitchen, where flames flickered, the student felt an icy chill. "Mocking the teacher. 3 credits deducted. You shall report to the academic office for payment." Su Yuanqing gritted his teeth. The student, bewildered, soon protested. "Why? This is unfair." Su Yuanqing retorted with a cold smirk. "I am the teacher. You are the student. Thus, my words are LAW. Is there a problem? I am the vice principal, and you are the teacher. So, my words are LAW. Is there a problem?" The loudspeaker blared once more, its timing exquisitely ironic. Chapter 91. "I lost. Damn. I have truly had enough of you, old man." In the next moment, the loudspeaker exploded into fragments. Though merely a simple loudspeaker, at that moment of destruction, Su Yuanqing felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He exhaled deeply. "Destruction of school property incurs a fine of 10 credits. A voice echoed from within the academy. Drifting over with an energy wave, Su Yuanqing's expression darkened, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "What the hell? 10 credits for a loudspeaker? Well, this loudspeaker has been here since the school's inception. It holds significant historical value. It witnessed the rise and fall of Mo Academy. Moreover, for the floor you just smashed, as a teacher, you failed to protect school property. So that's another 10 credits deducted. Lastly, I am the vice principal, and you are the teacher. So, my words are LAW. Is there a problem?" The central area of the academy, nearly 1,000 meters from the playground, carried the voice clearly, showcasing its exaggerated power. No. Su Yuanqing ground his teeth. "Seething good," the voice replied, satisfied, and fell silent. Ignoring Su Yuanqing's mood, Yushing withdrew his crossbow, retreated 2 steps, and once again stood obediently in the distance, appearing harmless. The expressions of the surrounding students grew increasingly peculiar. The new student assessment at Mo Academy had only just begun. Yet they had already witnessed the academy's boundless absurdity, the vice principal personally intervening. Was there truly no rule at Mo Academy? Had the teachers been so thoroughly taken advantage of? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they felt no fear, no sense of injustice. Instead, they felt an odd thrill, a thrill that was undeniably exciting. Next contender. Who's up? Su Yuanqing barked through clenched teeth. The tombstone boy, silent, stepped forward. It seemed the weight of the tombstone stirred up dust from the ground. Yuxing tilted his head and declared, "This time point 30,000. As his voice fell, the tombstone boy's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, remaining taciturn, as he gently shook his arm, causing the iron chain to fall away. The gravestone crashed heavily onto the ground. Producing a dull thud, the youth gently rested his hand upon the gravestone, his gaze fixated on Yuxing, his eyes reflecting a solemnity. Based on his previous observations, Yuxing was the type of agile contender with limited strength, and he should have been the first to launch an offensive. However, to his astonishment, Yuxing remained rooted in place, motionless. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly yanked on the iron chain, forcefully swinging the gravestone like a meteor hammer towards Yuxing. Yuxing retreated 2 steps, and as the gravestone crashed down, the floor shattered beneath it. A flicker of sympathy crossed Yuxing's eyes as he glanced at Su Yuanqing, whose face had darkened to a terrifying degree. Given that old rascal's temperament, these few pieces of flooring would cost him at least 3 credit points. "You little thief, if you dare to smash the floor again, I'll smash you." Su Yuanqing articulated each word with conviction, his gaze at the gravestone youth devoid of any humor. The gravestone youth furrowed his brow slightly. "It's all right. Feel free to smash. I have money, of course. If you can seriously injure him, I have further rewards." Sun Wen suddenly interjected, grinning with a glint of mischief in his eyes. The 9 individuals exuded an air of foolishness combined with wealth. The gravestone youth's furrowed brow relaxed instantly, and even Su Yuanqing stared intently at Sun Wen, subconsciously rubbing his hands together. If memory served correctly, it had been years since the Ink Academy had seen such a wealthy individual. Indeed, money could grant one the freedom to act as they pleased. With Sun Wen backing him, the gravestone youth grew increasingly aggressive in his approach, swinging the gravestone through the air with a whistling sound, rapidly cornering Yuxing against the wall. The space available to Yuxing dwindled, and if this continued, he would surely be defeated within 30 seconds. After all, given Yuxing's physique, a single blow could leave him gravely injured. If not dead. In gaming terminology, the assassin's health points were always low. However, leaning against the wall, Yuxing suddenly produced the small remote control from earlier, pressing the red button without hesitation. Soon, a violent roar erupted. With the sound emanating from multiple sources, the gravestone youth hesitated for a fraction of a second, and in that moment, a shadow flitted behind Yuxing. A slender figure darted past the side of the gravestone, instinctively pulling out fishing line to ensnare the gravestone youth's neck. He hesitated, retracting the line. After some contemplation, he realized the crossbow wouldn't suffice, and there was no time for a dagger. Yuxing made his first blunder in combat since entering the Ink Academy. This mistake stemmed from his muscle memory and instinct. Given even the briefest opening, his body would reflexively attempt to eliminate his opponent without needing to engage his brain. Thus, amidst the puzzled gazes of onlookers, Yuxing could only retreat into the distance. Why? Such a splendid opportunity. He had a chance to close in. Indeed, a few punches up close, a dagger drawn, and victory would be his. Perhaps he lacks experience, a few individuals murmured from afar. Su Yuanqing, overhearing their comments, shifted his gaze, marking a question on the crumpled list in his hand behind the group, noting, "Insufficient insight, lacking combat experience." This, however, did not warrant immediate elimination. After all, a few deaths would naturally lead to improvement. Yet, it would certainly be recorded as data during the evaluation. As the gravestone youth regained his composure, he gave a gentle shake of the chain, causing the gravestone to swiftly return and stand before him like a shield. He remained vigilant, watching Yuxing from a distance. For some reason, his body was covered in goosebumps, as if he had caught a whiff of death. Even now, he felt a twinge of fear, sweat trickling down his back. As for the explosion triggered by Yuxing's button, it was merely a few small speakers. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, he activated his awakened item skill, I concede. Yet, I still wish to give it another try. Is that permissible? He asked, unwilling to yield. The gravestone youth spoke for the first time, directing his question toward Yuxing. Chapter 92. Is this the resolve of Sun? After a brief pause, he seemed to have comprehended what had transpired. Under the sunlight's reflection, he faintly discerned a translucent thread. Perhaps that thread was what could lead to his demise. No, Yuxing shook his head. There's no point in fighting if there's no profit. 3,000 for this fight. How about it? Yuxing proposed, eyeing a secluded part of the campus. Agreed. One more match, and I'll give you 3,000. Same old rule, deducted from Su Yuanqing's salary. The voice echoed again. Su Yuanqing had long resigned himself to this fate. Displaying no signs of rebuttal as he leaned apathetically against the wall, it was evident that the old rascal had surely caught wind of the 50,000 he had received. It seemed impossible to end the day without extracting every last cent. 3,000 was insufficient. He was in peril. Yet Yuxing gently shook his head. 5,000. The voice from the depths insisted. Taking a deep breath, Yuxing slowly turned to face the gravestone youth. Please, enlighten me. The gravestone youth's eyes reflected a hint of shame as he replied. In truth, I was merely reluctant to accept my defeat. Not having had the chance to utilize my true capabilities, I will only use one move. Regardless of the outcome, I concede that you are superior to me. At least in life and death battles, I am far from your equal. Having spoken sincerely, the gravestone youth's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. A faint energy began to emanate from the gravestone, and shortly after, a black crystal appeared. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had long pondered why he carried the gravestone, but they never anticipated that it was in fact his awakened item. How outrageous! The gravestone youth bit his finger, seemingly inscribing something onto the gravestone. Yuxing cast a contemplative glance, and the next instant, a crossbow materialized in his hand, aimed directly at him. You've lost. The gravestone youth. If you continue writing, I will pull the trigger. I trust that your writing speed cannot match that of my bolt, Yuxing stated earnestly. The gravestone youth's hand, suspended in midair, froze as he found himself at a loss for what to do. In his imagination, this was a climactic duel between two prodigies. It should not be a matter of me waiting for you to strike, I will respond. Ultimately, one of them would humbly concede, uttering, I have lost. And thus it ends, right? The script was all wronged. Su Yuanqing furrowed his brow slightly, casually inscribing a few notes on the evaluation list. Combat experience 2 lacking. High mortality rate. After some consideration, he added further notes. Yuxing likely to survive until graduation. Potential for resource allocation. The gravestone youth's thoughts were far too naive. I in a true battlefield, who grants you the opportunity to bite your finger and meticulously write down your strategy, even the reserve troops. Those fools would recognize that you were merely biding your time for a powerful move. Would one simply watch you prepare your ultimate technique only to perish at your own hand? Are you mad? Or am I? Even the novels currently being published dare not depict such scenarios, fearing that some child might take it as a guide and ultimately meet their demise. He was not worth 3,000. Su Yuanqing glanced deep into the academy, suddenly speaking with gravity. This is your misjudgment, and you should not impose that burden on my salary. Therefore, 3,000 must come from your own pocket. Otherwise, I will report you to the education department. He said this while producing his deputy director badge and affixing it to his attire. After a moment of silence, the gravestone youth replied, You are right, I can cover this 3,000. However, I find you displeasing. From now on, you are dismissed from the education department. The deputy principal's voice rang out. Su Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, shouting in indignation, On what grounds? Because I am the head of the education department. Indeed, the head of the entire Frontier Province's department. The deputy principal offered a reasonable explanation. For a moment, he was left speechless. The deputy principal's monthly salary was 7,000, meaning he would lose at least 70,000 annually, all for the sake of a mere 3,000. Su Yuanqing felt dazed. That morning had dealt him a staggering blow. This was not a new student evaluation, but rather an assessment of his own capabilities as a teacher. The gravestone youth finally came to his senses, dragging the gravestone to a corner, silent and despondent. It was evident that he understood just how foolish his earlier actions had been, exposing his back to the enemy while questioning why they had not granted him the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. The evaluation continued. Observing as one individual exited, Yuxing scrutinized for a moment before asking, Will this result in payment? No payment, came the distant reply. Yet Yuxing stubbornly persisted, Look, he has ample energy. He is a good seedling. At the very least worth 5,000. No money, no payment. Fight normally, lose, and you're eliminated. The deputy principal's voice held no hesitation as he spoke again. Yuxing's expression fell, and the confident individual who had entered now stood frozen in place. Bewildered. What was happening? The exchange between these two felt akin to handing down a death sentence. The previous two had received compensation for their losses, yet he was denied the same treatment. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, but 30 seconds later, the observer from the kitchen happily emerged, grabbing this individual's leg and tossing him out along the wall, all while under the gaze of the entire crowd. The sentiments expressed by the MO Academy are rather straightforward. Here, genius holds little value. It is far too abundant. Either your talent must surpass that of genius, or you must demonstrate your worth in other ways. Take for instance Sun Wen. He was the fourth to take the stage, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Without waiting for Yushang to make a move, he suddenly interjected, "The academy is in dire need of repairs. Tisk, look at how dilapidated this place is. I've heard there's a new type of device recently developed that can enhance cellular activity within the body for better absorption of demon crystals. Moreover, there is another device capable of preliminarily assessing the compatibility between demon cores and awakening materials. Alas, I've merely dabbled in a few dozen companies for fun. With so much wealth, what am I to do? By the way, my potential still stands at the 9th rank. I am hardly a waste of space," he muttered, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Without waiting for Yushang to act, the voice of the vice principal from afar sharpened, losing its previous composure. "Classmate. No, Mr. Sun, welcome to MO Academy. Congratulations on being the second student to gain admission this year. I hope you enjoy your time here over the next 3 years." In the background, one could faintly discern the sound of someone swallowing hard. Chapter 93. The cafeteria, please. Excuse me. Sun Wen bowed slightly to Yushang, still wearing that cheerful demeanor as he sauntered away. No, rather, he positioned himself behind Yushang, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the other students with the gaze of a senior. "This is utterly unjust. From the onset of the assessments, I have seen nothing resembling fairness. First, Yushang, who inexplicably received special admission. Then, those two fellows who, despite their defeats, were retained. And now, this useless fellow, simply because he is wealthy, is also accepted. Is this what one calls a MO Academy? If this is the case, then this so-called foremost institution of the human race is nothing but a facade, and I refuse to accept it." One student could no longer contain his outrage, stepping forward with conviction etched across his face. "I believe we are quite fair. Perhaps from your current perspective, it seems we are favoring these individuals, and you deem it unjust. But in the not-too-distant future, when they meet their demise, might you not ponder why we did not eliminate them back then? Such is the nature of injustice in this world. Fairness is a mere illusion. At the very least, those you accuse of receiving special treatment, even one of them, cannot compare to you. Let me reiterate, the rules of MO Academy are the rules. Stay or leave," Su Yuanqing remarked, having attained an unusual calmness while addressing the individual before him. The student remained silent, standing still. After a considerable pause, he finally uttered, "I will stay." Yet, a sense of embarrassment lingered in his tone as he added, "However, I am not convinced, especially regarding this Sun Wen." He pointed an accusatory finger. Sun Wen was taken aback, clearly not expecting to be implicated in this matter. "Let us practice together. Whoever loses is eliminated. Does that seem fair?" Su Yuanqing gazed at Sun Wen with a hint of indifference. This time, the vice principal from deep within the academy remained silent, as if tacitly approving Su Yuanqing's proposal. Sun Wen shrugged indifferently, turning to face the previous challenger. The latter, visibly excited, thought to himself that while he lacked confidence against Yushang, he would surely prevail against Sun Wen, a mere second-generation scion relying on his connections. Yet, when Sun Wen quietly revealed his awakening material, the challenger fell silent. It was a gold ingot, radiant with a golden glow, exuding a luminous aura, particularly with 2 crystals embedded within it. Judging by the energy spread, a 3rd crystal was not far behind. At this rate, within a month at the latest, he would achieve the 3rd awakening. The challenger stood there, dumbfounded, before retracting his awakening material. "Brother, I may be reluctant to engage in combat, but that doesn't make me useless, understand? MO Academy does not accept the inept, even if I am merely the so-called ignorant nouveau riche in your eyes. So what? At least during these 3 years, I can assist more students in their progress. And what would MO Academy lose? The pristine image you hold in your mind. Think it over, brother." gently patting the challenger's shoulder. Sun Wen exhibited no intent of hostility, returning to stand behind Yushang, embodying the demeanor of a considerate senior. The challenger left, dejected, as if he had suddenly come to a realization, yet equally bewildered. Approaching the door, he pushed it open and departed, not forgetting to close it behind him. Sun Wen stood quietly at the back, releasing a silent sigh of relief, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet maintaining a facade of composure. Only when Yushang turned to glance at him did he break into a smile, saying, "Hello, brother Yu. Please look out for me in the academy. I've heard the seniors here are quite formidable. Rest assured, my young brother, while I may lack in many areas, wealth is not one of them," he replied, his smile replete with flattery, completely shedding the earlier demeanor of a solitary expert, the weight of which had seemingly crumbled with a few words. The assessments continued. The atmosphere had entirely shifted. Aside from Lin Xiaoxiao, all others had been assessed. During this time, a few were retained by the vice principal for various sums, 10,000, 5,000, 3,000, and 1,000. Finally, as Lin Xiaoxiao took the stage, Yushang demanded 80,000. Under Su Yuanqing's incredulous gaze, the vice principal unhesitatingly agreed to the transaction to in that instant. Su Yuanqing looked at Yushang with an intensity that suggested he wished to devour him whole, while Yushang maintained an expression of innocence. Unbeknownst to him, he had shattered a record. He was the only individual in recent years to have bested every student in his cohort prior to admission. Previously, there had been others, but each survivor had already soared to great heights, standing atop the clouds. Yet, judging by Yushang's demeanor and style, he hardly resembled someone destined for an early demise. Perhaps, Mo Academy was on the verge of producing yet another formidable figure. Su Yuanqing found himself filled with anticipation, even beginning to lose interest in individuals like the Tombstone Boy and Lin Xiaoxiao, considering them mere liabilities. The first round of assessments concluded, and now you have 30 minutes to dine. Of course, those foolish enough to neglect bringing food will simply have to endure hunger. As the enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, Su Yuanqing was the first to dash inside, rummaging through the cupboards for his food container, ravenously devouring the meat, all the while muttering, "Little brat, where are the drumsticks? You shameless thief." The student, having removed his apron, displayed no shame. "Heh, what do you think? I'm cooking for just 0.1 credits. Take your time." "Teacher Su, one of the dishes contains a laxative, by the way, as for which one, you'll have to gamble on that. After all, there are 6 dishes, so you've got a 1 in 6 chance. I trust your luck is quite good." Accompanied by laughter, the student swiftly vanished from sight, leaving behind Su Yuanqing's curses. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, while Yushang, amidst the gazes of the crowd, strolled inside, casually picking up a new food container, scooping some rice and dishes before settling into a corner. "Kid, that is cafeteria food," Su Yuanqing remarked, eyeing Yushang. Why Yushang looked up, confused. "Haven't I already been admitted? According to school regulations, I'm allowed to eat in the cafeteria." Sun Wen's eyes lit up as he hurried in, yet he was clever enough to only select the food Yushang had chosen. Sitting beside him and eating heartily. "Do you know which dish has the laxative?" Sun Wen inquired with curiosity as he ate. Why Yushang shook his head. "No idea." Sun Wen's mouth, now stuffed, paused, uncertain whether to swallow. Chapter 94, Zhao Ziqing, Admission Yet. Sun Wen was also a tough character. After merely 3 seconds of hesitation, he resumed devouring his food. "If we end up with stomachaches, at least we'll have company in the restroom." As for Su Yuanqing, he merely chuckled at Yushang and resumed eating a steamed bun. Outside, a group of students awaiting assessments watched this scene, their mouths watering incessantly. Who remembers to bring lunch early in the morning? If everyone abstained from eating, it wouldn't be so bad. But when someone eats and others cannot, it only intensifies their hunger. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned against Dabai, opening her small pouch, cheerfully pulling out a bag of snacks. Amidst the envious and expectant gazes of all, she produced another bag of dried fruits. The crowd rejoiced. Was she about to share? In the next moment, Lin Xiaoxiao tossed the snacks into Daobai's mouth. The duo, one person and one dog, shared an expression of enjoyment, their eyes squinting in harmony, resembling .2 foodies, their chewing rhythm almost synchronized. The crowd fell into despair. Zhao Ziqing glanced around, cautiously inching towards the kitchen. Cheekily peeking inside. "Teacher, as a family member of a student, do I not have the right to eat in the cafeteria?" "Which kind of family member?" Su Yuanqing asked with amusement. Zhao Ziqing pondered seriously for a moment before solemnly declaring, Yu Shang is my half-brother. Thus, I believe I. Zhao Ziqing had not finished his words when he suddenly felt himself soaring through the air, flung away and crashing to the ground. Fortunately, he instinctively summoned his awakening object, which spared him from significant pain. With a mischievous grin, he swiftly rolled over and got back on his feet. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing's body stiffened, as if he were sensing something, and soon he rose with a thoughtful expression. Striding towards the door, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Ziqing. You, bring forth your awakening object. Zhao Ziqing was somewhat bewildered, unable to react in time before Su Yuanqing closed the distance and, without hesitation, delivered a punch straight to his handsome cheek. Instinctively, Zhao Ziqing summoned a sandbag to shield himself. As Su Yuanqing's fist landed, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The second punch, the third. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew his hand, smiling broadly at Zhao Ziqing. What was your name again? Zhao Ziqing, still in a daze, looked at Su Yuanqing in confusion. Congratulations, sandbag brother. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are the third-ranked student of the 140th class of MO Academy. For someone of your caliber, truly a prodigy, the Academy should not subject you to assessments. That would be an affront to your talents. I apologize for my earlier lack of insight. I hope you can overlook past grievances and, upon your formal enrollment, become my student. I shall ensure you become the finest pillar of MO Academy and even of the entire human race. Su Yuanqing's words ignited a fire within Zhao Ziqing, his blood surging as he clenched his fists. All right, all right. Zhao Ziqing nodded vigorously, excitement radiating from him. Su Yuanqing's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. This sandbag is exceptionally useful. If I embed a few auxiliary demon cores and train relentlessly for 3 years, perhaps I could advance further, even become a vice-principal. At that time. Let us go to the cafeteria. Eat whatever you like. With a grand gesture, Su Yuanqing, under Zhao Ziqing's appreciative gaze, led him into the cafeteria, actively serving him dishes, his expression soft and gentle, his gaze filled with warmth. As Zhao Ziqing devoured his meal, Su Yuanqing continued to offer him more dishes, ensuring he sampled nearly everything available. No laxatives. Right? That shouldn't be the case. Observing Yu Shang, Zhao Ziqing, and Sun Wen in good spirits, Su Yuanqing felt a twinge of confusion. Given that brat's nature, it was impossible for him not to be affected. Yet, he had fed Zhao Ziqing all the dishes that Yu Shang had not tasted. The laxative was hidden within the steamed buns, a red capsule he had embedded while kneading the dough. Suddenly, Yu Shang looked up, casting a glance at Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing lowered his head, contemplating the bun in his hand. That fellow surely has a poison of sorts. How could he ignore all the meat dishes and only touch the buns? At that moment, a few older students wandered in from a distance. Su Yuanqing gritted his teeth and declared, Listen, if anyone dares to speak of the laxative in the buns, I will expel them immediately. This includes all of you. If you wish to avoid elimination, keep your mouths shut. He shot a fierce glare at those outside before standing up. As he stepped out, a gentle smile graced his face. Warm as a spring breeze. This year's entrance examination is led by Su Dineo. I truly pity them. By the way, has teacher Su gone bankrupt with a few companies this year? Anyone know? Seems like 3, right? Well, that's not to be a its only March. Truly a genius in entrepreneurship. A group of onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their faces filled with Su Yuanqing, a legendary figure among the teachers of MO Academy, prided himself as a businessman, with a passion for entrepreneurship, dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of the commercial realm. Year after year, he cycled through starting businesses, going bankrupt and starting anew, fighting and failing repeatedly. The corner of Su Yuanqing's mouth twitched slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he leaned against the door, casually picking his teeth. A friendly reminder. The dishes contain laxatives. That little rascal Lu Yu did this, remember. Do not eat the buns, he said earnestly, brushing crumbs from his collar. The crowd nodded in amusement, casually cursing as they entered the cafeteria, each grabbing a bun without hesitation. Then upon turning around, they were met with Su Yuanqing's smiling face. A chill ran down their spines, and they instinctively sensed something amiss. As new students continued to arrive, Su Yuanqing persisted in his warning. The buns are poisonous. The newcomers noticed that everyone had a bun in hand and immediately understood the situation. The earlier arrivals, being bold, acted on the principle of shared guilt, digging in with fervor. Despite knowing they had been tricked, they continued to eat heartily. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, Lu Yu, I curse you. Su Deneo is no saint either. Tonight, find an opportunity to knock those two out. They clutched their stomachs, grumbling. Remember to save a few buns for me. I want to personally shove them down his throat tonight. And Su Deneo, prepare a headgear tonight. Let us practice with teacher Su. Amidst the continuous curses, the group rushed out, while Su Yuanqing had long since vanished. The scene unfolded like a farce, yet it felt strikingly real to all present. Yushang diligently washed his lunchbox, wiped his hands, and approached the door, observing the others with confusion. Aren't you all going to eat? The teachers have already left. As Yushang's voice fell, the group finally reacted, charging into the cafeteria like ravenous wolves. Thanks to Su Yuanqing's mysterious maneuvering, the meat dishes remained largely untouched, while the buns were completely devoured. The originally scheduled 30-minute lunch break extended to a full 2 hours before Su Yuanqing reappeared. His face somewhat pale. There was a minor incident. Now, the assessment continues. As he spoke, Su Yuanqing's eyes remained fixed on Yushang, as if wishing to devour him whole. You knew there were laxatives in the buns? So why didn't you warn me while I was eating? Yushang, seemingly oblivious, sat in a corner with Sun Wan and Zhao Zicheng, especially enjoying the conversation with Sun Wan. Clearly, the somewhat bizarre atmosphere of Mo Academy had led him to gradually comprehend certain truths. Particularly, Yushang's performance had solidified in his mind 2 words: great support. If he could latch onto this leg, perhaps the next 3 years would be much more comfortable, and his mortality rate could even decrease. Little rascals, the second round of assessments begins. Su Yuanqing grinned ominously, resembling a cunning wolf. Everyone, act alone. After 2 hours, whoever lands a punch on Lu Yu's face and records it will proceed to the 3rd round of assessments. Failure to do so will result in elimination. Oh, and Lu Yu is the one who just fed me laxatives. The good news is, he also had a bun I prepared, so he might be in some restroom right now. Su Yuanqing's words left everyone frozen in place. Has he gone mad? Lu Yu point 4 awakenings? A punch to the face and record it? And we can only act alone. He might as well say he is in a bad mood and expel us all. Forget it. You all seem to be struggling. Do you see that building? At the end of the corridor, there is a restroom. He is likely in there, Dado, and if anyone can give his little JJ a flick, you'll be directly accepted. With that, Su Yuanqing encouraged the group before leaning against the wall, exhausted, pulling out his phone to start a countdown. In an instant, everyone dashed out as if possessed, as for their methods. That remained a mystery. If it were you 3, what would you do? Su Yuanqing turned his gaze towards the 3 who no longer needed to be assessed, curiously asking. Sun Wan stood with a calm demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of aloofness. 100,000 for a punch, 1,000,000 for a flick of the JJ. I believe he would agree, right? If he doesn't, I'll just raise the price. Hearing Sun Wan's straightforward words, Su Yuanqing felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps it was a mistake to allow him to enroll early. Otherwise, he could have earned a fortune through the assessments. Even the depths of the academy seemed to echo with a faint sigh of regret. Naturally, Lu Yu would likely feel even more regretful if he knew that at least 100,000 had just vanished into thin air. He would probably storm off with a knife to confront the vice principal. And you? Su Yuanqing repeated, reminding himself that time was still on his side. After adjusting his mindset, he shifted his gaze to Yushang and inquired. Yushang shook his head. 4 awakenings are troublesome. If killing were an option, it might be easier. But since killing isn't allowed, it complicates matters. Why? Yushang pondered seriously before speaking, though he refrained from elaborating on the intricacies of killing or not killing. Su Yuanqing chose not to press further. Noticing Zhao Zicheng, who seemed eager to speak, Su Yuanqing paused but ultimately decided against asking. However, if this fellow were to whip out his awakening object and give Lu Yu a taste, Lu Yu would probably comply with all of Zhao Zicheng's requests. Don't just flick. Even a tug would suffice. After all, who could possibly refuse a humanoid training apparatus? Its efficacy rivals that of demon crystals. And most importantly, it is free. In a world where awakeners are generally driven to the brink of poverty, the allure of the word free is simply irresistible. Even if its effectiveness falls slightly short of that of demon crystals, it remains a coveted prize in the eyes of many. This likely explains why the individual deep within the academy tacitly approved Zhao Zicheng's admission. There are far too many combat-oriented talents. While support-type abilities are comparatively scarce, as dusk gradually descended, candidates returned one after another. However, nearly all bore bruised faces, was evident. They were all failures. Su Yuanqing felt no pity or compassion in his gaze as he opened the door, silently observing their departures. The examination task seemed somewhat ludicrous and undoubtedly challenging, yet it was not an impossible feat with sufficiently agile thinking. Success could be achieved through alternative means. Most failures were constrained by a narrow mindset, focusing solely on brute force and direct confrontation. Such individuals might be better suited for the reserves. At long last, the first successful candidate emerged. With a smile on his face, he excitedly approached Su Yuanqing. Clutching a videoed eye in the footage, Lu Yu stood dazed, having taken a punch without any significant force behind it, clearly staged. The second round of assessments was passed. Su Yuanqing regarded this scene with indifference, not even inquiring how it was accomplished or what conditions were met. Such matters were of no concern to him. He only valued the results. The second candidate to pass was Lin Xiaoxiao. Her clear, innocent eyes gazed up at Su Yuanqing as she presented a lengthy video. "Big brother, may I give your little JJ a poke?" The phone appeared to be stuck on Dubai, capturing Lin Xiaoxiao's figure clearly. Her demeanor pitiful as her fingers twirled bashfully. Yet, her words left everyone in a stupor. Chapter 96. Now, you barely qualify for 30,000. In a way. Absolutely not. Lu Yu's face was filled with terror, seemingly unable to fathom that this girl, barely 12 or 13, could utter such words. To agree would be monstrous, yet to refuse would be even more beastly. "Can I punch you once? I promised it will be very light." Lin Xiaoxiao spoke again. Seeing this seemingly harmless girl before him, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and slowly crouched down, bringing his face closer. Lin Xiaoxiao joyfully raised her small fist and gently tapped him. "Thank you, big brother," she called sweetly before turning to leave. In the video, Lu Yu remained rooted in place, a foolish grin lingering on his lips. The assessment was passed. Su Yuanqing furrowed his brows and remarked, soon lifting his gaze to a tree above. Lu Yu.is still not enough. Although it was merely an evaluation, choosing sympathy solely based on gender and perceived weakness would lead to his demise. In the next 6 months, I believe we should conduct several more tests to help him train. If he remains as he is, I suggest expulsion. Perhaps the rear ranks would suit him better. At that moment, Su Yuanqing's tone was devoid of jest. It was serious. Ahem. "Hey, how did you discover that there were speakers here?" It was indeed awkward. Yet, being young, he needed to be tested. "Starting tomorrow, let him oversee security in the red light district. I've heard it's rather chaotic there recently. The individuals there don't adhere to rules." The voice pondered before responding. Su Yuanqing nodded, but with Lu Yu's current abilities, he might not be able to handle it. "The mortality rate is rather high." The speaker chimed in again. "Without honing one's skills, one cannot become a talent. Everyone has their own path to walk. I never considered MO Academy to be a school. Those who enter MO Academy are not merely students. Moreover, danger always coexists with reward. The red light district has recently acquired a substantial amount of resources. If he truly dismantles it, it would be enough for a year's worth of cultivation." Su Yuanqing nodded, falling silent as the speaker also quieted down. Throughout the entire discussion, there was no attempt to shield Yu Shang and the others from the conversation. Naturally, those present showed little reaction. Yu Shang remained remarkably calm. Zhao Zicheng appeared somewhat excited, Sun Wen squinted, and Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her bewildered expression. Only one other successful candidate seemed conflicted but soon chose to accept the situation. After all, the rules of MO Academy had never been concealed. Everyone who arrived at MO Academy was already aware of them. For those with dreams and ambitions, MO Academy is the most suitable place. Here, every ambitious individual is welcomed. As long as you survive until graduation, your future is a smooth journey. If one comes here only to ponder fairness, justice, and the value of life, they will inevitably find themselves on MO Academy's infamous Crimson Death list. Gradually, more candidates passed the assessment. Shortly thereafter, the Tombstone Boy also exited, phone in hand. At that moment, he had shed his previous aloof and proud demeanor, appearing remarkably low-key. Clearly, the temper he had cultivated over the years had dissipated after Yu Shang had beaten him twice. Or perhaps All the students of this cohort would carry a certain shadow of Yusheng for a considerable time to come, especially since many had lost teeth in the process. In the footage, the Tombstone Boy obediently took out his phone, scanned Lu Yu's code, transferred funds, and then threw a punch before leaving. It was straightforward and decisive, a stark contrast to the proud boy he had once been. Evidently, he had matured significantly in just a single afternoon. Observing this scene, Su Yuanqing fell into contemplation. Perhaps now, you barely qualify for 30,000. The last to return was the giant. At this moment, he appeared rather pitiful. Covered in wounds and sporting a face bruised like a pig's head, yet he bore a triumphant smile. I got him. But there's no video. The giant seemed somewhat regretful. Su Yuanqing shook his head. Without a video, it counts as a failed assessment. But I knocked out one of his teeth. Does that count? He said shyly, slowly opening his palm to reveal a bloodied molar. The entire venue fell silent. Although the giant still looked utterly wretched, the crowd expressed their shock. For awakeners, and he lost a tooth. He was squatting in a pit. I just charged at him, but the senior was really formidable. Even when he fell into the pit, he could still hit me like that. If he had gone all out, I would probably be dead. The giant spoke with considerable embarrassment, acknowledging that his actions were not particularly honorable. Given the element of surprise involved, it was a source of shame. Yet the crowd was left in a stupor, caught in disarray. Lu Yu fell into a pit. What was in the pit? And after losing a tooth, he endured such torment without finishing off this big oaf? That fellow is truly fortunate. A group of onlookers gazed at the giant, expressing their astonishment. Very impressive, Su Yuanqing remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. After a moment of silent homage for Lu Yu, he spoke again. Now, take a rest. 18 midnight. The final round of assessments will commence. Just a reminder, the last round may result in fatalities. Those wishing to withdraw should do so promptly. With the results of passing the second round at Imo Academy, one could thrive at any other institution. Su Yuanqing addressed the crowd. Of course, you may gamble on my ability to save you. However, should you lose that gamble, you may very well lose your life. As Su Yuanqing's words echoed, the crowd fell into silence. Not a single person spoke. Yet none chose to leave. Their courage was commendable. Good luck, youngsters. Oh, and Yusheng, the three of you will accompany me. Follow behind me to witness it together. I need to use the restroom. With that, Su Yuanqing turned and departed. The youths who had toiled throughout the day sat scattered on the playground, gazing at the starry sky, somewhat lost in thought. In the early morning, nearly 50 prodigies, full of spirit. By nightfall, only about 10 remained. Having acknowledged reality, it turns out this world is truly not devoid of genius.